This story takes place in a parallel world apart from a similar level of technological civilization. Everything else bears no connection to reality.
Tianyu, stop sleeping. Class will be over in just a few minutes. Hearing someone call his name by his ear, Zhao Tianyu jolted awake.
Where is this?
I'm not dead.
Yet he was clearly surrounded by 3 fourth-tier mutant zombies, and the heart-piercing agony of being torn apart alive had been indescribably real, impossible to be mere illusion. Zhao Tianyu stared blankly at the classroom before him, at once familiar and estranged. Though only a little more than 2 years had passed, it felt as distant as another lifetime. For 2 years of survival in the apocalypse, he had drifted countless times along the knife edge between life and death, weathering endless hardship. Scenes as peaceful as the one before his eyes were things he could only occasionally glimpse in dreams. Zhao Tianyu pinched his own thigh viciously. Hiss. The pain was real.
I've truly been reborn, he breathed. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to check the date, June 5, 3022. He had actually returned to the very day the apocalypse descended. Tianyu, did you sleep yourself stupid?
The chubby Liang Dawei sitting beside him joked as he took in Zhao Tianyu's dazed expression.
Liang Dawei.
Zhao Tianyu smoothed out his chaotic thoughts, straining to recall his former memories, and finally remembered the person before him as well as the circumstances he was currently in.
Today was Sunday and he was attending an elective course. In this classroom, apart from Liang Dawei, who was his classmate, everyone else came from different departments and majors. Each time they had class, the two of them sat together and habitually chose the last row. Just 2 days earlier, a veil of mysterious crimson mist had shrouded the entire globe without warning, causing quite a stir at the time and sparking endless speculation online. Soon, however, experts stepped forward to refute the panic, declaring it a normal natural phenomenon and urging people not to be afraid, even citing numerous references in detailed explanation. The red mist had come swiftly and dispersed just as fast. When no unusual incidents appeared, the public finally set their hearts at ease.
No one had imagined that this was merely the calm before the storm. Once the 2-day incubation period of the virus carried within the red mist passed, nearly half of humanity across the globe transformed into zombies within the span of a mere 1 or 2 minutes, and even animals underwent aberrant mutation. Thereafter they began frenzied assaults on the remaining survivors. The entire world plunged into chaos, order collapsed, and the apocalypse commenced. Later, that crimson mist reappeared several more times, and each time it descended, the zombies' strength increased dramatically. Only then did people realize that the red mist was the true culprit behind humanity's transformation into zombies, and that it could further catalyze their evolution.
Tianyu, I've decided, once class ends I'm going over to ask Gu Yufei for her contact information. Tell me, what excuse should I use?
Zhao Tianyu had not yet fully recovered his composure, so he paid no attention to the chattering fatso beside him. Besides, he had already heard this very speech at least 3 times in his previous life. This fellow was the typical man whose courage never matched his desires, bold declarations before acting, yet when the moment came he would shrink back and never dare to step forward. Without exception, his grand pursuits ended in silently tailing her from afar, watching until she disappeared into the girls' dormitory before finally drowning in regret. Whenever Zhao Tianyu walked with him at such times, he could not help feeling utterly embarrassed.
Ding.
System is currently assessing compatibility between host's body and soul. Apocalypse Auxiliary System binding successful.
Ding. Newbie gift pack X1 awarded, automatically opening. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 dose of gene enhancement serum. The gene enhancement serum can effectively elevate human aptitudes and raise the ceiling of growth. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 special grade battle axe. This axe is 50 centimeters in length and weighs 4 kilograms.
Forged from celestial divine iron, it is indestructible and incomparably sharp.
Ding. Personal attribute panel successfully activated. Rebirth plus a system.
The flurry of system prompts left Zhao Tianyu so overjoyed that he could hardly close his mouth. Suppressing the surge of joy in his heart, he continued to carefully study the subsequent system explanation. This system is an auxiliary system designed to facilitate the host's survival in the apocalypse.
Current system level 1.
Function 1. Low-tier ability crystal cores can be synthesized into higher-tier ability crystal cores. Notability crystal cores are concealed at the point between the eyebrows inside the skulls of zombies and mutated animals. The energy within the cores can be used to evolve and upgrade the human body. Absorbing 4th tier and above crystal cores carries a chance of acquiring the original innate instincts of the host creature. Function 2. The system comes with a space of 1,000,000 cubic meters for storing items.
Time within the space is static and eternal.
Apart from living beings, all objects within the volume limit can be stored and retrieved through mere thought. Function 3. The system can be used to observe the host's personal attributes.
More functions will be unlocked as the system levels up. The host is encouraged to diligently raise personal level. System space. He was rich, truly rich. In the apocalypse, what mattered most? Of course, resources, especially food. With sufficient food reserves, even if one's strength was lacking, one could still find a hidden refuge and live comfortably in seclusion. After the apocalypse had raged for some time, vast quantities of food spoiled and molded, and in a world where tomorrow was never guaranteed, no one continued planting crops. Thus in the later stages food grew ever scarcer, each single grain becoming immeasurably precious. However, in the first month or two after the apocalypse, as long as you had sufficient courage, there was no need to worry about food. With masses of humans mutated or dead, the remaining stores of food were abundant. Almost anywhere you went you could find enough provisions to last for several days. Especially in those initial days, having just endured such a terrifying upheaval, the vast majority of survivors chose to hide and await rescue. Until their bullets and rations were completely exhausted, they hardly dared to step outside in search of food. Streets were lined with countless convenience stores and supermarkets of all sizes. As long as you dared to enter and could carry it away, everything inside was yours, and most importantly, it was all free. Now that he possessed system space, it meant he could stockpile an ocean of food and never again worry about supplies in the later stages. The function to synthesize and upgrade mutant crystal cores was likewise insanely powerful. Within the first 24 hours of the apocalypse, a very small fraction of survivors automatically awakened personal talents. Their attributes increased dramatically and they generally gained a special ability. These people were called awakened. The vast majority of survivors who did not awaken naturally soon discovered that by consuming ability crystal cores they could also undergo evolution, thereby enhancing their attributes. Those who evolved through such cores were called enhancers. Awakened and enhancers were collectively known as evolvers. Those capable of becoming awakened were 1 in 10,000, and compared to enhancers their strength far surpassed the latter. Even when challenging opponents of higher tiers they rarely lost ground. In his previous life Zhao Tianyu had only been an ordinary enhancer, nothing more than cannon fodder. Whether awakened or enhancer, nearly all energy for subsequent evolution and leveling came from the ability crystal cores dropped by zombies. Yet once one's level rose high enough, low-tier cores ceased to have any effect. For example, a third-tier evolver could only increase their level by relying on second-tier and above cores. First-tier cores no longer produced any results. Moreover, the higher the tier of an ability crystal core, the harder it was to acquire, because high-tier mutant zombies were extremely rare and each one possessed terrifying strength. Slaying them was extraordinarily difficult. Even evolvers of the same tier could only flee for their lives upon encountering such creatures unless they had overwhelming numbers or powerful thermal weapons to tip the scales. Thus, even 2 years after the outbreak of the virus, the vast majority of survivors remained stuck at the 3rd and 4th tiers. Anyone who reached the 5th tier or higher was already considered top-level, strong enough to establish a small faction of their own. Now that the system possessed this function, would his future evolution and upgrades not become almost effortlessly exhilarating? Zhao Tianyu tapped open the personal status interface once more. Host Zhao Tianyu. Constitution 11. The average value for an adult male is 10. Strength 12, average 10. Agility 11, average 10. Mental power 18, average 10. Evolution level none. Ability level none. A regular regimen of exercise and playing basketball almost every day had endowed him with a solid physique. All of his physical attributes were above the norm. As for his exceedingly high mental power, he suspected that it was 9 times out of 10 related to the soul that had been reborn. After roughly figuring out the workings of the system, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the time. 1657. Damn, there's not enough time. If his memory served him right, in his previous life the mutation had erupted in the classroom 1 or 2 minutes before the end of class. Ah! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shrill, agonized scream ripped through the classroom. In an instant every gaze was drawn toward the source of the sound. In the front row by the window, a female student was being savagely pinned down by the male classmate seated beside her, his body lunging onto hers in a crazed assault. The harrowing scream from moments before had been hers. As she shrieked, she struggled desperately, yet no matter how she thrashed, she could not break free from his grip. "Qin Shiming, have you lost your mind?" a female student who knew the attacker shouted angrily. Seeing what was happening, the nearby classmates rushed over to intervene, and only after several of them pulled with all their strength did they manage to wrench the frenzied Qin Shiming off the girl. By then the bitten girl's face was smeared with blood and deep crimson liquid was gushing from her neck like a spring. The face of Qin Shiming, who had done the biting, was revealed to everyone hideous, feral and terrifying, his pair of ash-gray eyes staring fixedly at the crowd as though boring into them. Bulging veins snaked across his pallid features and traces of red still clung to the corners of his mouth. A clammy deathly chill seemed to surge from him, making hearts quail. The scene before them stunned everyone into petrified silence, but before they could even react, screams like the one just now erupted from several corners of the classroom in rapid succession. Several classmates who had already mutated into zombies were lunging at the students near them, tearing and biting like mad. Even the alluring female teacher on the podium had transformed. Her eyes were a dull gray, her pupils indistinguishable, and she hurled herself toward the students in the first row with a hoarse bestial roar. Faced with such a horrific scene, how could the students still dare to remain? Panic seized them and they scattered like startled birds and beasts, surging in a frantic mass toward the door. Zhao Tianyu did not run, for the classmate seated beside him, Liang Dawei, had also mutated. That broad pancake-like face lunged close, trying to smother him in a crazed, grotesque kiss. Although he possessed rich experience in battling zombies, he was currently unarmed and this guy's body was massive, his brute strength overwhelming. Zhao Tianyu had to exert the strength of an ox to finally send this old classmate on his way. At this moment, charging out with the crowd would not necessarily be safer, because a dense cluster of fleeing people would only attract more zombies to follow. In his previous life he had shoved the infected Liang Dawei away and then bolted about with the panicked mass. The farther he ran, the more zombies gathered behind them, and in the end he had almost been encircled by the horde. Once he had dealt with that trouble, Zhao Tianyu lifted his gaze. Moments ago the classroom had been packed, now only 6 or 7 couples remained, bodies pressed against desks or sprawled on the floor, each pair engaged in frenzied, ravenous feasting. Outside the teaching building chaos reigned as well, screams and shouts rose and fell without end. Even without looking he knew all too well what was unfolding out there. Fortunately it was Sunday and there were very few students attending class. Had this been a regular day he could scarcely imagine the consequences. Ah, help! Save me! Zhao Tianyu had just taken a battle axe out from his storage space ready to clean up the mess when a cry for help rang out from within the classroom. Well, now who would have thought there's still someone alive? Following the sound, Zhao Tianyu saw a female student at the classroom door, her hands braced desperately against the lower jaw of the zombie, crushing her, straining to hold it back as she screamed. He snatched up the axe and sprinted toward her. Though it was hardly reasonable for a student to bring a battle axe to class, there was no time to worry about such details. The zombie was stubbornly persistent. Even as Zhao Tianyu reached its back, it showed not the slightest sign of releasing the girl. Such an excellent opening was not something he would squander. Without a word he swung the axe straight at the back of the creature's skull. With a wet splatter the axe rose and fell, the zombie's head split like a watermelon, cleaved cleanly in two as gore sprayed outward. The system had not deceived him, this battle axe was indeed unimaginably sharp. It's her. Zhao Tianyu kicked the corpse aside and focused his gaze, realizing that the girl he had just saved was none other than Gu Yufei, the campus belle whom the fatty had adored all his life. The so-called campus belle was of course no official title, it was merely the exclusive nickname the fatty had given his goddess, and Zhao Tianyu had simply gone along with it. Gu Yufei's figure was tall and slender, her skin fair, her features and bearing exquisite. She truly deserved the label of campus belle. Yet now all traces of her usual grace had vanished, leaving her looking fragile and pitiful. Her silky hair hung in disarray, her face ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly she had not yet recovered from the terror moments before. Even the fabric at her chest had been torn away in a patch, revealing a flash of snow-white skin. Zhao Tianyu could not help letting his gaze linger for an extra heartbeat. What are you looking at? As she came back to herself, Gu Yufei noticed his eyes fixed on her and hurriedly clutched her chest, speaking in a frightened, uneasy tone. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to see whether you were hurt, Zhao Tianyu replied lightly. It was purely instinct. He was far from desperate enough to entertain stray thoughts when surrounded by zombies. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu truly did not seem to harbor ill intent, Gu Yufei let out a quiet breath of relief and, still shaken, turned to look at the female corpse whose skull he had just split open nearby. The one who had been about to bite her had been none other than her closest roommate and best friend Lin Hong. Once he confirmed that Gu Yufei had not been scratched or bitten, Zhao Tianyu finally relaxed. Had she been infected, he would not have hesitated to bring the axe down on her as well. Turning back to survey the classroom behind him, Zhao Tianyu felt his heart grow steadier. 6 zombies remained in the room. These mutated classmates were wholly absorbed in savoring their respective meals, showing not the slightest reaction to what had just occurred on his side. In the early stages, zombies were not particularly powerful. Apart from having slightly greater strength and a reckless disregard for death, their speed and agility were inferior to those of normal people. As long as one could overcome psychological fear, an ordinary man could basically handle a single zombie. With his current physical condition, he could deal with 2 at once without much difficulty. 3, however, would be extremely troublesome, and if they all swarmed him together, his only option would be to turn and flee. 6 zombies were scattered across the spacious classroom, and with a divine weapon in hand, Zhao Tianyu was completely confident that he could cut them all down.
The four inside were completely stunned, unable to believe that someone could kill zombies so effortlessly. Were these two even human?
Having prepared himself fully, he gathered his spirit and gripped the battle axe tightly as he approached the 6 zombies ahead. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to catch his breath and deal with the remaining 2, the situation suddenly changed. It was as if they sensed impending danger, dropping the meat in their hands and lunging toward him. The corridor was too narrow. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu kicked the nearest zombie over and quickly retreated several meters to separate the 2 zombies. By the time he retreated to the podium, the remaining zombie had already approached and Zhao Tianyu dodged its frontal assault, swinging his axe to strike at its side. The zombie immediately shuddered and fell to the ground lifeless. The last one that managed to rise was easily dispatched with a single swing of his axe, and thus all the zombies in the classroom met their end under his weapon. Still recovering from the shock, Gu Yufei was once again stunned by his actions and wanted to leave the classroom, but her legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. The rapid series of changes within just a few minutes had left her utterly overwhelmed.
Why? Why did you have to kill them? Couldn't we just call the police? Gu Yufei said in sheer terror.
Zhao Tianyu glanced at her and replied coldly, "Do you still think they are human? Look outside, the whole world is in chaos and no one will care about you.
To survive you can only rely on yourself." Following his gaze, Gu Yufei looked outside. Their classroom was on the 2nd floor, providing a clear view of the situation outside.
Outside the teaching building, the tranquility and the songs of birds had vanished, replaced by terrified students screaming and running in all directions, pursued by a horde of swaying zombies. On the road, a couple seemingly in love were desperately running hand in hand, trying to escape this terrifying place. Suddenly the girl tripped over a corpse at her feet and the 2 of them let go of each other's hands. Just as she tried to get back up, the zombies behind her pounced. Her figure was quickly engulfed by the swarm of zombies, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream.
Throughout the ordeal, her boyfriend didn't even glance back, instead running faster than before.
A male student fleeing on a bicycle was suddenly pounced on from the side by a zombie, and in an instant a massive group of dark zombies surged forward, swallowing him and his bike whole. On the lawn, a sanitation worker who had been lying on the ground twitched a few times before suddenly standing upright. With hollow gray eyes, he stared blankly around before swiftly joining the chase, his yellow reflective vest standing out stark.
How could this happen? Seeing the horrific scene outside, Gu Yufei's face turned pale as she broke down in tears.
"If you're not hopeless, you can try calling them," he continued. Upon mentioning the phone, Zhao Tianyu suddenly realized and hurriedly took out his cell phone. More than 2 years had passed, and in his subconscious his parents had long since departed. Moreover, after his rebirth he had barely gotten a moment's peace within just a few minutes, hardly having time to think about these matters. In his past life he had been on the run, only having the chance to make a call much later, but by then he was already unable to reach them.
Woo-woo.
The call connected, but no one answered. Switching to his mother's number, it was still unanswered. Sigh. "It seems I'm too late," Zhao Tianyu sighed, leaving them a message before putting the phone back in his pocket. His 2 years of survival in the apocalypse, witnessing familiar faces depart one after another, had made him indifferent to the life and death of others. In truth, apart from his parents, there was another person he was closely connected with. That person was his girlfriend Yan Xian, whom he had been dating for 2 years, but Zhao Tianyu had no desire to contact her at all. If he were to encounter that BTCH again, if he could manage to refrain from splitting her in half on the spot, it would indicate that he was in an exceptionally good mood that day. In his previous life, on the 2nd day of the zombie outbreak, Zhao Tianyu disregarded the danger and rescued her from the dormitory, only to find that just a few days later she had thrown herself into the arms of the awakened Wen Yufeng.
That wasn't even the most infuriating part.
Survival in the apocalypse was incredibly difficult. He could somewhat understand her desire to cling to a powerful ally, but what he could not forgive was when they met 6 months later, she actually used him to rob all the supplies and weapons from his team. After that incident, he was expelled from his original team, and out of desperation he found a much weaker group to barely survive for a while, ultimately meeting his end when they were wiped out by zombies.
Meanwhile, Gu Yufei was still anxiously dialing on her phone.
First she called the police.
Busy signal. Calling her parents, no one answered.
Zhao Tianyu ignored her, and to be cautious he finished off the few that had been bitten just in case they suddenly revived.
Next came the time to reap the spoils.
He searched the classroom for a suitable tool but found none, so he continued using the battle axe in his hand.
With a string of unanswered calls, Gu Yufei's spirits plummeted, and Zhao Tianyu's earlier words echoed repeatedly in her mind.
Although they had not formally met before, Gu Yufei had a vivid impression of him, as he had followed her a few times after class and her classmates had jokingly remarked that this handsome guy must have a crush on her. She remembered his name when the teacher called the roll, while the chubby boy who often accompanied him was automatically overlooked. At this moment Zhao Tianyu had his back to her, his view blocked, making it impossible for her to see what he was doing.
Driven by curiosity, Gu Yufei slowly walked over.
Hearing her footsteps, Zhao Tianyu turned to glance at her before continuing his action, showing no intention of hiding anything from her. In this life he was likely the first to discover that zombies could explode with ability crystals, but it wouldn't be long before this became no secret. In his previous life, within less than a day of the outbreak, someone had already uncovered this secret and it quickly spread across the internet.
What are you doing?
Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yufei saw the gruesome mess inside the zombie's head being stirred by Zhao Tianyu. She quickly turned away, covering her mouth and gagging.
Stop it, that's too disgusting. Let's hurry and leave. If you want to go, then go. No one is keeping you here.
Zhao Tianyu replied coldly without pausing his actions.
You.
Gu Yufei was infuriated and wanted to turn and leave, but as she recalled the scene outside, she obediently stopped in her tracks.
Zhao Tianyu was exceptionally skilled at collecting spoils, finishing a single check in just a few seconds.
Unfortunately, his luck was abysmal as he had dug up 6 with nothing to show for it.
The drop rate was quite low.
Based on his past experience, the drop rate for such low-tier crystal cores was around 20%.
Now only Liang Dawei and the one that attacked Gu Yufei at the entrance remained. Sorry, fatty. Didn't you always envy how handsome I am?
Now's your chance, better make the most of it before you miss your opportunity. With that, Zhao Tianyu swung his battle axe and struck him on the head. Then with a gentle stir, a colorless transparent crystal core about the size of a pinky finger immediately revealed itself.
Got it.
It's still good to rely on brothers. Even after death he still looks out for me. Zhao Tianyu held it in his hand and examined it closely.
This item was colorless and transparent, resembling white crystal.
Each tier of superpower crystal core had a different color categorized as white, yellow, green, blue, etc. In his past life he had only seen up to the 4th tier of superpower crystal cores. With this 1st tier superpower crystal core he would soon become an enhancer, increasing his strength by at least double. He wiped it with his clothing and opened his mouth to put it in, but suddenly remembered the genetic enhancer in the system space, so he stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he returned the superpower crystal core to the space through his pocket. Turning to Gu Yufei, who was still standing by, he smiled and said, "Why haven't you left yet?"
"This is a classroom, not your home. Why should I listen to you?" Gu Yufei pouted. Zhao Tianyu nodded. "No problem. If you're not leaving, I will."
Having said that, he lifted his foot and walked towards the door. He needed to find a safe shelter before dark. He knew how terrifying it was for humans with poor vision to face zombies that had keen senses of smell and hearing at night, and he also needed food and a place to rest. Returning to the dormitory was out of the question. It was too crowded with people, all strong young men, and there was no food there. After thinking it over, Zhao Tianyu set his sights on a residential area for faculty members a few hundred meters away. Seeing that he was truly leaving, Gu Yufei hurriedly followed. "Hey, wait for me."
"Where are you going? Don't follow me." Zhao Tianyu turned back and glared at her.
After all, she had saved his life, yet she didn't even say thank you and dared to shout at him. The apocalypse had just begun, and with his space abilities, countless resources awaited him. He didn't want to take on a burden too early. If he encountered suitable individuals, he wouldn't mind finding a partner or forming a team. In his previous life, if he hadn't teamed up with others, he probably wouldn't have lasted a month. Humans are social creatures, and when capability is lacking, forming teams or relying on the strong can enhance self-preservation. Similarly, the strong also need manpower for dirty or tiring work, or just to serve tea or wash clothes. Those lone wolves either have personality issues or dark secrets. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Tianyu didn't forget to poke fun at her friend, but unfortunately there was still nothing. The drop rate was quite low. Noticing Gu Yufei following closely behind, Zhao Tianyu frowned. "Don't follow me or I won't be polite."
"Zhao Tianyu, how can you be so cold-blooded? You can't just leave me here alone."
Gu Yufei cried out in distress. She felt utterly lost, and Zhao Tianyu was the only lifeline she could see. Zhao Tianyu stopped in his tracks and turned to stare at her.
"How do you know my name?"
"I have a good memory. I remembered when the teacher called the roll in class." Gu Yufei said shyly, her face reddening. This answer was essentially an admission that she had paid attention to him before, but she couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation. Zhao Tianyu looked at her expressionlessly for a few seconds, then walked to the window to observe the situation outside. The most chaotic moments outside had passed. The zombies were no longer as dense as before, with only a few wandering about. The main force must have dispersed with the crowd.
"Since we're classmates, you can follow me, but you must listen to me in everything." I promise I will listen to you."
Seeing that he finally agreed, Gu Yufei hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Zhao Tianyu's consent to bring her along wasn't solely out of compassion. After all, he had experienced the deadly consequences of having a useless teammate in his previous life. The main reason was that the zombies were still in their novice phase and there weren't many of them, so he could handle them easily. Her presence wouldn't be a burden. If he were truly unlucky and suddenly encountered a horde of zombies, she would still be somewhat useful in a crisis. Alright, now you take 2 swings at it to build your courage so you don't end up so scared you wet yourself later.
Zhao Tianyu handed her the battle axe, pointing to the zombie on the ground.
Gu Yufei reluctantly accepted the bloodstained battle axe, her hands trembling as she looked at the mangled body of Lin Hong. Seeing her like this, Zhao Tianyu frowned again. If you don't even have this much courage, then don't follow me. In this world no one can save you. At his urging, Gu Yufei took a deep breath and finally gathered the courage to lift the axe in her hand. But soon she lowered it again.
Can I switch to someone else?
Sure, in this classroom besides me you can chop anyone you want, Zhao Tianyu replied impatiently. Seeing his agreement, Gu Yufei stopped struggling and walked over to another female corpse. Gripping the axe tightly, she closed her eyes and swung it wildly a few times. Then she turned her head back, puffing with anger, and said, "Is this good enough?
You pass this time.
Since you want to follow me, you can't act on your own, especially not shout at any time.
Otherwise I'll break your neck."
This wasn't just to scare her. If she didn't listen during a crisis, Zhao Tianyu would indeed take harsh measures.
No one wanted to carry a zombie beacon.
Gu Yufei listened and quickly assured him. Right now Zhao Tianyu was her lifeline and she dared not disobey him in the slightest. Zhao Tianyu thought for a moment and still felt it wasn't safe. Although she repeatedly assured him, now in a moment of genuine fear she might lose control and scream, and that would lead to big trouble. Noticing the scattered books on the ground, Zhao Tianyu came up with an idea. He bent down, picked up one, ripped a few pages out, crumpled them into a ball and stuffed it into her hands.
"Bite on this paper ball."
"Why?" Gu Yufei asked, looking confused.
"There's no need for so many whys. Just do as I say."
"We're heading to the nearest faculty residential area, and unless something important comes up on the way, don't make a sound." Zhao Tianyu carefully observed the situation at the faculty residential area from the window, planned his escape route, and then opened the classroom door. The corridor was exceptionally quiet, with only a few pools of blood on the floor and walls. Not a single zombie was in sight, likely drawn away by the commotion below. Zhao Tianyu instinctively made a hand gesture, then held his breath and slowly walked toward the stairway. Despite their efforts to remain silent, as soon as they reached the first floor they were immediately noticed by 2 nearby zombies. Excited by the presence of living beings, the zombies rushed towards them with claws and teeth bared. Zhao Tianyu felt no panic at the sight of only 2 approaching. With a swift swing of his axe he easily dispatched them. However, for Gu Yufei behind him it was not so easy. The moment she saw the zombies charging towards them, her heart raced to her throat, trembling all over, nearly losing control.
Seeing Zhao Tianyu effortlessly kill them, she finally dared to exhale deeply.
After leaving the teaching building, the 2 avoided the main road and instead hugged the wall, making their way around to the back of the building, passing through a small grove and then walking along the lakeside. Fortuitously they encountered only scattered zombies on their way, even a few with missing arms and legs. Zhao Tianyu easily knocked them down, during which he also collected a first-tier ability crystal core. In just a few hundred meters it took them over 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the faculty residential area. They crouched behind a flower bed to observe. This area was far from the student dormitories, and with a distance from the main road the number of zombies was still manageable. Nearby the security room there were 5 zombies wandering about, 2 of which were dressed in security uniforms. From this position they could see 7 or 8 more zombies inside the community, but they were temporarily blocked and unable to come out. After observing for a while, Zhao Tianyu said, "You stay here and don't make a sound.
Wait for me to take care of them before you come over."
Gu Yufei, with a wad of paper stuffed in her mouth, nodded in agreement. If it was just the few zombies in front of him, Zhao Tianyu wasn't worried about them in the open terrain. His concern was that a prolonged fight might attract a horde of zombies, so he aimed to finish quickly.
Zhao Tianyu rushed forward, taking down one with a swift axe swing before the others could react.
At that moment the remaining zombies finally noticed him and charged forward with shrieks. Zhao Tianyu sidestepped their attacks, quickly maneuvered behind and struck the back of the last security guard's head with his axe.
Pop! The watermelon split open, bright red juices spilling everywhere. It was a good melon. Following the same tactic, Zhao Tianyu created distance, circled around and dispatched the remaining 3 zombies. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no large horde had been attracted, he let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead and proceeded with the familiar routine. This wave yielded him another crystal core, bringing his total to 3 first-tier ability crystal cores. To his delight he even found 2 sets of riot shields and a trident in the security room.
The trident was of little use to him, but the riot shield was truly fantastic. Although the battle axe was sharp, it offered no defense, making it easy to get injured during fights. Now with the shield he had both offense and defense. Zhao Tianyu waved over Gu Yufei, who was still crouched in the grass, and handed her a trident and a shield. Gu Yufei spat out the wad of paper from her mouth and, looking at the items in her hands, said helplessly, "I don't know how to use this."
"If you don't know how to use it, learn. It won't always go this smoothly, and I can't protect you all the time." Zhao Tianyu glared at her, exasperated.
After saying that, he stopped wasting time with her and used the access card he found on the old security guard to enter the community. With the assistance of the riot shield, Zhao Tianyu found it much easier to kill zombies. When facing 3 or 4 zombies, he didn't even have to dodge, he could directly strike with both offense and defense. The few zombies blocking the entrance were quickly dealt with, and the two entered an old 6-story residential building near the entrance, which had no elevator and no main entrance. They crept up 1 floor at a time, not daring to make a sound, fearing that a large group of zombies might suddenly rush down. Fighting zombies from below was a terrifying task. They safely reached the 3rd floor, where they found the door of a house on the left side of the stairs almost wide open.
Zhao Tianyu immediately perked up. In a situation like this, if a door was left wide open, it was highly likely that there were no living people inside. The most probable scenario was that someone had been infected and the rest had fled. However, the absence of people did not mean there were no zombies.
Zhao Tianyu instructed Gu Yufei to wait at the door while he held his breath and cautiously probed inside. The living room was in disarray, with overturned furniture and shattered glass scattered across the floor, along with a few drops of blood.
"Come in, it's safe now."
After Zhao Tianyu had checked all the rooms and confirmed there were no zombies, he called Gu Yufei, who was on high alert at the door, to come in.
This would be their temporary residence for the night. The house was not large, with 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom, but the decor was quite new, likely recently renovated.
From the photos in the bedroom, it seemed to belong to a newlywed couple. Seeing the water dispenser next to the dining table, Zhao Tianyu, whose throat was already parched, wasted no time and grabbed a cup to drink from it greedily. After downing 4 or 5 cups, he finally felt relieved. Turning his head, he saw that this silly girl was still firmly holding onto the trident and riot shield. A delicate beauty holding a trident in one hand and a shield in the other looked somewhat ridiculous.
"All right, put those down. You clean up a bit, well, spend the night here,"
Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. After saying that, he headed straight into the kitchen. What he cared about most now was whether there was food, and he eagerly pulled open the refrigerator door. He was not disappointed by what he found inside. The entire refrigerator was packed full of vegetables and meat, with half a box of eggs and even a few cans of beer.
Finally, they could enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Just thinking about it was exciting.
He could hardly remember the last time he had eaten vegetables and fresh meat in the apocalypse. There had only been black bread mixed with various things and mush, and some meat from mutated beasts that reeked. Coming out of the kitchen, he saw that Gu Yufei had already tidied up the living room. She was currently sending messages.
"Did you get in touch with your family?" Zhao Tianyu asked.
Gu Yufei shook her head and replied, "No, it's my classmates. They are trapped in the dormitory and a few are in the gym." Zhao Tianyu nodded. Judging by what they had experienced tonight, he could already foresee their fate.
"Zhao Tianyu, did you already know something?"
Gu Yufei voiced her doubts, her mind filled with confusion after witnessing his series of actions today. Carrying weapons without hesitation, killing zombies directly, and rummaging through their heads for items, these actions are not something an ordinary student could easily undertake. I heard from others that a classmate studying in the beautiful country mentioned that the outbreak occurred earlier there, and now most of the people have already perished. Zhao Tianyu did not deny it, casually fabricating a lie to brush it off.
"You mean the whole world is like this?"
Gu Yufei still couldn't believe his words. Zhao Tianyu continued, "Exactly, everything's in chaos and no one can take care of themselves. Don't even think about rescue now." He added, "Let's not dwell on that, it's useless to worry at this point."
"Can you cook?"
"I can."
Gu Yufei immediately nodded.
Hearing this question, she finally felt somewhat useful. Now that her family had lost contact with her, she could see no hope, and she was afraid Zhao Tianyu would think she was useless and abandon her.
"All right, go and cook now. Make plenty, don't hold back, I can eat a lot."
After assigning her the task, Zhao Tianyu noticed that it was gradually getting darker outside, so he closed all the windows, drew the curtains, and turned on the lights and air conditioning in the room. Having bright lights at night is extremely dangerous. Although it's unlikely that zombies could climb up at this moment, one must not forget that there are many mutated creatures that can fly or climb walls. Once he finished these tasks, Zhao Tianyu began searching the entire house, hoping to find useful items.
A drone.
Zhao Tianyu opened the cabinet and instantly became excited upon seeing a drone box inside. Drones are a significant asset in the apocalypse, even more sought after than firearms, as they can be used for reconnaissance, attracting zombies, or delivering supplies.
He hurriedly opened the box to confirm. Inside was indeed a general drone, and it looked very new.
Zhao Tianyu unceremoniously stored it in his space. After finishing his scavenging, Zhao Tianyu brewed himself a cup of tea from the leaves on the table and comfortably lay on the sofa, taking out his phone. Yan Xian had sent him dozens of distress messages. However, there were no replies from his parents. Although he had already guessed the outcome, he still felt deeply disappointed. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he called again, but it still went unanswered. Setting aside his worries, Zhao Tianyu opened the map app on his phone and took advantage of the remaining internet to download the offline maps. This is much more useful than paper maps. As long as he gets more power banks, he can keep using it. As he recalled, power outages, water shortages, and internet disruptions usually occurred 1 or 2 days after the zombie outbreak. After downloading the maps, he studied the surrounding routes as well as the distribution of supermarkets and convenience stores. He needed to seize the opportunity to gather supplies while everyone else was holed up. In the kitchen, Gu Yufei was eager to show off her skills, and soon a fragrant smell wafted through the air, making Zhao Tianyu swallow hard.
It's time to eat.
Before long, Gu Yufei brought the dishes to the table. Mushrooms with chicken, shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and smashed cucumber. Everything looked appetizing and in large portions. "See if it suits your taste," Gu Yufei said with a smile as she placed the bowl of rice in front of him. Zhao Tianyu didn't bother with politeness and picked up his chopsticks to devour his meal, continuously praising, "Delicious, delicious." Seeing how much he enjoyed her cooking, Gu Yufei felt a sense of pride. Little did she know that the man in front of her hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Watching him eat so heartily, Gu Yufei, who initially had no appetite, also started to enjoy the food. In no time, the dishes on the table were completely cleared.
Zhao Tianyu's eating prowess truly made Gu Yufei understand what it meant to be a big eater.
To her, describing him with those words was already modest. Finishing the last gulp of beer, a satisfied Zhao Tianyu burped contentedly. He had genuinely eaten to his fill. Cleaning up the leftovers and washing the dishes were naturally tasks that Zhao Tianyu didn't need to worry about. After sitting down to rest for a while, he felt sticky all over and a foul smell lingering, so he got up and headed to the bathroom.
The tap water was still safe for now.
It would be a week later when the red mist accompanied by acid rain would come and most water sources would be contaminated. The sound of cheerful singing soon echoed from the bathroom. Taking a shower in the apocalypse is indeed a luxury. With such comfortable conditions, how could he not enjoy a good scrub? Half an hour later, Zhao Tianyu emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed, wearing only a pair of shorts.
"Ah! Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Gu Yufei in the living room exclaimed and hurriedly turned her face away.
Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare. "Keep it down.
Do you want to attract monsters? Is it necessary to react so much? It's not like I haven't seen someone in a swimsuit before."
Gu Yufei pouted and muttered quietly, "What are you being so fierce about? It's just a good physique, what's the big deal?" Zhao Tianyu entered the bedroom, casually found a piece of clothing belonging to the previous owner, and then walked out to the living room.
"There are 2 bedrooms here. I will take one and you take the other. I'm going to rest first, so don't disturb me unless it's urgent.
By the way, no matter what sounds you hear outside tonight, do not open the doors or windows and do not draw the curtains. Those monsters will climb up if they see the light."
Zhao Tianyu turned around and added this remark.
Back in the bedroom, he locked the door and took out the light green gene enhancer from his space. The reason he restrained himself from swallowing the ability crystal directly in the classroom today was because of this. Since this item could improve genes, it indicated that he also had a chance to become an awakened. Awakened individuals and enhancers are not on the same level in the apocalypse. No one wouldn't want to become an awakened. Zhao Tianyu twisted open the cap and without hesitation tilted his head back to drink the gene enhancer in one gulp. A warm flow with a fragrant scent traveled down his throat, and soon his entire body felt like it was burning, with his muscles beginning to tear painfully. The intense heat almost made Zhao Tianyu cry out. He bit down on the blanket, enduring the pain until he ultimately couldn't take it anymore and fainted. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he was awakened by the sound of an explosion in the distance. Upon awakening, Zhao Tianyu quickly realized that all his discomfort had vanished. He was filled with strength and his senses had become much more acute. This feeling was very similar to when he had advanced before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a first-tier awakened. Really achieved it.
Zhao Tianyu hurriedly called up his personal attribute interface. Host Zhao Tianyu. Constitution 27. The average value for an ordinary adult male is 10. Strength 26. The average value for an ordinary adult male is 10.
Agility 36. The average value for an ordinary adult male is 10.
Spirit 35. The average value for an ordinary adult male is 10. Evolution level first tier awakened.
Ability instant teleportation. Note the maximum distance of teleportation at the current level is 10 meters. Using the ability requires consuming mental energy. Please use it cautiously when mental energy is insufficient. Incredibly, he has truly awakened his extraordinary ability. Although it is not a perverse perception type power, this remarkable spatial ability is already considered top tier, at least as far as he had heard in his past life. His physical attributes have surged to 3 times that of an ordinary person, particularly his sensitivity and mental strength, which are markedly enhanced. Though he could not see the specific attribute values of his body in his past life, he could feel that he had evolved to a state very similar to the second tier. From the attributes, it is clear that awakeners possess physical attributes that rival those of enhancers, and most importantly, they can utilize extraordinary abilities, unlike enhancers who rely solely on melee combat, which offers limited growth. Zhao Tianyu felt an energy coursing through his body, ready to be unleashed with just a thought. However, the current time and place were clearly not suitable for such an operation, so he had to put it on hold. Exiting the system, Zhao Tianyu picked up his phone on the bedside and checked the time. It was already past 11. He had actually slept for over 4 hours. Zhao Tianyu got up and walked to the bathroom because he felt sticky all over, extremely uncomfortable with a lot of black impurities which were the byproducts secreted from his body during evolution. He needed a wash. As he passed another room, he was surprised to find the door ajar. Is this girl really that trusting of me? Ha! Is there someone talking? Zhao Tianyu leaned in to listen carefully. Indeed, it was Gu Yufei murmuring, but her voice was soft, not quite like she was talking in her sleep. Feeling that something was off, Zhao Tianyu knocked on the door. Gu Yufei, are you okay? But there was no response, so he simply pushed the door open and walked in. He reached out to touch her forehead. It was a bit warm. Is she sick? No, wait. He suddenly recalled his earlier state. Could she also be awakening? The more Zhao Tianyu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, so he dared not disturb her and slowly exited the room. After showering and coming out of the bathroom, Zhao Tianyu felt fully awake and searched for a charger in the room, settling down in the living room to play with his phone. The internet was flooded with information about zombies and monsters with all sorts of opinions. The authorities had provided no explanations regarding the source, only issuing a few announcements urging everyone to find safe places to stay and not to venture outside waiting for rescue. Having experienced it once and knowing the outcome, Zhao Tianyu had no interest in this information. Opening WeChat, he found it similarly flooded with messages, hundreds of unread ones, but none from his parents. Yan Xian also hadn't sent him any new messages. Seeing that he hadn't replied, she probably thought he was dead by now. Surprisingly, there were still people chatting in the class WeChat group. Curious, Zhao Tianyu clicked in to have a look. It was filled with people starving and unable to sleep, pouring out their grievances. After reading a dozen messages, he lost interest, feeling helpless about their plight. In the 2 years of his past life, he had not encountered any of his classmates again, not knowing if any of the others had survived. More than half an hour passed unknowingly when Zhao Tianyu suddenly noticed some movement coming from the room behind him, prompting him to hurry over. You're awake? Zhao Tianyu asked the now upright Gu Yufei, stating the obvious. Weren't you sleeping? Gu Yufei was startled by Zhao Tianyu's sudden appearance. Zhao Tianyu said, I took a nap and woke up. I heard you mumbling when I passed by. Is everything alright? I feel fine now. I just got out of the shower not long ago and suddenly felt extremely hot and uncomfortable, so I lay down in the room and I don't remember anything after that. It seems you must have awakened, Zhao Tianyu responded. Awakened? Gu Yufei looked puzzled. That's right. Due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, a small number of survivors will automatically awaken their innate talents, thereby gaining extraordinary abilities. Online, they refer to this as awakeners. There is also a category of individuals called enhancers. You should have seen the items I extracted from the zombies today. They are called extraordinary ability crystals. Survivors who have not awakened on their own can absorb their energy to enhance their bodies. Zhao Tianyu explained patiently. By the way, do you feel any different about your body now? Now that you mention it, I really didn't notice. I feel full of strength and my hearing has become much sharper. Gu Yufei concentrated and immediately noticed the changes in her body, her face lighting up with excitement. Watching her long eyelashes flutter and her delicate lips resembling rose petals, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel his heart rate. Extend your hand, let me check you out, he instructed. Check. Gu Yufei looked puzzled but obediently extended her hand. Zhao Tianyu took her small hand without hesitation, poking and prodding, pretending to examine her. He had to admit her little hand was incredibly soft and smooth, feeling particularly pleasant to touch. As Gu Yufei's palm was gently teased by Zhao Tianyu, her face quickly flushed. Is it okay now?
Zhao Tianyu nodded reluctantly, letting go of her hand. Very good, you should have awakened your extraordinary ability. If he was not mistaken, Gu Yufei had most likely awakened her extraordinary ability, but he did not know the specific type. She would have to perceive it directly, as not everyone could possess a system like him. Tianyu, have you awakened your extraordinary ability? Gu Yufei asked curiously. Of course, I awakened a spatial ability allowing me to store items in a personal space. Zhao Tianyu stated, thinking it would be discovered sooner or later and it was better to reveal it now to save future trouble and explanations. After speaking, Zhao Tianyu focused his mind and stored the phone on the table into the space. Seeing this miraculous scene, Gu Yufei exclaimed excitedly, "This is incredible, your ability seems so powerful. I wonder what mine will be like. It surely won't be inferior. Once you gradually adapt to the changes in your body, it will reveal itself." Thank you for your concern and for saving me today. Gu Yufei said shyly, her gaze lowered. Zhao Tianyu observed her bashful expression and thought words mean little. It's better to take some substantial action like what the ancients did. It's no trouble, it's expected. I'm fine now, you should go back to sleep. I want to take another shower, Gu Yufei said, feeling shy. Back in his bedroom, Zhao Tianyu, still wide awake, took out the 3 extraordinary ability crystals he had obtained today. Although 3 were not enough for him to advance, they should significantly boost his strength. This item slid down into his stomach with a gurgle, leaving no taste. 1 extraordinary ability crystal entering his abdomen quickly spread a warm current throughout his body, and the entire digestion process completed in just a few minutes. Zhao Tianyu summoned his personal attribute panel. Host Zhao Tianyu. Physique 30. The average value for an adult male is 10. Strength 29. The average value for an adult male is 10. Agility 39. The average value for an adult male is 10. Mentality 36. The average value for an adult male is 10. Evolution level 1st tier Awakener. Ability teleportation. Note the maximum distance of teleportation at the current level is 10 meters. Mental energy is consumed when using this ability, and caution is advised when mental energy is low. Each attribute has increased, though the extent is not as exaggerated as during an advancement. The next morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up leisurely, drew back the curtains and glanced at the situation outside. In the community courtyard, aside from a few wandering zombies aimlessly, everything was surprisingly quiet, with no crowds hurrying to work or school as before. This situation is not hard to understand. Most households would have a small reserve. Vegetables might run out in a day or two, but staple foods could last around 10 days without issue. It is likely that very few would dare to venture out while not starving. Gu Yufei had also risen and was currently cooking something in the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu washed his face in the bathroom and found her already seated at the dining table waiting for him when he came out. "I made some noodles for breakfast, come eat," Gu Yufei called out as she saw him emerge. Zhao Tianyu glanced at the 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles on the table, noting that the one left for him was significantly more than her own. "Okay," Zhao Tianyu responded and sat down across from her. The 2 then ate silently, enjoying the noodles in peace. After finishing the last spoonful of noodle soup in his bowl, Zhao Tianyu looked at Gu Yufei across the table. "I need to go out for a while." "Why do you need to go out when it's so dangerous outside? Isn't it better to stay here? I looked it up, and if we ration the food here, we could last 10 days or even half a month without any problem." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Gu Yufei was shocked. She couldn't understand why he would want to leave a safe place they had finally found. Zhao Tianyu replied, "There are some matters that I must attend to outside. Can you tell me why it's necessary to take this risk?" Gu Yufei was not naive. She knew Zhao Tianyu must have his reasons for doing so. Although they hadn't known each other long, she could already deeply sense the extraordinary wisdom and courage this man possessed beyond his years. "It's already impossible to expect any rescue. What will we do after we finish this food? Moreover, I must tell you that the zombies will become stronger in a few days, and even more terrifying mutated forms will appear later. If we don't improve our strength during this period, we will have to wait for death." "How can you be so sure? Didn't the authorities say to hold our ground and that someone would come to rescue us?" Gu Yufei still couldn't understand why he was so certain. "I can't tell you where I got this information, but I can assure you that everything I say is true." "Then I'm going with you," Gu Yufei immediately said. Zhao Tianyu shook his head. "No need, it's too dangerous. You should stay here." "Are you saying I'm useless and want to abandon me?" Gu Yufei became anxious, her eyes turning red. Zhao Tianyu took her small hand and smiled. "How could I? Your cooking is too delicious. How could I bear to leave you?" With her small hand affectionately held by Zhao Tianyu's large palm, Gu Yufei's cheeks immediately flushed, making her appear even more enchanting.
Seeing this made Zhao Tianyu's heart race. Had it not been for urgent matters to attend to, he certainly wouldn't let her off lightly.
Zhao Tianyu then searched the room for any useful tools and packed them into his backpack. Although he had a system space, it was still necessary to have some basic camouflage.
The current priority was to find a place to gather food, and he aimed for the largest supermarket near the school. Even though yesterday was the weekend, there shouldn't be too many people in the supermarket.
Students are different from working adults. They usually have plenty of free time and wouldn't specifically choose to go grocery shopping on weekends to stock up. Stay here, well, no matter who knocks on the door besides me, don't make a sound and don't open the door, Zhao Tianyu reminded Gu Yufei before leaving.
In the apocalypse, people's hearts are often more terrifying than zombies.
Gu Yufei nodded anxiously and stepped forward to hold his arm. I understand. You must come back, don't leave me alone.
With no way to contact her family and no hope for rescue in sight, this man before her had become her greatest source of emotional support.
Zhao Tianyu patted her head reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely return. Unless something unexpected happens, I plan to stay here for the next few days as the environment is familiar and I have a beautiful chef with me, not to mention she's an awakener." He had no intention of leaving the city before gathering enough supplies. Under Gu Yufei's reluctant gaze, Zhao Tianyu took a battle axe in one hand and a riot shield in the other, shouldering his backpack as he stepped out. Just as he reached the ground floor, 3 zombies, which seemed to have appeared from nowhere, quickly spotted him and lunged at him. However, they soon collided with a steel plate and Zhao Tianyu easily dispatched them as if chopping vegetables. They were merely delivering themselves. Had he not feared damaging the riot shield with his current strength, he could have easily sent the zombies flying without needing to use his ability. These zombies had undergone new changes compared to those from yesterday. Their skin was pale gray with prominent black veins, and signs of decay were already appearing on their faces. Zhao Tianyu pulled out a fruit knife and stirred around a bit, seeing no ability crystal cores, before heading toward the main door. The entrance was calm, indicating that the zombie horde had not yet reconvened. The largest supermarket near the school wasn't too far away, roughly just over a kilometer. Zhao Tianyu walked along the community's extended road to the main intersection, where he saw numerous overturned cars and charred vehicle remains strewn about. Electric scooters and shared bicycles were abandoned everywhere, and the ground was stained with pools of dried blood, a testament to the brutality of yesterday's zombie outbreak. After observing for a moment and confirming safety, he approached a fallen pink electric scooter still with its keys in it, which had 3/4 of its battery left. He didn't know which ferry had left behind this ride, but judging by the circumstances, it was likely that the ferry was no longer around. Zhao Tianyu put away his battle axe and riot shield and hopped on. Along the way, he attracted the attention of numerous zombies, but before they could react, Zhao Tianyu had already sped away. Riding the cute electric scooter, he faced no traffic and quickly arrived near the supermarket. To the right of the supermarket was a cafeteria less than 50 meters apart, and not far to the left was a basketball court surrounded by iron mesh. Zhao Tianyu stopped his vehicle to observe for a while. He saw no signs of zombies at the canteen entrance, but at the supermarket entrance at least 20 or 30 were wandering about, and who knows how many were inside. Although he considered his strength to be decent, he dared not recklessly charge into a zombie den. He had to find a way to lure them out, and Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell on several cars beside the canteen, instantly sparking an idea. He quietly rode his small electric scooter next to those cars. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to discover a Porsche sports car hiding among them, most likely driven here by some rich second-generation kid trying to impress girls. Parking his electric scooter aside, Zhao Tianyu pulled out his battle axe and without a word began to quickly smash the cars, starting with the Porsche. In an instant, alarms blared and car lights flashed erratically. The piercing sound of the alarms acted like a powerful stimulant, instantly activating the zombies wandering nearby, causing them to start running in from all directions. The dozens of zombies at the supermarket entrance immediately rushed toward the sound, with even more pouring out from inside the supermarket. Seeing the massive horde of zombies, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of fear. There were at least over 100 of them. Thankfully, he had not recklessly charged into the supermarket just moments ago. The zombies were moving quickly, their momentum suffocating, but they were still a step too late, only able to see the tail lights of Zhao Tianyu's vehicle. The zombies that couldn't keep up with Zhao Tianyu turned back and surrounded the still blaring cars. Zhao Tianyu, on the other hand, took a wide detour and approached the supermarket entrance from another direction. At this moment, the car alarms were still blaring. From this angle, not a trace of the cars could be seen. All were engulfed by the horde of zombies. Zhao Tianyu cautiously parked his electric scooter, held his breath, and slowly stepped into the supermarket. Just as he entered, 2 female zombies dressed as supermarket staff cheerfully approached him. These 2 didn't seem to realize they were in danger or were too dedicated to their duties, still standing guard here. Zhao Tianyu waved them off, peeking into the supermarket interior. After confirming there weren't large groups of zombies, he turned back and gently pulled down the rolling shutter at the entrance.
Upon entering, Zhao Tianyu first noticed 2 puddles of fresh blood on the floor with several gnawed bones nearby. Zhao Tianyu finally understood why so many zombies had gathered here. It was likely that some unfortunate soul starving all night had finally succumbed and come here to scavenge only to become the zombies' breakfast. With the trouble dealt with, it was finally time for a harvest. He had visited this supermarket a few times before and was familiar with its layout. The supermarket occupied 2 floors. The first floor was filled with various food items while the second was stocked with daily necessities and other goods. Zhao Tianyu didn't need to think twice. The first floor would surely be wiped out. Water, drinks, alcohol, rice, flour, milk, bread, instant noodles, canned goods, everything edible would be taken without a trace. Near the checkout counter he spotted boxes of condoms on the shelves. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up. These were essential items for survival. How could he let them pass? While he was happily collecting supplies, the office and monitoring room on the second floor of the supermarket was on the verge of exploding with commotion. Several survivors exchanged glances, all seeing a look of disbelief on each other's faces. Their eyes were glued to the monitor displaying Zhao Tianyu. They watched as all the products on the shelves vanished into thin air. Boxes of mineral water and milk disappeared, bags of rice and barrels of oil were gone, rows of instant noodles and bread vanished, and most astonishingly, even peanuts, sunflower seeds, ham, sausages and spicy strips were not spared. Among the survivors there was a supermarket staff member and 4 students who had been shopping when the zombie outbreak occurred, leaving them trapped inside. One girl couldn't help but ask, "Am I hallucinating from hunger? Did you all see that? How is he doing this? I know this must be a special ability. I've read online that some people have awakened special powers, gaining abilities beyond ordinary imagination, and he must be one of them," replied a glasses-wearing boy excitedly. The supermarket manager Luli watched the scene unfold and wondered whether she should use the intercom to stop his actions. All those items were disappearing. How would she explain this to her boss? But she quickly abandoned the thought. She had no idea what was happening outside and her boss was unreachable. It wasn't worth offending such a ruthless person. After all, there was video evidence to clarify things. "Zihan, let's go out. There are no zombies downstairs now. I will protect you," a tall boy in the office said to the pretty girl named Zihan. However, Zihan did not respond. Instead, she stared intently at the boy on the screen, for she recognized him. "How could it be him?" Luli exclaimed. "We can't go out. The first floor is safe, but look, there are 2 monsters still guarding the entrance to our office. How do we get out? I don't want to end up like the 2 students who came in this morning, torn apart, left with nothing but bones. We don't need to rush. I guarantee that person will definitely come up to the second floor later." "We can go out then." "Sigh," the tall boy muttered, seeing no one supporting him. "If only I had a weapon, killing zombies wouldn't be hard at all. I've read that their speed can't match ours, and as long as we attack their heads we can easily take them down." At this moment Zhao Tianyu was happily looting and had no idea that all his actions were being monitored by others. After emptying the goods from the first floor, he turned his gaze to the second floor. Though daily necessities might not be as essential as food, there were still many items worth preparing, such as clothes, toilet paper, sanitary pads, shampoo and so on. The escalator in the supermarket was still operational and Zhao Tianyu directly stepped onto it. He remained fully focused on the movements above. Just because there weren't any zombies rushing down earlier didn't mean the second floor was safe. To the left of the escalator there were 3 rooms that appeared to be staff offices, all doors tightly closed, with 2 male zombies dozing off at the entrance. As soon as he revealed himself, the 2 zombies instantly woke up at the sound and lunged at him like hungry beasts. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong target. Standing before them was not a weak girl but a muscular warrior with overwhelming strength. Zhao Tianyu raised his riot shield and charged forward, first knocking back the one in front with the shield, then cleaving the other one with his axe. As the living corpse on the ground was about to rise, he brutally hacked its head open, ending its life. Bang, bang, bang. Just after dispatching them, a tremor shook the ground and zombies from every corner of the supermarket came rushing out upon hearing the sounds of the fight. Goodness, there were as many as 6 of them. Yet he felt no fear at all as long as he was not surrounded and attacked from all sides. With his current strength, these few zombies were nothing to him. Zhao Tianyu held the explosive shield in his left hand to fend off the zombies' bites, while his right hand swung the battle axe in a furious slash. With swift movements, dodging, jumping and slashing, he quickly dispatched all 6 zombies beneath his battle axe. He was not surprised to find so many zombies hidden on the second floor. Although there was a commotion outside, the zombies had lost all intelligence at this stage and could find no exit in this space filled with merchandise. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and pulled out a fruit knife. Just as he was concentrating on searching for the ability crystal core, the office door behind him suddenly swung open. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Tianyu turned his head cautiously while not forgetting to set down the fruit knife in his hand and pick up the battle axe beside him. Before him stood 2 men and 3 women, one of whom was a middle-aged woman in her 40s while the others looked like students.
Classmate, don't be nervous, don't act impulsively. We are all living people, not zombies.
Seeing Zhao Tianyu's actions, the older woman quickly spoke up. The scene of him dispatching the monsters like chopping vegetables was still vivid in her mind. If he actually mistook them for those monsters, it would be disastrous. Zhao Tianyu certainly recognized that they were normal humans, but he still did not relax his vigilance. In a world like this, living people were not necessarily safer than zombies. The older woman introduced herself. I am Lu Li, the manager of this supermarket. The others are students from school. These 2 young women are Xia Zihan and Li Ting, while these 2 young men are Su Lei and Yang Guichao. What do we call you? Zhao Tianyu glanced over them, his gaze mainly resting on Xia Zihan, who was exceptionally beautiful, as if he had seen her somewhere before. His attention on Su Lei was due to his height. Zhao Tianyu himself was already considered tall in the south, but Su Lei appeared to be at least 188 centimeters tall with a robust build, and his expression seemed unfriendly. However, he merely glanced at them a few more times. After confirming that they were all just ordinary people and didn't possess any lethal weapons, Zhao Tianyu lost interest.
Zhao Tianyu replied expressionlessly, my surname is Zhao. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Classmate, what's the situation outside? Is it safe? Since last night we've been trying to call the police. At first no one answered, and later we couldn't even get through. Supermarket manager Lu Li asked with an expectant look. Zhao Tianyu shook his head. I can only say that the supermarket is temporarily safe.
Of course we know the supermarket is safe, we can see that from the surveillance.
What we are asking about is the situation outside.
Su Lei interjected in a hostile tone. Surveillance?
So you saw everything I did downstairs just now?
Zhao Tianyu's eyes turned sharp. He hadn't expected that all his actions had been under their surveillance, and the secret of his space was surely exposed.
Lu Li shivered in fear. Classmate, we didn't mean to spy on you. Sister Lu, why are you afraid of him?
He can only kill zombies with the axe and shield he has. I don't believe he would dare to kill people.
Zhao, you must have awakened your abilities, right? I saw online that some people have awakened superpowers.
Just as Zhao Tianyu hesitated about whether to let them keep the secret forever, Yang Guichao, who had been inconspicuous, asked excitedly.
Indeed, this is the ability I awakened. Classmate Zhao, could you spare us some food? We've only had a bit of coffee since last night and have been starving the whole night. The plain-looking girl Li Ting asked pitifully.
Zhao Tianyu responded. These people were something else. The downstairs was filled with food, yet they preferred to starve rather than risk going out to get something to eat. There's food everywhere downstairs, why don't you go down and get it? Lu Li hurriedly explained. We were afraid originally there were more than just a few of us, but 3 other boys wanted to go out for food, and as soon as they stepped out they were bitten by those monsters.
Zhao Tianyu didn't want to waste more time with them.
With a thought, he took out a few packets of instant noodles and some bread from his system and tossed them on the ground to send them off. Since the secret had already been discovered, there was no need for him to hide anything. The hungry crowd immediately rushed over to pick up the bread and instant noodles on the ground, tearing open the packaging with rudeness and wolfing it down. Even the elegant-looking Xia Zihan was no exception.
Zhao Tianyu ignored them and began searching for useful daily necessities.
He certainly wouldn't overlook essentials like clothes, shoes, and socks, collecting everything for both men and women. He also grabbed a few sets of sheets and blankets, knowing they would come in handy later, as well as shampoo and body wash. Since there was still plenty of space, even if he didn't need so much, he could use it for trading in the future. Lu Li and the others, having filled their bellies, came out to see that more than half of the supermarket was emptied, leaving them stunned. What kind of people were these, not just taking the food but also not sparing these items? Where is the surveillance?
Take me to see it.
Once in the office, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the surveillance footage on the computer, then without a word he unplugged the power cord and directly stored the main unit in his space. They didn't seem to mind, but given their cowardly demeanor they probably wouldn't last long. However, if they posted this online it would be a huge problem. In his past life he had never heard of anyone awakening spatial abilities.
Classmate, what are you doing?
Seeing his actions, Lu Li instinctively asked. Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare.
What? Do you have an opinion? No.
Lu Li quickly shook her head. In front of this killing god she dared not say a word against him. Zhao Tianyu checked the time. It was already past 11 and it was just right for him to go back for lunch. Seeing Zhao Tianyu about to leave, the group immediately became anxious.
Yang Guichao hurriedly said, Classmate, where are you going?
Take us with you.
Yes, there's strength in numbers, we can look out for each other, Lu Li quickly echoed.
Zhao Tianyu glanced at them. I'm used to being alone, I'm not interested in teaming up with anyone. With you taking all the food, what are we supposed to do? Su Lei said angrily. Zhao Tianyu sneered. What you do is your own business, I am not your parents. Do you expect me to take care of your every need?
Damn it, say that again.
Su Lei shouted angrily. Being embarrassed in front of the girl he admired was an insult Su Lei, who was used to being arrogant, could not bear. Coming from a wealthy family, his life had always been smooth sailing, and with his tall and handsome appearance he was adored wherever he went. A few days ago his mother bought him a Porsche 911 as a birthday gift, finally allowing him to ask out Xiaozihan, planning to take a spin before enjoying a lavish dinner at a Michelin restaurant, followed by some activities they both understood. However, unexpectedly after a trip to the supermarket everything changed. Not only had he gone hungry for an entire night for the first time in his life, but today he was also humiliated by someone he usually wouldn't even spare a glance. Zhao Tianyu dismissed his threat with a cold laugh, shaking his head, and then calmly said, "Didn't hear me clearly.
I said if you call me dad maybe you'll be generous and give you some food. You're asking for death."
Enraged, Su Lei charged at him with his fists raised. While he might fear zombies, he had never been afraid of fighting and bullying others. Zhao Tianyu remained unfazed, waiting for him to close the distance before delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. He had little interest in dealing with ordinary people like Su Lei, but since he insisted on coming at him, his kick, though not full force, was enough to send him 3 to 4 meters away. Su Lei, having taken a heavy kick, fell to the ground like a car hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath on the floor. Wanting to maintain his dignity, he struggled to get up but found he lacked the strength.
"Su Lei, are you okay?"
Li Ting and the others rushed over to ask, while only Xiaozihan stood still, her expression complex as she shifted her gaze between Zhao Tianyu and Su Lei lying on the ground.
"Zhao, how could you be so ruthless?"
"We're still classmates after all," Li Ting said angrily, glaring at Zhao Tianyu. She had long been deeply attracted to the tall, rich and handsome Su Lei. Although she knew he liked Xiaozihan, it didn't hinder her fantasies, and she was even willing to act as a spy for him around Xiaozihan. Seeing her crush being beaten so badly by Zhao Tianyu made her feel a shared animosity. Without a second thought, Zhao Tianyu dashed forward and slapped both of them hard.
"Damn it, don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman."
Li Ting's ears rang as her cheeks instantly swelled red.
"If you're not convinced, feel free to come at me. Don't you want food? Just come and take it, after all it's just me here and there are many of you."
Zhao Tianyu looked at them coldly. If they had spoken nicely from the beginning, given his good mood today after a big harvest, he might have even thrown them a few packs of instant noodles and bread. Such ordinary people were no more than ants to him. Killing them would be like crushing bugs lacking interest. Since he had arrived in the apocalypse, how could he not let them truly experience the thrill of fear and hunger? There were over 100 zombies waiting for them at the door. Li Ting, covering her throbbing ears, dared not speak further, while Su Lei with some help managed to stand up but did not dare to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze.
The atmosphere instantly turned silent.
"Zhao, please don't misunderstand.
Let's talk things over."
"You're magnanimous, don't stoop to their level," the supermarket manager Luli said, forcing herself to mediate.
Seeing they did not dare to act, Zhao Tianyu lost interest and walked straight to the entrance on the first floor.
He crouched behind the door to listen to the situation outside, confirming there was no movement before gently pulling up the roll-up door. The car alarms outside had stopped ringing, likely because those vehicles had been dismantled by zombies. However, quite a few zombies were still gathered around the cars.
Additionally, many zombies were staggering around various spots on the street.
His pink electric scooter was still quietly parked in place, and just as he was preparing to ride away, footsteps sounded behind him. Zhao Tianyu turned to see all 5 of them cautiously following him out. Seeing nothing at the door and breathing the long-lost air, Su Lei and the others finally relaxed.
"Ah! Zombies!"
Luli suddenly spotted a horde of zombies several dozen meters away and screamed in terror. Before they could react, the zombies, startled by the scream, surged toward them like an ant colony disturbed. Even Zhao Tianyu was startled by the sight of the massive swarm of zombies, resembling a vast army. Without a second thought, he immediately took off running, jumped on his scooter, inserted the key and sped off in the opposite direction of the zombies, turning the power to maximum. "Wait for us!" Luli and the others, shocked, screamed in panic as they started to run after Zhao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, the leading zombies reached them and Luli at the back was knocked down. After running about 50 meters, Zhao Tianyu sensed something was wrong behind him and turned to see an extra person on the back seat.
Zhao Tianyu. No time to think about that, he needed to leave first.
Soon screams echoed from behind, indicating that their group was in dire trouble. Zhao Tianyu took a detour, riding nearly a kilometer before stopping his scooter when he saw there were no zombies nearby.
"It's safe now, you can get off." "No way. Where you go, I go."
Xiaozihan shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Being perceptive, Xiaozihan had sensed from the moment Zhao Tianyu was frantically collecting supplies in the supermarket that this world was no longer the same. After a long sleepless night, she clearly understood what kind of people Su Lei and the others were.
Following them would only lead to a dead end.
Thus she had focused all her attention on Zhao Tianyu, and seeing him about to escape, she unleashed all her potential to jump onto the vehicle. Having seen nothing but man-eating zombies along the way, her previous suspicions were confirmed, so there was no way she was getting off now. Zhao Tianyu looked at her with a half-smile. "You're clever, but why should I take you a burden?"
"Zhao Tianyu, don't you remember me?"
"Xia Zihan from our English class," she said, looking at him in confusion. With her reminder, Zhao Tianyu finally recalled that his English score in the college entrance examination was not very good. Like most of his classmates, he was placed in the Klebel class, while the other half of the class consisted of students from the Chinese language and literature major, including Xia Zihan. More than 2 years had passed, and with little interaction before, how could he remember clearly? No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her at the supermarket. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, then gently shook his head and said, "Classmate Xia, I remember, but what of it?
This is no longer a time of peace. Do you think I should take you with me just based on such a connection?
I can hardly protect myself." Hearing his blunt words, Xia Zihan's expression changed drastically, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The terrifying scene of the zombies rushing towards him and the screams of Li Ting and the others were still vividly etched in his mind. Just the thought of facing them alone made his scalp tingle.
I can cook and do laundry for you."
"I eat very little and run fast. I won't be a burden to you," Xia Zihan said nervously. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and shook his head. "There are already people taking care of cooking and laundry, and she does it very well.
It's not your place to interfere.
Your eating less and running fast has nothing to do with me." Xia Zihan forced herself to calm down, secretly calculating in her heart. With her family unreachable and the hope for rescue dim, she had no choice but to follow him. But how could she persuade him? Zhao Tianyu was clearly not like Su Lei, someone who could be easily manipulated with just a few words. After pondering for a long time, Xia Zihan finally made up her mind.
"As long as you agree to let me follow you, I will do whatever you ask, including.
Her voice trailed off at the end.
"Including what?"
Zhao Tianyu asked with a playful look in his eyes. Xia Zihan met his gaze for a moment, then hurriedly lowered her head, her face turning beet red as she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Including just whatever you say."
Zhao Tianyu had to admit that she was a clever and brave girl, always knowing what she wanted and what she could offer. Well, her sincerity moved him. Zhao Tianyu reached out his index finger to gently lift her chin, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he stared into her eyes.
"This is what you said yourself. I didn't force you." "MHM." Xia Zihan dared not meet his gaze and simply nodded obediently. The journey went smoothly and they quickly returned to the faculty dormitory. "Knock, knock, knock. Yufei, I'm back." "Open the door." Zhao Tianyu knocked and called out. "Tianyu, you're finally back."
Gu Yufei exclaimed joyfully, rushing over. She had been anxious all morning, worried that Zhao Tianyu would abandon her, but now she could finally relax.
However, when she saw Xia Zihan standing behind Zhao Tianyu, she froze completely. Xia Zihan's expression was no better. She truly didn't expect to encounter Gu Yufei here. Zhao Tianyu immediately sensed the change in their emotions and asked, "What? Do you two know each other?"
"The campus beauty Xia, who doesn't know her? Why are you following her instead of those rich boys?"
Gu Yufei said coldly, making it clear that she was displeased.
"So Gu Jie is here too, that's good. Finally I see a familiar face." After her initial shock, Xia Zihan quickly put on a smile and warmly greeted her.
Now she dared not be as confrontational as before. Watching Zhao Tianyu and Gu Yufei being so close, Xia Zihan was momentarily unsure of their relationship.
If they were really involved, she would be in trouble.
Gu Yufei turned her face away coldly and ignored her.
Zhao Tianyu pretended not to notice and smiled. "It's even better that you know each other.
When we go out to scavenge for supplies, we happened to run into her.
Seeing that she had nowhere to go, I brought her back." Hearing this, both women turned to look at him, rolling their eyes in unison.
Xia Zihan thought, "As if it's so easy to bring me back.
If I hadn't promised to be willing to sacrifice, would you have agreed to take me?"
Gu Yufei chimed in, "You scoundrel.
When I wanted to follow you, not only forced me to kill zombies but also stuffed paper balls in my mouth. Now you casually bring back Xia while I was worried about you all morning." Zhao Tianyu set down his backpack and went to wash his face in the bathroom.
"Yufei, is lunch ready?" Gu Yufei nodded and replied, "It's ready, but I only made enough for 2 people, not enough for some people."
"Gu Jie, it's fine. I can eat whatever, just something to fill me up," Xia Zihan said with a smile. She was no longer worried about having nothing to eat. Zhao Tianyu had cleared out an entire supermarket's worth of food, so how could he let himself go hungry?
Gu Yufei replied sternly, "Don't call me sister like that. Who's older is still debatable. No matter who's older, I still have to call you sister. After all, you entered this door first." "I understand the rules of seniority," Xia Zihan said with a smile.
Zhao Tianyu glanced over their graceful figures and chuckled. "I think this way of addressing is just fine.
Let's keep it that way. Alright, let's all sit down and eat."
The amount of food Gu Yufei prepared was similar to last night, more than enough for 3, but unfortunately Zhao Tianyu, who had been starving, would undoubtedly eat more when he saw delicious food. Zhao Tianyu entered the kitchen and took out a large plate of braised beef he had obtained that morning along with 2 cans of beer from the fridge. Only those who have experienced extreme hunger can truly appreciate the value of food. Returning to the dining table, Zhao Tianyu immediately began to wolf down his meal. It seemed that correcting this habit would take quite a bit of time. Xia Zihan was not in a much better state. Her eating style was in stark contrast to her appearance. Having eaten little for lunch yesterday and starving all night, the small amount she ate this morning was barely enough. Only Gu Yufei was leisurely eating, watching the two of them devour their food with a sense of pride. "Yufei, your cooking is absolutely amazing," Zhao Tianyu praised while chewing. After lunch and a short rest, he left the 2 women at home and went out alone again. It wasn't that he didn't want to give them a chance to train, but time was pressing. He needed to scavenge for supplies and collect ability crystals before the zombies evolved. Bringing them along would only slow him down. Before the sun set, Zhao Tianyu returned to the temporary residence. In the afternoon, he had raided 2 smaller supermarkets on campus and encountered several groups of students looking for food along the way, but he did not engage with them much. The afternoon haul was even greater than the morning's. In addition to food, he had collected a total of 11 ability crystals today. After dinner, Zhao Tianyu called Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan to the living room to impart some theoretical knowledge about dealing with zombies. "You all witnessed me kill zombies with your own eyes. What do you think is the most important thing when dealing with zombies?" Zhao Tianyu asked the 2. "I know. It's to attack their heads. That's their weak point. Only hitting the head can kill them," Gu Yufei said with a hint of excitement. Xia Zihan blinked and added, "I think it's important to prevent being scratched or bitten by them. I read online that even a small bite can lead to infection and turn someone into a zombie." Zhao Tianyu nodded. "What you both said makes sense, but I believe the most crucial thing about dealing with zombies is overcoming fear. You must stay calm and composed at all times. This is the issue you both need to overcome right now. If you encounter zombies and your hands and legs go weak, trembling all over, not only will dealing with zombies be difficult, but escaping will also become a problem. Only by overcoming fear can you accomplish the 2 things you just mentioned in a calm state." After hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, both of them nodded in agreement. Indeed, fear was their biggest problem at the moment. Just the thought of facing those man-eating creatures made their bodies tremble involuntarily. "There's no point in talking too much about this. In a couple of days I'll find an opportunity to help you practice courage." Suddenly, as Zhao Tianyu was speaking, darkness enveloped the bright room. "Tianyu, what happened?" Gu Yufei, sitting beside him, panicked and grabbed his arm. Zhao Tianyu held her close without hesitation and reassured her, "It's just a power outage. Don't worry, I have candles." Today at the supermarket, he had collected all the candles he saw, totaling several thousand. It seemed he needed to quickly set up some solar power devices, or else they would only have candles to rely on at night in the future. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu kissed her a few times on the cheek before getting up to turn on his phone's flashlight and then lighting a candle. "Gu Jie, why is your face so red?" With the living room bathed in light again, Xia Zihan looked at Gu Yufei in surprise, as if discovering a new world. After spending some time together, their relationship had eased considerably. In the face of the apocalypse, what were a few past minor conflicts? Gu Yufei said nervously, "Really? It must be the reflection of the candlelight." "I see your face is quite red too. If you don't believe me, ask Zhao Tianyu." After saying this, she playfully glared at Zhao Tianyu. "It must be the light." Zhao Tianyu chuckled. Xia Zihan smiled, clearly unconvinced, but tactfully chose not to pursue it further. Zhao Tianyu got up and walked to the balcony, pulling back a corner of the curtain to peek outside. It was just as dark outside with no light in sight. He knew this would be the norm from now on. From now on, light at night would become a luxury and the bright lights of the past would no longer be seen. Zhao Tianyu checked his phone. There was no internet either. "You two fill every container in this room with water. I'm worried that there might be no water tomorrow," he instructed. "Ah. If there's no water, how will we take a shower?" Xia Zihan exclaimed, astonished.
Gu Yufei showed a similar expression.
Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes with their current situation. If it weren't for him, they probably wouldn't even have enough water to drink.
We'll have to rely on dry washing from now on. Let's fill up as much water as we can while we still can, he said.
At his words, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan immediately sprang into action, searching the house for containers to hold water. Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette and lay back on the sofa contemplating the arrangements for the coming days. A day had already passed. There were only 6 days left until the second wave of red mist arrived. They needed to leave this densely populated city center before that, or escaping would become significantly more difficult once the zombies evolved again. The first official evacuation shelter established around the city was in Guantong Town, over 30 kilometers away, about 3 to 4 days from now. However, he didn't plan on going there because he knew that the shelter wouldn't last long before being overrun by the hordes of zombies. In his past life he had heard the broadcast and rushed there, but by the time he arrived it had already fallen. After that the government established several more shelters, but none lasted long, some for only a month or two, at most half a year, before disappearing for various reasons. After that there were no more official shelters reported. Instead, strong survivor groups established gathering places, but entry required payment and offerings. He still needed to work hard to gather supplies. Although the resources in his space could sustain him for decades, it was far from enough to form a team and accomplish anything. After much effort, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan finally filled every container in the room with water.
Alright, let's take a break for now. Xia Zihan, there are only 2 bedrooms here.
You can decide how to manage it, either squeeze with Gu Yufei or sleep on the sofa.
Of course, if you don't mind, you're welcome to come to my room.
Hearing Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, Xia Zihan had no complaints. Instead, she felt a bit pleased, as having separate rooms indicated that their relationship was not as she initially feared. She still had a chance.
I'll just sleep on the sofa, Xia Zihan said after thinking for a moment.
Although her relationship with Gu Yufei had improved, sharing a bed still felt a bit awkward.
Suit yourself.
By the way, later you two should eat this one for each of you, Zhao Tianyu said as he took out 2 ability crystal nuclei from his space.
Ability crystal nuclei.
Under the candlelight, the two stared intently at the 2 transparent crystal objects in Zhao Tianyu's hand, exclaiming in unison. They had seen pictures of them online.
Zhao Tianyu nodded. That's right. Eating these will enhance your strength.
Especially you, Zihan, can become a stronger version of yourself. The effects will be even more pronounced. Yufei, although you have already awakened, these will still boost your attributes in various aspects. Tianyu, is it wasteful to use something so precious on us?
We can't really help you with anything. I read online that it takes several zombies to produce just one. Gu Yufei said with a furrowed brow.
If I tell you to eat, just eat. Don't upset me, I have my own considerations, Zhao Tianyu said sternly. He had a total of 11 ability crystal nuclei. He had already consumed 3 and could consume up to 7 more to evolve to the 2nd level. To evolve from the 2nd level to the 3rd, he would need 2nd level ability crystal nuclei.
Even if the system could synthesize upgrades, the remaining 4 first level nuclei were still insufficient to synthesize a single 2nd level one. Therefore, using them on them at this stage would yield greater benefits.
Seeing Zhao Tianyu's displeasure, the 2 obediently extended their hands to accept the nuclei. The 2 of them curiously examined the ability crystal core in their hands.
Tianyu, can this thing really be eaten?
It feels like a piece of crystal, Gu Yufei said with an expression of disbelief. Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, of course, consuming this will make your entire body feel warm, but the effect usually lasts for a few minutes.
Zihan, your first enhancement might take a little longer.
After explaining to the 2, Zhao Tianyu paid them no further mind and returned to his bedroom alone. Sitting on the bed to calm his mind, he took an ability crystal core and consumed it. Only one ability crystal core can be swallowed at a time. He must wait until it is fully absorbed before taking another. Trying to save time by consuming several at once would lead to severe discomfort and even bodily harm. After the 7th core was ingested, Zhao Tianyu suddenly felt as if he were being burned by fire, his muscles throbbing with intense pain. He knew this was a sign of his impending advancement. There was nothing he could do but silently endure. After enduring nearly half an hour of torment, he successfully evolved to the 2nd tier and his body was reinforced once again.
Zhao Tianyu quickly summoned his personal attribute interface.
Physique 47. The average value for an adult male is 10. Strength 46. The average value for an adult male is 10. Agility 56. The average value for an adult male is 10. Mental power 53. The average value for an adult male is 10. Evolution level tier 2. Awakened ability teleportation node. Maximum teleport distance at current level is 15 meters. Using the ability requires
mental power.
All attributes have increased by nearly half, and Zhao Tianyu felt that his strength now far exceeded his previous 3rd tier. Most importantly, his teleport distance had increased by a full 5 meters. With a maximum distance of 15 meters, a single teleport could traverse the width of a basketball court. This ability was terrifying whether for escaping or for combat. Had he possessed even half of such power in his past life, he would not have been surrounded and torn apart by zombies. In the dead of night, Zhao Tianyu, who had officially become a first-tier enhanced individual, was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The world was changing too rapidly, but before completing her enhancement, all the changes felt somewhat unreal, merely things she could see and hear. Only after becoming an enhanced individual herself and experiencing a significant boost in her own physique did she truly feel that this world was no longer the same one ruled by power and money. It was foreseeable that in the future everything would be determined by strength. The one with the hardest fist would be the ruler. Thinking back to the morning's provocation by Su Lei, an ordinary person, towards the awakened Zhao Tianyu, she felt it was such a foolish act. Fortunately, she had made the right choice. Today had passed without incident, but what about in the future? Even though she had completed her enhancement, she was still just slightly stronger than ordinary people, remaining a worthless existence among evolvers. Awakened individuals were the strongest. Even Gu Yufei was an awakened individual, while she herself was nothing, relying on the ability crystal cores bestowed by Zhao Tianyu to complete her evolution. It was evident that Gu Yufei and Zhao Tianyu had mutual feelings. If they truly developed that kind of relationship, there would be no status for her to follow along, and she might even become a victim. What to do? Suddenly an absurd thought flooded her mind. Why don't I intercept him first and become Zhao Tianyu's girlfriend? From today's situation, it seemed that Zhao Tianyu was also interested in her. With his powerful spatial abilities and combat skills, being with him would surely lead to a better future. This was an opportunity that could determine whether she could survive in this chaotic world. She absolutely could not miss it. All along she had been waiting for the right price, and this time she decided to place her bet. As for Gu Yufei, she could only say sorry. Her guilt for snatching love was almost non-existent. With her mind made up, she hesitated no longer and abruptly got up from the sofa, heading towards the bedroom where Zhao Tianyu was. Who? Hearing the noise, Zhao Tianyu instantly jumped up from the bed. Although he had just fallen asleep, his sleep was light and he remained highly alert. This was a habit formed in his past life. During the apocalypse, one had to stay vigilant at all times or they wouldn't survive for long.
It's me, Xia Zihan. Zihan, why are you here at this late hour?
I came to fulfill the promise I made this morning. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. Was this girl being so proactive? Right now he was focused solely on gathering more supplies, putting everything else aside, not expecting her to come knocking. As a normal man, it was impossible not to have thoughts when seeing a beautiful girl, especially influenced by the harsh realities of the apocalypse. In a world where one never knew whether tomorrow or an unexpected event would come first, who had the heart to pursue romance? First, one had to fill their stomachs. Moreover, since the incident with Yen Xian, he had become even less willing to believe in love. Looking at Xia Zihan's alluring curves and her slender, beautiful legs, Zhao Tianyu could no longer hold back and pulled her close.
Come up, the bed is big and soft, let's lie down and have a good chat.
After their exchange, Zhao Tianyu looked at the sleeping Xia Zihan beside him and the red spots on the blanket, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome. That kind of ultimate experience could not be compared to the flashy goods priced at a can of food or a piece of bread. The next day, Zhao Tianyu woke up feeling refreshed. With his current physical condition, last night's activities had no impact on him whatsoever.
Xia Zihan had already gotten up early, likely to avoid encountering Gu Yufei.
In the kitchen, the two women were preparing breakfast.
Yufei, did you sleep well last night?
Zhao Tianyu greeted cheerfully. Very well. After eating that ability crystal core, I fell asleep soon and woke up naturally.
Zihan, how about you?
Xia Zihan. She shot a glare at the culprit who had nearly kept her from getting out of bed.
Don't you know how well I rested?
Then she pouted and said, I'm also doing quite well. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu went out as usual. Today he aimed to search for suitable targets outside the school. Upon exiting the community, he took out the small electric scooter from his space and headed towards the east gate of the school. The east gate was merely a side entrance mainly established for the faculty living in the area. The main entrance was just an ordinary road, not a bustling commercial area. However, to prevent stumbling into a nest of zombies, Zhao Tianyu still took out the drone he had found earlier. After flying 3 kilometers and confirming there were no dense zombie hordes nearby, he operated it to return. At this moment, the electric scooter could be considered a miraculous tool. There was no need to worry about traffic congestion and its sound was minimal, avoiding the attention of the zombies, making it far more convenient than a car. Upon exiting the school gate, the chaos on the road was even more severe than inside the campus. Everywhere he looked was a scene of devastation. Cars that had burned, overturned or collided filled the entire road, extending as far as the eye could see, resembling a massive accident scene. Scattered zombies wandered aimlessly on the road and the appearance of Zhao Tianyu immediately activated them. Now was not the time to tangle with them. Zhao Tianyu accelerated and maneuvered through the gaps on the road. After walking over a kilometer, a row of brand new electric scooters parked by the roadside caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a store called Ainyo specializing in electric scooters with a convenience store next to it. Zhao Tianyu parked his scooter directly on the road and took out his blast shield and battle axe. The little electric scooter he was riding had only 50 battery remaining. It seemed it wouldn't last much longer. Why not take this opportunity to stock up on new scooters for future use?
Hubby, come look, there's another reckless one.
On the balcony across the road, a young woman noticed Zhao Tianyu and whispered,
"What's going on?"
Her husband approached. The young woman pointed at Zhao Tianyu below and said, "Look at that handsome guy downstairs. He actually dares to run out alone.
Do you think he'll succeed?
He's just one person with a broken axe trying to play the hero. It's pure suicide.
Let's just watch the show."
Her husband sneered. A few zombies were wandering at the store entrance. Zhao Tianyu surveyed the surroundings and, confirming there were no large groups nearby, raised his blast shield and charged forward. The leading zombie was directly knocked away by him, colliding with and toppling the two behind it, making the subsequent actions much simpler. The two people upstairs watched in astonishment as Zhao Tianyu effortlessly dispatched 5 zombies with his immense strength, agile movements, and skilled techniques. The sounds of the fight drew more and more survivors' attention from upstairs. They all held their breath, staring intently at him. Nearby zombies all stirred and charged towards him, totaling at least 20 or 30.
Alas, this young man is done for.
A man in his 60s sighed. Since yesterday he had seen several waves of people venturing out to search for food, but none had succeeded, all becoming food for the zombies. Seeing the situation, Zhao Tianyu also steeled himself. He couldn't just rush into the store, otherwise he would easily be surrounded inside. If it were only this number of zombies he wouldn't be afraid, but he feared that killing more would only attract more, leading to a dead end.
He wasn't sure if his teleportation ability could penetrate obstacles. He would have to experiment with it another day.
In an instant the zombies' advance party reached him, and Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to swing his battle axe, continuously weaving around the cars on the street.
With his current agility and strength, these zombies couldn't even get close.
Soon where Zhao Tianyu passed was littered with zombie remains, some with severed arms, others with split skulls, and some even completely dismembered. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the survivors upstairs were dumbfounded. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to believe what they had just seen was real.
How could he be so strong? Is this the power of an evolved being?
A man who had been mocking Zhao Tianyu just moments ago murmured in disbelief. Although there had been many rumors about evolved beings online, those who actively awakened were rare, so rare that describing them as 1 in 10,000 was not an exaggeration. The vast majority of ordinary people, unless absolutely necessary, hardly dared to kill en masse to obtain ability crystals, so the number of enhancers was still quite limited, and they knew little about the strength of evolved beings. After eliminating all the zombies, Zhao Tianyu directly entered the electric scooter specialty store, where numerous scooters of various sizes were displayed. Including the row outside, there were at least 100 scooters, all with keys left in them, saving him the trouble of searching for keys. Although most of the new scooters had around 70 to 80% battery, he didn't mind. With so many available, it was more than enough.
Zhao Tianyu unceremoniously stored them all in his space.
Naturally, he couldn't overlook the convenience store next to it. Though his main target was the supermarket, any small gain was still worthwhile.
After ransacking the convenience store, Zhao Tianyu rode away on the electric scooter.
What he didn't know was that his spectacular performance earlier had stirred the hearts of many survivors upstairs, igniting thoughts of venturing out to kill zombies and seize ability crystals to become evolved beings.
On the campus of S University, in the dormitory building. "Brothers, are you ready?" Yufeng asked the remaining 3 roommates before him.
Their dormitory originally had 6 people, and before the zombie outbreak they had happily played games together. Now only 4 were left. One had turned into a zombie and another had been bitten, both of whom they had jointly thrown off the balcony. Just the night before last, after a painful ordeal of fever, Yufeng successfully awoke his ability, greatly enhancing his physique. After more than a day of exploration, he figured out his superpower. After using his ability, he became immensely strong for a period of time, feeling at least 4 times stronger than before. After becoming an awakened being, his nickname in the dormitory changed from Crazy to Brother Foam. After the zombie outbreak, they had survived for a day and a night, relying on the snacks, milk, and instant noodles hoarded in their dormitory, waiting for rescue according to official instructions. However, the anticipated rescue never arrived last night. Even the electricity and internet were cut off, plunging them deeper into despair. Unable to endure any longer, they decided it was better to take a risk than to starve slowly.
"Ready?" the 3 of them whispered in unison. Yufeng said, "All right. I'll charge ahead, you follow me. Our target is the convenience store downstairs. Let's fill our stomachs first."
Saying this, he opened the dormitory door with one person wielding a steel pipe disassembled from a bunk bed as a weapon charging out. In dire situations, people often unleash unimaginable potential, their combat power skyrocketing. After knocking over a few zombies with the steel pipe, they realized that the zombies they had previously feared were really no big deal. Under the leadership of Yufeng the Awakened, they grew more courageous, managing to reach the first floor unscathed and successfully occupy the convenience store.
The distance between the university dormitory buildings was quite small, and with good eyesight one could see clearly what was happening on the opposite balcony. Before the apocalypse, many boys enjoyed peeking at the girls' dormitory from their own balconies. The actions of Yufeng and his companions were observed by many. Their success greatly encouraged the students, quickly triggering a chain reaction as they overcame their fears in the face of hunger, rushing out of the dormitory and charging at the horde of zombies for their lives. In his past life around this time, Zhao Tianyu had recklessly rushed into the girls' dormitory to bring Yan Xian down. Yufeng and his three companions entered the convenience store, swiftly eliminating the three zombies inside before immediately pulling down the rolling shutter. "Haha, now the entire convenience store is ours," exclaimed a roommate named Tang Song excitedly.
The other two roommates, Li Guanchuan and Zhou Minwen, also showed expressions of excitement. "Everyone hurry up and fill your stomachs," Yufeng said. Without needing his instruction, the others had already turned on their phone flashlights and began to move. Some went to grab soda, others took bread, while Tang Song devoured spicy chicken legs with both hands. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhou Minwen asked, "Brother Feng, are we really going to find my sister-in-law?"
"If you're afraid, you don't have to go.
"Brother Feng and I can manage just fine," Li Guanchuan said, visibly displeased with Zhou Minwen's timid demeanor. His girlfriend and Yufeng's girlfriend Li Mengyao were dormitory mates, and it was his girlfriend who had initially facilitated the gathering between the two dormitories.
Going to rescue Li Mengyao was equivalent to saving his girlfriend, so he naturally agreed wholeheartedly.
Hearing Li Guanchuan mock his fear, Zhou Minwen immediately became irate, as the two had never gotten along.
"Li Guanchuan, don't look down on me. Did I say I wouldn't go?"
Yufeng quickly raised his hand to stop them, saying, "All right, everyone, stop arguing.
This was merely a personal matter for me, Yufeng.
If you are willing to help, I would be extremely grateful. I consider you all brothers, but if you choose not to help, I won't force you." The message was quite clear: those willing to join were brothers, while those who did not help would no longer be considered as such. Zhou Minwen and Tang Song exchanged glances but said nothing. In truth, Yufeng's willingness to take risks was not solely for his girlfriend Li Mengyao, but rather because of her roommate Yan Xian. Since he first met Yan Xian at the initial gathering, Yufeng had been deeply captivated by her beauty and charm, unable to extricate himself. Later, when Yan Xian started dating a guy named Zhao Tianyu, he reluctantly settled for her best friend Li Mengyao as his girlfriend, yet he had always been unable to forget Yan Xian. In the past, he had no money and his appearance was quite ordinary. Losing to Zhao Tianyu could only be attributed to bad luck. Fortunately, heaven finally opened its eyes, allowing him to become an awakened one with unimaginable superpowers. Moreover, he had heard that Zhao Tianyu had turned into a zombie. Now he was confident he could win Yan Xian's heart. Thinking of her mesmerizing smiles and enticing figure, Yufeng felt a surge of heat in his heart. Wandering the streets for nearly an hour, Zhao Tianyu had swept through several convenience stores, bakeries and tobacco shops, even eyeing a power bank at a mobile phone store, yet he had not encountered an appropriate medium-sized supermarket. When it came to supplies, large shopping centers and major chain supermarkets were the best options, but those were not within his consideration. Since the incident occurred on a weekend, there would surely be a massive crowd inside, and naturally the number of zombies would also be terrifying. Even though he currently possessed the strength to crush ordinary zombies, one person's power was still limited. Caution was the key to survival. At that moment, a flipped logistics truck blocked the road with its cargo scattered across the ground. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to detour, a sudden thought struck him.
Right. Why am I fixating on these supermarkets? I can go directly to their warehouses.
In a big city like S-City with a population of over 20 million, those large chain supermarkets must have a storage and distribution center.
If he could find one, it would be a windfall, and the number of zombies in such places shouldn't be too high.
As he was lost in thought, nearby zombies quickly began to converge towards him, prompting Zhao Tianyu to hastily turn around. He returned to a convenience store he had previously looted, and upon seeing no new zombies around, he finally stopped his vehicle. Slipping into the convenience store and shutting the glass door, Zhao Tianyu took out his phone.
Luckily, he had downloaded offline maps in advance, otherwise his phone would only be good for watching movies and serving as a flashlight. Opening the map up, he quickly searched for Walmart, Ruinfa, Carrefour, one after another. The closest one was Walmart's warehouse, but it was still 11 kilometers away from here. In the past, this distance would have been nothing, taking at most half an hour. However, given the current traffic conditions, cars could hardly navigate the city. On an electric bike with detours it would likely take 2 or 3 hours to arrive. He needed to return and plan carefully because once he went over there he could not possibly return to school from such a distance. Meanwhile Yufeng and the others had already rescued the 3 girls from Li Mengjiu's dormitory and were resting in a safe place. They were indeed quite lucky when the zombie outbreak occurred. There were only the 3 of them in the dormitory and none had been infected or mutated. Brother Feng, you were so powerful just now. Those man-eating monsters were no match for you. I feel so safe being by your side. I truly envy Mengyao. Yan Xian blinked her big watery eyes, displaying a face full of admiration. Seeing his goddess expression, Yufeng's heart fluttered. Yan Xian, don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. You should eat more, you've probably been starving these last few days, right? Thank you, Brother Feng, you're so kind. Yan Xian gave him another sweet smile. Watching the 2 of them flirt openly, Li Mengjiu's eyes blazed with anger. She could feel that after this incident Yufeng had become noticeably colder towards her. Seeing Yan Xian turn around and notice Li Mengjiu's sullen expression, she quickly pretended to just realize it. Mengyao, I just wanted to thank you, Feng, please don't misunderstand. Are you really angry? I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. We're good sisters, please don't be mad at me, okay? Humph. Having lived in the same dormitory for nearly 2 years and spending time together in class meals and sleep, who didn't understand the other? Li Mengyao acted as if she hadn't heard and turned her head to talk to Li Guanquan's girlfriend. Seeing that Li Mengyao was ignoring her, Yan Xian frowned, putting on a look of innocence as she looked towards Yufeng. Brother Feng, I accidentally upset Mengyao. Can you help me smooth things over with her? It's fine, she's just being petty, she'll be fine after a while. Yufeng waved his hand, showing no intention of comforting her. Returning to the school staff housing area, Zhao Tianyu wandered around the courtyard, experiencing the wonder of instant movement before heading upstairs. With his current spiritual power, exerting his abilities 3 times in quick succession was already his maximum limit. Tianyu, you're back. Gu Yufei's smile bloomed like a white orchid. Sitting on the sofa, Xia Zihan also smiled at him. What good news? Why so happy? Tianyu, I finally know what my awakened ability is. Gu Yufei said excitedly. Oh. What kind of ability is it? Zhao Tianyu was quite surprised. In both his past and present lives this was his first time awakening an ability, and he was unaware of how others fared. He also didn't understand why he could sense and directly use his ability right upon awakening, while Gu Yufei only figured it out now. In his past life he had mostly seen and heard about strength and speed types of abilities, mostly involving immense power and rapid speed, while other types were rarely mentioned, possibly due to his limited exposure. I discovered I can see through walls and clearly observe the situation inside the building across from me. Gu Yufei was very happy because she was no longer useless except for cooking. Zhao Tianyu. Isn't that just X-ray vision? That's incredible. Doesn't that mean she can see what others are wearing and what is happening around them? Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, then asked, what are the specifics of your ability? Tell me about it. After breakfast today, feeling quite bored, I looked outside through the window thinking about what the people in the opposite building were doing. To my surprise, as soon as I concentrated, I could really see their home situation clearly. Their family was in a dire state. All 5 members had turned into zombies. How long can you maintain it after using it once? After listening to her ramble on without hitting the main point, Zhao Tianyu had to ask himself. Gu Yufei thought for a moment and said, about half a minute. I haven't tested it specifically, but it seems I can only use it twice. When I tried to use it for the 3rd time, I immediately felt dizzy and had to rest for a while before recovering. Zhao Tianyu immediately understood her ability belonged to the perception category, consuming mental energy. When her mental energy was low, she couldn't use it anymore, and forcing it would naturally lead to dizziness. Your ability is quite powerful, but it consumes mental energy, so don't use it recklessly. Oh, got it. Gu Yufei nodded obediently. Zhao Tianyu sat down on the sofa and glanced at Xia Zihan, who looked dejected beside him. In his past life he had envied and been jealous of those who possessed abilities while enjoying life. Zihan, don't be discouraged. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, you can become strong even without an ability. Sitting down, Zhao Tianyu noticed that the 2 beautiful school flowers on either side of him were wearing very light clothing due to the hot weather and power outage. Looking at the 2 pairs of flawless delicate legs right in front of him, Zhao Tianyu felt a bit uncomfortable. Yufei, if there's nothing else, you should go cook. I'm a bit hungry. Zhao Tianyu patted her smooth fair leg. All right. Gu Yufei happily replied, completely unaware that she had been taken advantage of. After sending Gu Yufei away, Zhao Tianyu pulled Xia Zihan over. Are you feeling better? I'm fine now. Xia Zihan said softly.
She was now a strengthened individual, no longer the weak girl who couldn't even handle a chicken. Her physical strength and recovery capabilities had greatly improved. After a brief moment of intimacy with Xia Zihan, Zhao Tianyu soon felt thirsty and stood up to go to the bathroom.
No distractions.
He wasn't going in to practice martial arts, just simply to wash his face.
After lunch, Zhao Tianyu shared his upcoming plans with Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan. Tianyu, why do we need to leave?
There's food and drink here and it's very safe.
Xia Zihan was quite confused.
I've explained some reasons to Yufei before. In a few days the zombies and those mutated animals will become even stronger, making this place no longer safe. They will climb through windows and break down doors to attack survivors, turning the entire city into their paradise and humanity's hell.
Zhao Tianyu explained patiently.
There was one point he didn't mention, fearing it would undermine their confidence, and he didn't want to come off as a prophet. That was after the third round of red mist. Some foreign mutated beasts would suddenly emerge. Some could fly or jump, while others were tough and hard to deal with. To help you adapt to the dangerous environment outside and improve your self-defense capabilities, you'll accompany me to kill zombies later.
Ha!
As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, both women stared at him in shock.
Zombies are not that scary. You are now evolved beings stronger than them, and your speed far exceeds theirs.
As I mentioned last night, as long as you overcome your fear, you can easily deal with them. You need to quickly learn to use your abilities, otherwise you won't survive in this world.
Zhao Tianyu said seriously.
After persuading them with heartfelt words, Zhao Tianyu had them put on thick clothes to protect their bodies. Then he took out 2 steel pipes he had previously stored, cut them into lengths of over a meter with a battle axe, sharpened one end, and handed them to them before also retrieving his own shield. 1 explosion-proof shield and 1 steel pipe for each of you. Don't worry, I'll help you control the number of zombies. Zhao Tianyu explained the techniques for killing zombies in detail before leading them out.
The 3 arrived at the open space in the center of the community. You stay here and don't run around.
Before going upstairs at noon, he had already cleared out all the zombies downstairs in the community, leaving only a few weak and sickly ones.
Oh.
The 2 beautiful women, looking tense and trembling, nodded numbly. Soon he led 2 elderly zombies to the center of the yard. At the moment the zombies appeared, the 2 women's tightly wound hearts jumped into their throats, causing Zhao Tianyu to shake his head. He thought for a moment and decided to take it step by step. Zhao Tianyu took out his battle axe and turned around to cleave the 2 pursuing zombies in half. The elderly zombie, now without its lower half, still didn't give up on its desire for food, slowly crawling towards them on its hands.
Go ahead, 1 for each of you, and directly stab them in the head as I instructed.
Zhao Tianyu shouted to the 2 of them, then stood behind them. Hearing his command, the 2 women could only muster their courage and step forward. The faces of the 2 zombies had already lost several patches of skin, revealing red-black flesh with gray-white pupilless eyes continuously oozing yellowish-red liquid, slowly crawling towards them with half a body looking extremely disgusting and frightening. Xia Zihan watched as the approaching zombies drew nearer and hurriedly steadied her mind, forcing herself to calm down. She then raised the steel pipe in her hand and plunged it fiercely into the head of the screaming zombie.
With her current strength, performing this action required little effort. Puff!
The zombie's head was instantly pierced by the sharp steel pipe, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Seeing this, Xia Zihan finally breathed a sigh of relief, her body already drenched in fragrant sweat. On the other side, Gu Yufei was not as fortunate. She was terrified and kept retreating from the advancing zombies. While retreating, she continuously cast pleading glances at Zhao Tianyu behind her.
Unfortunately, Zhao Tianyu maintained an attitude of complete indifference, ignoring her entirely.
Zhao Tianyu quietly observed their performance, showing no intention of stepping in to help. If they couldn't handle such a level 10 disabled zombie, he could only express his apologies. Gu Yufei continued to retreat until her peripheral vision caught sight of Xia Zihan having successfully completed her kill, prompting her to stop backing away. If Xia Enhancer can succeed, then I should have no problem. I must not back down, I can't lose to her. The 2 had often competed during their time in the student council, striving to outdo each other. Her competitive spirit ignited, and with this thought Gu Yufei's fear diminished significantly. Taking a deep breath, she bravely raised the steel pipe and thrust it forcefully at the head of the crawling zombie. Puff! The zombie, now with a pierced head, could no longer advance, while a relaxed Gu Yufei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath.
Very good. Now go check if they have any ability crystals in their heads, Zhao Tianyu instructed the 2.
Though they felt disgusted, they obediently endured the nausea and began rummaging through the zombies' heads. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. You did well earlier, prepare to face the next wave. After saying this, Zhao Tianyu walked inside without waiting for their response. Zombies would not wait for you to be fully prepared before appearing. If you wanted to survive, you had to be ready for battle at all times.
Soon Zhao Tianyu returned with 2 more zombies. Prepare for battle, same old rules, 1 person 1 zombie, go.
This time he did not lower the difficulty. The zombies he brought out were all fully functional elderly women. These elderly zombies were intentionally left behind. Their strength was significantly weaker than that of the adult zombies, and most importantly their hearing was poor, so they wouldn't rush out at the slightest sound of fighting. Gu Yufei's face went pale as she saw a long-haired zombie charging towards her, completely forgetting her identity as an enhancer and discarding any thoughts of competing with Xiaozihan. Under Zhao Tianyu's command she instinctively moved to confront it, but in her fluster her actions became disordered.
The thrust of the steel pipe lost its aim, only grazing the zombie's scalp.
The zombie did not fall, instead it brushed past Gu Yufei. Due to her overexertion in the previous thrust without hitting a vital spot, she lost her balance and nearly tumbled over. Before she could regain her footing, the zombie had already turned around and lunged at her, knocking her to the ground.
Ah! Tianyu, save me!
Gu Yufei pressed the explosive shield tightly against her chest, crying out desperately, completely forgetting she still held a sharp steel pipe.
Puff!
Zhao Tianyu, who was constantly monitoring the situation, activated his ability and instantly teleported in front of her, delivering an axe blow to the back of the zombie's head. The zombie trembled and then fell straight down. At that moment Xiaozihan had successfully taken down the zombie that was chasing her.
Name Gu Changyuan. Sex male. Race human. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 73 kilograms. Sorry Tianyu.
I promise I won't do this again. Gu Yufei, still shaken, felt a stabbing pain in her heart upon seeing Zhao Tianyu's disappointed expression.
You haven't wronged me, you've wronged yourself. No one can be responsible for your life but you.
Think seriously, are zombies really that terrifying?
Can you really not handle a mindless zombie?
If so, you have no right to survive in this apocalypse, Zhao Tianyu scolded mercilessly.
Mr.
Lu Sun once said only those who are not afraid of death deserve to live.
Zhao Tianyu firmly believed this was an absolute truth. After letting them rest for a few minutes, he summoned 2 more zombies.
This time, having just received a stern lecture from Zhao Tianyu, Gu Yufei finally got the hang of it and managed to take down a zombie entirely on her own.
Xiaozihan performed even better, effortlessly dispatching her zombie, causing Zhao Tianyu to look at her in a new light. In Zhao Tianyu's view, they lacked only the determination to kill zombies, not the strength to do so. Things went very smoothly from there.
With their earlier success, the two's emotions transformed from fear to exhilaration, becoming increasingly courageous. After successfully completing several unknown encounters, Zhao Tianyu upgraded them to 1 against 2. Once the zombies in the yard were eliminated, he went upstairs, prying open doors one by one to release the zombies inside. Their commotion grew louder, and soon all the survivors in the neighborhood were peering out from their windows, watching the 2 delicate beauties slaughter zombies. Until Zhao Tianyu declared the trial over the number of zombies that had perished at their hands had exceeded 20. By the end of the afternoon, Xiaozihan had collected 4 ability crystals, while Gu Yufei, despite performing slightly worse, had exceptionally good luck and obtained 1 more than Xiaozihan. After dinner, Zhao Tianyu called the 2 of them over. Here are 11 ability crystals.
Zihan takes 6, Yufei takes 5, consider them my loan to you.
Along with the ones you have, if you both consume all of them tonight, you can evolve to the 2nd tier. Tomorrow we will continue to go outside the school to hunt zombies. Previously he had 2 ability crystals left, and with the 13 obtained today he now had a total of 15. Every 10 first-tier ability crystals can be combined into 1 second-tier ability crystal, which means he would need at least 100 first-tier crystals to evolve to the 3rd tier. He was still far from that number. Rather than leaving them idle in his space, it was better to elevate them to the 2nd tier first, which would provide him with greater support. Zhao Tianyu planned to give them 1 more day to adapt while gathering more supplies, intending to set off early the day after tomorrow to find the Woma warehouse. The 2 reached out to take the ability crystals, and they may not have even realized it themselves, but they had slowly become accustomed to following Zhao Tianyu's commands.
Tianyu, what level are you at now? Xiaozihan glanced at the 6 crystal clear ability cores in her hand and asked.
Gu Yufei also cast a curious look.
I'm also at the 2nd level. After your evolution you'll be just like me.
Zhao Tianyu did not hide it and spoke directly. Although the difficulty of evolving to the 2nd level is not particularly high, achieving this feat on the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak definitely puts one ahead of 99 of the survivors.
The reason the 2 of them could easily evolve to the 2nd level was due to Zhao Tianyu's guidance and assistance.
Without him, the 2 of them might have perished directly. Even if they were lucky enough to escape disaster, they would surely be hiding in a safe place like the vast majority of survivors. Tianyu, I think you should keep it for yourself. I feel that my current strength is already enough to deal with zombies, Gu Yufei said, pursing her thin lips.
So confident. How about you lead tomorrow?
Zhao Tianyu looked at her with a teasing gaze. He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl was getting a bit carried away. Did she really think all zombies would behave like those he had controlled today? If they were to encounter a large group of zombies, she'd be crying without tears.
Ah.
No, you should do it. Gu Yufei playfully stuck out her little tongue and quickly waved her hands. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but want to pinch her little face, but halfway through the gesture he remembered that Xia Zihan was still beside him and withdrew his hand, rubbing his own old face as he said, following my advice, giving you the cores is partly to help you quickly enhance your strength. Another reason is that first level ability cores are useless for evolving from second to third level.
Does that mean after we reach the second level these first level ability cores will be useless? Xia Zihan asked with a furrowed brow.
Zhao Tianyu shook his head. Not entirely. Apart from allowing evolution, the energy contained in the cores can also be used to restore physical and mental strength.
For example, Yufei, after continuously using your clairvoyance ability and feeling dizzy, you can quickly recover by using an ability core. Alright, you two must be tired. Wash up and sleep early.
Be sure to manage your water usage. We still have to stay here tomorrow night, Zhao Tianyu said as he looked at their dusty faces. Forget about a proper bath. Being able to wipe themselves down with a towel and wash their backsides would be quite good.
In the middle of the night, Xia Zihan sneaked in again.
Zhao Tianyu turned to give her some space and she obediently climbed in and lay in his arms. Zhao Tianyu gently stroked her silky hair and said softly, if you want to sleep here you can come in openly. There's no need to sneak around even if Gu Yufei knows it's nothing.
Xia Zihan obediently lay in his arms, looked up and quietly asked Tianyu, do you have feelings for Yufei too?
Yes,
Zhao Tianyu unabashedly admitted.
How can you say that? Hearing such shameless words, Xia Zihan's expression changed instantly. She said indignantly. Zhao Tianyu loosened his tight embrace and said, if you can't handle it you can leave.
You're smart. I don't believe you didn't see my intentions before.
It's truly amusing. With 2 bills of money on the ground you actually ask me which one to pick up. Only a child would make such a choice. She was only trying to test him, but she didn't expect Zhao Tianyu to be so direct, immediately trying to push her away, which scared her into tightly embracing him.
No, I can't look at anyone but you. I'm with you for life, so don't even think about shaking me off. Now that's more like it. This is a special time. Isn't it good for everyone to huddle together for warmth?
After a while, seeing that she had lost her resistance, Zhao Tianyu's hands began to become restless. Xia Zihan hurriedly pressed down on his wandering hands and shyly said, Tianyu, I still have some swelling and pain. It's inconvenient.
It's fine, I understand. Zhao Tianyu grinned mischievously.
He originally intended to let her rest well tonight, but she came knocking on his door. On the 4th day of the zombie outbreak. The sun shone brightly in the morning as Zhao Tianyu led 2 fully armed beautiful warrior girls out of the East School gate.
Following the usual practice, they first flew a drone over. This time he chose a different direction and didn't ride an electric bike.
With the experience of killing zombies from yesterday and having successfully evolved to the 2nd level last night, their strength had greatly increased. The 2 girls appeared very calm before leaving the school gate. They handled the few zombies they encountered. The 3 of them quickly darted alongside the roadside, avoiding conflict whenever possible, stopping only at places where they spotted supplies. They moved swiftly, never dawdling, looting a roadside convenience store in just 2 or 3 minutes. Before long the 3 arrived outside a small chain supermarket facing the street.
Tianyu, should I check the situation inside first? Gu Yufei said, eager to try.
Then let's take a look. This was her first time wanting to take the initiative, and Zhao Tianyu didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm. For a small supermarket of a few hundred square meters, there wasn't really much need. She closed her eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly opened them wide, staring intently at the supermarket.
There aren't too many zombies. I counted about 30 or so.
After finishing her spell, Gu Yufei said seriously.
Zhao Tianyu nodded. That's not a big problem.
Once we enter the supermarket, you 2 will cover each other back to back, but be careful not to stray too far from me and ensure your safety. With the number of nearby zombies not being small, they couldn't lure the zombies inside the supermarket out, so they had no choice but to force their way in. Zhao Tianyu charged ahead, swiftly cutting down the few zombies blocking the supermarket entrance, and the 3 quickly slipped inside. He immediately pulled down the rolling shutter. The sound instantly attracted the nearby zombies, which roared and lunged at them from the entrance and checkout aisle, ready for a fierce battle. Zhao Tianyu was already accustomed to such scenes. Although Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan were a bit nervous, they were no longer as shaky as before. Swish! Zhao Tianyu swung his axe, striking the zombie's head, which immediately split open like a watermelon, juices spilling out. He stood at the entrance alone wielding his axe, which was as sharp as cutting through iron, moving fluidly like a dance, creating a whirlwind of energy as if entering a realm of no one. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan did not hold back either. Each stood at a checkout aisle fiercely stabbing with sharp steel pipes, killing frantically. In less than 3 minutes the three of them had completely wiped out all the zombies in the supermarket, with at least 2/3 falling at Zhao Tianyu's hands. "You two take a break, he'll gather the supplies," Zhao Tianyu said to the two panting individuals. With that, Zhao Tianyu began to rummage through the items vigorously. Just a few days had passed, and aside from a small portion of the leafy greens that had wilted slightly, most of the fruits and vegetables were still edible. However, the fresh meat and cooked dishes were no longer consumable and had begun to rot, emitting a foul stench. The frozen meat in the refrigerator had also become soft due to the power outage. Zhao Tianyu took out a few pieces, sniffed them, and found a slight off odor, but it was manageable. In another year and a half, not to mention the meat that had a slight odor, some desperate survivors might even dare to cut and taste the flesh from zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was about to finish gathering everything, the sound of the rolling shutter door at the supermarket entrance being pried open echoed. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan immediately grew tense, whispering in inquiry. Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said it shouldn't be zombies. If it were, they wouldn't wait until now to charge in. It must be other survivors trying to pry the door open. Let's stay quiet for now. At this stage, zombies would not act without a loud noise or a strong smell of blood. Outside the rolling shutter door, a tall young man with sharp eyes and slightly impatient demeanor urged Taozi, "Hurry up, attracting a horde of zombies would be troublesome." He was Li Mingqing, the vice president of the S University Student Union. Behind him stood 5 or 6 young individuals of similar age, both male and female, all students who had escaped from S University. They held various makeshift weapons, all looking around with anxious expressions. "Almost done," Li Tao, who was crouched down prying the lock, said. He was a sports major at S University, built robustly. "Mingqing, do you think this supermarket still has supplies? I hope it's not as empty as the few supermarkets at the school, which are cleaner than a rat's nest." The glasses-wearing chubby youth Yu Chao next to Li Mingqing replied. Li Mingqing turned his head back and said there should be some. "This door was probably locked by the people who escaped during the incident, but there's a high chance there are zombies inside, so we need to be careful." Clang! The rolling shutter door was suddenly lifted by the strong Li Tao. "The entrance is clear, hurry up and come in," Li Tao called to the few people outside. Upon hearing it was safe, they quickly rushed in. Ah, so many corpses. Walking a few steps forward, everyone was immediately stunned by the sight of dismembered zombie corpses scattered around. "And there's food, we struck gold. Finally, we don't have to worry about going hungry." They quickly noticed that the shelves were still stocked with goods and they were all filled with excitement. However, they would soon find themselves unable to laugh, as aside from some small snacks like gum and various daily necessities such as toilet paper and laundry detergent displayed at the front, the food inside had already been completely cleaned out by Zhao Tianyu. "Everyone be careful and watch for any live zombies," Li Mingqing instructed the others behind him. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu and the two others behind the shelves could see the situation of the people who had entered. "Ah! There are zombies." A sharp-eyed girl saw them and screamed in fright. Her scream immediately put Li Mingqing and the others on high alert, adopting a defensive stance. At this point, Zhao Tianyu could no longer hide and had to speak up, saying, "Don't misunderstand, we're very much alive, not zombies." Zhao Tianyu and the others slowly walked out. "Yufei, Xia Zihan, what are you doing here?" Li Mingqing's surprise was evident as he recognized the two girls behind Zhao Tianyu. Li Mingqing, Yu Chao's sister Xiaoyan. Gu Yufei quickly recognized several of them. "Yufei Zihan." The girl named Xiaoyan walked up excitedly. "Sister Xiaoyan, it's so good to see you," Gu Yufei said excitedly as she hugged her. "Sister Xiaoyan, I never expected to see you again." Experiencing a disaster and seeing familiar faces again, Xia Zihan was also extremely excited. This Du Xiaoyan was the president of the student council and had often looked after them new members, earning her great popularity. "Yufei, have you been doing well these past few days?" Li Mingqing asked with concern. Gu Yufei cast a complex glance at him. This senior, who was a year above her, had feelings for her that were no secret within the student council, but she had never made up her mind. "I'm doing well, thank you for your concern, senior." Zhao Tianyu stood quietly aside, watching them exchange pleasantries. After some small talk, Du Xiaoyan pointed at the zombie corpses on the ground and asked, "Yufei Zihan, did you kill these zombies?" "No, they were like this when we entered, we just got here a short while ago." Gu Yufei turned to glance at Zhao Tianyu, wanting to speak, but Xia Zihan interjected. Seeing her say this, Gu Yufei quickly caught on and nodded in agreement. "Clever. Zhao Tianyu was quite satisfied with Xia Zihan's response. He hadn't anticipated that familiar faces would come in, so he hadn't had the chance to remind them. Just now he was genuinely worried that they might inadvertently say something wrong and cause unnecessary trouble.
Understanding people's hearts is crucial, especially in the apocalypse.
Du Xiaoyan's expression revealed that she had expected this. I thought so. There's no way the three of you could have done this alone.
Earlier all 8 of us were chased by over 10 zombies. Sister Xiaoyan, shouldn't we check the food situation here first?
We can reminisce later. The girl who had screamed earlier interrupted. Her name was Jiang Qian, with a darker complexion and a face full of freckles. She was also a member of the student council.
She had long seen Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan unfavorably, feeling resentful that they received preferential treatment just because of their beauty.
Right, let's check for food first. We've been talking too much, Du Xiaoyan responded. Although they had already found some food on the way here, the supplies in everyone's backpacks were limited. Before the outbreak of the zombies, the student council had been in a meeting in the office where 5 had turned into zombies on the spot and several others had been bitten, leaving less than half of them able to escape. After hiding and fleeing, they lost 2 more, leaving only 5 of them. When they left the school, they gathered 3 other students, forming the current group of 8, 5 males and 3 females.
How could this happen? Li Mingcheng and the others stared at the empty shelves, dumbfounded.
Then they looked at Zhao Tianyu and the others with confusion.
We don't know what happened either. It must have been done by the last group of people.
If they could kill so many zombies, there must have been a lot of them. If they had a vehicle emptying the supermarket, wouldn't be surprising at all, Xia Zihan hurriedly explained. This was merely a subconscious reaction from a few of them. It was not genuine suspicion towards Zhao Tianyu and the other 2, as it was unfathomable to ordinary minds that someone could possess the legendary ability of spatial storage. Indeed, after hearing Xia Zihan's words, they ceased to inquire further, only expressing their misfortune. As a result, they would have to continue their risky adventures and shift their position according to their previous plan. If there was plenty of food inside, they would have fortified their position and not moved anywhere.
Everyone, don't lose heart. I took a look and there are still plenty of snacks like spicy strips, sunflower seeds and peanuts. Eating for a few days is absolutely not a problem. Du Xiaoyan noticed everyone's spirits were a bit low and spoke up. Li Mingcheng echoed yes.
There are convenience stores everywhere. We can rest for a while and then look for other places. Upon hearing the 2 leaders, the others discreetly stopped complaining.
Yufei, who is this? Won't you introduce us? Du Xiaoyan pointed at Zhao Tianyu and asked.
Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their gaze towards him, most of them appearing friendly except for one named Li Mingcheng, whose eyes were filled with wariness.
Gu Yufei shyly glanced at Zhao Tianyu and said, Sister Xiaoyan, this is Zhao Tianyu from the business school. Seeing Gu Yufei's expression, the fierceness in Li Mingcheng's eyes intensified. Hello, Zhao.
Du Xiaoyan greeted with a smile.
Hello. Zhao Tianyu politely responded.
After their introductions, they each selected a large bag of their favorite snacks and sat around eating together.
Zhao Tianyu was too lazy to say much. Such trivial matters weren't worth falling out over. Yufei, I got this chocolate from somewhere else.
Have a piece, Li Mingcheng said, taking out a box of chocolates and offering it with enthusiasm. Gu Yufei shook her head and said, no thanks, Senior Li, I don't like sweets, before turning her head to chat with Du Xiaoyan. Seeing Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan engaged in lively conversation, Zhao Tianyu, with nothing to do, grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds and began to munch.
After eating most of the sunflower seeds and smoking several cigarettes, Zhao Tianyu checked the time and impatiently reminded Zihan, Yufei, it's about time we should leave.
You are leaving?
Du Xiaoyan asked in shock.
The others also showed puzzled expressions, wondering why they wouldn't stay together for safety in such dangerous times.
Zhao Tianyu nodded, that's right, we have our own plans. Zhao, want you reconsider. There is strength in numbers, it's actually less safe to be alone. Du Xiaoyan urged. Sister, do I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own considerations.
Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Xia Zihan directly got up to fetch her backpack and weapons. However, Gu Yufei seemed a bit hesitant and walked up to him whispering, Tianyu, how about we stay with them?
Impossible.
Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate at all and bluntly rejected her suggestion. It was simply not an option for him, not to mention the abilities of these people who would have the final say if they mixed together. Could these few student council members with a leadership demeanor really listen to him?
It was evidently unlikely.
Even if he showcased his strength and gained the right to speak, there was still the unstable element of Li Mingcheng, who clearly had an interest in Gu Yufei. If he were to form a team, he would need absolute authority, otherwise he would prefer to be a lone wolf. Li Mingcheng immediately stood up, fury written all over his face, and said, Zhao, what right do you have to make decisions for Yufei?
Yufei, don't mind him. If he wants to leave, let him go. Xiaoyan and I are already enhancers. If you stay we will protect you.
Zhao Tianyu couldn't be bothered with him and continued to watch Gu Yufei.
Tianyu, can't we stay with? Gu Yufei still wasn't giving up. I don't want to repeat the same pointless words, Gu Yufei. I'll give you one more minute to think.
Seeing her like this, Zhao Tianyu felt somewhat irritated. Xia Zihan, holding a steel pipe and a riot shield, stood silently by, secretly hoping Gu Yufei would stay with this group.
Sister Xiaoyan, classmates, it's been nice meeting you all. Gu Yufei quickly made her decision.
She only felt a bit reluctant about leaving Du Xiaoyan and the others, but she knew which was more important. Seeing Gu Yufei truly about to leave, Li Mingqing panicked and hurriedly stepped in front of her, shouting, "Yufei, what capabilities does this Zhao have that you must follow him?
Is he forcing you?" Senior Li, move aside.
He isn't forcing me, rather you seem to be the one pressuring me right now, Gu Yufei coldly replied, growing angry at his disparagement of Zhao Tianyu.
Gu Yufei, you think of me this way? Li Mingqing couldn't believe his ears, staring wide-eyed at Gu Yufei as if he didn't recognize her.
He never expected that the once gentle and amiable junior would now be so indifferent towards him.
Gu Yufei turned her head aside and did not respond.
Having received his answer, Li Mingqing foolishly stepped aside. Zhao Tianyu cast a complex glance at the pitiful Li Mingqing. The current him resembled his past self to some extent. The three picked up their weapons and directly left the supermarket. Little did they know a pair of cold, hate-filled eyes were fixated on their departing figures.
Tianyu, where are we headed next? Xia Zihan asked as they exited the supermarket.
Of course, we continue to look for supplies.
Zhao Tianyu glanced around and replied.
The three wandered along the road for over 10 minutes.
Tianyu stopped for a moment. Xia Zihan suddenly said. Zhao Tianyu asked, "What's the matter?" Xia Zihan said nothing but pointed at a nearby store.
Zhao Tianyu looked in that direction and was momentarily stunned before he realized.
Lingerie. Xia Zihan nodded shyly. Didn't I bring back a lot from the supermarket? Zhao Tianyu asked, confused.
Those are uncomfortable to wear. I'm used to this brand, Xia Zihan explained, her face reddening.
Then just go in directly. What are you waiting for?
Since she was already his woman, such a small request should naturally be met. The lingerie store had transparent glass doors allowing a clear view inside, and there was no need to worry about zombies. Zhao Tianyu was too lazy to go in and instead lit a cigarette outside. After finishing a cigarette and waiting for several minutes, the two inside showed no sign of coming out.
What time was it?
Were they shopping leisurely?
Zhao Tianyu pushed the door open and walked in. Are you done? Xia Zihan glanced at him and said, "Don't rush us, we need to choose carefully."
Zhao Tianyu frowned impatiently. "Stop wasting time.
I'll take everything, you can decide later." Oh. How did I not think of that?
Xia Zihan slapped her forehead, finally realizing that things were different now and there was no need to worry about which one to choose.
Zhao Tianyu no longer wasted words and began collecting the items.
As he looked at the array of alluring bras before him, he suddenly felt a surge of curiosity.
Zihan, Yufei, what cup size are you wearing? Xia Zihan glared at him and replied, "Why do you want to know?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Just curious. If you want, say, then forget it."
Xia Zihan rolled her eyes, thinking, "Haven't you already checked yourself?
What's the point of your curiosity?" This rascal must be thinking of Gu Yufei. Just thinking about it made her very annoyed, and she let out a heavy B.
Zhao Tianyu smiled at her and turned his gaze to Gu Yufei.
"What about you, Yufei?"
See, Gu Yufei replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper.
"You actually have a C cup. I underestimated you."
Zhao Tianyu's eyes brightened immediately, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward her chest, his intense stare seeming to penetrate all barriers.
Gu Yufei felt her face burn under his scorching gaze, thinking, could he also have a similar ability to see through?
Thinking this, Gu Yufei quickly crossed her arms over her chest, blushing as she said, "You
don't look."
Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Sorry, it's a natural reaction. Beautiful things always catch my eye."
Ah.
Just as the three of them emptied the storage room and were about to leave the store, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside.
The three immediately tensed up.
"Don't move, you two, stay quiet here while I check the situation." Zhao Tianyu hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. He gently pushed open the glass door and stepped outside. He saw a woman screaming, slowly being overwhelmed by a horde of zombies about 50 meters away. A few meters away from her, a young man was standing on the roof of an SUV, desperately fending off the zombies below with a baseball bat. Around his feet were already 3 or 4 dozen zombies, with more rushing in from the sides. This place isn't safe anymore. If we wait any longer, these 2 zombie attractors will surely summon all the zombies within a 10-mile radius.
Follow me, we need to leave.
Zhao Tianyu shouted softly as he pushed the door open. The two women hurriedly came out and quickly spotted the situation not far away.
Tianyu, aren't we going to save him?
Gu Yufei said, her heart aching.
Save him? No way, let's go. Zhao Tianyu snapped.
Getting out safely is already a blessing, as there were already dozens of zombies charging toward them from the front. This area would soon become a zombie den.
Stick close to me. Zhao Tianyu brandished his battle axe and charged out first.
The three fought their way through until they could no longer see any zombies before daring to stop and catch their breath. After resting, the trio took a different route and visited over 10 convenience stores and liquor shops, returning to school only as dusk fell. Today the three of them successfully collected 20 first-tier ability crystals.
Zhao Tianyu took them all without hesitation. Once synthesized by the system, they would become 2 bright orange second-tier ability crystals. After dinner, Zhao Tianyu took out his phone to study the travel routes for tomorrow.
To reach the target warehouse, the navigation provided 3 options. The shortest distance was 12 kilometers and the longest was 18 kilometers. However, Zhao Tianyu was dissatisfied with all of them, as most of these routes passed through bustling urban areas where the number of zombies would undoubtedly be terrifying and the traffic would be exceptionally congested, making it hard to drive. He turned his attention to the ring road on the map. The virus outbreak had been sudden. Aside from the vehicles that were already normally traveling on the highway, there wouldn't be many escape vehicles entering, so the road conditions should still be passable. Zhao Tianyu then checked the distance from the starting point and destination to the ring road, instantly deciding to take the ring road.
The nearest highway section was less than 3 kilometers away. Although it wasn't an entrance, it wouldn't hinder them from getting onto the highway as long as they could crawl, and they could choose any vehicle on the road.
What are you studying?
Gu Yufei, just out of the bathroom, plopped down next to him, a fragrant scent wafting through the air.
Her fair and delicate face framed by long shoulder-length brown hair, casually yet elegantly curled. A large white t-shirt covered her upper body, making her lower half appear as if she were not wearing anything at all, her 2 slender legs swaying in front of him. Zhao Tianyu swallowed hard, thinking, sister, you really don't consider me an outsider, do you?
Even if it's hot, you can't dress like this. You're comfortable, but I'm burning up inside. Gu Yufei was completely unaware of his unusual reaction and kept leaning toward him, trying to see the content on his phone.
While she was distracted, Zhao Tianyu's right hand stealthily reached around and gently rested on her shoulder. The moment Gu Yufei felt his touch, it was as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body tingled and her heart raced rapidly.
Yufei, you smell so good.
Zhao Tianyu leaned in and kissed her lips directly.
Gu Yufei was instantly left in a daze, her mind blank.
It took her a few seconds before she awkwardly began to respond. Only when she noticed Zhao Tianyu's hands becoming increasingly restless did she hastily push him away.
Tianyu, don't do that, Zihan will be out soon.
Zhao Tianyu spread his hands, looking nonchalant. So what if she comes out?
We aren't doing anything shameful.
By the way, Yufei, do you really have a C-cup?
Gu
Yufei nodded with a red face.
I don't believe it unless you let me touch them again.
Zhao Tianyu felt a bit unsatisfied. He had just barely touched them before she pushed him away.
Tianyu, stop messing around, Zihan is really coming out. Just then Xia Zihan indeed pushed the bathroom door open and walked out.
What were you talking about?
I think I heard my name just now.
You weren't talking behind my back, were you? Zhao Tianyu smiled. I was just praising you for being so brave today. It was the 5th day since the zombie outbreak. Today they were finally leaving the small house they had stayed in for a few nights. Zhao Tianyu felt a bit reluctant. It would be great if he could continue living peacefully with these 2 beautiful schoolflowers. But unfortunately, ideals are beautiful while reality is cruel. The living conditions would only worsen. If they couldn't quickly increase their strength, everything would be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Last night before going to bed, he had already consumed 2 yellow second-tier ability crystals synthesized through the system, significantly boosting his strength. The next target would be 3rd-tier. 1st and 2nd-tier evolutionaries are merely at the novice stage, while 3rd-tier marks the true watershed of strength. A 3rd-tier powerhouse not only experiences a multiplication of various attributes but also greatly enhances defense and recovery abilities. Upon reaching 3rd tier, the threat of ordinary blade and sword attacks to evolutionaries would be greatly diminished and general external injuries could be healed in just a few days. Zhao Tianyu released the drone, flying it all the way to the Ring City Highway, confirming the route before bringing it back.
The 3-kilometer distance is still a bit far on foot. Can you both ride electric bikes?
Summer Zihan replied. First, I have no problem.
I'm not very good at it, Gu Yufei timidly said. Alright Zihan, you ride one by yourself and Yufei will ride with me. Zhao Tianyu nodded and took out 2 brand new electric bikes from his space. Zihan, stay alert on the road and keep close to me. After a brief reminder, the three of them set off. The two electric bikes weaved through the streets with a few zombies trailing behind them, but they couldn't keep up for long and were quickly left far behind. Yufei, I believe you have become AC now. As they moved further from the school area, the number of zombies gradually diminished, sometimes not seeing one for over 10 meters, and Zhao Tianyu was in the mood to joke. To avoid zombies and obstacles, the route of the electric bikes was quite unstable, sometimes on the road, sometimes on the sidewalk, resulting in a bumpy ride. Thus Gu Yufei tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, the two soft spheres occasionally bumping against his back, springy and soft, quite comfortable. Reacting to his words, Gu Yufei's delicate face instantly flushed, but she said nothing, instead holding Zhao Tianyu even tighter, pressing her entire body against his back. The intimate contact along the way made Summer Zihan envious and gritting her teeth with jealousy. After riding for over half an hour, the three finally reached their first destination beside the Ring City Highway. Fortunate that their campus was far from the city center, otherwise escaping without a battle would have been impossible. The highway was elevated more than 2 meters above their current position. To access it, they would first have to climb a slope and break through the isolation fence. However, these posed little difficulty for them. After clearing away a few tailing zombies, the three climbed up directly. Zhao Tianyu swung his battle axe a few times, creating a large hole in the isolation fence. Once up, look for a vehicle. If you see a big G with the keys in it, let me know, and be cautious of zombies suddenly rushing out from the cars. Zhao Tianyu reminded them. Although he could start a car without keys, it would require some effort. Zhao Tianyu was the first to lead the way inside. Damn, this is not what I imagined. Zhao Tianyu reached the road surface, looking back and forth, not seeing a single car in sight. He regretted not grabbing 2 vehicles from the roadside earlier. Gu Yufei and Zihan showed the same expression after they emerged. No worries, we'll ride the electric bikes a bit further, there are definitely cars ahead. Zhao Tianyu retrieved the 2 bikes he had just stowed away. This time he did not guess wrong. After riding for 700 or 800 meters, several cars appeared before them, though they seemed to be flipped over or in a rear-end collision. Zhao Tianyu stopped the bike about 100 meters from the crash site. Be cautious, there are definitely zombies ahead. He distributed the explosive shields and short spears to them. Gu Yufei said no problem. Summer Zihan nodded as she received a weapon. The three, armed with their weapons, slowly approached and finally saw zombies stumbling out from behind the cars about 20 meters away. As soon as they finally saw the 3 of them, the zombies instantly became excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, clawing and lunging toward them. Swish swish. Zhao Tianyu mercilessly slashed down the zombies one by one. Summer Zihan and Gu Yufei were not much gentler either, each taking down their targets with precision. A few minutes later, there were no standing zombies left before them. The 3 slowly approached and finally got a clear view of the crash site. Most of the rear-end vehicles were utterly mangled and 2 flipped joint venture cars were leaking oil all over the ground. The only relatively intact vehicle was surprisingly a Wuling Hongguang. Ah! Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to sit down and try out the car, he suddenly heard Summer Zihan scream from behind. What's going on? Zhao Tianyu looked back but saw nothing unusual. Summer Zihan said, there's a zombie. Zhao Tianyu frowned. What's there to be afraid of with zombies? Didn't you just kill quite a few? It's a child, I just wanted to see what was inside the car when she suddenly jumped out and scared me, Summer Zihan hurriedly explained. Zhao Tianyu approached and indeed saw a zombie that appeared to be no more than 2 years old, her face rotting and eyes oozing black blood, looking terrifying. No wonder she had screamed. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu smashed the car window with his axe. The little zombie, seeing an escape, immediately stuck her head out. He swung his battle axe, accurately giving her the release she needed. Turning to Summer Zihan, who was still standing there in shock, he gently asked, are you alright? I'm gradually getting used to it. Summer Zihan shook her head. I'm fine now, I promise I won't be like this again. Zhao Tianyu said no more and walked toward the Wuling Hongguang. Turning on the ignition, shifting gears and taking off, everything was normal and the air conditioning still worked. A legendary vehicle truly lived up to its name. Beep beep, 2 beautiful ladies hop in. Zhao Tianyu pressed the horn twice, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one and taking a deep puff. Hearing his call, Gu Yufei and Zihan quickly hopped in. Ladies, is this your first time in this car? Zhao Tianyu said with a grin. Gu Yufei pouted. You guessed wrong, my family had one when I was in elementary school. But our school beauty Zihan has definitely never been in one. She always gets picked up in sports cars and the rich second generation chasing her are too many to count. Summer Zihan glanced nervously at Zhao Tianyu and quickly explained, Yufei, don't slander me, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Zhao Tianyu didn't care, finishing his last puff and flicking the butt out of the window, turning to smile at the 2. Yufei, why do I sense a hint of jealousy in your words? There must be quite a few people pursuing you, right? Speaking of which, I remembered something. You remember Liang Dawei, who often went to elective classes with me? Gu Yufei frowned and thought for a moment. That chubby guy. Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, yes, that's him. That guy is a true rich second generation. He was deeply in love with you back then. If it weren't for the sudden disaster, he might have confessed to you that day. Gu Yufei spat, her face filled with disdain. Bah. That dead fatso looks so lewd, how could I possibly like him? No wonder you two always follow me around. Gu Yufei, you should watch your words. Be careful, he comes looking for you at night, Zhao Tianyu joked. If Liang the Fat knew that he had such an image in the heart of the goddess he yearned for, he would probably be so angry he would come back to life. Gu Yufei pouted but did not continue the conversation. Zhao Tianyu adjusted the rearview mirror and turned to say, ladies, fasten your seatbelts. The experienced driver is about to hit the road. Wait a minute, I want to switch to the passenger seat. I just remembered I get carsick easily. Xia Zihan leaned forward and said. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle at her poor excuse. The car traveled smoothly for a few kilometers without encountering serious traffic jams. Tianyu, slow down, it seems like there are people ahead. Xia Zihan suddenly said. Without her reminder, Zhao Tianyu had already seen a few staggering figures ahead swaying towards them, and their strange postures did not resemble normal people at all. Zihan, your eyesight seems a bit off. Zhao Tianyu teased, not only failing to slow down but instead pressing the accelerator and speeding up. Bang! 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 3 zombies were knocked away in succession by the speeding van. It felt exhilarating. Holy crap! Zhao Tianyu, still laughing, was immediately dumbfounded as he saw several cars blocking the road ahead, forming a large-scale accident scene. He quickly reduced his speed, stopping about 100 meters away, then climbed onto the roof of the car to observe the road conditions ahead. Fortunately, it was only the length of a dozen cars and the vehicles weren't too dense, so they should be able to get through. After confirming the road conditions, Zhao Tianyu returned to the car and asked, are the windows all shut? Gu Yufei looked around and said, all shut. Tianyu, are we going to drive straight through? Zhao Tianyu nodded, shifted into gear and continued forward. As they approached the blocked area, there were almost no normal vehicles in sight. All had been battered beyond recognition, lined up bumper to bumper. Even though Zhao Tianyu had been zigzagging through the gaps, he could only move slowly, unable to increase speed. Watching one zombie after another pass by them, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan felt their hearts race, cold sweat pouring down, fearing that they might suddenly pounce on them. Bang! 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 Misfortune struck. Just as the 3 were relieved that they could soon pass through, suddenly 2 male zombies burst out from the side and crashed into the car, with one jumping directly onto the hood, all of them screaming and frantically pounding on the windows. Seeing the terrifying faces just a window away, the pressure made Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, who were experiencing such a scene for the first time, break into cold sweat. Zhao Tianyu's heart also sank, knowing he couldn't let them keep pounding, otherwise the glass wouldn't hold up for long. Hold on tight. Zhao Tianyu slammed the accelerator and the Hongguang once again showed its advantages, forcibly squeezing past the adjacent vehicles and bursting out. The zombie on the hood fell off, rolling several meters on the ground. It was only after they had distanced themselves from them that the 3 in the car let out a sigh of relief. You didn't wet yourself, did you? Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily at the 2 who were still in shock. Gu Yufei patted her chest, gasping for breath, and said, that scared me to death. Watching them clawing at the window, it felt like they were about to rush in and bite me. My heart was in my throat. I thought after killing so many zombies I would never be scared again in this life, but it seems I overestimated myself. Let's play some music. Zhao Tianyu glanced at the USB stick plugged into the car. He slowed down, operated the central screen a few times, and soon the music started playing. As a soothing piece of music played, the 3 gradually returned to a relaxed state. For the next stretch of road, although wrecked vehicles were everywhere, there were no more serious traffic jams. Beep. 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 A sudden honking sound came from behind. Zhao Tianyu glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a previously empty road behind them suddenly filled with an off-road vehicle wildly honking its horn. There's a car behind. Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei immediately became excited. Along the way, apart from zombies, the surroundings had been eerily silent, so seeing living people suddenly appear was no wonder they were so thrilled. As the 2 vehicles drew closer, Zhao Tianyu finally saw the model. It was the G-Class he had been looking for. He didn't expect to encounter a moving vehicle at this time. Zhao Tianyu slowed down, rolled down the window, wanting to see what they were up to. The car quickly caught up and a young guy with a buzz cut looking to be about his age leaned out and said, "Hey buddy, what time is it? Still driving this old van? You should switch to a new one." Zhao Tianyu glanced at the situation in their car and smiled. We're all in the same boat now. In this kind of road condition I prefer something durable. Where are you headed?
The buzzcut replied, we're heading to Guantang town. I heard on the radio this morning that the authorities have set up a safe zone there to shelter survivors with armed protection and food distribution.
We're planning to check it out.
Zhao Tianyu paused, startled. Had the news spread so quickly? In his previous life it was precisely the broadcast announcement that had triggered a mass exodus from the city toward that very location. Yet they could never have imagined that this base would fall in less than a month, overrun by an endless tide of zombies. Though Zhao Tianyu already knew this grim outcome, he had no intention of warning them. Such words spoken now would only be met with disbelief. Upon hearing that the authorities had established a safe zone, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan instantly perked up, leaning forward in unison to catch every word. The short-haired man across from them stared blankly at Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan. Their faces alone left him utterly transfixed, mouth nearly agape. At that moment the rear window of the G-Class SUV rolled down, revealing two men in the back seat who exchanged knowing, unmistakably masculine glances toward their vehicle. Zhao Tianyu instantly tensed, but his expression remained effortlessly genial as he chuckled, brother, our paths diverge. I'm heading out of the city to stay with relatives. My car is slow and I'd only hold you back. No trouble at all, the short-haired man quickly replied. It's still early, we rarely meet living souls on the road these days.
Slowing down for a chat will ease the monotony.
I'm truly sorry, I've a long way to go, and if I don't press on I won't reach my destination before nightfall. With that, Zhao Tianyu dismissed further conversation and accelerated past them.
Moments later the G-Class surged ahead once more.
The short-haired man sneered, hey buddy, if you're in such a rush we'll scout the road ahead for you. Then the SUV shot forward, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Brother Long, those two girls in that car, damn, they're absolutely stunning. Just one glance got me hard, way better than any we've had before. From the passenger seat of the G-Class the short-haired man twisted his neck toward the rear, addressing the middle-aged man behind him with feverish excitement.
That man was Zhuang Long, a burly broad-shouldered figure with a neatly trimmed round haircut and a black gold-embossed eagle t-shirt. A true man of the world.
His original gang had vanished. These three in the SUV were new recruits. Xiao Wei, the short-haired man, lacked combat prowess but possessed sharp wit and street smarts.
Haha, Xiao Wei, don't rush. After I'm done you'll be next. Haha, thanks brother Long. Life under your leadership is pure exhilaration. I never dared dream of days like this.
Xiao Wei hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Before the zombie outbreak he'd been nothing more than an auto mechanic apprentice, grinding through years of grueling menial labor, never once tasting the intimacy of a woman, until he fell in with Zhuang Long and finally broke free. The other two men in the vehicle burst into raucous laughter.
Xia Zihan watched the G-Class recede into the distance, her brow furrowed. Tianyu, those men, they don't seem trustworthy.
Yes, I felt it too, their leering stares made my skin crawl, Gu Yufei added, voice-tight with unease.
Good, you're both alert. These men are dangerous.
Trouble may well be coming our way, Zhao Tianyu murmured, recalling the short-haired man's final chilling remark.
Gu Yufei frowned in confusion.
Do you mean they'll lie in wait for us ahead?
Hard to say, let's hope I'm overthinking it. No sooner had Zhao Tianyu finished speaking than Xia Zihan gasped, look ahead, it's that same vehicle.
Zhao Tianyu at the wheel had already spotted them, several wrecked cars strewn haphazardly across the road, and the G-Class angled sharply to block the entire lane.
Four men stood idly before it, smoking.
Zhao Tianyu slammed on the brakes, halting 50 meters short. He neither stepped out nor shouted, only watched them in silence, eyes steady and unreadable.
Noting Zhao Tianyu's wariness, Zhuang Long flicked a subtle glance toward Xiao Wei.
Xiao Wei instantly caught the cue, flicked his cigarette but aside and called out, brother, our engine just died.
Could you give us a lift? We'll get off as soon as we find a replacement vehicle.
Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, then replied coolly, sorry, we're fully loaded with luggage and passengers.
There's simply no room. Come on brother, don't joke.
I've serviced dozens of cars like yours. It could carry 10 more without breaking a sweat.
We're desperate, no one chooses a cramped minivan over a G-Class unless they must. Zhao Tianyu didn't answer him.
Instead he turned to Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, these men mean harm.
Stay vigilant.
Food was still plentiful. Aside from the two women in the car, Zhao Tianyu couldn't fathom what else about his group might warrant their interest. Ancient sages warned that beauty invites calamity. Even in peacetime countless conflicts arose over women, how much more so in this lawless, collapsing world. In the apocalypse, extraordinary beauty is no blessing, it ignites covetous desire.
Without strength to defend oneself, the consequences are dire. Brother Long, this kid isn't biting.
Xiao Wei glanced at Zhuang Long, who crushed his cigarette stub beneath his boot heel.
Enough games.
He's alone, no need for pretense.
Let's cut straight to it.
He had every reason to be confident. Not only had his physical power surged after enhancement, but even his pre-apocalypse brawling skills would make short work of a soft student-like youth like Zhao Tianyu, especially now with 4 against 1. Kid, here's the truth: our elder brother has taken a liking to those 2 girls in your car. Cooperate, step out quietly and you'll live. Resist and we'll carve you up for the zombies. With that, 3 of them returned to the SUV. One drew a massive cleaver and strode forward without hesitation, brandishing it openly toward Zhao Tianyu's vehicle. The road was blocked, so close even a sudden charge wouldn't guarantee impact. To lull them into complacency, Zhao Tianyu raised his voice. Brothers, please, no rash moves. We'll get out right away. Let's talk calmly. Then lowering his voice, he instructed the 2 women, stay in the car, do not come out. They shook their heads vigorously in protest. Xiazihan insisted, Tianyu, you can't face 4 of them alone. Let us help. If they dare lay a hand on you, I'll fight them to the death. No arguments, do as I say. Against those 4 men and their crude blades, Zhao Tianyu felt no threat whatsoever. Their presence would only hinder him. Neither woman yet possessed the resolve or capability to confront living humans as ruthlessly as they did zombies. Zhao Tianyu opened the door and stepped out, hands raised high as he walked steadily toward the front of the car. Seeing his submissive posture, the 4 men, who'd barely considered him a threat to begin with, grew even more brazen and careless. Haha, this kid is really a coward. I wonder what his relationship is with those 2 girls. Let's make him watch closely later. The boy with the buzz cut said unabashedly. The middle-aged man who was driving chuckled. Xiao Wei, you're young but seem to know a lot. You must have learned Japanese a lot in the past, right? Of course, although I may not have as much practical experience as you, my theoretical knowledge is certainly richer than yours, Xiao Kunta replied proudly. Zhao Tianyu focused mainly on the middle-aged man in the black t-shirt. Among the 4, he was the only one empty-handed. Generally, only formidable individuals dare to act this way, like Zhao Tianyu himself. Moreover, judging by the way the others spoke to him, Zhao Tianyu had already determined that he was the leader of the group. In the midst of laughter, the 4 approached Zhao Tianyu within a few meters. Xiao Kunta looked at Zhao Tianyu with a sneer and asked, Kid, what is your relationship with those 2 beauties in the car? Are they your girlfriends or siblings? Zhao Tianyu shook his head, neither, just classmates. What a buzzkill. I was hoping you'd get to observe them well later, Xiao Kunta said, exasperated. After hearing this, Zhao Tianyu maintained a submissive expression, but a trace of barely perceptible anger flashed in his eye. Zhuanlong exchanged glances with the 2 men outside. The 2 immediately understood and slowly approached Zhao Tianyu, intending to subdue him. However, just as they closed in within a meter of Zhao Tianyu, the situation changed abruptly as a black battle axe suddenly appeared in Zhao Tianyu's hand. With a swift motion, the axe fell and the 2 men reaching for him clutched their necks, staring in disbelief at Zhao Tianyu before the You. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they could not stop the deep red liquid from gushing out from their necks. The 2 struggled for a few seconds before falling down, refusing to accept their fate. Upon witnessing this scene, the once arrogant Xiao Kunta was instantly petrified, trembling as he retreated beside Zhuanlong. Long Gu. Zhuanlong's face was equally grave, regretting not having brought the gun from the car. He had underestimated the situation. Judging by the skills displayed, it was clear this was not an ordinary character. Suddenly ambushing 2 ordinary men was not too difficult, he could easily handle that. But what was this suddenly materializing axe? Magic or a superpower? Zhao Tianyu smiled as he walked slowly towards the 2. Long Gu, what should we do? Xiao Kunta panicked as he watched Zhao Tianyu get closer. Zhuanlong said, give me the knife. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kunta hurriedly handed over the knife without a second thought. As Zhuanlong took the large machete, he seized Xiao Kunta and used all his strength to push him towards Zhao Tianyu, then swung the knife towards him. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Zhao Tianyu remained unfazed. He kicked the charging Xiao Kunta away and raised the battle axe to block Zhuanlong's attack. Not bad, quite a bit of strength. You must be a first-tier enhancer, Zhao Tianyu sneered. Zhuanlong looked at Zhao Tianyu with apprehension. This time he was genuinely afraid, because his previous full-force strike was effortlessly neutralized by Zhao Tianyu. Moreover, judging by his tone, he clearly did not regard Zhuanlong, an enhancer, as anything significant. Coupled with the fact that he had just dispatched 2 men with lethal moves, it was evident he was a ruthless character. Zhuanlong dared not continue fighting and turned to run towards the class vehicle without a word. Seeing his behavior, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. What a disappointment! I thought he was someone to reckon with. As Zhuanlong fled, he noticed that Zhao Tianyu did not pursue him, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. As long as he got the gun, no matter how formidable, he would have to kneel. But before he could revel in his victory for a few seconds, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze from behind. Puff! Zhao Tianyu suddenly appeared behind him and executed a move he was most accustomed to when killing zombies. Zhuanglong struggled to turn around, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Zhao Tianyu before him, then he collapsed straight down. Just one left. Xiao Kuntu, who had been kicked away, had not fully gotten up at this moment, but that did not prevent him from clearly seeing the entire process of Zhao Tianyu killing Zhuanglong.
Big brother, don't kill me. I am willing to do anything for you.
Looking at Zhao Tianyu, who was stepping closer, Xiao Kuntu felt as if the Grim Reaper was slowly approaching him, and he hurriedly used the last of his strength to kneel on the ground. At this moment, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, who had witnessed the entire scene, had also gotten out of the car. They had seen Zhao Tianyu kill countless zombies before and thought he was impressive, but now witnessing him take 3 living lives in an instant, they found it difficult to adjust.
Ordinary people driving would likely attract zombies, but once he discovered that zombies showed no interest in him, he became even more determined to travel by car.
Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan glanced at each other and neither spoke.
Seeing them silent, Zhao Tianyu turned to the kneeling Xiao Kuntu. Tell me, who are you? How many lives do you have on your hands, and whether you can live depends on your performance. Big brother, I swear before the zombie outbreak I was just a car mechanic and had only known Zhuanglong and the others for a few days.
Which one is Zhuanglong?
Xiao Kuntu quickly explained. It's the one you just killed. He was originally part of the underworld and the other 2 were just ordinary people before him.
How many lives do you have? Zhao Tianyu continued to question. Big brother, that's unfair. I've never killed anyone.
I'm just an ordinary car mechanic, I don't know about the others. Xiao Kuntu rolled his eyes and tried to argue. Then tell me, what did you want me to observe properly earlier? Zhao Tianyu would not let him off so easily. Big brother, it was just a joke. You mustn't take it seriously, Xiao Kuntu said with a forced smile.
Do you think I am a 3-year-old?
Zhao Tianyu scolded angrily, kicking him in the face. This kick sent Xiao Kuntu rolling several meters away and his phone slipped out of his pocket. With a thought, Zhao Tianyu picked up the phone and walked over to unlock it with the barely alive Xiao Kuntu's fingerprint.
The behavior of a person can often be revealed through their phone.
Before long, he discovered a major secret on the phone.
You two come here and take a look. Zhao Tianyu beckoned them over.
It was because of his earlier statement that Zhao Tianyu had never intended to let Xiao Kuntu off. The reason for going through so much trouble was to let Gu Yufei and the others witness the malice of human nature in a post-apocalyptic environment, and unexpectedly he did help out a lot. Among the dozens of videos on this phone, except for 2 that are from a certain island's adult films, the rest are all evidence of this group humiliating female survivors over the past few days. The cruelest and most varied methods were employed by this short-haired man.
How can they do this? Is this still human?
Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan looked at the unbearable scenes in the videos filled with shock and anger. I leave this person to you 2 to handle, but I hope that by the time I return he has already turned into a corpse, Zhao Tianyu said, patting their shoulders. He then took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and walked to the roadside to clear his mind. Behind him, the sound of the short-haired man's miserable screams quickly followed.
When a woman truly gets ruthless, she can be even more formidable than a man.
After a moment of relaxation, Zhao Tianyu returned to inspect their results, feeling quite satisfied as he walked towards the abandoned G-Class. This G-Class was still quite new and it was unclear which wealthy person had contributed it.
Zhao Tianyu opened the trunk to check, and indeed this group had stored a considerable amount of food.
He expressed serious doubts about what this group had previously said about going to the survivor shelter base in Guantang Town. The apocalypse is hell for ordinary people but a paradise for thugs.
Would thugs like them willingly enter a safe zone and be restrained?
If he guessed correctly, this group was most likely planning an ambush on the way to Guantang Town, robbing passing survivors. After checking the trunk, he couldn't be bothered to look elsewhere, so he directly started the vehicle and backed up next to the van. Take the things from the van, we need to change vehicles, Zhao Tianyu said to the 2 women who were still calming their emotions. He stored the van in his space and the 3 set off again.
Tianyu, what is this?
Gu Yufei, sitting in the back seat, suddenly said mysteriously. Zhao Tianyu turned his head to see that she was holding a pitch-black pistol. He quickly stopped the car and took the pistol. It was a modified 92 handgun using 9mm ammunition with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds.
Zhao Tianyu ejected the magazine and checked there were still 8 bullets left.
This thing isn't very effective against large hordes of zombies, but it's quite good for intimidating people, at least against ordinary folks and weaker evolved beings. Given his current agility and the ability to teleport, even if the 4 from earlier had it, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. Zhao Tianyu stored the pistol and started the vehicle again. The following stretch of road remained calm until they got off the highway. He calculated that they had taken an hour and a half to cover a distance of over 40 kilometers. After exiting the highway, Zhao Tianyu drove the G-Class recklessly for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the destination. The location of the Walmart warehouse was in a large logistics park far from residential areas with not many people around. At this time, the stretch of road just 100 meters from the warehouse gate was already blocked by several trucks parked haphazardly, forcing Zhao Tianyu to stop the car. Their arrival was immediately detected by nearby zombies. As soon as the car door opened, zombies emerged from behind the trucks, clawing and lunging at them. There was nothing to discuss, they could only charge indirectly. Large warehouses rely on forklifts for loading and unloading, so there generally wouldn't be many workers or warehouse staff. Zhao Tianyu led the charge with Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan closely following behind. Zhao Tianyu's combat prowess goes without saying. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan had also become increasingly skilled, dispatching a dozen zombies in less than 2 rounds. The gate's barrier had already been knocked askew and several trucks were jammed together. Bloodstains of a deep red-black color remained on the ground and around the truck doors. Debris was scattered all around, creating a scene of utter chaos. As soon as they showed their faces, a large wave of zombies came rushing from all directions, most of them wearing uniform warehouse work clothes. One might mistakenly think they were quitting work. After a massacre, the three finally entered the interior of the warehouse. What greeted them was an endless array of shelves towering 5 or 6 layers high, all packed with goods on pallets. "We hit the jackpot." Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but cheer. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan were equally excited at the sight of the countless supplies before them. "Quick, find the food area." Zhao Tianyu quickly regained his composure. Although there were many supplies here, daily necessities accounted for the majority and food was the most important. "There's a layout map here." Xia Zihan pointed to the wall. Hearing this, the three quickly gathered around and soon found the location of the food area on it. This was Zone C, which stored items like shampoo, body wash and dish soap. Food was in Zone A. Following the directions, they finally arrived at Zone A. Most of the supplies here had already been packed, wrapped in layers of thin film, making it impossible to tell what was inside just by appearance. They could only identify them through labels. "I'll gather the supplies first. You two keep watch nearby and be careful of any lurking threats hiding in corners." After giving the instructions, Zhao Tianyu stopped concerning himself with them and happily began to collect. Pallet after pallet of various foods disappeared from the shelves, and soon a small mountain was piled up in Zhao Tianyu's space. This feeling was far more satisfying than rummaging through bottles and cans in a supermarket. In less than 10 minutes, the amount of food he had stored surpassed the total he had gathered over the past few days. "Tianyu, help." Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to move to the next row of shelves to continue collecting supplies, he heard Gu Yufei's terrified cry for help. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly ran toward the sound and finally found them in the aisle between 3 rows of shelves. At this moment, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan had their backs to him, holding a riot shield and seemingly confronting something. He couldn't see what it was due to their obstructing bodies. Zhao Tianyu rushed forward and finally saw that they were facing a massive zombie dog. "What the hell? How could there be this thing here? What era is it? Are people really using it to guard warehouses? Could it be a Tibetan Mastiff turned into a zombie?" Zhao Tianyu felt quite frustrated. Zombie dogs are incredibly fast and difficult to deal with. One wrong move could lead to being bitten. He would rather face 10 zombies than deal with one zombie dog. Gar. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu's arrival, the zombie dog became even more ferocious, baring its teeth and growling incessantly, its crimson eyes viciously fixated on them. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhao Tianyu arrive at their side. "You two move to the back. Zihan, give me the riot shield." Zhao Tianyu instructed them to step back to create space, then firmly gripped his battle axe and held the shield, preparing to counter its attack. At that moment, the zombie dog suddenly exerted its strength, launching itself towards Zhao Tianyu with a swift leap, and in an instant it pounced right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity, raising his battle axe and swinging it down fiercely in the direction of the incoming zombie dog. To his surprise, although the creature was large, it was remarkably agile. Sensing the imminent danger, it managed to evade his strike even while in midair. As the zombie dog landed, it swiftly turned and opened its gaping maw to viciously bite at Zhao Tianyu. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Tianyu quickly turned and pushed his explosive shield against the incoming attack with all his might. With a loud crash, the zombie dog's head collided with the explosive shield and was forcefully knocked away, rolling onto the ground. This creature was indeed quite strong. Had Zhao Tianyu not reached the second tier and gained significant strength, he would have surely been knocked down. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu could not let this golden chance slip away. He charged forward and swung the battle axe down heavily. This time it finally struck true. Just as the zombie dog was about to stand up, the battle axe landed accurately on its head. The zombie dog didn't even manage to let out a final howl before it collapsed to the ground. Zhao Tianyu let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This creature was indeed difficult to deal with. If there had been one or two more, it would have been a serious problem. Seeing that the battle was over, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan quickly approached.
Tianyu, are you okay? Gu Yufei asked with concern. I'm fine.
Where did this thing come from?
Zhao Tianyu looked up and asked.
Gu Yufei shook her head. We don't know either. It suddenly appeared right in front of us while Zihan and I were wandering around. Seeing that they were just as puzzled, Zhao Tianyu decided not to ask further. No matter where it came from, it was already dead now. Zhao Tianyu walked over to the zombie dog and skillfully rummaged through its head. Soon a crystal-clear ability crystal nucleus emerged. Mutated animals like zombies also have a chance to produce these ability crystals. Next, he continued to scavenge for supplies. Zhao Tianyu spent over an hour finally collecting all the food items into his space. After having a quick lunch, the group sifted through the other supplies, taking everything useful without hesitation. In the unloading area, seeing several trucks loaded with drinks and rice that had not yet been unloaded, Zhao Tianyu decided to take both the cargo and the trucks. By the time they exited the warehouse, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. His system space was nearly full with less than a quarter of the space remaining.
Tianyu, where are we going next? Xia Zihan asked as they reached the warehouse door.
Lanshan, no. One'll take you to a luxurious villa costing 100,000 per square meter. Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile. This was something he had planned before setting out. It was less than 2 kilometers away, an area where wealthy people gathered with a relatively low population density conducive for future exits from the city.
Really? That's amazing.
I've always dreamed of living in a luxurious villa like the one seen in dramas.
Xia Zihan exclaimed excitedly. Zihan, really? With so many rich second-generation heirs pursuing you, none of them took you there?
Gu Yufei teased.
Nonsense.
Do you really think there are that many rich heirs? Most of them are just pretending to be wealthy. Their sports cars are all rented.
Xia Zihan interrupted her indignantly. Zhao Tianyu ignored the two rivals and drove on the road.
They had already moved far from the city center and were now in the suburbs. The journey went fairly smoothly, and after 10 minutes the three arrived at the entrance of Lanshan No.
1.
Seeing 2 or 3 dozen zombies wandering at the entrance, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time and charged through the fence. Then they started to explore the community. Just point to any building you like, Zhao Tianyu said cheerfully to the two beauties. The two women were so captivated by the luxurious villas and beautiful surroundings in the community that their eyes were busy completely ignoring the zombies they encountered along the way.
Tianyu, how much are the houses worth here? Xia Zihan asked excitedly.
I have no idea, maybe tens of millions. Zhao Tianyu casually replied, considering that he could even dream about the small apartments in the city, let alone these luxurious mansions. His parents had already prepared a house for him back in their hometown, but unfortunately he never got to live in it. Places where wealthy people live are truly different. After touring for quite a while, they encountered maybe less than 100 zombies in total within the community.
Since you all can't make a decision, let's choose this one.
Zhao Tianyu parked the car directly in front of a 3-story villa with its yard gate open. Quick, get down and help deal with these stragglers. Don't let them in and spoil the environment of our villa. After saying that, Zhao Tianyu got out of the car and confronted the zombies that were trailing behind. With the combined efforts of the three, they quickly dispatched the 30 or so zombies that had followed them. Looking at the pile of corpses, Zhao Tianyu frowned but soon thought of a solution. With a thought, all the corpses on the ground were collected into his space. Zhao Tianyu also stored the G-class into the system space and closed the yard gate.
Let's go in and check out our villa.
He wasn't very strong in spatial awareness, but this villa plus the yard must be at least over 1,000 square meters. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan followed behind him, both wearing excited expressions. A few days ago they would have found it hard to even get a chance to see a mansion worth tens of millions or even over 100 million, but now they could choose anyone they wanted, which was truly remarkable.
The house was decorated luxuriously, and as soon as they entered, the three were taken aback.
The large living room on the first floor was intact and showed no signs of damage. This is too beautiful, Xia Zihan exclaimed as she gazed at the grand chandelier, her mouth agape.
Zihan, come look, there's another living room here.
Be careful, let's clear the place first before exploring slowly. Seeing them recklessly wandering around without any caution, Zhao Tianyu frowned and reminded them. Under Zhao Tianyu's guidance, the three thoroughly checked every corner of the villa and found no zombies, most likely because they had all run away.
This villa had 3 floors above ground and a basement, with the first floor housing the living room, kitchen and dining area, while the second and third floors were all bedrooms and the basement served as a recreation room and screening room. Alright, now it's free time, you can explore as you wish, and after you're done get ready for dinner. Returning to the living room on the first floor, Zhao Tianyu said to them. Okay. The two replied cheerfully. Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette, comfortably reclined on the large sofa, and leisurely watched them take photos excitedly. In the next few days, if nothing unexpected happens, he plans to stay right here. Today was exceptionally fruitful. In addition to acquiring a wealth of survival supplies, he also obtained 28 ability crystal cores plus the 4 he had left, allowing him to synthesize 3 second-tier ability crystal cores. With 2 days left until the second round of red mist, he believed it wouldn't be an issue to elevate himself to the 3rd tier after clearing the entire villa area and its surroundings. The arrival of the second round of red mist and acid rain signifies that the novice period for human survivors will soon come to an end, and they will face even more severe tests ahead. For those survivors who did not make good use of the previous 7 days to enhance their strength and accumulate experience, the challenges that follow will undoubtedly be hellish. After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Tianyu, who had been on the move all day, lay on the comfortable and soft sofa and dozed off, only to be startled awake when the two of them chattered down from upstairs. Tianyu, I have good news for you. There's actually water in the bathroom of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, so we can finally take a nice bath tonight. Xia Zihan said excitedly. It might be due to a water tower, Zhao Tianyu yawned and replied, then suddenly recalled, chuckling, wait, did you just mention us having a couple's bath? Xia Zihan pouted playfully, saying, what are you thinking? I'm ignoring you, I'm going to help Yufei prepare dinner. Zhao Tianyu nodded and got up to head outdoors, intending to check the yard before nightfall. Although he had already done a rough sweep when he entered earlier, being cautious is always wise. The residents in this community are spaced at least 50 meters apart, each having their own separate yard surrounded by tall fences, making it nearly impossible for ordinary zombies to break in. After inspecting the yard and confirming there were no damages, Zhao Tianyu finally felt relieved and entered the house. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally lavish, with 3 people preparing 8 dishes. However, these dishes only occupied a small corner of the spacious dining table. Come everyone, try this 1982 Lafite. Zhao Tianyu poured each of them a glass of red wine which he had found in the wine cellar in the basement, unsure of its authenticity. Tianyu, I don't drink wine, Gu Yufei said timidly, looking at the red wine in front of her. Zhao Tianyu smiled, saying, it's okay, I don't drink either, mainly I've heard it's expensive, so let's experience the life of the wealthy. Yufei, don't worry, this wine has a low alcohol content, a little won't get you drunk, Xia Zihan said, lifting her glass to smell it. Seeing Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan saying this, Gu Yufei reluctantly raised her wine glass. After clinking glasses, Zhao Tianyu took a sip. It was sour yet fruity, and he couldn't discern whether it was good or bad. For someone like him, a cold beer would be much more refreshing. After a satisfying meal and drink, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Zhao Tianyu stood up and said, who wants to sleep in the master bedroom tonight? Raise your hand. Me. Me. Both Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei raised their hands simultaneously. With one bottle of Lafite, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan only drank half a glass each, leaving the rest for him. Then let's all sleep together, Zhao Tianyu said, looking at the 2 blushing beauties with a mischievous smile. Gu Yufei rolled her eyes, saying, Pooh, you wish. Xia Zihan remained silent but playfully winked at him. The night without electricity or the internet felt so dull. After dinner, the 3 of them chatted in the living room for a while before heading upstairs. For safety, all 3 of them decided to stay on the 3rd floor. Besides the enormous master bedroom with an independent study, there were also 2 guest rooms, each equipped with its own bathroom, walk-in closet and balcony. Although they were guest rooms, they were still more spacious and luxurious than most master bedrooms in high-rise apartments. Late at night, Zhao Tianyu waited and waited but did not see anyone come. They wouldn't have fallen asleep, would they? With no sleepiness at all, he decided to directly get up and check. I heard them talking just now, it should be this room. Standing at the door of a guest room, Zhao Tianyu muttered to himself. He grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it down. With a click, the door opened. They really fell asleep. Using the faint light from his phone screen, Zhao Tianyu climbed onto the bed and directly embraced the person. The person being held moved slightly and then suddenly screamed. Ah! Damn! Upon hearing that sound, Zhao Tianyu immediately realized he had entered the wrong room. No wonder the feeling of his hand was so different. Don't shout, it's me. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly covered her mouth to prevent her from continuing to scream. Hearing that familiar voice, Gu Yufei recognized who was holding her. Quickly breaking free from his unwanted touch, she sat up angrily and said, Zhao Tianyu, why aren't you sleeping at night and come here to act like a pervert? Zhao Tianyu was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain this? He couldn't just say he wanted to touch Xia Zihan but mistakenly entered the wrong room. He could only go along with it. The long night is endless and I can't sleep. I wanted to find you to chat, Zhao Tianyu said as he took her small hand. Chatting is fine, but why are you being so touchy? Gu Yufei shot him a glare and said unhappily, who told you to be so beautiful and have such a good figure? It made me momentarily lose control, Zhao Tianyu replied with a mischievous smile. The next day, seeing Gu Yufei walk awkwardly, clearly not natural, Xia Zihan immediately understood what had happened. A surge of sourness surged in her heart. Although she had mentally prepared for this to happen sooner or later, it still felt exceptionally unpleasant. Last night you two. Taking advantage of Gu Yufei's trip to the bathroom, Xia Zihan glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu looked aggrieved and said, it's all your fault. I waited for you half the night without seeing you come, so I thought about finding you. Who knew I ended up in the wrong room and it turned into an embarrassing situation. Xia Zihan was taken aback. She had guessed he would make excuses, but she never expected him to give such a reason. Now it turned out to be her fault. Xia Zihan puffed up in anger and said, my period came, so I went to bed early. Zhao Tianyu was speechless. Big sister, what does it mean that your period came and you still winked at me? You made me all fired up for half the night. Zhao Tianyu looked concerned and said, oh. Then you should rest well today and drink plenty of hot water. Xia Zihan rolled her eyes and angrily said, the first half was somewhat like human speech, but hearing the second half made me want to slap this straightforward guy. I ran out of diapers, bring me some. Xia Zihan rolled her eyes and said angrily, all right, just let me know if you need anything. Zhao Tianyu replied cheerfully, and then with a thought a pile of sanitary pads appeared before them. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu left both patients at home and went out alone. After clearing out the warehouse, food was no longer his most urgent need. The immediate priority was the ability crystal cores and energy. Today the first task was to clean up the entire neighborhood, beautifying the environment while quickly gathering enough ability crystal cores to advance to the third tier. Although Lanshan No. 1 covered a large area, the number of units was not many. The entire project planned only 50 buildings with a low plot ratio and high greening rate. This is the difference between the rich district and ordinary high-rise residential areas where ordinary people's homes are crammed with as many buildings as possible. Zhao Tianyu took out an electric bike from his space. With such a large area to cover, relying on 2 legs would be exhausting and slow. A car would be too loud and easily attract all the zombies, making it hard to kill them. The electric bike was just right. On the way, Zhao Tianyu walked and stopped, finishing off all the zombies wandering outside in less than an hour. Next he needed to scavenge house by house. He started with the neighbors in the building where they were currently staying. Is there anyone alive? If you don't speak, he'll break the door down. Zhao Tianyu used his battle axe to smash the door a few times and shouted loudly, following courtesy with force. If he broke in and found survivors, it would be awkward. Seeing no response but instead hearing a few zombie growls, Zhao Tianyu immediately swung his battle axe down fiercely. Although the door seemed of good quality with his current strength and the indestructible battle axe, the front door burst open after just a few strikes. Roar! As soon as the door opened, a male and a female zombie charged at him with a roar. Thud thud. Zhao Tianyu swung his axe and effortlessly ended the lives of the billionaire couple. Just a few days ago this would have been headline news. The decorations of this household were still quite luxurious, but the scattered remnants on the floor and the pools of dried blood were a stark contrast, killing any interest he had in admiring the place. Zhao Tianyu quickly searched upstairs, finding nothing but a bunch of expensive cosmetics and jewelry. Seeing how interested Gu Yufei and the others were in these items in the master bedroom yesterday, he collected them all. In the basement, the first thing he saw was a bar and a wall full of liquor cabinets. He certainly couldn't let these unclaimed items go. How is there another level below? Just as he was about to go up, he found there was a second basement. Without thinking much, Zhao Tianyu stepped down. The second basement was a garage. Following the light, he saw several cars parked neatly, including sports cars and sedans. Holy shit, could it be? When he saw the enormous vehicle at the end, Zhao Tianyu instantly became excited. Indeed, parked before him was a wild-looking blue Ford F-150 Raptor pickup truck, the same vehicle that had once helped him break through the zombie siege in his previous life. It's mine. Meanwhile, in the Villa Zihan, do you like Zhao Tianyu? Gu Yufei suddenly turned to Xia Zihan and asked. Xia Zihan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized this was a declaration of sovereignty. Wasn't it a bit too soon after just spending the night together? Yes, I like him. What's wrong with that? Xia Zihan pretended to be oblivious. Gu Yufei was not surprised by her answer.
In fact, she had noticed it long ago but hadn't brought it up since she and Zhao Tianyu had not yet established a relationship. Gu Yufei pursed her lips and said, I advise you to give up.
Because he and I have.
At first she was quite assertive, but as she spoke she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to say it out loud.
You mean you've slept together?
Seeing her hesitation, Xia Zihan directly completed her sentence.
Ah, how did you know? Gu Yufei looked at her in shock. Did the noise last night really get that loud? If so, that would be so embarrassing.
Xia Zihan sneered and looked directly into her eyes. Don't ask how I know.
Just tell me, is it true?
You're right, so I hope you keep some distance from him in the future. Gu Yufei boldly admitted, since she already knew there was no need to hide it any longer, and decided to lay it all out.
Xia Zihan looked at this naive girl and shook her head. Gu Yufei, you're too naive. In that 2-bedroom apartment at school I was already his woman. He hasn't rolled in bed with you yet.
What?
How is that possible? You can't be lying to me. Hearing her words, Gu Yufei felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe it was true. Xia Zihan laughed coldly. Am I lying to you? Go ask Zhao Tianyu what he has to say. How could he do that? Seeing that Xia Zihan didn't seem to be lying, Gu Yufei's emotions became agitated.
Sister, the world has changed. Even in the past, having 2 boats was not a new thing, let alone now.
Xia Zihan sighed.
Everyone was in the same boat and she didn't take the opportunity to mock Gu Yufei, which was also an excuse she found for herself.
Meanwhile,
Zhao Tianyu had stormed into more than a dozen villas in the morning, reaping great rewards. In addition to some food, he also collected cars, various jewelry, cosmetics, and fine wines and cigarettes. Most importantly, he had obtained a small diesel generator. As long as he went to a nearby gas station in the afternoon to get some diesel, he would finally not have to fumble around in the dark tonight and could watch a movie in the villa's luxurious private theater.
Ladies, I'm back. Zhao Tianyu cheerfully greeted as he entered the room.
Poof. Gu Yufei, seated on the sofa, shot him a fierce glare before turning her face away, completely ignoring him. Xia Zihan also remained silent, wearing a mischievous grin as she looked at him.
Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but ask, what's going on here?
Xia Zihan shaped her mouth to speak, first pointing at herself, then at him, and finally directing her finger towards Gu Yufei. After exchanging a series of knowing glances, she suddenly exclaimed, oh no, I suddenly have a stomachache and need to go upstairs to relieve myself. Seeing their bizarre behavior, Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow and quickly deduced what was happening. It seemed that his plan to enjoy a movie with both of them was about to be thwarted.
After Xia Zihan left, Gu Yufei could no longer hold back. Standing up with red-rimmed eyes, she questioned Zhao Tianyu, is it true about you and her?
Yes.
Zhao Tianyu made no attempt to defend himself and directly admitted it.
He had no intention of denying it, nor had he thought about hiding it.
You shameless. Gu Yufei's anger intensified at his nonchalant demeanor. Yes, I am shameless.
Zhao Tianyu nodded again, and seeing her in tears, he handed her a few tissues from the table. Stop crying, wipe your tears, or you'll look like a little raccoon.
Get away, I don't need your pity. Gu Yufei angrily pushed him away. If you want to go, go.
Zhao Tianyu couldn't be bothered to deal with it any longer and turned to leave the living room. In his past life he had poured his heart out, yet he ended up with nothing. From then on he vowed never to grovel or beg for any woman again. In his previous life he had lived in fear worse than a pig or dog and ultimately didn't survive long. This time he intended to live freely, doing what he desired even if it meant dying again. Entering the dining room, he saw the prepared meal on the table and feeling famished he immediately served himself a bowl of rice and began to eat.
Having been eavesdropping upstairs, Xia Zihan finally came down when the commotion below ceased.
Now that the relationship among the three was clear and Zhao Tianyu had not blamed her for Gu Yufei's anger, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Seeing Xia Zihan's gleeful expression, Zhao Tianyu glared at her, saying, why aren't you hiding?
Xia Zihan chuckled, I wasn't hiding, I just went to the restroom. Are you still going to eat? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?
Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu froze instinctively. His hand paused midair with the chopsticks, recalling the lesson from his past life when he was poisoned by Yan Xian.
Ha ha. Seeing his reaction, Xia Zihan burst into laughter. You're scared, aren't you? Don't worry, I made this. Recovering, Zhao Tianyu smiled, that's why today's food seems a bit off.
If you think it's bad, then don't eat it and see if anyone else will cook for you in the future.
Xia Zihan pouted. After having lunch and resting for a while, Zhao Tianyu went out again. The nearest gas station was about 2 kilometers away.
At this stage, fuel wasn't a scarce resource and acquiring it wasn't too difficult.
Bang! Just as he was a few hundred meters away from the gas station, a sudden gunshot rang out ahead and Zhao Tianyu immediately became alert. Meanwhile, at the gas station entrance, Brother Kai were out of bullets. The lead zombie is too fast, we can't hit it at all. The only shooter in the squad anxiously reported to their leader. Another overweight man wielding a crowbar shouted, Brother Kai, more and more zombies are coming, we need to come up with a plan quickly or we'll all be done for. Wang Kai, the leader, understood their predicament better than anyone else. He looked around and saw that aside from the gas station behind them there were no other buildings nearby for defense. Gritting his teeth, he said, everyone quickly retreat to the convenience store for cover and find a way to contact Boss Duan for rescue. Early in the morning their squad was ordered to search for supplies, but unexpectedly they stumbled into a zombie den, losing 2 members before they could barely escape. Unfortunately, that wasn't their only misfortune. Just a few minutes ago their vehicle ran out of gas before reaching the gas station and the nearby zombies immediately swarmed them, forcing them to abandon the car and flee. Zhao Tianyu retrieved his car and stealthily crossed the road to the gas station, where he saw a group of survivors desperately making their way to the convenience store inside the gas station. One female survivor was protecting an injured person, followed by 3 men who were fighting off a horde of zombies with knives, guns and clubs. Zhao Tianyu did not act recklessly but instead crouched by the roadside to observe. After a fierce struggle the survivors successfully reached the convenience store. However, the zombies did not give up, they continued to pound against the glass doors of the convenience store. Driven by the instinct of the zombie virus, the scent of fresh blood and flesh was irresistibly alluring to them. Suddenly a tall male zombie turned its head and fixed its menacing gaze on him. Zhao Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! To sense him from such a distance, it couldn't have already evolved, could it? Before he could think further, the towering zombie charged towards him at an alarming speed, followed by a horde of lesser zombies. Seeing the oncoming wave of zombies, Zhao Tianyu dared not be careless and quickly took out his battle axe and riot shield. The leading tall zombie moved with incredible speed, crashing toward Zhao Tianyu in the blink of an eye. It jumped high and slammed into Zhao Tianyu's riot shield, the immense impact forcing him to stagger back 2 or 3 steps, and his downward strike failed to cause any harm to it. Zhao Tianyu's plan to endure its charge with his own strength and then send it away with a swing of his axe fell through. He could tell from its speed and strength that this was definitely not an ordinary first-tier zombie but rather a second-tier zombie. Second-tier zombies are not vastly different in strength from second-tier evolved beings, but they are tough with thick skin and flesh, fearless of death. As long as the vital points are not hit, they can take a few blows elsewhere and still get back up as fierce as ever. However, evolved beings are different, you must be unharmed. If you accidentally get bitten or scratched, your life could be lost, and even if you manage to kill it, it would be of no significance. After steadying his feet, the tall male zombie lunged fiercely once more. Zhao Tianyu seized the moment, swinging his right arm as the battle axe struck out violently, fast and ferocious, the blade whistling through the air. Seeing the battle axe coming directly towards it, the tall male zombie, having developed a sense of self-preservation, surprisingly raised its hand to block. Unfortunately, it still underestimated Zhao Tianyu's strength and the sharpness of the battle axe. The axe easily cleaved through its claw as if chopping wood, and without losing momentum it forcefully struck its head. The tall male zombie trembled a few times before its robust body fell straight down. Zhao Tianyu had heard that only a few zombies evolved to the second stage before the second round of red mist, and he never expected to encounter one today. Fortunately, this was merely an ordinary second-stage zombie. Aside from a significant boost in strength and speed, its body had not undergone any other mutations or gained additional powerful abilities. Before he could catch his breath, the other zombies behind had already approached, and Zhao Tianyu became busy once more. Kai, go look. It seems there's someone out on the street killing zombies. A sharp-eyed female survivor pointed out the window. Wang Kai looked through the window and indeed saw a nimble figure weaving through a dozen zombies fighting fiercely. With his axe swinging rapidly and the explosion-proof shield being brandished, the zombies around him were either cleaved down or sent flying. Kaigo, that person is incredible. I feel even Duan Lauda might not compare to him, exclaimed the stout man holding a long pry bar, dumbfounded. Wang Kai did not respond as he noticed that most of the zombies at the convenience store entrance had been attracted by the person on the street. Even the largest and fiercest one had disappeared. This is a rare opportunity. Let's make a break for it. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to hold out for long alone. If he falls, it won't be easy for us to get out. Wang Kai hurriedly turned to the few people behind him. On the spacious main road, the 30 or so zombies did not pose much trouble for Zhao Tianyu, who had taken them all down within 5 or 6 minutes. Meanwhile, the few people at the gas station were still entangled with zombies, but the number of zombies had significantly decreased and they had gained the upper hand. In fact, as soon as they rushed out, Zhao Tianyu had keenly noticed their movements, and fortunately they had come out to relieve some of his pressure. Seeing only a few scattered zombies remaining, he was too lazy to help further and instead pulled out a fruit knife to search for ability crystals. The first one of course was the second-stage zombie.
Zhao Tianyu lightly pried at its forehead and a bright yellow second-stage ability crystal appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation Zhao Tianyu directly stored it in his space. The drop rate for second-stage zombies is nearly double that of first-stage zombies, so he was not surprised at all to acquire a second-stage ability crystal so easily. The higher the level of the zombie or zombified animal, the higher the drop rate of ability crystals. For those above the fourth stage, the drop rate is nearly 100%. By the time he finished excavating the ability crystals, the battle at the gas station had also ended and two people like him were searching for ability crystals. Zhao Tianyu walked over. The combat power of these few people posed very low danger to him. Upon seeing the fuel truck beside the gas station, Zhao Tianyu's eyes instantly lit up. Regardless of whether it held fuel or not, it was a valuable treasure to him. Wang Kai, who was watching his teammates search for ability crystals, quickly noticed the approaching Zhao Tianyu. He immediately took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smiling as he said, "Bro, have a smoke."
Wang Kai, what's your name?"
Zhao Tianyu glanced at the sturdy man in his 30s and replied blandly, "Zhao Tianyu. No need for cigarettes, this is a gas station, it's better not to smoke too much. I certainly don't want to die at the hands of zombies only to be taken out by a cigarette."
"Look at my memory, Zhao brother, you're right, safety first."
Wang Kai awkwardly slapped his forehead and put the cigarettes away, then continued, "Zhao brother, I really appreciate your help earlier.
If it weren't for your timely appearance, we would have been in big trouble."
Just moments ago, as they watched the zombies recklessly slamming against the door, their hearts had nearly leaped into their throats and they dared not breathe as they crouched behind the door. "No need to think too much of it, it was just a matter of convenience," Zhao Tianyu said honestly.
"If it weren't for that second-stage zombie discovering him, he might not have acted." "Bro, are you alone?" "No team?" Wang Kai suddenly asked. Zhao Tianyu nodded. "That's right." Not wanting to reveal too much information to someone he wasn't familiar with, Zhao Tianyu chose to keep it vague.
"Seeing how skilled you are, why not join our Tianlong team? We currently have over 50 members and our team leader Duan Yuao has already reached the second stage, boasting powerful strength," Wang Kai said proudly.
"If I join, can I be the boss?"
Wang Kai paused, surprised that this young man had such ambitious aspirations. Seeing his serious demeanor, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly laughed, "Just kidding. I'm used to being free alone and am not accustomed to too many restrictions."
"Zhao brother, want you reconsider.
This world is full of dangers, it's too tough alone.
Our purpose in forming a team is self-preservation, there aren't too many restrictions," Wang Kai continued to persuade.
"With your strength, joining us as a team leader would be no problem at all." Wang Kai was still not giving up, urging further. Having just lost two teammates today and with another heavily injured, their team was in dire need of someone as powerful as Zhao Tianyu.
Zhao Tianyu shook his head. "I don't have that intention for now."
"That's a pity. If you change your mind, you can find us at the Rhine Garden. We are temporarily stationed there," Wang Kai said with a look of regret.
He knew Rhine Garden, a villa-style community like Lanshan, no.
One not too far from here. He had considered using it as a foothold at the beginning.
"No problem.
If I decide to consider it, I'll definitely prioritize your Tianlong team," Zhao Tianyu said dismissively. After a while, the two people from their team who were responsible for digging the ability crystals also finished their tasks and walked over.
Wang Kai introduced them to Zhao Tianyu.
The stout man was named Ren Wenkai while the skinny one was called Zheng Lengqi. The two formed a stark contrast standing together.
Kai Gugwa Wan asked how to handle the food inside the convenience store.
The stout Ren Wenkai spoke after glancing back and forth between Wang Kai and Zhao Tianyu. Wang Kai thought for a moment and replied, "Leave a quarter for Zhao brother and well take the rest. Longqi, go check if that Great Wall SUV is still usable."
Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, not expecting that they would leave him a supply. However, since they were offering, he certainly wouldn't refuse who would dislike benefits delivered to their door.
The stout man smacked his lips and said, "All right, I'll go help pack up." Before long, the lean man who had gone to check the car also approached excitedly, saying, "Kaigo, the car is in good condition and it's full of fuel." Wang Kai nodded at him, then turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "Brother Zhao, I'll go inside to check on the injured brothers first." Zhao Tianyu gently nodded but furrowed his brow, asking, "It wouldn't be from a zombie bite, would it?" Wang Kai shook his head, explaining with a frown, "No, they were injured from falling from a height and being pierced by sharp objects." Since it wasn't caused by zombies, Zhao Tianyu didn't bother further and turned to walk towards the fuel truck parked in the open area nearby. Zhao Tianyu walked around the truck. It was a supersized fuel tanker with a capacity of 30 cubic meters, able to hold 30,000 liters of oil when fully loaded. The only downside was that it had already been emptied, but it wasn't a big issue. Refilling it would just be a bit of a hassle.
Zhao Tianyu climbed into the driver's cabin and rummaged around, quickly finding a loading record list. To his delight, the truck was designed with dual compartments. The so-called dual compartment design meant that from the outside it looked like a single tank, but inside there was a partition that divided the space into two independent parts. Before arriving here, one half had carried zero diesel while the other half had carried 95 gasoline. A few minutes later, Wang Kai emerged from the convenience store and searched around until he spotted Zhao Tianyu jumping down from the driver's cabin.
"Brother Zhao, are you interested in this thing?"
Zhao Tianyu patted off the dirt on his hands and nodded. Wang Kai laughed. "It's useless given the current road conditions. Such a large vehicle wouldn't be able to drive on the road anyway." Zhao Tianyu shrugged and said, "It's fine and just a bit curious and taking a look around." "Brother Zhao, my brother is seriously injured. We need to hurry back to the base to treat him. Well, take our leave now, and the food portion for you will be left in the convenience store." Wang Kai finished speaking with a furrowed brow and then extended his hand to him. Zhao Tianyu looked up at the already started Havel, shook his hand and said, "All right, saving lives is the priority. We shall meet again if fate allows." After watching Wang Kai and the others leave, Zhao Tianyu was left alone at the gas station. These few people seemed decent. Zhao Tianyu could tell they were all first-tier enhancers. Such strength was already quite formidable at this stage, but unfortunately they already had a team. Otherwise he wouldn't mind recruiting them. Zhao Tianyu entered the convenience store and found a small pile of drinks and snacks on the floor, which he took without hesitation. Noticing a few bottles of lubricant and engine oil on the corner shelf, he casually collected those as well. Next was the oil. This was the main purpose of his outing today. Now that the power was out, even if he found a fuel card from the staff who had turned into zombies, he wouldn't be able to refuel from the pump. However, this was no challenge for him as long as he found the oil tank valve, removed the flange from the outlet of the pump, connected a hose and linked it to the fuel intake of the tanker. After preparing these, he could use his generator to power the oil pump and start drawing oil. The gas station had plenty of hoses and tools for unloading oil, which could be easily found in the tool room. He could drain the entire underground oil tank without much issue, and it would be much faster than continuously squeezing the fuel nozzle to spray a little at a time. On the other end, inside the Havel speeding down the road, the stout man Ren Wenkai scratched his head and turned his head to say, "Kaigu, it's really a pity not to let Zhao Tianyu join us. He is definitely already at the second tier." Wang Kai flicked the cigarette butt out the window and returned his gaze from the distance, saying, "Upon careful consideration, his refusal may not necessarily be a bad thing. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. We don't even know who is stronger between him and Boss Duan. Kaigu, you should be able to evolve to the second tier when we return this time, right?" Zhang Longqi, who was driving, also joined the conversation. "It should be fine now." Wang Kai nodded. If it weren't for Captain Duan Yuhao consuming a large number of ability crystals to upgrade to the third tier, the three group leaders would have already reached the second tier. Ren Wenkai rubbed his chubby face and said, "It would be great if we could also get rid of those zombies we killed in the supermarket earlier. That would be more than enough for Kaigo to upgrade, and perhaps we could each get 1 or 2 crystals." Wang Kai sighed deeply, looking regretful, and said, "To be able to preserve our lives is the greatest fortune amidst misfortune. It's just a pity that Shaoli and Zhao Ping lost their lives." The 7 who had left in 2 vehicles early in the morning were now down to just 5, and one was half dead. They still didn't know if he could be saved. Thinking of this, a wave of sadness surged in their hearts and the car fell silent once again. More than an hour later, after Zhao Tianyu tossed out the zombie corpses he had collected earlier, he stored the tank truck that was now filled with oil back into his space. With this fuel, he wouldn't have to worry about powering his generator or refueling his vehicle for a long time. Zhao Tianyu drove the G-Wagon humming a tune and happily returned to the villa. Not only had he obtained fuel today, but most importantly he had also acquired a second-tier ability crystal and 28 first-tier crystals, which allowed him to gather enough ability crystals to evolve to the third tier. The enhancement of evolutionists does not require 10 ability crystals for every level, rather the required amount gradually decreases with the increase in level. Survivors in his past life who conducted research suggested that this might be related to the energy and purity contained within the crystals. Upon opening the villa door and not seeing anyone, he guessed they were resting on the 3rd floor. Zhao Tianyu boiled a kettle of water for himself and brewed a cup of tea to enjoy. After drinking the tea and resting for a moment, Zhao Tianyu also went up to the 3rd floor and entered the bedroom, where he saw Xiaozihan lying sweetly on the large bed in the master bedroom. Zhao Tianyu ignored her and first went to the bathroom to wash off the sweat and unpleasant odors. He had no idea how much water was still in the tank. The 3 of them didn't dare to use it freely. Although he had plenty of water in his space, he was too used to being poor to spare any for a bath. As he emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed, Xiaozihan was already sitting on the bed yawning and looking drowsy. Zhao Tianyu smacked his lips and said, "You really know how to enjoy life. At this time everyone else was struggling on the brink of survival while you were comfortably sleeping in a luxurious villa during the day." Xia Zihan giggled and replied, "Who told me I'm lucky to be with the right man?"
I love hearing that, Zhao Tianyu chuckled as he walked over and embraced her, planting several kisses on her. Breathless from the kiss, Xia Zihan pushed him away, her face filled with shyness as she said, "I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to make dinner." Zhao Tianyu hurriedly pressed her shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry, we're having hot pot tonight. Tell me what happened with Gu Yufei today." Xia Zihan glared at him, playfully pouting as she replied, "I'm not sure, I didn't eat lunch and didn't go outside, but she should be fine," she responded when I called her earlier. "You should go comfort her, not every girl is as silly and obedient as I am." If you are silly, then there wouldn't be any smart women in the world," Zhao Tianyu replied irritably. After Xia Zihan went downstairs, he gently walked to the door of Gu Yufei's bedroom and tried to open it but failed. "Yufei, open the door." Zhao Tianyu knocked a few times with force. After a while there was no response. Zhao Tianyu raised his voice and shouted, "Gu Yufei, open the door. I'll count to 10, if you don't open it I'll just break it down. 10. 9. 4. Just as he shouted, for the door lock was suddenly released from the inside. When the door opened, Gu Yufei plopped down heavily on the bed, her almond-shaped eyes wide with anger as she said, "Zhao Tianyu, just say what you want, spit it out." Seeing her like this, Zhao Tianyu was both amused and annoyed, and he sternly said, "Gu Yufei, you foolish woman, even if you want to be angry with me, there's no need to punish yourself like this, right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yufei immediately raised her brows and retorted in a soft voice, "You're the foolish one. I can do whatever I want and I don't need your concern." Zhao Tianyu rubbed his nose, a half-smile on his face as he said, "I don't want to meddle, but I'm worried someone might starve to death. Living with a starving person is just bad luck to think about. We're about to eat. If you don't want to be a starving ghost, come down and eat something. By the way, we're having hot pot tonight with lamb rolls, beef slices, beef balls," Zhao Tianyu said as he walked, deliberately stretching out his words. "Guliolu." Hearing the words hot pot, Gu Yufei, who had been hungry for most of the day, immediately felt her stomach growl embarrassingly. "Oof. Even if I starve to death, I won't let you have your way. Guliolu." Going down to the kitchen, Zhao Tianyu first took a bone to boil soup for the base, then pulled out a large pile of ingredients for Xia Zihan to handle. Then he set up the generator, and after a flurry of activity the induction cooker was ready. "I'll go call Yufei down." Seeing everything prepared, Xia Zihan looked at him. Zhao Tianyu nodded. A few minutes later Xia Zihan returned, shaking her head at him. Zhao Tianyu frowned. This girl had some backbone, but it was a pity she was suffering just to save face. "Forget her, well, eat our food." Just as they started eating, a shadow suddenly darted in, silently grabbing the chopsticks on the table and began to eat vigorously. Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan exchanged glances, but both stifled their laughter. Isn't this the perfect embodiment of the delicious food law? That girl is lucky. On the day of the incident she met him and never experienced hunger. People who have truly felt hunger would never skip a meal out of spite. Even before dying they would want to be well fed. Zhao Tianyu refrained from provoking her, and for a while all three of them silently enjoyed their meal. Gu Yufei focused entirely on serving herself, not glancing at Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan, who were both holding back laughter, knowing full well that her behavior was embarrassing. After filling her stomach, she placed down her chopsticks and hurried back to her room, leaving Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan looking at each other in disbelief. That night Zhao Tianyu swallowed the second-tier ability crystal he obtained today, along with the 3 other crystals synthesized by the system, a total of 9 second-tier ability crystals, finally allowing him to evolve to the 3rd tier. Host: Zhao Tianyu. Physique 94. The average value for an adult male is 10. Strength 92. The average value for an adult male is 10. Agility 112. The average value for an adult male is 10. Mental power 100. The average value for an adult male is 10. Evolution level 3rd tier, awakened. Ability teleportation. Note: the maximum distance of teleportation at the current level is 20 meters. Using the ability consumes mental power. Please use it cautiously when mental power is insufficient. Each attribute has more than doubled compared to when he first evolved to the 2nd tier, and the teleportation distance has increased by 5 meters. Excluding the ability aspect, Zhao Tianyu felt that he was not much different from his peak in his past life. He achieved all of this in just 6 days, while in his previous life it took nearly 2 years, which made him feel bittersweet. In his past life he did not have a system to assist him in synthesizing ability crystals, and he was at the bottom of the team's combat power, making it extremely difficult to obtain each 2nd tier ability crystal. A step ahead in every aspect. Now that he has many advantages, he firmly believes that in this life he will definitely stand at the pinnacle. On the 7th day of the zombie outbreak, the last day before the 2nd round of red mist descended, Zhao Tianyu and the others spent the entire day slaughtering zombies. From morning onwards they not only swept through the entire small district villa but also drove around, clearing all zombies within a kilometer radius. The entire community had 50 villas, but the occupancy rate was less than half. Apart from encountering 2 living people in one household, the rest were either vacant or turned into zombies. Tonight the red mist will attack again, followed by acid rain. After tomorrow the world will change into something entirely different. First, the strength of zombies will generally increase, and second-tier zombies and zombified animals will begin to emerge in large numbers. Moreover, most surface water sources have been polluted, many plants have been corroded and killed by acid rain, and some have even mutated. With the efforts of the 3, they harvested a second-tier ability crystal and 51 first-tier ability crystals to. After synthesizing to the second-tier, Zhao Tianyu decided to distribute them all to the girls to enhance their strength as much as possible, preventing them from having any accidents due to not adapting quickly enough to the changes of the zombies. He himself was already completely fine with his third-tier strength. Today Gu Yufei was still indifferent to him, but she strictly followed his instructions without fail. A second-tier ability crystal. How could there be so many? When Zhao Tianyu placed 6 second-tier ability crystals in front of them, both girls were left speechless. Of course they could recognize these as second-tier ability crystals, as they had thoroughly studied the one they obtained from the second-tier zombie today, but they couldn't understand how Zhao Tianyu could have so many. This is what I collected earlier. Zhao Tianyu casually fabricated a reason, leaving it to their belief. It wasn't that Zhao Tianyu didn't trust them, but the ability to synthesize and enhance the extraordinary power crystal cores was simply too abnormal. If leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. He knew that although it was the apocalyptic era, many terrifying forces were still lurking. His current strength was not sufficient to crush everything, so it was better to avoid trouble. Just as night fell, a thick red mist suddenly swept in, drowning the last glimmer of light in the sky. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, who witnessed this change from the 3rd floor, both showed expressions of fear which inevitably reminded them of the red mist before the virus outbreak. It's fine, pull the curtains down and let's go to the basement to watch a movie. Zhao Tianyu provided little explanation, as everything would be revealed to them by tomorrow. The next morning, the Lan Mountain No. 1 community was eerily silent after the rain. There were no zombie howls nor any birds chirping or insects buzzing, as if nothing had changed from the previous day. The only difference was that if one looked closely, the leaves of the plants in the community were no longer lush and green but showed a distinct sign of wilting. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led them out again. If they wanted to live comfortably in the future, they had to quickly improve their strength. Once they left the community and hit the main road, they encountered not a single zombie, as the 3 of them had worked too hard the previous day. Tianyu, can I turn on the radio? Xia Zihan said boredly from the passenger seat. Zhao Tianyu yawned and nodded. Zzz. After Xia Zihan turned on the car radio, a wave of static immediately came through. Zzz. Survivors, this is a safe zone established by the authorities, the Kuntong Survivor Shelter. Xia Zihan fiddled with the console, changing channels multiple times until she finally found one that could broadcast normally. The 2 women, who hadn't received external information for a long time, immediately perked up their ears. Survivors, if you receive this message, it means you are not alone. We have thousands of survivors like you here. We have strong military power to ensure everyone's safety, and we will provide shelter and food for every traveler who arrives here. Our address is No. 16 Kuntong Town S City. There are signposts at every intersection in the town. Survivors who receive this broadcast, you are welcome to come as soon as possible. Survivors, this is a safe zone established by the authorities. The broadcast repeatedly echoed the information about the shelter. Xia Zihan's eyes lit up as she asked excitedly, Tianyu, isn't this the shelter that the group mentioned a couple of days ago? It should be. Zhao Tianyu nodded calmly in response. So are we going? Xia Zihan raised an eyebrow, asking with some anticipation. Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, if you want to experience cramming dozens of people under one tent eating steamed buns or plain noodles every meal, you can go ahead and try it. Ah. Then let's not go. Upon hearing this, Xia Zihan immediately changed her expression and shook her head like a rattle. Watching the 2 in front chatting enthusiastically, Gu Yufei in the back seat gritted her teeth in anger, her pouting lips almost reaching the sky. Noticing her unusual behavior in the rearview mirror, Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth and asked knowingly, Yufei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Poof. No need for your fake sympathy, Gu Yufei replied with annoyance. Zhao Tianyu shook his head helplessly, realizing that this girl really intended to ignore him. They did not have a specific goal for today, it was still about training and gathering extraordinary power crystal cores. As the car drove nearly 3 kilometers and got closer to a community, they finally saw traces of zombie activity. Zhao Tianyu parked the car and crushed through them. Be careful, today's zombies are significantly stronger than before, Zhao Tianyu said after cleaving a seductive woman zombie as he observed that these zombies' speed and strength had increased by nearly half. In fact, the slight increase in ordinary zombies' strength had no impact on him. He said this mainly to remind the two not to underestimate the situation. Xia Zihan easily dealt with a zombie in front of her and looked over at him, saying, "Really? I don't feel much difference." Zhao Tianyu. If you really felt a noticeable increase, it means those second-tier extraordinary power crystal cores from last night ended up with the dogs. As the two spoke, another large wave of zombies rushed in excitedly, numbering at least 50 or 60. Zhao Tianyu kicked a zombie corpse on the ground, instantly knocking down a large group. Then he swung his battle axe and charged forward, moving the axe in a way that no zombie daring to show its head or claw could escape its deadly blow. Ever since he evolved to the third tier, the movements of ordinary zombies appeared to him as slow as snails, unable to approach him at all. Even the typical second-tier zombies were not strong enough to pose a challenge, easily falling to a single blow to their heads. Xia Zihan was becoming increasingly skilled as well, remaining calm in the face of so many zombies, each thrust hitting its mark. Gu Yufei, on the other hand, said nothing, knocking down one zombie after another that lunged at her, seemingly channeling all her anger at Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan into these oblivious zombies, her combat power soaring. The three continued to walk and kill. Soon nearly 100 zombies in the vicinity lay on the ground, black liquid pooling everywhere and a foul odor filling the air. Now the zombies' skin had rotted to a high degree. If they weren't already used to such scenes, they would surely vomit out last night's meal. Zhao Tianyu wiped the blood splatter off his face with the corner of his clothes, frowned at the corpses surrounding him and turned his gaze to them, saying, "The task of searching for extraordinary power crystal cores is up to you too. How quickly you find the cores is also a very important fundamental skill. You should practice more and I will keep watch for you." After finishing his words, he shamelessly stood aside and began to slack off. After collecting their spoils, the three slowly moved along the road, and upon closer inspection they found that the area was full of communities with many shops lining the streets. Looking at the street signs, they realized that there was a subway entrance just a few hundred meters ahead. No wonder so many houses had been built in such a remote area. "Tianyu, look. There's a supermarket ahead." Xia Zihan pointed to a supermarket diagonally across the street. Zhao Tianyu followed her gaze and immediately spotted the large supermarket sign across the street on the second floor. The shops on the first and second floors of the opposite residential area faced the street, while the residential units began from the third floor. Not seeing any zombies at the entrance downstairs, it was likely that the previous wave had been lured away and eliminated. Yufei. Zhao Tianyu turned his head to glance at Gu Yufei behind him. "What?" Gu Yufei replied coldly, her expression radiating an aloof and proud demeanor, as if keeping others at a distance. He had intended to give her a chance to showcase her abilities by using his piercing vision to assess the situation inside the building across. However, seeing her expression, Zhao Tianyu decided against it and walked straight ahead. The three of them encountered almost no obstruction and successfully entered the building. Although the first floor was somewhat dimly lit, it did not hinder Zhao Tianyu's ability to clearly see the layout inside. After several rounds of evolution, his body had been enhanced in all aspects, making his senses several times sharper than those of an ordinary person. The first floor was a small shopping mall, mainly featuring small shops selling clothing and beauty products. However, it was now in total chaos, with corpses, debris and large patches of dried black blood strewn across the floor. Two escalators leading to the second floor were visible not far from the entrance. The mall was eerily quiet, as if the play button had been pressed. The sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard in such an environment, which easily unnerved people. "Don't worry, there are no zombies on the first floor," Gu Yufei suddenly remarked from behind. "What about the second floor?" Xia Zihan quickly inquired. "I don't know, I didn't have time to look." Gu Yufei shook her head. Her piercing vision could only maintain for a little over 10 seconds, barely scanning the first floor. "Let's head up directly," Zhao Tianyu stated decisively. After that, he took the lead, reasoning that the emptiness of the first floor meant there wouldn't be many zombies above. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The three of them climbed the already non-operational escalator step by step, the echo of their footsteps reverberating throughout the mall. As they stepped off the escalator, they found that the entrance to the supermarket was blocked by a haphazard arrangement of shopping carts. It was evident that this was intentionally set up. However, such a barricade could only intimidate brainless ordinary zombies. It had very limited effectiveness against humans. Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan easily pushed a path through and excitedly led the way into the supermarket. "You two be careful," Zhao Tianyu reminded with a furrowed brow from behind. They seemed a bit too fearless, like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. "Ah!" Just as he finished speaking, a startled scream from Gu Yufei echoed ahead.
Did we stumble into a zombie nest or is it a mutated zombie?
Zhao Tianyu's heart sank and he hurried forward. Both of them had become seasoned zombie fighters. It was unusual for them to panic like this. As Zhao Tianyu rushed up, he realized he had been mistaken. There was neither a zombie nest nor mutated zombies. At that moment they were being confronted by two men pointing shotguns at them. Since the outbreak, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan had indeed killed quite a few zombies, but their mentality had yet to shift. Suddenly and unexpectedly confronted by two living men with those dark gun barrels pointed at them, they were understandably terrified.
Hey little girl, don't move recklessly, be careful that my hand doesn't shake and the gun goes off. The shorter youth among the two sneered arrogantly. Cough. Xiao Wan, what are you doing? Don't scare the young lady.
The other burly man quickly reprimanded him. In the heat of the moment he hadn't paid attention, but now that he looked closely he discovered that the two standing before them were indeed two stunningly beautiful young women, their figures and faces rivaling those of top actresses. Today he had struck it lucky. If he could bring them to their leader he would undoubtedly earn great merit. Although he couldn't touch these two beauties for now, he could certainly have some fun with the little white-collar worker who had been doted upon by their leader and the lady surnamed by he had just captured an hour ago. Especially the lady surnamed by. Recalling her alluring curves made his heart surge with heat. The burly man casually glanced at Zhao Tianyu, noticing he was empty-handed, which made him feel relieved. He then changed to a smiling face and said to the two delicate beauties, "The supermarket has already been occupied by us. All resources belong to us.
If you want something, it's not impossible. Our team is currently recruiting members.
As long as our leader agrees to let you join, you can freely use whatever is in this supermarket." Upon hearing this, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan simultaneously turned to look at Zhao Tianyu behind them.
Zhao Tianyu forced a smile and asked the two goons, "Big brother, how many people do you have here? What's your strength?"
The short youth was about to speak when he was tugged by the burly man nearby. "Any questions can be discussed after you meet our leader. He is not far away, just in the office on the other side of the supermarket." The burly man shook the long gun in his hand and smiled.
He didn't plan to call for reinforcements as it would be easy to split their credit.
Li Gu today has truly been a stroke of luck. 3 more have come.
I'm handing over now 2 girls and 1 boy particularly young. Please inform Hu Gu. The burly man spoke into the walkie-talkie.
After reporting, he glanced at the steel pipe spear in Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan's hands and added, "Let's leave the weapons here. You can rest assured they will be absolutely safe with us without any concern about zombies."
"Tianyu, what should we do?"
Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan turned their gaze towards her. They were no longer the naive girls who knew nothing. They could see from the looks in the two men's eyes that they did not appear to be good people.
Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Let's do as he says." It would be easy to deal with these two. He was confident he could handle them easily, even barehanded.
The items in Gu Yufei's hands could deal with ordinary zombies, but they were of little effect against armed humans and would instead raise their vigilance. The two men remained very cautious, especially the burly man who appeared cheerful on the surface, yet the gun in his hand never left their direction. "Then let's go." Xiao Wan, lead the way in front," the burly man said with satisfaction as Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan obediently dropped their weapons. As long as they successfully brought them over, it would be a significant accomplishment. Zhao Tianyu did not follow immediately but took out a cigarette from his pocket.
"Big brother, would you like to have a smoke? What do you go by?"
"Just call me Lao Hu," the burly man replied, cautiously glancing at him, yet still reached out to take the cigarette Zhao Tianyu offered, thinking, "Damn, this pretty boy looks quite handsome. What a pity for that perverted Dichun." Zhao Tianyu glanced at the short young man who was leading the way, then pointed the lighter towards the burly man with the surname Hu.
"Here, Hugo, let me light your cigarette. You're quite something, kid."
Just as the burly man with the surname Hu smiled and turned his head, Zhao Tianyu suddenly struck his hand, moving like lightning to grasp his throat. With a crisp crack, his windpipe was easily crushed. Just as he realized what was happening, instinctively trying to open his mouth to call for help, Zhao Tianyu's other hand swiftly covered his mouth. The burly man with the surname Hu widened his eyes, managing to let out 2 barely audible ugh sounds before going limp. From Zhao Tianyu's strike to the end of his life, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Not to mention the short young man leading the way, even Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, the 2 second-tier revolvers closer to them, were completely unaware. Zhao Tianyu gently laid the corpse on the ground, pried open his stiff fingers and took the shotgun from his hand. Before assessing the enemy situation, he would never foolishly follow them into a den of thieves. Cough, cough. Hearing the cough, the 3 in front turned simultaneously to look. Zhao Tianyu raised the shotgun over Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, smiling as he said to the short young man, "Don't make a sound or I'll blow your head off." "Big brother, let's talk this out. Please don't be impulsive." The short young man trembled at the sight of the dark gun barrel and the unconscious Hu on the ground.
Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan showed no significant reaction to this sudden change, as they knew that with Zhao Tianyu's temperament he would never sit idly by. Because of this, they weren't particularly panicked just moments ago. Zihan, take his gun away. Got it. Reacting quickly, Xia Zihan replied cheerfully and unceremoniously snatched the gun from the short young man's hand. Now answer my questions honestly. If you say one word of lies, be careful, I might tremble and the gun will go off. Zhao Tianyu pressed the shotgun against his groin, using his earlier words against him. Big brother, ask away, I will definitely cooperate honestly. The short young man was so frightened that he stammered. Zhao Tianyu sternly asked, aside from the two of you, how many people and guns are over there? Are there any awakeners or enhancers? There are still 8 people, 4 handguns, 1 awakener and 1 enhancer, the short young man answered honestly. A week ago he was just an ordinary office worker. When the zombie outbreak occurred, he happened to be in this supermarket and survived by hiding with a group of people, having never experienced anything like this. They were originally a makeshift team that had only been together for a few days, and as he was at the bottom of this group, there was naturally little loyalty. What tier are the awakener and enhancer? Do they have special abilities? Zhao Tianyu continued to ask. Hugu is our leader, he is an awakener, extremely strong, but I don't know his tier. The other enhancer, Levita, is a first tier. Yufei, see if this guy is telling the truth. Zhao Tianyu looked at Gu Yufei. Knowing that this was not the time to be angry, she nodded and concentrated her attention on the opposite side as he instructed. After a few seconds, Gu Yufei angrily said, he's lying. There are clearly 8 men and 5 women on the other side, a total of 13 people. She was furious because she just saw 3 female survivors locked in a room with very little covering. The short young man looked at Gu Yufei in terror and quickly explained, no, those 5 women are not our people. They are survivors just like you, looking for food in the supermarket. I just can't understand how this seemingly harmless beauty could see so clearly from such a distance and through so many obstacles. It turned out that, as he suspected, these 2 wanted to lure them over, not with good intentions. Zhao Tianyu nodded at Gu Yufei, then turned his gaze back to the short young man. Why are there only female survivors? Where are the men? The men. The short young man stammered. Speak quickly. Zhao Tianyu questioned sharply. All the men were killed by Hugu and thrown outside to feed the zombies, the short young man admitted directly as he realized he couldn't hide it. You scum, how could you do such a thing? Gu Yufei rebuked angrily. The brutality of these people's actions shattered her worldview. In contrast, Xia Zihan beside her appeared much calmer. Zhao Tianyu knew without guessing why they would leave the female survivors behind. It was most likely the same method as that group on the highway. He had seen too much of this in the apocalypse. On the other side of the supermarket, didn't Hunyo say he would bring people over? Why is it taking so long? Tiger Gu, should I take a couple of people over to check? A strong young man in his 20s respectfully said to the middle-aged man with a scarred face lying on the sofa. This man was Levita, a first-tier enhancer who had just been contacted by the burly man with the surname Hu via intercom. After hearing Hunyo's report, Levita was already itching with impatience because the team had agreed that when visitors arrived, only beautiful women would be particularly emphasized with the words young in the conversation. Alright, the scarred man nodded, continuing to enjoy the massage from the young woman behind him. His sharp gaze was fixated on the trembling, delicate young woman beside him. If it weren't for having overexerted himself the night before, he would have wanted to take her right there. Dachu and Xiaozi, come with me to see what Hunyo and the others are up to. Levita stepped out the door, pointing to 2 tough guys from the group playing cards. Li Ge, no need to go, they are here. Xiaozi, who had been named, pointed ahead. Upon hearing this, the group followed his gaze and indeed saw Xiao Wan leading 2 women and a man slowly approaching. Damn, they are too beautiful. The group gawked at Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan's faces, their eyes immediately glued to them, swallowing hard. Even Dachuan, who usually showed no interest in women, was drooling, but his gaze remained fixated solely on Zhao Tianyu. Xiaozi, hurry and invite Tiger Gu out, Levita instructed, but his eyes kept drifting between Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, unwilling to miss a second. Xiao Wan, you guys have done a great job this time. I guarantee the 3 in the room won't fight you for it anymore, a young man of similar age to Wang said with a grin. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the remaining few burst into hearty laughter. At this moment, the short young man's expression was extremely unnatural, as his back was being pressed against by a gun and the gun in his hand had long been emptied of bullets. Unfortunately, the guys across from him were all too busy staring at the beautiful women, not even noticing the absence of Hunyo, let alone his expression. Welcome, beautiful ladies. Now that you are here, you are at home, Levita leered at Gu Yufei and her companion.
At this moment the office door opened and the middle-aged man with a scarred face who had been speaking with Levita stepped out. Seeing this, the group that had just been joking around immediately fell silent and instinctively stepped aside to give way to the middle-aged man. This grand arrival quickly attracted Zhao Tianyu's attention. This man was stout and muscular with rugged features and a very obvious scar across his face, clearly a vicious character. It seemed he was the awakened one that the short young man had mentioned. The scarred man's gaze had been fixated on Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan since he first saw them, his greedy eyes staring at them as if he wanted to swallow them whole. As for Zhao Tianyu standing next to them, he was completely ignored.
Ladies, allow me to introduce you. This is our big brother Sun Hu.
Levita said with a smirk. Gu Yufei and her friend felt a wave of panic at the sight of the middle-aged man whose face was a mask of brutality, helplessly turning their gaze towards Zhao Tianyu. The scarred Sun Hu waved his hand and said, "All right, take these two ladies to my room.
I want to treat them well.
As for this pretty boy, let Dichun handle him."
"Thank you, brother Hu."
The burly Dichun exclaimed excitedly, wiping the drool that had dripped to the corner of his mouth.
"Hee, a very nice arrangement."
Zhao Tianyu clapped his hands and sneered.
"Who gave you permission to speak?"
Before the scarred Sun Hu could respond, his lackey Levita, irritated, stepped forward angrily, ready to teach Zhao Tianyu a lesson. But just as his hand was about to touch Zhao Tianyu's arm, a shocking scene unfolded. The young man who had just seemed like a lamb to the slaughter suddenly brandished a black axe.
Before Levita could react, the sharp axe cut through the air without warning.
His outstretched hand was instantly severed in two.
Ah!
Levita, who had a slightly delayed reaction, took 2 seconds to scream, clutching his now significantly shortened right arm.
"Shut up!" Zhao Tianyu swung the battle axe across his neck.
The sudden incident caught the attention of the others. Those with guns attempted to draw them, while those without rushed to grab nearby weapons. Zhao Tianyu's figure flashed like a swift leopard, closing the few meters in an instant, giving them no time to react. With the battle axe swung out, he first dispatched the two who had drawn their guns. Their weapons had barely cleared their waistbands before Zhao Tianyu's sharp axe blade slashed their throats. Next came a little punk with a watermelon knife. As Zhao Tianyu swung his axe, the punk foolishly attempted to block with the knife, only to have his weapon shattered and half his head cleaved off. In just a few seconds, except for the scarred Sun Hu, the other 8 had been easily dealt with, leaving a ground strewn with severed limbs.
Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, hiding nearby, were left in shock. This was the second time they had witnessed him kill, and he did so with more efficiency than before, without a hint of hesitation.
As his subordinates fell one by one, Sun Hu could no longer contain his rage. He inexplicably found a long iron rod the thickness of a child's arm and charged forward. Seeing Zhao Tianyu was so formidable, he dared not hold back, unleashing his immense strength ability, instantly boosting his physical power to nearly 3 times its usual state.
Bang!
The large iron rod clashed with Zhao Tianyu's descending battle axe, producing a crisp metallic ring.
What strength!
Zhao Tianyu's hand numbed from the rebound. Even though he had reached the 3rd tier, he was still at a disadvantage compared to the strength-enhanced Sun Hu, unable to contend with him directly. Killing this strength-enhanced awakened one wasn't difficult if he activated his teleportation ability. Zhao Tianyu was confident he could deliver a fatal blow, but such abilities could only be used in emergencies.
Relying on them too much would not benefit his combat capabilities.
Meanwhile, Sun Hu was equally astonished. Since awakening his power, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. With the long iron rod in hand, he found it effortless to crush zombies with a casual swing.
He never expected this seemingly unimpressive young man could easily withstand his strike.
Without hesitation, Sun Hu kicked the 2 corpses on the ground toward Zhao Tianyu, then quickly launched himself forward, leaping high with the iron rod. Zhao Tianyu effortlessly dodged the colliding corpses, and just as Sun Hu's iron rod was about to smash down, he used the same tactic against him, swiftly kicking one of the corpses back at him. At the moment, Sun Hu's heavy stick sent the corpse flying. Zhao Tianyu moved like lightning, swiftly maneuvering past him from the side, and with a swift motion his axe cleaved through Sun Hu's abdomen.
With a clang,
the iron rod fell as Sun Hu crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Tianyu exhaled deeply. In both his past and present life, this was the first time he had killed an awakened one. However, there was nothing to be proud of, as this was merely a common type of strength-enhanced awakened one, and he had fought with a 3rd tier against a 2nd tier.
Zhao Tianyu picked up the long iron rod that had fallen to the ground.
It was about 1.5 meters long, very suitable for him, indeed a weapon for dealing with the zombie horde. During the earlier clash with his axe, a large chunk of the rod had been chipped away, but it was of no consequence. Unfortunately, one of the 2 walkie-talkies was broken, and the remaining one had also become useless. Seeing the battle had ended, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan stepped out from behind the shelves.
Xia Zihan pouted and said, "Tianyu, can you not always make me hide when fighting?"
"I can help you. I won't hold back against such scum." "All right." Zhao Tianyu nodded without hesitation, realizing he should let them get used to it.
Bang! He kicked open the door of the room where the scarred son who had just emerged. What he saw was two female survivors huddled together on the sofa trembling in fear. "Lift your heads and tell me your names," Zhao Tianyu said sternly, making it feel like a scene from a crackdown on vice. "Chen Shui. Bai Yun." The two female survivors stared blankly for a few seconds before slowly raising their heads and calling out their names. Zhao Tianyu took a closer look, finding them quite attractive, especially the one named Bai Yun, whose skin was snow-white and figure voluptuous. Gu Yufei shot him a glare and explained, "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. The ones who bullied you have all died." In the room, aside from their slightly tense emotions, the two appeared relatively normal and did not seem to have been abused. Zhao Tianyu glanced around before shifting his focus to a knife on the desk. He casually picked it up and drew it from its sheath. Wow! It was sharp, and the knife was about 70 to 80 centimeters long with a narrow straight blade and a long handle suitable for two-handed grip, appearing to be a tang saber. Tang sabers are not uncommon, as many people like to use them as props for tricks due to their flashy design, but most are unsharpened. A sharpened tang saber, however, is classified as a controlled weapon, and most people would not dare to possess one. "Where did you get this knife?" Zhao Tianyu asked Bai Yun and Chen Shui. Bai Yun hurriedly shook her head and said timidly, "I don't know, I just arrived here." "It was brought back by Sun Hu after one of his outings," the girl named Chen Shui cautiously replied, glancing at Zhao Tianyu. "Does Sun Hu have any other weapons?" Zhao Tianyu continued to inquire. The short young man stated that they still had 4 guns. Earlier he had only seen a shotgun and 2 handguns in the hands of those outside, with one still missing. Chen Shui pointed to the desk and said, "Yes, there is another handgun in that drawer." Zhao Tianyu walked over, opened the drawer, and indeed found a Type 54 pistol along with a large pack of ammunition, at least 100 rounds. Zhao Tianyu put away the handgun, planning to let Gu Yufei and the others practice shooting later and would be able to assign each of them one. "Which of you wants this knife?" He waved the tang saber in front of Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan. The knife looked very sharp and felt substantial in hand. It should be fine for chopping zombies. However, since he already had a battle axe, he had no use for it. Gu Yufei was about to speak first, but suddenly remembered their current relationship, hesitating again. "I want it, give it to me." Xia Zihan grinned and stretched out her delicate white hand. A woman's inherent love for beauty made her prefer this knife over the makeshift spear made of a steel pipe. Of course, they both liked it. Now that all the guns had been found and the potential threat was eliminated, Zhao Tianyu was too lazy to concern himself with anything else. A few minutes later, Gu Yufei released 3 other female survivors from another room. Compared to Chen Shui and Bai Yun, their circumstances were much worse. They looked dazed, with disheveled hair, scant clothing, and bruises all over their bodies, even showing signs of cigarette burns. Only when they saw the bodies scattered on the ground did their hollow expressions regain some semblance of life. Zhao Tianyu could sense that their gaze held more pleasure than fear. He glanced at them a few times before losing interest, walking toward the supermarket shelves to grab a few bottles of disinfectant and air freshener. Zihan instructed them to use the disinfectant and air freshener to cover the smell of blood here. It would be troublesome if mutated zombies with keen noses were attracted. "Understood." Xia Zihan nodded in response. "Hurry up, after you're done bring them all into the room." Zhao Tianyu continued. "The fewer people who know about the spatial storage, the better." Though the supermarket was only 1 story, it was quite spacious, and Zhao Tianyu began his work at the entrance on the other side. Although the supermarket had been occupied by Sun Hu's group for a few days, they were so few in number that they couldn't consume much. The shelves were mostly full, which now benefited him. Just as Zhao Tianyu happily collected supplies, a series of screams erupted from the office. "What's going on?" Zhao Tianyu was puzzled but didn't dare to delay and quickly ran over. "Damn it, I really have a jinx, I've attracted this thing." He saw Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan being chased chaotically by 2 pitch-black monsters, creating a scene of utter confusion. On the ground, 2 female survivors had already been gnawed to a bloody pulp but were not yet dead, wailing in agony. These 2 hunched mutated zombies were about 1 meter 40 to 50 tall, completely devoid of skin and hair, appearing altogether slick. With sharp fangs and elongated tongues that flicked like the tongues of venomous snakes, their black claws were as sharp and fearsome as eagle talons, creating an incredibly terrifying sight that sent chills down one's spine. In his past life, everyone referred to them as lickers, one of the more troublesome mutated zombies in the apocalypse. It was believed that they were likely mutated from a group of individuals who enjoyed climbing and parkour during their lives. Although their eyes had degenerated and lost their sight, they possessed keen hearing and a strong sense of smell. Moreover, they had powerful jumps and swift movement speeds, adept at using their strong limbs and evolved claws to climb upside down on walls and ceilings, making them difficult to detect. Without powerful firearms, ordinary people had no way to deal with them.
Zhao Tianyu hurriedly took out a shotgun. If they did not proactively attack, this high-accuracy and powerful weapon would be the only one capable of inflicting damage.
Bang! Zhao Tianyu fired a shot into the air. The gunshot immediately drew the attention of the two lickers. Quick, hide in the room!
Zhao Tianyu shouted while rushing toward the dazed women. Those who were jolted awake seemed to realize something and scrambled into the nearest room, slamming the door shut with a bang. Seeing their prey disappear, the two lickers immediately shifted their rage toward Zhao Tianyu, their claws propelling them as they turned to leap at him with gaping mouths. This played right into Zhao Tianyu's hands. He held his breath, timing his shot perfectly at the approaching licker's mouth, and without hesitation pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The licker lunging at him had its head blown off in an instant. At such close range, the shotgun's tremendous force sent it flying backward. The other licker, startled by the loud gunfire, halted its advance. Sensing danger, it quickly climbed up onto the roof along the wall, but did not leave, instead hanging upside down on the ceiling and moving around.
This is the difference between second-tier and first-tier zombies. Ordinary zombies would never be intimidated because the concept of fear did not exist in their vocabulary.
Zhao Tianyu fired several shots at the roof. It was uncertain whether it was due to the distance being too far or if the weapons used for armed escort lacked power, but he failed to hit the creature's vital point. The creature known as the licker let out a series of hissing sounds before darting erratically on the roof and disappearing from his view. Looking down at the two pitiful women still struggling on the ground, Zhao Tianyu took out his battle axe and ended their suffering.
Entering the office, Zhao Tianyu looked at Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei with concern and asked, "Are you both all right?"
Xia Zihan pointed at the pale Chen Shui on the sofa and said, "She's fine, but she has a scratch on her arm." Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brows and said to Gu Yufei, who was using a cloth strip to stop the bleeding, "Take her hand away, let me see." Gu Yufei said nothing and slowly peeled away the cloth wrapped around Chen Shui's arm. A few horrific claw marks deep enough to see the bone immediately revealed themselves. The wound had started to turn black and bright red liquid flowed out like a spring, quickly engulfing the white beneath the claw marks. Given the situation, it wouldn't be long before this girl named Chen Shui would turn into a zombie. When a person is bitten or scratched by a zombie, the onset time varies. If the bitten person dies on the spot, they will revive within just a few minutes. If it is just a minor injury, the body's immune response may hold out for several hours before the transformation occurs. The length of this time depends on individual constitution and the virulence of the zombie virus.
Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said nothing, leaving the office.
Seeing his expression, Xia Zihan followed him out.
"Is Chen Shui beyond saving?"
Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "That's right, she has already been infected and will soon turn into a zombie. There is no cure for ordinary people bitten or scratched by zombies. Even in 2 years, I haven't heard of anyone developing a vaccine that can resist the zombie virus." However, in his past life there was a saying that once a mutant reached the 4th stage of evolution, they could resist mild infections of the zombie virus.
"You stay here and keep an eye on things. It's not safe. Lock the doors and windows and don't let them out. I'll finish gathering supplies and we will leave here immediately," Zhao Tianyu said while looking through the open window at the office.
A little over 10 minutes later, Zhao Tianyu returned to the office after raiding the supermarket. The bleeding on Chen Shui's arm had been stopped, but her face appeared even paler and her lips had turned a dark shade of purple.
"Zihan, Yufei, let's go." Hearing that Zhao Tianyu and the others were leaving, the remaining 3 immediately became anxious. "You are leaving. What will we do?"
Bai Yunyun's face turned pale, her voice trembling as she said, "Please take me with you."
"I can do anything. Just take me out of here and I will definitely obey you."
Zhao Tianyu glanced at her but remained silent. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu remained unmoved, Bai Yunyun recalled the terrifying creatures from earlier and shuddered, immediately kneeling down and pleading desperately, "Please take us with you.
If we stay here we will definitely be eaten by those monsters."
The other 2 quickly followed suit, kneeling and crying out in desperation. Gu Yufei looked at the 3 of them who were begging on the ground and said compassionately, "Tianyu, let's take them with us." Zhao Tianyu, observing the 3 who had just escaped the den of wolves, fell into deep thought. The licker might return, and even if it didn't, there was still Chen Shui, who was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Unless he killed Chen Shui now, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly suffer after they left.
Perhaps I should show some kindness and take them away first.
If their performance proves to be unsatisfactory, I can find a safe place later and leave them behind. With that thought, Zhao Tianyu slightly nodded.
"All right, you 2 can come with us, but there's nothing I can do for Chen Shui."
Hearing that they were going to abandon her, Chen Shui cried out with tears streaming down her face, "Why can't you take me with you?
I'm only slightly injured on my arm and can still walk normally. I won't be a burden to you."
Zhao Tianyu helplessly shook his head and looked at the poor girl, saying, "It's precisely because your arm is injured that I can't take you with me. You have already been infected by the zombie virus and it's only a matter of time before it manifests. Before long you will turn into a biting zombie.
How can I still take you along?
Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Bai Yunyun and the other girl quickly moved a few steps away from Chen Shui in fright. Chen Shui felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. After a few seconds of shock, she suddenly began crawling towards Zhao Tianyu, trying to grab his leg.
Please take me with you.
I don't want to become that disgusting zombie.
Zhao Tianyu hurriedly kicked her away.
It wasn't that he was cruel, but he was afraid that if she went mad and bit him it would be his end. Chen Shui, enduring the pain, got up and wiped her tears and snot from her face. Her expression began to twist with rage as she said, "It's all your fault. We were fine before, but if you hadn't come here and attracted those monsters I wouldn't have been scratched by them.
All three of you, especially you the shameless Bai Yunyun, are all demons. You all deserve a terrible death."
At this point Chen Shui had completely broken down. The more she spoke the more agitated she became, pointing at them and cursing.
Everyone except Zhao Tianyu was stunned.
Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan could hardly believe she would say such things, especially since they had previously sympathized with her plight and helped her escape from danger. Bai Yunyun was equally shocked, unable to believe that she had even held a grudge against her.
She hadn't done anything. You. Crack.
Seeing that she was about to curse again, Zhao Tianyu rushed forward and mercilessly snapped her neck. In the stunned gaze of the others, Zhao Tianyu said coldly, "All right, Yufei, find something to gag them.
We need to leave immediately."
Gu Yufei was momentarily stunned, recalling her own experiences in the classroom.
Gu Yufei looked around, tore off 2 pieces of fabric from the curtains and stuffed them into Bai Yunyun and the other girls' mouths.
Then she reiterated Zhao Tianyu's previously mentioned requirements and precautions. A few minutes later the 5 of them exited the door. Perhaps due to the earlier gunfire, a few zombies had gathered at the entrance on the first floor.
Seeing Zhao Tianyu wielding a large iron rod as if smashing watermelons, he shattered the heads of the decaying and terrifying zombies one after another.
Bai Yunyun and Xiniao stood by, astonished and speechless, too afraid to even breathe.
Yufei Zihan, please clean up the battlefield.
After speaking, Zhao Tianyu walked to a corner and took out the large G from his space. After driving the car to an open area free of zombies, the group casually ate something to fill their stomachs before searching for targets to continue fighting. They returned to Lanshan No. 1 just as night was about to fall. Upon entering the luxurious villa and seeing that no one else was inside, Bai Yunyun and Xiniao finally relaxed their tense minds. Although they had successfully escaped the supermarket with Zhao Tianyu, they still felt uneasy along the way, fearing they had just escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. Seeing Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan preparing dinner, the two hurriedly stepped forward to help. Zhao Tianyu had no objections and lay alone on the sofa smoking as he waited to eat.
Dinner was still very lavish. With so much food in the space, Zhao Tianyu would definitely not let them skimp.
This was also the most comfortable and sumptuous dinner that Bai Yunyun and her companion had since the outbreak of zombies. Bai Yunyun was relatively better off. She had just entered the wolf's den and had not yet suffered any abuse before being lucky enough to be rescued. Xiniao, however, had a terrible time being tormented repeatedly and eating the worst food, only able to gnaw on some bread and instant noodles. After dinner, Zhao Tianyu glanced at Bai Yunyun and Xiniao, who had just finished cleaning up the remnants on the dining table, and said, "Tonight you two should find a room on the 2nd floor to rest.
Unless necessary, do not disturb us on the 3rd floor.
They certainly were not qualified to use the water on the 3rd floor. Giving them a few bottles of water to clean themselves was already considered generous.
Bai Yunyun and Xiniao nodded obediently. Also eat this tonight.
Zhao Tianyu took out 2 first-tier ability crystals and handed them to them. For us. Xiniao was stunned, not expecting this seemingly cold and heartless guy to actually be willing to share such precious crystals with.
What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhao Tianyu frowned.
Seeing Zhao Tianyu's displeasure, Xiniao hurriedly explained, No problem. I was just a bit surprised. In the past, Sun Hu also obtained quite a few of these, but he treasured them tightly and never shared with others. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. He found Qin Huai's situation unsurprising. In his past life he had also followed a big brother, and during the early days of the apocalypse, ability crystals were not available to small fry like them, being monopolized entirely by the leader. At that time his leader, surnamed Huan, was a speed-type awakener who had evolved to the 2nd tier early on, but thereafter could never reach the 3rd tier. Because he couldn't see his progress bar, he thought he lacked enough quantity, so he kept swallowing more. He alone swallowed at least over 100 first-tier ability crystals until he later realized that the low-tier crystals could not help him progress further, and only then did he start sharing the crystals with his teammates. In the 3rd floor bedroom, just after Zhao Tianyu finished smoking on the balcony, he happened to encounter Gu Yufei sneakily entering the master bedroom with a change of clothes.
Wait a minute.
Seeing her sneaky and cute appearance, Zhao Tianyu suddenly wanted to tease her. Gu Yufei was startled and said, "What's up?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "Yufei, I have a suggestion. Given how scarce water resources are now, why don't we wash together? This way we can save quite a bit of water, otherwise once this water runs out we'll have to resort to dry washing." Upon hearing this, Gu Yufei immediately imagined the alluring scene, her pretty face flushing red as she rolled her eyes and huffed, "Paw. Pervert. Don't think I don't know what you're after, you'll never get to touch me again in this lifetime." After saying that, she forcibly squeezed past Zhao Tianyu and quickly dived into the bathroom, locking the door tightly. "Hey, you're really feisty." In these past few days, Gu Yufei had been ignoring him due to their conflicts. With Xia Zihan also being inconvenient, his brief period of peace was again shattered and he felt quite frustrated. Today, working from dawn till dusk, including that liquor, they had only collected 2 second-tier ability crystals and over 50 first-tier crystals, which was still far from the number needed for a third-tier crystal. To evolve from the 3rd to the 4th tier, at least 8 third-tier ability crystals were needed, which translated to 800 first-tier crystals, a terrifying number. It seemed there was no way to promote in the short term. At this stage, resources were not overly scarce and obtaining ability crystals through trade was unlikely. Everyone was smart enough to prioritize using the crystals to enhance their own strength. To increase the rate of obtaining ability crystals, the best way was undoubtedly to recruit subordinates like Sun, who did, but this was not easy and required some luck. It was crucial to choose the right candidates. Randomly accepting ordinary people without combat power would only add to the burden. "Qinyao Yunyan, are you asleep?" "Bai Yunyan, no, what's up, Qinyao?" "Qinyao, do you think Zhao Tianyu is a good person?" "Bai Yunyan, he should be. He seems much better than that previous group." Since the disaster, all the men had looked at her with aggressive eyes. Only Zhao Tianyu seemed normal. "Qinyao, what do you think their relationship is?" "Bai Yunyan, don't think about it. It's not something you should worry about." Though she said this, she was equally curious about the relationship among the three, instinctively sensing it was not simple. The next day morning. "Which of you can drive?" Zhao Tianyu asked as he looked at them. I can." Bai Yunyan immediately spoke up. This was her chance to showcase her worth and she wouldn't miss it. "I can too, but I'm not very skilled." Xia Zihan also chimed in. Zhao Tianyu nodded. "Good, let's assign today's tasks. Gu Yufei, take Bai Yunyan and Qinyao with you to find zombies nearby and train them in skills to deal with zombies. Xia Zihan and I will continue to go out to kill zombies and gather supplies. Me. Led them." Gu Yufei pointed at herself, looking bewildered. Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare. "Who else could it be? You asked to take them in yesterday, so you must take responsibility. I don't keep idle people here, nor will I carry any burdens." He then turned his gaze to Bai Yunyan and Qinyao, saying, "You all understand what the survival environment is like now. I'll give you a maximum of 3 to 4 days. If you cannot become combat ready by then, don't blame me for being ruthless and letting you fend for yourselves." Bai Yunyan and Qinyao turned pale at his words. They had just felt fortunate to have met a good person the night before, only to find their situation taking a drastic turn after just one night. Zhao Tianyu instructed Gu Yufei to find some scattered solitary zombies nearby to practice with, firmly advising her not to step into the areas they had yet to search. He left them a Q7 that they had previously acquired from another villa's garage, and then, under Gu Yufei's piercing gaze capable of killing, he took Xia Zihan out the door. "Tianyu, do you have any dreams?" As they drove along the road, Xia Zihan suddenly tilted her head and asked. In a post-apocalyptic world, discussing dreams is akin to asking a seriously ill young person what kind of old age they wish to have. "Do tell, I want to hear it," Xia Zihan said, blinking her charming eyes and smiling brightly. Zhao Tianyu glanced at the blue sky outside before slowly replying, "I don't have any grand aspirations. I used to think about finding a stable and leisurely job after graduation, marrying a capable wife and living a good life, enjoying games and fishing in my spare time. Now it's even simpler. I just want to live well according to my own wishes. As for grand ideals like saving humanity from peril and restoring civilized order, I have none. Such noble tasks are better left to those with the capability to accomplish them. What about you? If it weren't for this catastrophe, have you ever thought about what kind of life you would like to live?" Zhao Tianyu suddenly became interested in the past of this beautiful classflower who was as clever as ice and snow. Gu Yufei had mentioned a few times before that she often mingled with a group of wealthy second-generation elites being driven around in luxury cars, so it certainly wasn't baseless. Xia Zihan's expression froze for a moment as she replied, "As for me, I really don't know either. When I was very young, my parents divorced and I have been living with my mother all these years. Although life wasn't very affluent, she was willing to spend most of her income on arranging various dance and etiquette training for me, often taking me to high-end places frequented by the wealthy. She hoped that one day I could marry a successful rich man, which might be what I want. Well, it may be a bit difficult to realize your mother's wish now, Zhao Tianyu chuckled. After saying this, he glanced at her with a complex expression, realizing that this unfortunate child had a mother who pinned all her unrealized dreams on her child. Xia Zihan smiled and said, hee hee, I think I have realized it to some extent now, sitting in a luxury car and living in a big villa. Zhao Tianyu paused, realizing it was indeed the case, but I only slept with you, I haven't married you yet. As the two chatted, they soon arrived at the area they had not finished searching yesterday. Zhao Tianyu parked the car and switched to a more convenient electric scooter. This area was filled with relatively new buildings with a low occupancy rate, and the density of zombies made it quite comfortable for the two of them to hunt. Both of them had changed to new weapons today. Zhao Tianyu wielded a large iron rod which he had tested yesterday and found to be much more effective against groups of zombies than an axe. Competing with the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong, it could not change its size and length at will, but to the zombies it was still a death sentence upon contact. Xia Zihan also used the Tang saber given to her yesterday. After adapting for a while, she gradually became fluent in slashing and thrusting movements, no longer just poking like when she used a steel pipe spear. Tianyu, look, there's a mineral water shop up ahead. Xia Zihan suddenly pointed to the front right. Zhao Tianyu looked up and saw indeed a shop called Tiancha Mountain Natural Mineral Water. In the apocalypse, food and water are never too much, so they certainly couldn't miss this. The roller shutter door of the shop was pulled down halfway and Zhao Tianyu effortlessly lifted it up. What came into view were barrels of bottled water stacked neatly, filling up more than half of the room, along with a long-haired figure at the counter. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately turned around, revealing a highly decayed face and a gnawed bone clutched in her hands. Roar! The extremely thirsty female zombie lunged at them. Zhao Tianyu unceremoniously rewarded her with a long, thick iron rod. On the other end, Gu Yufei commanded by Yun Yun to drive along the roads near the villa area. After a while, they finally spotted a few zombies, unsure if they were leftover fish or wandering over from elsewhere. Gu Yufei quickly ordered stop. Upon seeing 3 zombies charging towards the car by Yun Yun, panicked and exclaimed, "Ah! No! There are zombies here!" Gu Yufei glared at her coldly, saying, "Have you forgotten what we came out to do today?" Hearing this, Gu Yufei immediately felt a surge of anger and said sternly, "Dare! Do you think Zhao Tianyu's words were a joke to you?" Having already been filled with anger today, seeing them in such a cowardly state left her with no patience. After tidying up the boss lady who was gnawing on bones, Zhao Tianyu contentedly gathered all the bottled water in the room. Finally, he no longer had to worry about not having water to bathe. "Tianyu, come out and see, there's a plane in the sky." Xia Zihan, who was on guard outside, suddenly rushed in excitedly. A plane. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback and hurriedly followed out of the water shop. Looking up, he indeed saw a helicopter hovering in the sky not far away. Buzz. The sound of the rotor blades resonated in the air. It looked like an armed helicopter. Wait, why is smoke coming from the tail? Upon closer inspection, Zhao Tianyu realized that the helicopter was not hovering normally but was actually making a forced landing. The body was spinning in circles while rapidly descending. Xia Zihan, looking up at the helicopter with her neck craned, anxiously said, "It seems like it's about to explode. Tianyu, why aren't the people on board parachuting? At this altitude, parachuting is a joke. A helicopter flying at low altitude is unlikely to have a parachute scenario." Zhao Tianyu shot her a speechless glance and said, "Did you see that rapidly spinning rotor blade? Opening the parachute directly would easily get someone hit by it, which would be even more dangerous. It's also too late to open the parachute because by then the person would be falling to the ground. At this moment, stabilizing the helicopter's body and allowing it to descend slowly was the right approach. What the hell, why is it coming this way?" Before Zhao Tianyu could finish his sentence, he saw the helicopter in the air, seemingly completely out of control, flying directly towards them. With a loud bang, the helicopter crashed onto a road near them. Bang bang bang. The first to emerge from the cockpit was Yang Yanhua, whose Type 95 rifle continuously spat fire, blowing the heads off the approaching zombies one by one. "Is there anyone who can still breathe? Come out and help." Yang Yanhua, seeing zombies all around, shouted anxiously towards the battered cockpit. Their team had been ordered to the first hospital in the city center to search for key drugs to develop resistance against the zombie virus. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by a horde of zombies. During their retreat, the original team of 10 was reduced to just 4 who made it onto the helicopter. To make matters worse, the helicopter was hit by a tough second-tier zombie during takeoff, causing it to smoke. Although they barely managed to escape the encirclement, they lost control before completely flying out of the city. At that moment, the only one still alive in the cabin, despite being disoriented and his head buzzing from the crash, immediately snapped awake upon hearing that familiar roar. "Captain, I'm still alive," a sturdy young man with a dark complexion replied after shaking his head.
Yang Yanhua yelled, "Is that it?"
Looking at the two comrades whose bodies had been pierced by debris, the young man said in despair, "Captain Xiao Qiao and Lu Xiang have already sacrificed." Hearing this, Yang Yanhua felt a heavy weight in his heart but knew that this was not the time for sorrow. He could only grit his teeth and continue shooting. The two of them stood back to back, mercilessly unleashing their bullets on the mindless undead. Yang Yanhua stared intently at the densely packed zombies that resembled a swarm of ants, saying in a deep voice, "Xiao Du, the number of zombies is increasing.
I noticed from the air that we are almost at the outskirts.
You have fewer zombies on your side. Take the medicine and charge out first. I'll cover you." His urgency was not solely due to the increasing zombie numbers but also because he had spotted two large second-tier mutated zombies among them. They were covered in yellow-brown scales like snakeskin. Bullets had no effect on them. Even hitting them in the head required several shots to kill, and most of his 6 comrades had perished at their hands. Upon hearing this, the young soldier named Xiao Du's expression changed and he hurriedly shook his head, saying, "No, I can't go.
You can't handle so many zombies alone. Didn't you always teach us never to leave a comrade behind?"
Yang Yanhua took off the iron box he always carried and forcibly shoved it into his hands, sternly scolding, "Remember, obeying orders and following commands is our duty. You must consider the bigger picture. If the medicine cannot be delivered affecting the vaccine development, have you thought about how serious the consequences would be?"
Xiao Du's eyes reddened and he said resolutely, "No, Captain, you charge out, I'll cover you." As zombies charged at them, Yang Yanhua anxiously shouted, "Follow orders, we're low on ammo, don't waste any more time."
Xiao Du clenched his teeth and respectfully saluted. "Yes, I promise to complete the mission."
"Captain, you must safely charge out, I'll wait for you at the base."
Suddenly Xiao Du exclaimed, "Hey Captain, look, it seems like we have a way out." He saw that in front of him 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, had appeared out of nowhere wildly harvesting zombies, especially the man at the front wielding a long iron rod. These fearless zombies seemed like lambs to the slaughter before him, as with each swing of his iron rod 1 to several zombies would be knocked down. What incredible reflexes and strength!
Yang Yanhua and the others were left dumbfounded.
They were already selected elites from the military and themselves had been enhanced, but compared to the young man before them they were far from his level. Even the seemingly delicate beauty behind him wielding a tang knife to slay zombies moved with grace.
The ones slaughtering the zombies like autumn leaves falling were Zhao Tianyu and Xiazihan.
Originally Zhao Tianyu didn't want to get involved but ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity and wanted to see what was happening. A mere 40 to 50 zombies didn't last long against Zhao Tianyu and the others. Soon they had reached Yang Yanhua's side. Zhao Tianyu glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Stop shooting, let us handle it." Just as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, he noticed a large figure pushing through some ordinary zombies 100 meters away, rapidly charging towards them.
"Xiao Du, stop shooting."
Yang Yanhua raised his hand and said. Seeing them cease fire, Zhao Tianyu didn't delay any further and directly charged forward.
Although there were 2 second-tier mutated zombies, it wasn't a big problem. They weren't too terrifying apart from being tough and a bit stronger. Xiazihan closely followed behind.
Seeing this, Yang Yanhua sternly said, "Xiao Du, take out your knife, we can't disgrace the military." After saying that, he charged forward, but they could only follow behind and eliminate a few zombies that slipped through. Soon a hardened corpse charged in front of Zhao Tianyu. As it swung its arms violently, the surrounding space was cleared, exuding an aura of dominance. Similarly, within the reach of Zhao Tianyu's large iron rod there were no moving zombies left.
Zhao Tianyu's pupils constricted as he erupted into action, his speed surging as he leaped high into the air, bringing his large iron rod crashing down.
The hardened corpse sensed the imminent danger, opening its mouth to roar angrily, instinctively raising its hand to block.
However, it was already too late. The large hardened corpse was not much faster than ordinary zombies.
With a clang, the large iron rod struck its massive head, producing a crisp sound like a heavy hammer crashing against stone, and the skull cracked in response. This second-tier hardened corpse with its thick skin was a formidable opponent for many low-tier or similarly leveled evolved beings, but for Zhao Tianyu it was simply a matter of overwhelming force. A few minutes later, all the zombies had been thoroughly cleared by the group. Yang Yanhua wiped the sweat off his face and solemnly said to Zhao Tianyu and Xiazihan, "Comrades, thank you for your assistance." Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, his gaze falling on their military uniforms as he asked, "Are you 2 soldiers?" Yang Yanhua straightened up, puffing out his chest as he replied, "Indeed, I am Lieutenant Yang Yanhua, and this is my teammate Du Liangpeng. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" Strong individuals command respect wherever they go. Although the person before him appeared quite young, his speed and explosive power were undoubtedly the strongest Yang Yanhua had ever witnessed. "I am Zhao Tianyu and this is my girlfriend Xiazihan," Zhao Tianyu said, pointing to Xiazihan, who was busy digging for ability crystals. Upon hearing this, Xiazihan was taken aback, her hands coming to a halt as a delightful smile quickly spread across her face. Seeing that the two had finished their introductions, Du Liangpeng couldn't help but say, "Hello brother Zhao.
With your impressive strength you must be at least a second-tier awakened one, right?
That's right. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. Du Liangpeng immediately displayed a look of envy. Zhao Tianyu noticed his expression and thought, why would anyone be so surprised over just a second-tier evolved being? Confused, he spoke up, I have a question. You both look like you're at most first-tier evolved. Given the military's strong firepower, you shouldn't be lacking in ability crystals, right? Yang Yanhua sighed. Alas, we have indeed collected quite a few ability crystals, but our superiors, being cautious, dare not distribute them all at once for fear of potential issues. As far as I know, nearly half of the soldiers in the military are first-tier fighters, with only a small portion being second-tier, and there are still many ordinary soldiers who have not completed their enhancements.
Zhao Tianyu thought for a moment and understood.
Although ability crystals can enhance strength, they had only been around for a few days, and without a divine perspective no one could guarantee they didn't have any downsides.
They would undoubtedly need to test some individuals first to confirm there were no issues before widespread use.
If everyone used them at once and something went wrong, like a mutation akin to zombies, it would lead to total annihilation. Since there are already second-tier fighters and the city is so dangerous, why not send some second-tier experts over? Yang Yanhua lamented, it's also our fault for being too optimistic and underestimating the speed of zombie evolution. Otherwise we would have certainly requested additional second-tier experts.
Zhao Tianyu nodded in understanding and asked, where is your destination?
Guantong Town. Yang Yanhua replied without hesitation, as this was not a confidential matter.
Zhao Tianyu was taken aback and asked the survivor shelter at Guantong Town.
Yang Yanhua shook his head. No, but it's not far and our troops are responsible for its defense. Brother, with your impressive skills, why not join our military? This disaster is unprecedented and the whole world has plunged into chaos.
Now is the time for talent like you to shine and achieve merit.
Yang Yanhua looked at him with fervent eyes. Zhao Tianyu shook his head without hesitation. I'm sorry, I'm used to my freedom and can't accept the constraints of military life. Even if his strength was formidable in the military, he would still have to start from the bottom and climb up step by step, constrained by others. Nothing compared to his current freedom and autonomy. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's refusal, Yang Yanhua grew anxious and continued to persuade. This time out, we've clearly noticed that these zombies have become much stronger than before, indicating they are evolving rapidly.
This city is incredibly dangerous. Even fully armed, we struggle against large hordes of zombies. Brother Zhao, even if you two are strong, it's hard to guarantee. Alright, Captain Yang, I've made up my mind. No more talking. Here, have a smoke.
Zhao Tianyu cut him off, pulling out cigarettes from his pocket and handing one to each of them. After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Tianyu joined the effort of digging for ability crystals. In that previous wave, at least over 200 zombies had perished here. With the combined strength of the four, they quickly unearthed all the ability crystals. Captain Yang, if you have no objection, shall we divide these ability crystals evenly? Zhao Tianyu pointed at the 3 second-tier and over 40 first-tier ability crystals on the ground.
Yang Yanhua hurriedly waved his hands. No. Most of these were taken down by you two. They should all belong to you.
If it weren't for your appearance, we wouldn't have survived, let alone harvest ability crystals.
Our task this time is to find medicine.
As long as we can deliver the medicine back, it's a great achievement. Whether or not we turn in ability crystals doesn't really matter.
Alright then, thank you.
Zhao Tianyu understood that giving them a share would likely mean it would be turned in, so he didn't stand on ceremony. But with a thought, he counted out 20 ability crystals.
Yang Yanhua was taken aback and said, Brother Zhao, didn't we say we wouldn't divide them? This isn't dividing the spoils, it's a personal gift from me to you too. That should be fine, right? Zhao Tianyu smiled. No. Yang Yanhua continued to refuse.
Zhao Tianyu forcefully placed the ability crystals into his hands and said, no need to decline. Although I don't know what mission you're on, it's certainly something very important to risk coming out at this time. With your current strength, returning to the base won't be easy. To ensure you complete your mission, I suggest you consume these crystals and evolve to second tier before setting off. Reflecting on the importance of this mission and the comrades who sacrificed for it, along with Du Liangpeng, who was watching him eagerly, Yang Yanhua reluctantly nodded. Zhao Tianyu hesitated for a moment and finally spoke up, Captain Yang, the evolution speed of the zombies is much faster than we imagine. If possible, you should persuade your superiors to quickly upgrade the soldiers' levels. Don't wait any longer, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. This is not an alarmist statement. It won't be long before first-tier zombies swarm like ants and second-tier zombies roam freely. Even the occasional appearance of a third-tier zombie would not be surprising. In addition to the virus carried by the red mist that can promote the evolution of zombies, the flesh and blood of survivors are a great tonic for them.
Consuming evolved beings can also allow zombies to quickly enhance their strength.
Once the number of second-tier zombies increases, ordinary firearms will pose a significantly reduced threat to them. If a zombie tide forms, even the firepower of the army will find it difficult to stop them. In his past life he couldn't understand why the survivor base in Guantang Town vanished so quickly, but now after hearing Yang Yanhua's explanation he speculated that aside from encountering a zombie tide it must also relate to the military's conservatism. The reason Zhao Tianyu generously distributed the ability crystals to them was not only because they had indeed put in effort but also out of respect for their willingness to sacrifice for the country and its people. He hoped they could survive the zombie tide.
Yang Yanhua solemnly nodded, saying, "Rest assured I will report these circumstances truthfully when I return. Zhao, whenever you feel ready you can come over. Just mention my name at the base."
This area is filled with new buildings close to the edge of the city and the structures are not densely packed. Given the commotion just now it's certain that all the zombies nearby have come running. After parting ways with Yang Yanhua, Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan drove around for a while before leaving the area.
Parking the car in an open area, Zhao Tianyu stopped the vehicle.
After both of them got out and washed their faces they returned to the car.
"Zihan, what do you want to eat?"
After Xia Zihan pulled out a tissue to wipe her face she replied, "Get me a bag of chips and a bottle of water please." Zhao Tianyu complied, handing her the chips and water while he took out a spicy chicken leg and a bottle of soda.
"These chips taste good, you should try them." Xia Zihan leaned over, saying this without waiting for Zhao Tianyu's response, and stuffed a handful into his mouth.
Zhao Tianyu chewed a few times. The cucumber-flavored chips were indeed quite tasty.
"What are you laughing at?"
Zhao Tianyu caught a glimpse of the girl who was munching while giggling and asked aloud.
"Hee, because I'm happy." Xia Zihan shook her head, smiling. Zhao Tianyu, puzzled, asked why.
"Because you just introduced me as your girlfriend."
Xia Zihan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied. Zhao Tianyu was speechless. Could this be the legendary love-struck state?
If I just introduce her as my wife next time, wouldn't that send things flying? After having a snack in the car and each consuming a first-tier ability crystal to replenish their energy, Zhao Tianyu drove off again in search of new targets.
For now they were just circling the city's edge, avoiding unnecessary risks. Although their strength was quite good, now encountering a densely packed zombie nest would still be extremely dangerous.
On the way back, recalling what Xia Zihan had said about being able to drive, Zhao Tianyu let her take the wheel.
Upon returning to Lanshan No.
1 he noticed 3 cars parked in front of the neighboring villa. He couldn't help but frown. This yard had clearly been empty before and he was sure of it.
The only possibility was that new neighbors had moved in.
A sense of foreboding surged within him. Even if survivors had intruded, it was unlikely they'd coincidentally pick this very building next to theirs unless they had already encountered Gu Yufei and the others.
Gu Yufei, this foolish girl, might manage to kill zombies, but dealing with living humans was simply beyond her capabilities. Zihan, pull over to the side. Tianyu, we haven't reached our destination yet.
Why are we stopping here all of a sudden?
Xia Zihan, who was not yet satisfied with driving, looked confused. There are outsiders in this neighborhood and the situation seems off. Let's be cautious and sneak back to investigate.
Zhao Tianyu peered towards the villa, not noticing anyone, then replied to her.
Xia Zihan parked the car in the space between 2 villas.
The yard was large enough and the house was nearly 100 meters from the road. Unless someone inside specifically watched out the window, it would be difficult for them to notice. After getting out of the car and taking a few steps forward, Zhao Tianyu spotted the G7 parked in front of their villa through the railing. They had indeed returned. Hopefully he was just overthinking. Using the key to unlock the villa gate, Zhao Tianyu and his companion walked quietly inside. As they reached the door, they could vaguely hear voices coming from within.
Listening closely, he heard, "Yufei, please accept this small token of our goodwill. Tan Chao, please call me by my full name. I won't accept any unearned benefits. We don't lack food, you should take it back. Yufei, your words are too formal."
Setting aside everything else, as one of the few human survivors we should care for and help each other through tough times. I appreciate your goodwill, but we truly don't need it. The imagined scenario did not unfold, but he could no longer listen to the conversation inside.
Creak. Zhao Tianyu pushed the door open and walked in.
Instantly all eyes in the room turned towards the entrance. Zhao Tianyu looked around. Aside from Gu Yufei and her 2 companions, there were also 2 unfamiliar young men in the living room.
"Tianyu, you're back." Gu Yufei joyfully approached him.
She had been annoyed all afternoon by this guy named Tan Chao, who was as clingy as a piece of gum, impossible to shake off. Now seeing Zhao Tianyu, her savior, she completely forgot her previous frustration.
Zhao Tianyu slightly nodded in response, but his gaze remained fixed on the two unfamiliar men. One was tall and handsome with deep-set eyes that suggested a shrewd mind. The other was of average height, wearing glasses and appearing quite gentle. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu, the tall man's expression instantly darkened, but he quickly forced a smile. When he noticed Xia Zihan behind Zhao Tianyu, his eyes lit up. What's going on here? Seeing her with no wariness at all made Zhao Tianyu somewhat irritated. At a time like this, casually bringing strangers into the house was just asking for trouble. Faced with Zhao Tianyu's piercing gaze, Gu Yufei felt a twinge of fear in her heart and hurriedly explained, "The three of us encountered them this afternoon outside. One of them is an old colleague of Qin Yao, and upon hearing that we were safe here, they decided to follow us." "Hello. My name is Tan Chao." The tall man walked forward with a smile and extended his hand. "Hello." Zhao Tianyu replied expressionlessly, but did not introduce himself, nor did he show any intention of shaking hands. At a time like this, anyone who remains so eager to help is either a naive saint or has ulterior motives. Neither type is someone he wishes to befriend. Tan Chao awkwardly withdrew his hand from the air, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He concealed it well, but unfortunately it was still keenly perceived by Zhao Tianyu in that brief moment. Most of the time, the gaze of someone who wishes to harm you is as unmistakable as that of someone who desires intimacy. It cannot be hidden. It all depends on whether you possess an eye for beauty. What is their current situation here? Zhao Tianyu turned to Gu Yufei, noting that she was not the one who instigated trouble, and his gaze softened considerably. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was no longer fierce toward her, Gu Yufei steadied her heart and raised her head, saying, "They brought us some food and expressed a desire for us to join their group, but I rejected them all." Being naturally beautiful, she had received various gifts from numerous boys since middle school for all sorts of reasons. Gu Yufei understood very well the principle that no one offers kindness without a motive, and that it is either a scheme or a theft. Moreover, Zhao Tianyu had often enlightened her about the darker aspects of human nature in the apocalypse, and she learned to be cautious. "Well done." Zhao Tianyu gave her an approving look, then turned to the tall man who had tried to shake his hand earlier. "Tan Chao, right? You heard what Gu Yufei just said. We've been tired from our day outside and need to rest, so we won't be keeping you here." "Wait a moment, brother, don't rush. Let me explain the situation before you decide," Tan Chao replied with a full face of smiles. Zhao Tianyu shrugged and looked at him with amusement, saying, "All right, go on then." Tan Chao glanced at everyone present before beginning his pitch. "Our team now consists of 9 people, 6 men and 3 women, each a skilled zombie slayer extremely powerful. Plus our food supplies are abundant. As long as you join us, I guarantee you will not regret it." Zhao Tianyu looked at him with a bemused smile and coldly replied, "If that's the case, why do you still want us to join you? What's in it for you?" Tan Chao said earnestly, "The zombies outside are becoming increasingly powerful, and we see that most of you are women, which makes it difficult for you to cope. We want to help you. Everyone in our team is kind-hearted." "I'm not interested." Zhao Tianyu interrupted him before he could finish. Tan Chaos' expression visibly stiffened for a moment, but he quickly regained his refined smile. "It's fine if you don't want to join. When we came in just now, we already surveyed the surroundings, and this place is still safe for now. Thus we decided to set up camp here. If you need help, feel free to look for us. We can look out for each other." Seeing Zhao Tianyu and Gu Yufei so resolute in their stance, Tan Chao understood that continuing to speak would be futile and might only heighten their wariness, so he had to change his strategy. "Ming Su, let's head back first," said the bespectacled man who was called by Tan Chao. He nudged Qin Yao beside him and headed toward the door. "Everyone, I will take my leave now," Qin Yao said with a smile, glancing at the few people in the room. Bai Yun and Gu Yufei smiled and nodded at her. Only Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan remained puzzled. Gu Yufei quickly explained, "I forgot to tell you that Qin Yao said she will follow her former colleagues from now on." "Qin Yao, are you sure you want to follow them?" Zhao Tianyu looked at the somewhat skinny matchstick girl with a complex expression. Qin Yao nodded without hesitation, saying, "Yes, Zhao Go, I have already made up my mind. Thank you for saving me before." Seeing her determination, Zhao Tianyu couldn't be bothered to say more. If he guessed correctly, encountering her former colleagues was merely an opportunity for her to leave. The main reason was that they all understood what she had endured in the supermarket. Following them would undoubtedly put pressure on her, making it difficult for her to hold her head high. She thought that as long as she left those few people behind, no one would know of her past tragic experiences and she could start anew. "Oh, wait. Take your food back with you," Gu Yufei suddenly shouted when she noticed the bags on the table. However, aside from Qin Yao glancing back, Tan Chao and the others either truly did not hear or pretended not to, leaving the courtyard without a backward glance.
After Tan Xiao and the others left, Zhao Tianyu asked Gu Yufei and Bai Yun to detail the situation they encountered with them today as well as the members of their team. Their group consists of 9 people, and aside from a middle-aged couple the rest are all young, since only part of them got out of the vehicle at the time. Gu Yufei and Bai Yun did not understand much about them. Zhao Tianyu could only temporarily set aside the matter. The arrival of this group was definitely not a good thing for them.
Tianyu, what should we do about the food?
Gu Yufei said with a troubled expression. Just leave it, he'll deal with it later. Having been bitten by a snake once, he was now wary of the rope, and unless he was starving he would never eat food of unknown origin again. Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette and laid back on the sofa to rest. After one cigarette burned out, he opened his eyes to see Bai Yun bent over with her back to him, seemingly fiddling with something. The perfect curves revealed by her bent posture instantly ignited a fire in his heart, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. What a great figure!
Zhao Tianyu secretly swallowed his saliva.
Just then Bai Yun suddenly turned her head and her eyes met his fiery gaze. Zhao Tianyu's face flushed red and he awkwardly said, "Cough, Bai Yun, why didn't you go with them?" Bai Yun quickly realized something, her face turning red as she stammered, I feel that staying with you all has more prospects.
So how did you perform today? How many zombies did you kill? Zhao Tianyu asked absent-mindedly. Hearing his question, Bai Yun immediately felt guilty and timidly replied, I only killed 3. They are very strong and fast, I couldn't handle them well. If you give me a little more time I will definitely be able to do it. Do you want to evolve to the second stage? Zhao Tianyu nodded, his gaze quickly sweeping over her curvy figure. Can I really? Bai Yun exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Tianyu glanced around, confirming that Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan were not paying attention to the two of them, then got up and walked over, whispering in her ear, if you want to evolve to the second stage, remember to leave the door open for me tonight. Through the loose collar of her shirt a flash of pure white struck his vision, unfathomable. Bai Yun looked up at him in a fluster, her face instantly turning red. All right. She almost answered without hesitation. In today's world, what was there for her to hold back? A handsome young man a few years younger than her, she had nothing to lose. On the 3rd floor of another villa dozens of meters away. So did you find out what you needed? The man sitting at the desk asked as he extinguished the cigarette in his hand. This was none other than Tan Xiao, who had just played the role of a warm-hearted person in front of Zhao Tianyu and the others. However, at this moment his expression was completely different, revealing only malice and greed. Zhao standing opposite him felt a chill from Tan Chaos' terrifying gaze and hurriedly said, Brother Qiao, that guy is Zhao Tianyu, at least a second stage awakened. They also have quite a few firearms, and Gu Yufei and the other beauty possess considerable combat power. They are not weak women. Bai Yun poses no threat, just like Qiniao. Tan Xiao squinted his eyes, digesting this information for a few seconds before asking, what kind of ability does the Zhao guy have? Zhao quickly replied, I'm not sure about that. Qiniao hasn't been in contact with them for long and hasn't seen him use it. In fact, Qiniao was not entirely unaware. When they left the supermarket and saw the empty shelves, she and Bai Yun suspected it was definitely related to Zhao Tianyu and the other two's abilities. Otherwise, how could food simply vanish in the blink of an eye from a supermarket guarded by Sun Hu's men? But to conceal her past, she dared not mention anything about the supermarket. Tan Chaos' fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as he began to ponder. Since soft methods were ineffective, they could only resort to hard tactics. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to their opponents at all. He himself was also a second stage awakened, and his ability was speed-oriented. The team still had 3 second stage enhancers, and the other members were at least first stage. They also lacked for firearms. The reason he hadn't acted directly today was that he was truly captivated by Gu Yufei's beauty and wanted to bring her under his wing as his woman rather than treating her like those other girls. As long as he could eliminate the troublesome Zhao Tianyu, everything would be his. Brother Qiao, what about Qiniao? Seeing Tan Xiao silent for a long time, Zhao cautiously asked. Tan Xiao impatiently waved his hand and said, you handle it yourself. I don't fancy her, but one thing is clear, we can't force it right now. If you ruin my plans, I won't spare you. Thank you, Brother Qiao, I promise not to mess things up. Zhao instantly became excited. In the past he had tried to curry favor with Qiniao at the company, but she was as proud as a swan and had never looked at him properly. He. Now that she's in my hands, let's see if she can still act so proud this time. After dinner, Zhao Tianyu synthesized all 52 first stage ability crystals he obtained today into second stage ones. Adding the 3 second stage ones he acquired today and the previous 7, he now had 14 second stage ability crystals. Without hesitation, he divided 10 of them to create a light green third stage ability crystal. The moment the light green third stage ability crystal entered his body, he felt as if his entire being was ablaze. A few minutes later Zhao Tianyu brought up his personal attribute interface. Host Zhao Tianyu. Physique 105 normal adult male value is 10. Strength 104 normal adult male value is 10. Agility 122 normal adult male value is 10. Mental power 110 normal adult male value is 10.
Evolution level 3rd stage awakened. Ability instant transmission. Note the maximum distance of teleportation at the current level is 20 meters. Using abilities requires mental power. Be cautious when mental power is insufficient. A 3rd stage ability crystal increased all of his attributes by over 10 points. After casually washing up in the bathroom, Zhao Tianyu eagerly crept towards the 2nd floor. This girl really listened well. Without much effort he found the room with a slightly open door, causing Zhao Tianyu's heart to surge with heat. Before long the atmosphere in the entire bedroom began to rise. The next day Zhao Tianyu in a good mood hummed a tune as he walked toward the dining hall on the 1st floor. During breakfast Yun felt somewhat guilty and dared not speak much to Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan. After last night's events she had already clarified their relationship with Zhao Tianyu. She certainly did not dare to think that she could now stand on equal footing with them. Otherwise Zhao Tianyu wouldn't have repeatedly cautioned her to keep her mouth shut and not let the two discover the secret. After breakfast Zhao Tianyu led the 3 of them out again. Though today was Sunday they couldn't afford to rest. They needed to make the most of their time to collect more ability crystals and gather supplies. Last night Zhao Tianyu had kept his promise and gave Yun a 2nd stage ability crystal. Today, judging by her complexion, she had likely successfully evolved to the 2nd stage. Beep beep beep. As the car exited the community a sudden honking sound came from behind them. Zhao Tianyu glanced in the rearview mirror and immediately frowned, for the 3 cars next door had also followed them out. Tianyu, what should we do? Xia Zihan and the others looked at him with questioning eyes. Don't worry about them. Zhao Tianyu slammed the accelerator and increased the car's speed. In the apocalypse, whether one can adhere to the principle of if others do not offend me, I do not offend others is a standard for judging whether a person is good. If someone dares to provoke me, there is only a dead end awaiting them. The car drove for more than 2 kilometers, passing several intersections, and those 3 cars were still closely following behind. These people clearly had malicious intent, otherwise it would be too coincidental. Zhao Tianyu chose to pull over and stop the car to see what tricks they were up to. If anything happens, you all duck down immediately, Zhao Tianyu instructed them as he took out a gun from his space. The first car behind them stopped next to their vehicle. Brother Zhao, why aren't you leaving? Tan Chao poked his head out from the passenger seat and said with a smile. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Tan Chao, speak plainly. What do you mean by following us? Brother Zhao, why act as if you are rejecting me from 1,000 miles away? You are looking for supplies, right? We can look out for each other if we stick together. Tan Chao remained unperturbed, still wearing a smile. Not interested. If you keep following, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Tianyu replied coldly and then raised the car window. Let's go, Tan Chao ordered the driver. Damn it, giving face yet not wanting it. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. When you fall into my hands, you'll find it hard to survive or die. At this moment the earlier smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression, his eyes filled with hostility. The reason he followed was to figure out Zhao Tianyu's powers or find an opportunity to eliminate him directly. Chao Gu, I think there's no need to play these games with this kid. We can just confront him directly. With so many of us, why should we be afraid of him? The lean, dark-skinned young man driving said. Tan Chao scolded, damn it, can you think? Do you still believe this is the old world? Having many people doesn't always help. Without knowing his powers, you might find your head suddenly gone without understanding what happened. Since awakening his powers, he had seen countless evolvers perish under his surprise attacks, many of whom were not weaker than him. They lost simply because they did not understand themselves. It was precisely because he understood the danger of special abilities that he became more cautious. His instincts told him that Zhao Tianyu was definitely not an ordinary person. The more arrogant he was, the more wary he became. Tianyu, what do you think they want? Seeing Zhao Tianyu's displeasure, Xia Zihan asked cautiously. Zhao Tianyu shook his head, saying, I don't know, but they certainly don't have good intentions. This Tan Chao appeared to be a smiling tiger. If he didn't find a way to eliminate them, peaceful days would be impossible. However, now was not the right time to act, and he didn't want to talk too much with the women. There should still be some time before the zombies spread out, and since he was living comfortably here, he had no intention of moving. Besides, this was not his style. How could he be scared off by these petty thieves? Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment and couldn't think of a good plan, so he restarted the car. They had almost scouted the nearby areas. Now they could either delve deeper into the city center or head towards nearby towns. After some consideration he decided to head towards the area of the supermarket where he had encountered Sun Hu last time. Although there were lickers there, as long as they didn't go into the buildings there was no need to fear them. Before reaching the last location they had already seen quite a few zombies on the road. It seemed that other survivors had attracted them out. As soon as he stopped the car the surrounding zombies immediately rushed towards them. Get to work, Bai Yunyun, follow behind and clear out the stragglers. After saying this, Zhao Tianyu swung a big iron rod and charged forward. Soon the entire road was covered with the bodies of zombies and the black filthy liquid oozing from the corpses flowed everywhere. After about 10 days of fermentation the zombies' bodies had decayed severely and the pungent odor made one want to vomit. Now extracting the ability crystal nuclei from their foreheads was no longer an easy task. Without needing him to arrange anything the three women began to endure the stench and started poking at the zombies' heads one after another, searching for any treasures that might be hidden inside. Zhao Tianyu stood to the side vigilantly watching the surroundings. This time he was not slacking off. Although the current liquor zombies were most likely still only second tier, he could not underestimate their ambush skills. As zombies evolved and their intelligence grew they became more interested in other evolvers of the same tier, while their interest in living beings far below their level gradually diminished. Evolvers required higher tier ability crystals, and similarly zombies needed to absorb the flesh and blood of higher tier evolvers to continue evolving. Sister Yunyun, you killed at least 10 zombies just now, right? It's only been one night, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Gu Yufei, after placing a yellowish second tier ability crystal into a plastic bag, turned around with a puzzled expression. She was very clear about Bai Yunyun's level yesterday and had been worried she wouldn't be able to cope and might encounter some accidents, so she had kept some attention on her situation during the calmer moments. Really? I didn't count how many I killed, Bai Yunyun said, feeling a bit guilty from Gu Yufei's sudden question. Yesterday she was first tier and today she was second tier. Her strength had more than doubled. How could she compare? Gu Yufei nodded slightly. Yeah. Sister Yunyun, how did you improve so much in just one day? I didn't do anything special, I just recalled the process of killing zombies during the day a few times last night. Perhaps that's just the way practice makes perfect. Bai Yunyun told a lie, responding in a perfunctory manner. As someone who had navigated the workplace for many years, dealing with an inexperienced college student was not a difficult task. Hearing their conversation, Xia Zihan also became suspicious. She had noticed Bai Yunyun's performance earlier in her spare time. Without sufficient experience, achieving Bai Yunyun's level with first-tier power was indeed a bit absurd. The zombies now were much stronger than before and her movements and strength did not seem like those of a first tier. Thinking of this, Xia Zihan looked up suspiciously at Zhao Tianyu, who was leisurely smoking a cigarette. After recalling, it seemed like his attitude toward Bai Yunyun had notably improved today. The more Xia Zihan thought about it, the more suspicious she felt, especially when her gaze fell upon Bai Yunyun's alluring curve. Zhao Tianyu. With his current perception ability, Gu Yufei and Bai Yunyun's conversation naturally reached his ears without missing a word. Why are you looking at me? Did I slip up? Could a woman's intuition really be that sharp? Zhao Tianyu felt a bit guilty under Xia Zihan's gaze. Zihan, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Focus on your work, he said, turning his head to the other side, avoiding eye contact with her. Today was another fruitful day, and fortunately I did not encounter those troublesome lickers. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Zhao Tianyu took a glance at the neighboring villa's yard and saw that their 3 cars had also returned. Just after a few of them sat down, a voice calling from outside the yard could be heard. Zhao Tianyu looked out the window and saw Qiniao knocking at the door, so he sat back on the sofa and continued to drink tea.
At last Ji Chuan understood. Everyone else had gained abilities while he had sensed nothing. It was because his ability could only be activated after becoming a zombie.
Yufei, this is the live grass fish we found today while searching for supplies at a supermarket. There are many and we can't eat them all, so I brought some for you to taste. Tianyu, what is this? Gu Yufei cast an inquiring glance at him. Zhao Tianyu glanced at the 2 large grass fish packed in a transparent plastic bag from the supermarket, each weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds. More food delivery. Why does this seem so familiar to me? It's obvious that this must have been orchestrated by Tan Chao and the others, otherwise with Qiniao being a newcomer with no strength whatsoever she wouldn't have the authority to do this. Zhao Tianyu stroked his chin, contemplating for a few seconds before saying, let's accept it, we haven't had fish in a long time. Only then did Gu Yufei take the fish and put them in the kitchen. Bai Yunyun then pulled Qiniao to sit on the sofa and asked Qiniao, how are things going over there? Are they treating you well? Qiniao nodded and said, it's okay, there are many men over there, so we women don't even have to lift a finger to kill zombies, we just follow them to collect supplies. There's another thing she didn't mention, which is that her former colleague Zhu Mingxiu showed her much concern, making her feel nostalgic.
That's great. Bai Yun replied casually.
If she had heard this before today she would have been touched, but now her thoughts had changed, especially after killing so many zombies today and experiencing the thrill of having power. In this ruthless apocalypse, if one lacks strength one can only rely on men, and who knows when one might be ruthlessly abandoned.
The only way to survive is to become stronger.
After taking a few sips of tea, Zhao Tianyu also discreetly inquired about the general situation across the street from Qingyao. Then he patted the thigh of Xia Zihan, who had been unable to interject, and said, "Zihan, let them talk for now, I'll go with you to prepare the fish for dinner."
Xia Zihan nodded obediently and followed him into the kitchen.
Upon entering the kitchen without saying a word, Zhao Tianyu directly took out 2 grass fish from his space while covertly swapping them with the 2 that Qingyao had brought. Having swept through so many supermarkets, his space had plenty of fish, shrimp and crabs. He then began to scale the fish and gut them.
"Cousin, are you sure this method will really work?" Tan Chao asked the middle-aged man in front of the window.
The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Tan Chao, are you doubting my expertise?
Rest assured, as long as they eat the fish I guarantee they won't wake up until tomorrow morning."
These fish were injected with his specially formulated drug and he was confident in its effectiveness.
"With your word I can relax." Tan Chao nodded.
After chatting for about 10 minutes, Qingyao left. At this moment Zhao Tianyu had also finished preparing the fish and left the rest to the 3 of them. Although the gas had long been shut off, they had recently collected several gas canisters, so they didn't need to worry about the lack of fuel. In the neighboring villa, seeing Qingyao return empty-handed, Tan Chaos face showed delight and he immediately signaled to the bespectacled Zhu Mingshu beside him. Zhu Mingshu immediately understood his meaning and put on a smile as he approached.
"Qingyao, you're back.
Did they accept the fish?" "They accepted them. By the time I came back they had already started cooking, and Gu Yufei even asked me to thank you for them." Qingyao replied cheerfully, completely unaware that she was being used as a pawn. Zhu Mingshu only told her that their boss Tan Chao had feelings for Gu Yufei, which was why he thought to send them gifts. Being new here, she naturally wanted to make a good impression. Hearing Qinyao's words, Tan Chao excitedly clapped his hands, eagerly awaiting to collect corn later.
2 grass fish were prepared, one braised and the other made into sauerkraut fish, leaving Zhao Tianyu and the others completely full.
In the apocalypse, being able to enjoy a good meal is the greatest happiness. If all goes well, there is a good show waiting for them tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Tan Chao, who had been keeping an eye on the time, could no longer contain himself and summoned his 2 capable subordinates. "Lazy A, Zhu, go and scout the situation now and be careful."
"Brother Chao, don't worry, even if they are already asleep we aren't afraid at all," said the young man named Lazy nonchalantly. Both of them were second-tier enhancers and naturally didn't regard a few women and a young man as a threat.
Tan Chao frowned and said coldly, "Be careful, no matter the situation, return to me within 5 minutes. Under the hazy moonlight 2 shadows stealthily climbed over the iron railing and slipped into the villa where Zhao Tianyu and the others were.
"Did they arrive so soon? They are even more anxious than I am."
On the 3rd floor of the villa, Zhao Tianyu was quietly enjoying the show of the 2 people below while smoking. Seeing them come in, Zhao Tianyu snuffed out his cigarette and greeted Gu Yufei and the others, signaling them to keep quiet before walking towards the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor and making the same request to Bai Yun, he stood at the staircase waiting for the arrival of these 2 little thieves.
After about a minute, faint footsteps could be heard from downstairs. Damn, could these 2 have been locksmiths before?
They managed to open that sturdy door so quickly. When they first moved in, he had specifically noted the security level of this mansion's door, which was definitely top-notch. Before long, Zhao Tianyu sensed that they had crept upstairs. He hurriedly held his breath and gripped his battle axe. Generally speaking, whether awakened or enhanced as their ranks increase, their perception becomes increasingly sharp, and in such a quiet environment even the slightest noise can be detected. In the blink of an eye, the 2 shadows had arrived at the corner of the stairs.
Such audacity!
To dare to come up empty-handed. Do they think they're above everyone else? Zhao Tianyu quickly put away the axe to avoid dirtying the floor and making them work hard to clean it in the middle of the night. At this stage, it is unlikely for a small group to have 3rd-tier revolvers unless a powerful force with many people were to sweep through the city, which might allow them to acquire enough ability crystals to elevate to tier 3.
Against a 3rd-tier opponent, Zhao Tianyu had absolute confidence in easily dealing with them. Just as the first person stepped onto the 2nd floor, Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked his right hand, striking directly at the intruder's throat. Crack! With a crisp sound, the suddenly attacked little thief didn't have time to react before Zhao Tianyu crushed his windpipe. "Lazy!"
The other thief exclaimed in shock, realizing the situation was dire, and hurriedly turned to flee downstairs. Zhao Tianyu threw the body on the ground and activated his ability, instantly teleporting to the 1st floor to intercept his escape route. Seeing Zhao Tianyu suddenly appear in front of him, the little thief was taken aback and quickly stopped in his tracks, terrified. He cursed, "Are you human or ghost?"
The opposing thief forced himself to calm down, pulling out a sharp dagger from his waist. Villains perish from talking too much, while heroes perish from not finishing the fight.
He didn't consider himself a villain, so why waste words with him? Without saying a word, Zhao Tianyu charged forward. In a situation where Zhao Tianyu had the advantage in both strength and speed, even though the thief wielded a weapon, he couldn't hold out for 10 seconds before being subdued by Zhao Tianyu. Seeing that a considerable amount of time had passed since the originally planned 5 minutes, Tan Chaos' expression began to grow serious as he fixed his gaze on the direction of the yard.
"Brother Chao, something's not right.
Those two wouldn't have gotten tempted by those beautiful girls and ended up tasting your soup, would they?" Xu Mingxiu, who had often been bullied by Lazy and the others due to his lack of strength, seized the opportunity and began to fan the flames.
"Shut up."
Tan Chao shot him a glare and said sternly. But at the same time he began to have his doubts. Xu Mingxiu's words weren't entirely impossible.
After all, in front of such stunning beauties,
it's difficult for an average person to maintain composure.
He was starting to regret not leading the team personally. "Brother Chao, what should we do now?" Xu Mingxiu asked cautiously. Although he was fanning the flames, he also hoped that the plan would succeed.
If so, he could immediately act on Qinyao, that little Biaozi who dared to put on airs before him.
Wait. Tan Chao thought carefully. It was unlikely they would dare to defy him.
There was a 9 out of 10 chance something had truly happened. To be able to silently take out 2 second-tier enhancers, such an opponent is definitely not simple. They had already alarmed the snake and lost 2 key assistants. They needed to be more cautious.
"Tell me, why did Tan Chao send you over?"
Zhao Tianyu looked coldly at the young man with bangs and a few streaks of yellow hair.
"Who is Tan Chao?" "I don't know this person,"
the young man with yellow hair arrogantly replied.
"Still playing tough, huh?"
Zhao Tianyu stuffed a rag in his mouth and directly broke one of his fingers. Although there were hardly any zombies around on such a quiet night, making too much noise could easily attract some mutated animals or birds that preferred to be active at night. The young man with yellow hair immediately writhed in pain, and being tightly bound he could only grit his teeth and roll on the ground. Once he calmed down, Zhao Tianyu continued, "Nod if you want to speak, if you don't we'll move on to the next finger." Hearing his words, the young man with yellow hair immediately nodded vigorously.
Only then did Zhao Tianyu remove the rag from his mouth.
"I'll say. It was Tan Chao who had the 2 fish sent to Qinyao injected with a sleeping drug. Now he sent us 2 over to check if the drug worked on you. Beauty brings disaster. Indeed, it hasn't been long and already trouble has come twice. If he didn't have some strength, he would have long gone down to fight Liang de Fatty for a chance at reincarnation. Speaking of which, with so many billions of souls descending and almost no newborns, what kind of chaos would that create below? One must gain and lose, and he had long prepared himself mentally for this."
Crack! Zhao Tianyu raised his hand and sent another one down.
They were all living too impatiently. Tonight he would send them on their way. With a thought, Zhao Tianyu stored the 2 bodies in his space and said to the 3 of them, "You all go upstairs by Yunyun. You come up to the 3rd floor too for tonight. Squeeze in with Gu Yufei
to prevent them from becoming desperate.
Right now Tan Chao and the others are definitely still waiting for news from the young man with yellow hair, and it's not the best time to attack. Wait until they're all asleep later in the night.
Yufei, come to my room in half an hour."
Upon hearing this, the 3 of them all turned to look at him.
"What for?"
Gu Yufei asked nervously, thinking that at this time this guy wouldn't want to do that, right?
Zhao Tianyu glared at her. "What are you thinking?"
"I'm asking you to help me check the situation next door. Is that distance all right?" Gu Yufei pouted and said, "Within 100 meters should be fine, but at this late hour if they don't turn on the lights it will be difficult to see clearly." "It's fine, it doesn't have to be too clear, mainly just check the number of people on each floor and whether they are already asleep in bed." Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly.
"Tan Chao, it seems that Lazy and the others won't be coming back.
What should we do next?" "We need to plan ahead," the middle-aged man said as he felt the atmosphere was a bit tense. Tan Chao pressed on his temples and said, "Cousin, what do you think we should do?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "2 choices, either sneak over under the cover of night or leave here early tomorrow morning."
Tan Chao squinted and thought for a moment. "Escape? Absolutely not.
Lazy and Zhu fell here, how can I swallow that?"
"We must find them. However, they will definitely be on guard tonight. Let's wait until the early hours to strike." Bang!
The more Tan Chao thought about it, the angrier he became, slamming his hand on the table.
"I'm furious.
Bring Qinyao to me. She can't even handle a small matter and it's making me so mad. I'll take it out on her first."
"Brother Chao, didn't you say?" Xu Mingxiu stammered.
"What did I say?" Tan Xiao glared at him with a fierce expression. Seeing that icy glare, Zhu Mingxiu shivered in fear and stammered,
I didn't say anything. Then hurry up and handle it.
The middle-aged man beside him felt a chill in his heart. If one were to speak of incompetence, he too bore an undeniable share of the responsibility. During this time he had witnessed the ruthlessness of the young man in front of him. Though they shared a slight familial bond, what did that matter at such a time? Once the value of utility was gone, who would still care for you? Soon the bewildered Qin Yao was brought to the master bedroom where Tan Xiao was by Zhu Mingxiu. Not long after, a series of tragic cries echoed from within the room. Several hours later, after enduring repeated torment, Qin Yao dragged her heavy footsteps back to the second floor, her heart deadened to despair. At that moment she had completely fallen into hopelessness, no longer harboring any attachment to this world. Numbly she sat in front of the bed, her mind beginning to drift. The faces of her tormentors floated before her eyes. Zhu Mingxiu, Tan Xiao. If someone were standing before Qin Yao at that moment, they would undoubtedly notice that her gaze had lost all warmth, revealing nothing but chilling coldness. In the dead of night, drops of crimson liquid fell from the windowsill to the ground below. After a long wait, Zhao Tianyu finally sprang into action on this dark and windy night, a night fit for murder and arson. 3 hours earlier, Zhao Tianyu had instructed Gu Yufei to use her powers to investigate the situation next door. Seeing that they showed no signs of coming to kill and that two pairs of men and women were even in the mood to engage in such activities, he felt secure enough to wait until now to take action. Currently there were a total of 4 men and 4 women in the house, excluding Qin Yao. At least 7 lives were waiting for him to deal with. Surrounding the courtyard, apart from the iron railing near the road, the other 3 sides were all tall walls. Zhao Tianyu reached the base of the wall, took a running start and easily vaulted over it into the neighboring courtyard.
The entire process took only a few seconds, making little noise.
The people in the villa were completely unaware that a harbinger of death was drawing closer to them.
Although he couldn't pick locks, he had teleportation powers.
Entering the house posed no difficulty for him. Zhao Tianyu stepped across the lawn and soon arrived outside the kitchen. Activating his powers, he instantly appeared in the kitchen. Once he steadied himself, he immediately heard a faint snoring. Zhao Tianyu was not surprised, for Gu Yufei had already informed him that a man was on guard in the living room on the first floor. The man who was currently snoring on the sofa remained oblivious to the fact that someone had stealthily entered. His name was Old Li, the one with the least standing in this group. Lacking combat strength and being somewhat dim-witted, good fortune seldom befell him, and he had done his fair share of heavy labor. Naturally, he took on the role of the night watchman. However, he was not a fool. He would not seriously keep watch at night. Once the people upstairs settled down, he immediately lay back comfortably on the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Zhao Tianyu silently approached the source of the snoring like a ghost.
Who?
Just as Zhao Tianyu took his last step, the man on the sofa suddenly woke up with a start. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Tianyu's hand shot out swiftly, seizing his throat with lightning speed. The man instinctively tried to shout, but Zhao Tianyu would not grant him such an opportunity. In that instant, as he tightened his grip, he crushed the man's windpipe. The man struggled for a few seconds before collapsing limply onto the sofa. A walkie-talkie. He was pleasantly surprised to find that besides a gun on the table, there was actually a walkie-talkie. This item was crucial. He had been searching for one but had yet to find it. Since there was one here, it indicated that the people upstairs surely had others. After dealing with the man in the living room, Zhao Tianyu originally intended to head straight to the 3rd floor to eliminate Tan Xiao, the mastermind behind it all. However, as he passed the 2nd floor, a strong smell of blood caught his attention. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, could there be a zombie?
That seemed unlikely.
He cautiously made his way down the corridor and soon discovered a door that had not been closed properly. Taking out his battle axe, he pushed the door ajar bit by bit and peered inside. What he saw nearly startled him. Before him was a long-haired woman, her hair disheveled, revealing only half of her pale face, sitting against the window, her wide eyes staring towards the door. Illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the window, she appeared particularly ghastly and terrifying. Zhao Tianyu was stunned for a moment before realizing that this was a corpse. He approached, sweeping her hair aside with the battle axe. Upon closer inspection, he found that the woman was indeed Qin Yao. After checking for her breath, he confirmed she had passed away, although her body still retained some warmth, indicating she had died not long ago. Looking closely at her bloodied, still drying arm, it seemed she had committed suicide. Just this afternoon she had appeared perfectly fine and normal. How could she have succumbed to despair in just a few hours? He had no time to ponder further and slowly exited the room, heading straight for the 3rd floor. The layout of this villa was almost identical to the one they resided in, allowing Zhao Tianyu to arrive at the master bedroom door without much effort. At this moment the door was tightly shut.
Forcing it open would undoubtedly wake everyone inside. Without hesitation he once again used his powers to pass through the door. The master bedroom was vast with at least 5 to 6 meters of distance from the door to the bed. He stealthily approached. Just a few steps in, Zhao Tianyu suddenly felt as though something thin and string-like had tripped him. Ding ding. Before he could lower his head to examine, a chime of wind bells rang out from within the room. Who is it? The man on the bed immediately woke up and, while exclaiming, one hand quickly reached toward the pillow beside him. What the hell, this is too careless. With the stealth attack failing, he had no choice but to confront him head-on. Upon seeing the man's actions, Zhao Tianyu realized he was reaching for a gun and he promptly hurled the axe in his hand. If they were in an open area, he could have disregarded the threat of a handgun entirely, as with his current agility it would be hard to lock onto him. However, in this cramped space where movement was inconvenient, it was still quite dangerous. Seeing the axe hurtling towards him, the man on the bed quickly withdrew his hand and rolled off the bed in a single motion. His reflexes were quite sharp. Had he been even a second slower, Zhao Tianyu was certain that the axe would have sliced his hand cleanly in two. Just as the man had barely scrambled to his feet, Zhao Tianyu had already arrived in front of him and finally saw the man's face. There was no doubt this was Tan Chao. Tan Chao, now standing, wasted no time and charged forward, swinging his fists with incredible speed, far exceeding that of other ordinary second-tier enhancers, and he was not at all inferior to Zhao Tianyu. However, with his current strength and physical toughness, engaging Zhao Tianyu in close combat was akin to striking a stone with an egg. In just over 10 seconds the two exchanged blows, but both were extremely quick and neither could land a critical hit on the other. As they were caught up in their fierce battle, several creatures with sharp fangs and long tongues known as lickers swiftly climbed up the walls, drawn by the rich smell of blood. In the sky, over a dozen crows with only their crimson eyes visible against their pitch-black bodies circled a few times before diving straight into the window where Qin Yao was. Unbeknownst to the two upstairs, the downstairs was undergoing a transformation. Every punch Tan Chao threw felt like striking iron arms, his hands trembling with pain. Even his once proud speed yielded no advantage. Realizing he was outmatched, he retreated to a corner, glaring at Zhao Tianyu and saying, "Zhao Tianyu, what have I done to provoke you? Why did you come to ambush me in the middle of the night?" Zhao Tianyu sneered, "Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? At this point, do you think it's meaningful to say such things?" Just then there was a knock on the door. "Xiao Chao, what's happening in there?" A middle-aged man shouted from outside. Tan Chao was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly called out, "Cousin, I'm being attacked by Zhao Tianyu. Hurry and open the door to help me." Seeing that the person outside was already startled awake, Zhao Tianyu decided to stop holding back and unleashed his full power. Tan Chao, whose arms were already in agony and unresponsive, could only withstand less than 10 seconds before being struck heavily in the face. The fragile zygomatic bone shattered on impact and Tan Chaos' body flew back crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. With a crunch, Zhao Tianyu stepped forward without mercy and crushed his windpipe. At that moment gunshots rang out from outside the door, likely because the person outside saw no way to open the door quickly and in a panic resorted to using a gun. It was just a gun who didn't have one. With a thought, Zhao Tianyu conjured a shotgun into his hand. On the second floor, Zhu Mingxiu, who had finally realized his long-awaited dream, was sleeping soundly when the gunfire above jolted him awake. Who the hell is so heartless to set off firecrackers in the middle of the night? Zhu Mingxiu grumbled sleepily, still not fully awake. Wait a minute, at this time there shouldn't be any firecracker sounds, this is gunfire. Realizing this, Zhu Mingxiu hurriedly got up and rushed toward the door. Alongside him, two women from the same floor and four lickers who had just chased away the crows and were ready to feast were interrupted by the gunshots. Before they could react, the four lickers leaped in front of them, their sharp claws instantly tearing apart the three first-tier enhancers. This outcome was precisely what Qin Yao had wanted to see. Even if she had to die, she wanted everyone in this house to accompany her to death. Ah! Tan Chaos' cousin, running down from the third floor seeking help, happened to witness the scene and screamed in fright. The scream immediately caught the attention of the lickers, two of which abandoned their meal and pounced towards her. In the face of life and death, Tan Chaos' cousin unleashed her maximum potential, sprinting up to the third floor, successfully bringing trouble to her husband. Bang bang bang! More gunfire erupted outside the door. Using a gun to open the door. Have you been watching too many dramas? It would be faster to just ram it with your body. Inside, Zhao Tianyu, who was already growing impatient while holding the shotgun, scoffed. Ya ya ya! Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to mock the people outside, a shrill cacophony erupted from outside the villa. Despite the good soundproofing of the room, the outside cries managed to filter in. Zhao Tianyu rushed towards the balcony, but halfway there he suddenly stopped and diverted towards the study. He had begun to vaguely guess what was happening. With the moonlight in his enhanced vision, Zhao Tianyu could barely make out a swarm of black crows screeching and flying towards the villa, their crimson eyes forming a dense mass in the sky. Damn, it really is them. This time the trouble was immense. These creatures were far more troublesome than zombies. Not only were they numerous, but they were also small-bodied, able to attack from various angles without warning. If surrounded, there would be no escape. These mutated crows infected by the virus retained their previous behaviors and had a strong phototropism. With no lights here, how had they been attracted? It's not light, it's the smell of blood. He suddenly remembered the open window in Qinyao's room on the second floor. He had been careless. He should have closed it earlier. What he didn't know was that even if he had closed the window at that time, it would have been futile, as most of Qinyao's blood had already flowed outside. The rich smell of blood carried by the wind could be detected by those ravenous crows even from kilometers away. After glancing a few times, Zhao Tianyu pulled the curtains shut again and headed towards the door. If those people outside broke in unexpectedly, it would spell trouble. Why is it quiet? Could the crows have already climbed to the third floor? Zhao Tianyu began to feel puzzled after waiting for a long time without any movement. Peering through the peephole, he could faintly see two dog-like creatures squatting on the ground, devouring a large chunk of meat. It was quite lively outside, and even the lickers had arrived. It seemed this area was no longer safe. He hoped those women wouldn't do anything foolish to provoke these creatures, otherwise he would be in big trouble, as he had no way to get out in this situation. Caw caw caw. Screech screech screech. Not long after, the commotion returned outside as the crows and lickers seemed to be fighting over food. Seizing the opportunity while the outside was chaotic, he took out some transparent tape from his space and sealed the door cracks, then sprayed some alcohol disinfectant on the seams. He then lay down on the big bed thinking, let them fight it out, I will just sleep peacefully. With such a strong smell of blood outside, they probably wouldn't sense my presence. After sleeping until he naturally woke up, Zhao Tianyu looked at his unfamiliar surroundings for a moment before recalling where he was. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole to observe the situation outside. Outside, apart from several cleanly picked bones and many dead crows, it was unclear who had won last night's battle. It should be safe now. Zhao Tianyu took the shotgun in hand and opened the door. After confirming safety, he searched all the bedrooms and found 2 walkie-talkies and several handguns, presumably looted from some agency. Heading downstairs, Zhao Tianyu rummaged through their vehicle, but apart from some food, there were no other gains. This community, called Lanshan No. 1, is naturally situated near the mountains. However, Lanshan is merely a nearby foray tourist attraction without any wild beasts, which is why he chose this place as his refuge. However, looking at the situation now, it's highly likely that those crows from last night have made the dense forests of Lanshan their nest. In the apocalypse, living in the mountainous wilderness, although the number of zombies is far less than in the cities, one still fears encountering these flying beasts. They are either agile and fierce with enormous sizes, or like last night's flock of crows, they come in massive numbers and can attack from the air, making them quite troublesome. Thus, in a world where zombies and mutated creatures run rampant, there is no completely safe place unless one constructs an underground survival base, hiding away forever. On the way back, Zhao Tianyu did not enter through the front door, but instead climbed over the wall again to return to their villa courtyard. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered the living room, the 3 people on the sofa joyfully rushed over to greet him. Xiaozihan even dashed over and leaped into his arms, exclaiming sweetly, "Tianyu, you're finally back. I was so worried last night." Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted her head, saying, "It's okay, I'm back safe and sound." Seeing Xiaozihan's dramatic display, Gu Yufei rolled her eyes, thinking that she was not the only one who was worried last night. After being awoken in the middle of the night and discovering Zhao Tianyu was not in the room, the 3 of them started to feel anxious, knowing exactly what he had gone out to do. Looking at the multitude of birds soaring in the sky, obscuring the sunlight, and then all descending onto the neighboring villa, they each felt their hearts leap into their throats. Worried for Zhao Tianyu's safety, she continuously used her abilities to observe the situation at the neighboring villa until she became dizzy and had to stop. When she woke up early that morning, she used her abilities again and saw Zhao Tianyu already searching for supplies, finally putting her mind at ease. If she hadn't confirmed that he was safe, how could the 3 of them sit and wait for him in the living room? They would have rushed over to check on him long ago. After snuggling in Zhao Tianyu's arms for a while, Xiaozihan reluctantly let go when she noticed Gu Yufei's murderous glare behind her. "Tianyu, what about Qingyao?" Bai Yunyun suddenly asked. "She's dead. She committed suicide before I got there," Zhao Tianyu replied calmly. In fact, he had no close ties with Qingyao. He had only brought her along out of convenience, and in this world death had become all too common. He had no need to mourn for each person who perished. Suicide. The 3 of them all showed expressions of disbelief. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Correct, she committed suicide by cutting her wrists. Those crows and the lickers from last night most likely came following the scent of her blood.
Although he was not clear about what she had experienced, the signs indicated that she harbored deep resentment towards the people next door, to the point that she would resort to using her life for revenge.
Alas, in this world isn't death a kind of liberation?
Living is truly suffering. By Yun sighed, her expression downcast.
Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu maintained a calm demeanor and said nothing, as his views deep down were completely opposite to hers.
Now he no longer had to endure the hardships of working or studying. He could drive any luxury car he wanted and stay in any villa he desired. Moreover, he no longer needed to worry about saving up for a bride price. He could simply pick one up to sleep with. With beauties like Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, whom he would have never dared to even think about before, he now found himself with two at once. Bai Yun was equally fair-skinned and beautiful, with an incredible figure. She used to be a white-collar worker, and when dressed in a professional outfit with black stockings, she would surely be the goddess in the hearts of countless male office workers. If it weren't for having to deal with these troublesome zombies, this would truly be heaven. Seeing their emotions a bit low, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, everyone was on edge last night and probably didn't get much rest, so we won't go out today. Let's take a day off to relax. Yay! The three, who had just looked dejected, immediately cheered up upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. In recent days they had been going out early and returning late without properly enjoying the various entertainment facilities in this grand villa.
Have fun, but don't make too much noise.
This area is no longer peaceful, especially at night. Make sure to close the windows and draw the curtains.
Zhao Tianyu added. Got it, you're so naggy. Gu Yufei pouted and muttered, then stood up from the sofa ready to go upstairs with Xia Zihan and Bai Yun.
Since they didn't need to go out, they should immediately shed their zombie fighting gear and change into comfortable and good-looking outfits. Zhao Tianyu quickly pulled her into his arms with a mischievous smile. What did you just say? Seeing this, Xia Zihan and Bai Yun turned back to smile at them but said nothing and went upstairs first.
Being held so affectionately in his arms, Gu Yufei's face immediately flushed and she nervously said, I didn't say anything.
Zhao Tianyu pinched her cute face, which was free of makeup, and gently asked Yufei, were you worried about me last night?
Yes. No.
Gu Yufei was about to nod but remembered how close Zhao Tianyu had been with Xia Zihan earlier and quickly denied it with a cold expression. Zhao Tianyu gazed at her with a smirk. Really not?
No. Who would worry about you, you scumbag? Gu Yufei pouted angrily and struggled incessantly.
Zhao Tianyu not only did not let go but held her even tighter. What you said isn't the truth. Tell me the truth and I'll let you go.
Gu Yufei, seeing she couldn't break free, huffed angrily. Yes, very worried. Is that enough? Let me go.
I knew you would say that. Zhao Tianyu grinned mischievously, then pressed his lips against her enticingly rosy mouth that was so close. The entire world immediately fell silent. After letting go of Gu Yufei, who had a face full of peach blossoms, Zhao Tianyu ate some breakfast they had prepared. More than an hour later they sauntered down the stairs, each dressed brightly and beautifully, exuding an ethereal aura.
Zhao Tianyu was so captivated that he stared in awe. Are you all going shopping?
We usually don't have the chance to put on makeup since we have time today. If we don't dress up, this skill will be lost sooner or later, Xia Zihan replied cheerfully. Today was spent indulging in food, drink and fun, first playing mahjong, billiards and board games one after another for half the day. After tiring out, they headed to the luxurious private cinema to lie on the comfortable beanbags and watch a show. When hungry, they went to the rooftop dining area for a barbecue, drinking and eating meat. Unfortunately, the large swimming pool behind the house was empty, otherwise it would have been even more delightful. That night, having laid the groundwork in the morning, Zhao Tianyu finally climbed onto Gu Yufei's bed again and bullied her for most of the night. The next morning, after a day of rest, the four of them set off again on their quest for supplies.
Outside a supermarket in City S. Captain, we are surrounded by zombies in front and behind.
What should we do? Several young men in their 20s reported anxiously to their captain.
Stop shouting, my eyes aren't blind, I can see. Damn it, I shouldn't have ventured into a zombie den without checking the almanac today.
As the situation grew increasingly dire, the young captain yelled in frustration.
Aja, calm down.
You're the captain, you can't panic. First, a quiet-looking girl advised. The young captain looked gently at the girl before him and said, warningly, I'm fine. Don't worry, we will definitely break out of here. After speaking, the young captain turned his gaze to a dark-skinned young man beside him and asked, Hi, do you see that black SUV on the left side of the street?
How long will it take to start it?
About 3 to 4 minutes, the dark-skinned young man replied, somewhat uncertain. Although he had studied automotive repair and knew how to start a car in a keyless state, he had little practical experience. He had boasted that he could handle any car just to gain the captain's favor.
Alright everyone, let's charge over to Bai Li Hai sometime. We don't have many bullets left, so we'll only shoot if we really can't hold out any longer.
As the few people focused on smashing zombies' heads in the street, they all stood up, alertly scanning the surroundings for the source of the gunfire.
Tianyu, where is that gunfire coming from? Xia Zihan asked.
Zhao Tianyu fixed his gaze on the empty street to the right and replied, to our right, it doesn't sound very far. Everyone move quickly, there are quite a few zombies here. Now that the gunfire has sounded, they will probably swarm over here. Before setting out, they had already scouted the area around them, leaving them with two choices: either head towards the nearby town or advance towards the city center. The journey to the town is long and fraught with uncertainty, making it inconvenient to search for supplies. The further into the city center they go, the more zombies there are, but collecting supplies is relatively easier. After careful consideration, Zhao Tianyu decided to head towards the city, as their primary goal now was to gather supernatural crystal cores for rapid evolution, so they naturally wouldn't fear the abundance of zombies. The density of zombies here is indeed high. So far today, at least 400 or 500 zombies have perished at their hands. Zhao Tianyu took the car out of the system space, ready to make a quick getaway if the situation turned dire, and then joined the team extracting crystal cores.
Tianyu, zombies are coming!
Gu Yufei suddenly shouted. Zhao Tianyu looked up and saw a dense horde of zombies chasing two survivors rushing towards them.
Get in the car.
We need to leave here first.
Zhao Tianyu quickly summoned.
As the three of them got into the car, just as Zhao Tianyu was about to enter, a voice called out from behind. Big brother, help! Wait for us! The two fleeing individuals were overjoyed to see a car ahead and immediately cried out for help. How that voice sounds a bit familiar, Zhao Tianyu wondered.
It's him.
Zhao Tianyu focused his gaze and was surprised to find that he recognized the person calling for him. Strictly speaking, he was a friend from his past life named Niuwenjia. Not everyone in the apocalypse was bad, there were also many good people with a sense of loyalty, and Niuwenjia was one of them, at least for the Zhao Tianyu of his past life. In his past life they were brothers, and the first team he belonged to, neither of them being awakeners, and both had little status.
This person must be saved. Without further thought, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly got into the car and put the vehicle in reverse. Big brother, don't run.
Wait for us.
Niuwenjia, thinking Zhao Tianyu was going to flee, turned pale and cried out in desperation. Hurry up and get in the car.
Zhao Tianyu grinned at the flustered Niuwenjia. Overjoyed, Niuwenjia quickly opened the car door, pushed the girl next to him inside first, and then squeezed in himself. Zhao Tianyu shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and the V8 engine roared to life, swiftly leaving the horde of zombies behind, which looked like a nest of ants.
Brother, thank you so much.
I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, just say the word and I will never refuse. Niuwenjia said excitedly, still shaken from the close call.
Zhao Tianyu nodded. No need to be polite, since fate has brought us together. I naturally can't stand by and watch you die. In fact, even without him, Niuwenjia would surely escape, otherwise there wouldn't be any further story.
However, the girl beside him wasn't as fortunate. He knew this so well because every time this guy got drunk, he would only tell him two things. When he was sad, he would recall how his girlfriend sacrificed herself to save him, and every time he mentioned it, he would weep uncontrollably. When he was happy, he would boast to Zhao Tianyu that he used to be a big brother with 5 or 6 younger brothers following him, and how imposing he was.
My name is Niuwenjia, and this is my girlfriend Wang Wanling.
What do we call you, brother?
Niuwenjia continued.
I am Zhao Tianyu, and this beautiful lady beside me is Xia Zihan, while the two next to us are Bai Yunyun and Gu Yufei. Zhao Tianyu introduced each of them.
Niuwenjia smiled and greeted Xia Zihan and the others.
Upon seeing their faces clearly, Niuwenjia's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that everyone in the car were top-tier beauties. After driving the car to an open area without zombies, Zhao Tianyu finally stopped the vehicle. Everyone get out and check if you're injured.
Zihan checked that girl carefully. Niuwenjia quickly added, don't worry, we are not injured.
When he shouted for help, his voice changed, yet he still had the audacity to claim he wasn't scared.
Zhao Tianyu smiled but chose not to expose him.
After chatting for a bit, Xia Zihan walked over and said, Tianyu, the checkup is done and there are no signs of injury.
Zhao Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement. Glancing at the time, it was time to head back. Zhao Tianyu looked at Niuwenjia and asked, Brother Niu, what are your plans next? Should we find a place to drop you off, or?
Before he could finish, Niuwenjia hurriedly waved his hands. No, brother.
We have nowhere to go, can you take us in for a bit?
Seeing his distressed expression, Zhao Tianyu pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, it's not that I can't take you in, but there are a few conditions.
Sure, no problem, brother, you say it, Niuwenjia quickly replied.
First, I call the shots in my team. If you choose to join, you must follow my commands. Second, all rewards will be pooled together and I will distribute them. Third, well, I haven't thought of that yet, we'll see if it's needed. Zhao Tianyu stroked his chin and spoke leisurely.
All right, I accept all those conditions, Niuwenjia said, nodding dejectedly after a few seconds of thought.
Just a few minutes ago he was the captain, and now in the blink of an eye he was to become a subordinate. Zhao Tianyu flicked away the cigarette butt and glanced at him, saying, "Don't take it to heart. With your level of strength you might not even measure up to the female members of our team.
Don't underestimate me.
I'm a bona fide second-tier enhancer and I've killed at least 200 or 300 zombies."
Niu Wenjie exclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride.
Zhao Tianyu chuckled and shook his head. "Whether you measure up or not you'll find out later. By the way, Zhao Gu, who is your sister-in-law?"
"Clarify that for me or I might accidentally offend her," Niu Wenjie asked cheekily, his intentions clear. This guy loved to act sentimental on the surface, but his mind was just as crafty. "Stop overthinking, all three of them are your sisters-in-law."
"What?"
Niu Wenjie was stunned, then gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you're impressive. Just for this I'm willing to bow down." Zhao Tianyu couldn't be bothered with his flattery. With a thought, a brand new Q7 appeared on the road.
"The back seat is too cramped. You guys should drive your own car."
"Damn. Brother, are you an awakened one?
Is this a superpower?"
Niu Wenjie was stunned, his expression one of disbelief at Zhao Tianyu's miraculous display. Wang Wanling, not far away, also stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the suddenly appearing car.
"Indeed, this is my spatial ability, allowing me to take items that will rest assured you won't go hungry with me around." Zhao Tianyu nodded, as he was not afraid of revealing this secret since he was going to take him in.
Niu Wenjie's eyes lit up. Given this ability, he felt he wouldn't lose out at all. With this skill he would undoubtedly have a bright future. No wonder so many beauties were willing to follow him. 20 minutes later, the six of them in 2 cars sped into the Lanshan No. 1 community. "Brother, you really know how to choose a place."
"I have never lived in such a luxurious villa in my life. Most importantly, I noticed on the way here that there weren't any zombies, unlike before when we had to dodge and hide from troublemakers."
After parking the car, Niu Wenjie quickly followed up with a smile. Zhao Tianyu remarked, "It's not that there are no zombies, we've cleared them all out.
This place isn't absolutely safe either. There are flocks of mutated crows nearby and 4-legged lickers."
"Have you seen them?"
Niu Wenjie nodded knowingly. "I've seen one. It had sharp fangs, a long tongue and 2 sharp claws.
A couple of days ago we spent the night in an office building.
In the middle of the night one suddenly came down from the roof and bit one of our team members to death. We couldn't even shoot it was hard to deal with." "So that's what they're called, lickers?"
Zhao Tianyu replied, "Yes, that's the one."
"Be cautious at night, keep the windows tightly shut and draw the curtains to avoid any light showing." Today Zhao Tianyu was very happy to finally see a friend from his past life. He specifically instructed Gu Yufei and the others to prepare a particularly lavish dinner and open 2 bottles of 82 Lafite.
"Let's toast together."
"Congratulations to comrades Niu Wenjie and Wang Wanling for joining our big family." Zhao Tianyu raised his glass with a smile.
"Duong." Everyone clinked their glasses together.
After taking a sip of wine, Niu Wenjie stood up again and said, "I never dared to dream that I would have the opportunity to enjoy a luxurious dinner in this villa in my lifetime.
Thank you all for giving me and Wanling this chance. I raise my glass to everyone." Wang Wanling also stood up beside him and said, "Thank you everyone."
Zhao Tianyu then began to chat and drink with Niu Wenjie. Similarly, Gu Yufei and the others along with Wang Wanling were filled with curiosity about each other's experiences over the past few days, and soon they were laughing and sharing their stories. A sumptuous dinner concluded in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. Later that night, as Zhao Tianyu pondered whether to visit Gu Yufei or Bai Yanyan's room, with a click the door was opened and a slender black shadow darted in.
"Zihan, what are you doing here?" Zhao Tianyu asked in surprise. "What? You won't come looking for me, so I can't come looking for you, right?" Xia Zihan pouted angrily.
Zhao Tianyu's face turned red. Ever since her period started he hadn't visited her at night, and he hurriedly pulled her into his embrace.
"Of course not. I welcome you, why would I not allow it?" My period is over," Xia Zihan said softly, blushing.
Zhao Tianyu's heart leapt with joy. Understanding her meaning, he immediately rolled over and pressed down on her.
An hour later, Tianyu, I feel like you're treating this Niu Wenjie a little differently today.
Xia Zihan shifted her body to a comfortable position and looked up.
"What's different?"
Zhao Tianyu asked softly, stroking her smooth back. Xia Zihan raised an eyebrow and said, "I used to think you didn't easily trust people, but it seems like you're not guarded around this Niu Wenjie."
She was indeed right.
Due to his memories from his past life, he had skipped many steps. However, to say he was unguarded around someone was nearly impossible. Before long, the atmosphere in the bedroom began to rise once more. As the rain ceased and the clouds receded, Zhao Tianyu decided to reward Xia Zihan with 6 second-tier ability crystals for her outstanding performance tonight. With the harvest from these past 2 days added to the 4 he had left, he now possessed a total of 32 second-tier crystals.
Seeing the 6 golden crystals in his hand, Xia Zihan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately rushed over to plant a few kisses on his cheek. Having consumed 3 second-tier ability crystals just a few days prior, with these 6 she would be able to evolve into a 3rd-tier enhancer. Zhao Tianyu was pleased with her performance, but good things should be shared equally and not given preferential treatment. Tomorrow night he would go to Gu Yufei's place as well and reward her with a few crystals. After Xia Zihan clutching the 6 second-tier crystals with her soft legs dragging back to her room, Zhao Tianyu took out 20 second-tier crystals, synthesized them into 3rd-tier ones and directly swallowed them. After a wave of heat, Zhao Tianyu brought up his personal attribute interface. Host Zhao Tianyu. Physique 130. Strength 128. Agility 152. Mental power 147. Evolution level 3rd-tier Awakener. Level up progress 37. 5. Ability teleportation. Note the maximum distance for teleportation at the current level is 20 meters. Using the ability consumes mental power, and caution is advised when mental power is insufficient. With just 5 more 3rd-tier ability crystals he could become a 4th-tier Awakener, a height he had never reached in his past life, which was thrilling to think about. In the morning, waking up after a good night's sleep, after washing up and leisurely heading down to the living room on the 1st floor, he found that everyone was already up. He was the last to rise. "Good morning, Brother Zhao." As soon as he saw him, Niu Wenjie rushed over excitedly. Zhao Tianyu patted his shoulder and smiled. "Wenjie, not bad, you got into character quickly. Have you had breakfast?" Although in their past lives they were brothers, the past is the past and now is now. Zhao Tianyu would only give him a little extra attention, but he could not treat him the same way as before. "Brother Zhao, I've already eaten," Niu Wenjie replied with a smile. Zhao Tianyu nodded and headed straight for the dining area. Breakfast was simple eggs, milk and bread, finished in less than 10 minutes. As he came out of the dining room, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the people on the sofa in the living room and said, "Everyone get ready, we will leave in 20 minutes. Gu Yufei and the others did not react much to his words, as they were used to it. They didn't have to worry about the destination or route. Only Niu Wenjie came over smiling. "Brother Zhao, where are we going today?" "To the place where we encountered you yesterday." "Ha!" Niu Wenjie's face instantly turned pale, panicking. "No way, there are so many zombies there." Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette and slowly said, "That's exactly why I want to go. There are many zombies. We don't lack food and supplies now. Our main goal is the ability crystals." "But that's too dangerous. Can't we choose a place with fewer zombies?" Niu Wenjie said worriedly, recalling the terrifying scene from yesterday when they were surrounded by zombies with teammates being torn apart. He had nightmares about it all night. Zhao Tianyu patted his shoulder. "No need to worry, we will advance slowly from the side and we can retreat at any time if the situation turns bad." "How did you end up in that mess yesterday? How did you attract so many zombies?" "Sai, we had such bad luck, we hardly encountered any zombies on the way. When we saw a supermarket by the roadside, we thought we could go in and get some food. Little did we know that the supermarket was a tightly sealed zombie nest. As soon as we entered, they erupted and a teammate panicked and fired a gun, which quickly blocked our escape route with zombies. It was utterly despairing at that moment." Niu Wenjie recounted the harrowing experience with a lingering fear. "Brother Zhao, give me a cigarette." Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu handed him one and then took out a pack of huazi from his space and placed it on the table. Niu Wenjie lit the cigarette with trembling hands and continued, "Damn, what frustrated me the most was encountering a pig teammate who wasted our time, otherwise we could have survived a little longer." After listening to his tragic tale from yesterday, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the time. It was about time, so he gave the order and the 6 of them set off together. At the door, he first took out the Q7, looked at the seats inside and decided to drive 2 cars. Although this Q7 has 7 seats, the 2 seats in the 3rd row are a bit cramped, making it uncomfortable for people to sit. Moreover, the most important thing is that in case of an emergency it becomes extremely difficult for those sitting in the 3rd row to exit quickly. With full power, they quickly reached the vicinity of yesterday's street without any red lights or traffic jams. Watching the sparse zombies rushing towards them, Zhao Tianyu stopped the car and stored it in his space. Zhao Tianyu took the lead, followed closely by Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei, with Niu Wenjie joining them a moment later. The 4 of them easily eliminated nearly 100 zombies surrounding them without much effort. Just when everyone thought they could dig in peace, a massive creature suddenly lunged out from around the corner. "Be careful, it's a 2nd-tier mutated zombie," Niu Wenjie said with a frightened expression. Zhao Tianyu was about to step forward to deal with it when Xia Zihan interjected, "Everyone stay back. Let me handle it." With that, she tightened her grip on the tang knife and advanced. Everyone, including Zhao Tianyu, was dumbfounded. When did this girl become so reckless? However, Zhao Tianyu quickly realized her intention. She wanted to test her new strength after evolving. This girl was clearly looking for trouble, and was she afraid others wouldn't know she had evolved to the third tier? Understanding her purpose, Zhao Tianyu didn't need to worry too much about her getting hurt, because even if she couldn't handle the tough-skinned zombie for a moment with her current agility, that slow creature would find it hard to even touch the hem of her clothes. As expected, after Xia Zihan struck the hardened zombie's neck and head a few times without success, she began to dance around it. For a moment neither side could do anything to the other. Nevertheless, Xia Zihan's displayed strength was already enough to astonish everyone. Seeing Xia Zihan wielding the tang knife with elegance, Gu Yufei felt regretful, if not for her own pride at the time. That knife would have been hers and she wouldn't need this ugly big cleaver. Zihan stab its eye, the eyes are its weakness. Seeing that the situation wasn't improving, Zhao Tianyu reminded her. It seems essential to find an opportunity to educate them about the characteristics of these mutated zombies, otherwise no matter how high their evolutionary level they would still be helpless when encountering such creatures. After being reminded by Zhao Tianyu, Xia Zihan immediately realized. After a few agile dodges, she leaped into the air, thrusting her tang dao sharply, the blade piercing accurately into the eye socket of the armored zombie, and with a vigorous twist the hefty creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Having witnessed all this, Gu Yufei raised an eyebrow, and being well aware of Xia Zihan's usual strength, she vaguely understood what was happening. Previously their strengths were comparable, and when they encountered such second-tier mutated zombies they could at most ensure their own safety, definitely not handling them with such ease. Now, if it weren't for Xia Zihan's initial ignorance of the armored zombie's weak points, the battle could have ended with those first few strikes. The only plausible explanation for such a drastic change in her combat power in such a short time is that Zhao Tianyu had shown favoritism and secretly given Xia Zihan a special ability crystal core, allowing her to evolve to the third tier ahead of others. Understanding the reason, Gu Yufei pouted and glared at him. That was a miscalculation. Faced with her resentful gaze, Zhao Tianyu could only smile wryly. It seems tonight's plan may not go smoothly. Seeing Xia Zihan dispatch a second-tier mutated zombie so cleanly, Niu Wenjie lowered his head and said, "Brother Zhao, I admit I cannot compare to Sister Xia anymore." Has she already evolved to the third tier? Now he regarded Zhao Tianyu with even more respect. If one of his subordinates is this strong, how powerful must Zhao Tianyu himself be? He dared not think further. During the group fight just now he could barely cope and had no spare energy to observe the battle process of Zhao Tianyu and the others. Zhao Tianyu nodded, not responding to him but instead calling a few women to quickly start digging for treasures. After Xia Zihan dealt with the second-tier armored zombie, no more formidable zombies approached. Occasionally a few remaining zombies wandered over, but they were easily handled by Zhao Tianyu and Niu Wenjie. Seeing that the area was now peaceful, Niu Wenjie approached again, asking, "Brother Zhao, what do we need so many first-tier crystal cores for? I have tested this before for us second-tier evolved beings. Besides restoring stamina, it has no effect on enhancing strength at all. A few spare ones would suffice." Zhao Tianyu shot him a glare. "Don't ask so many questions. If you have nothing to do, go help them out." Seeing his displeasure, Niu Wenjie obediently closed his mouth and joined the team digging for ability crystal cores. "Tianyu, look what I found." As soon as Niu Wenjie left, Xia Zihan excitedly held up a yellow ability crystal core in front of him. Zhao Tianyu glanced at it and casually replied, "Isn't this just a second-tier ability crystal core? What's so surprising about it? You've mined quite a lot before. How can it be the same?" "Those were all killed by you. This one I personally slashed for," she retorted, her cheeks puffed up. "Humph, a woman is still a woman." Zhao Tianyu took the crystal core and complimented her. "Very good. But still be careful, don't be so reckless in the future. With many hands, strength multiplies." Among the 100 or so zombie corpses, with 4 or 5 people working together, they completed the task of cleaning the battlefield in just a few minutes, harvesting more than 20 first-tier ability crystal cores in total. Each person can take 2 for replenishing stamina. Zhao Tianyu said, looking at the small pile of transparent first-tier crystal cores on the ground. Niu Wenjie waved his hand, saying, "Brother Zhao, I and Wanling don't need them. We still have a few left from before." Zhao Tianyu nodded. "All right, how many second-tier crystal cores did you two consume before?" Just 1 for me." Niu Wenjie stammered. "1." Zhao Tianyu found it hard to believe. No wonder their combat power is so lacking. He genuinely didn't know how they managed. The second wave of red mist had passed for several days, and now the appearance of second-tier zombies was no longer rare. Not all second-tier zombies are mutated. A small portion hasn't undergone mutation, and they aren't significantly stronger than first-tier zombies, making them relatively easy to kill. Niu Wenjie noticed the confusion on his face and hurriedly explained, "For more than a week after the virus outbreak, our group occupied a small supermarket and rarely went out. It was only when we discovered that the zombies were evolving that we organized a team to hunt them down. Now I understand their motto is simply to survive.
After resting for a few minutes and drinking some water, the six of them ventured deeper. After fighting for more than 2 hours, seeing everyone getting somewhat fatigued, Xiaozihan suggested, Tianyu, let's find a place to eat and rest for a bit.
All right. Zhao Tianyu glanced around and said, let's go to that foot massage parlor up ahead. People are like iron and food is like steel, missing a meal makes one anxious. Even though they are now evolved beings, they cannot escape this natural law and they can eat even more than before. After prying open the lock and pushing through the glass door, what appeared before them was a row of sofa chairs specifically designed for foot washing and massage, indicating it was a proper foot bath establishment. The interior was arranged normally, likely because it hadn't opened on the day of the incident. However, for safety, Zhao Tianyu still took Niu Wenjie upstairs to check around. When the two came down, the women were all comfortably lounging on the sofas. Ladies, feel free to say what you want to eat. Anything available in the supermarket can be provided. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaozihan led the way, chattering away as she began ordering things, mostly small snacks. Once they satisfied these ladies, Zhao Tianyu took out some cooked meat, a few bags of peanuts, and a few cans of beer. Seeing what Zhao Tianyu brought out, Niu Wenjie's eyes lit up, grinning as he said, following Brother Zhao is indeed comfortable. At a time like this we can still drink beer and eat meat. Zhao Tianyu smiled, saying, just eat a little for lunch and drink less, we still have work to do later. He thought for a moment, relying on these provisions long-term isn't a solution. He needs to have Gu Yufei and the others prepare more food to store in the space for convenience during outings. With that in mind, Zhao Tianyu glanced at them, saying, whoever wants to eat meat can come over, don't say I treat you differently. After eating and drinking to their fill, Zhao Tianyu and the others lit a cigarette and walked outside. Niu Wenjie stylishly blew out a smoke ring, gazing at the large sign of the foot massage parlor and lamenting, if only there were a technician here to massage my head and legs. I fear there won't be another opportunity like this in the future. This guy is now a typical example of indulging in lust after being well fed. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, it's simple, as long as you can afford it and don't mind your Wang Wanling causing conflicts, I can introduce you to a few experienced ladies later on. Hearing him mention Wang Wanling, Niu Wenjie immediately drooped his head and looked at him eagerly. Brother Zhao, how did you manage to get along with these three sisters so harmoniously? Please share some tips. Zhao Tianyu. He's already in a mess himself, what tips could he possibly give? But having boasted, he had to keep up the facade. That depends on personal ability, it's not something you can just teach. For a moment both of them tacitly decided not to pursue this topic further. Brother Zhao, what do we do from now on? Are we going to stay here indefinitely? Niu Wenjie suddenly asked. I would like to, but it's probably going to be difficult to achieve. What do you have, any good suggestions? Zhao Tianyu turned his gaze away from the messy street ahead and focused on him. Niu Wenjie said, Brother Zhao, you must have heard about the survivor shelter base in Guantong town, right? I heard there are soldiers protecting safety there and many people have gathered. I've heard of it, do you want to go? In the eyes of ordinary people facing zombies and mutated monsters, our soldiers would undoubtedly be more formidable. But as someone who has experienced it, Zhao Tianyu knew that this was not entirely true, and the reasons were not hard to guess. It's an undeniable fact that soldiers are physically strong, but once they turn into zombies they become even stronger. In a clash of strengths, their survival chances aren't much higher than those of ordinary people. You might say, aren't there guns and cannons? But when zombies suddenly erupt, it's not a state of war, you can't carry a gun at all times. Usually firearms are stored in warehouses and the ammunition is separated with keys. By the time you break into the warehouse and get your hands on weapons and bullets, most personnel would have already been lost. On top of that, with communication lost and even the command structure completely gone, morale would scatter. S City only has a military district, there won't be many combat troops. Even if they survive the initial chaos, the organized forces won't be too strong, as can be inferred from Yang Yanhua's previous remarks. If they had enough manpower and overwhelming firepower, they would have stormed the city directly. Why would survivors need to risk everything to make their way to Guantong town? Niu Wenjie nodded gently. We indeed had that plan before, but we made the decision too late. By the time we wanted to leave the city, it became exceedingly difficult. We spent several days evading danger to get here, only to find that we could not escape disaster in the end. Zhao Tianyu sneered, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Do you think once you get there you can relax? Just not getting conscripted would be a blessing. His plan was to first strengthen his own power, and when the time was ripe, to establish a shelter base and be the master of his own fate. Initially he wanted to form a stable team mainly consisting of core members. The number need not be too large, ordinary members could come later, as many people as food allows. As the two were talking, suddenly a shadow flashed across the street before them. Damn, Brother Zhao, what was that? Niu Wenjie exclaimed in shock. That's a licker. With his current dynamic visual acuity, it was easy to discern.
But it looked like a liquor that was fleeing for its life, Zhao Tianyu added. He said this because with a liquor's keen sense of smell it would be impossible for it not to have detected them at such close range unless its life was in danger, otherwise how could it ignore the delicious food right before it? The liquor's size and speed just now likely reached the third tier. What kind of terrifying existence could make a third-tier creature flee in a panic? A fourth-tier evolved being? Or some other unknown power? For a moment Zhao Tianyu's face was filled with doubt, becoming increasingly anxious. A liquor. Nyowenja repeated in disbelief. Its size and speed seemed different from the one he encountered before. Zhao Tianyu intended to chase after it to take a look, but the street had long since lost its presence. You go back inside, lock the door and don't come out for now. I'll check the situation ahead. No sooner had he finished speaking than a rumble came from the sky. Buzzing. Brother Zhao, look, it's a helicopter. Nyowenja, who had just lifted his foot to go back, pointed excitedly at the sky. Without him saying, Zhao Tianyu had already seen it. A black helicopter was flying towards them. Its speed was slow, circling at low altitude as if searching for something. Nyowenja suddenly remembered something and hurried inside. After a few seconds he came back out with a pair of binoculars. The women in the house also rushed out like a swarm, chattering as they looked up. You have this too, Zhao Tianyu said as he snatched it away. I found it on a zombie. Nyowenja chuckled. Umbrella Corporation. Zhao Tianyu exclaimed upon seeing the white leaf-like emblem on the helicopter's body. In his past life someone had seen mysterious individuals wearing this emblem. They not only captured zombies and mutants but also did not spare survivors, their actions resembling those of the Umbrella Corporation from a certain apocalyptic zombie movie, thus the nickname Umbrella Corporation. In his past life Zhao Tianyu had never encountered these people, but a saying circulated widely among survivors: encountering these people was akin to facing an unbeatable high-tier zombie, and immediate flight was the only option. Could it be that the third-tier liquor just now was fleeing in panic to escape them? Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly made a shushing gesture to everyone and said, don't make a sound, there's danger. Everyone go back inside. Although Gu Yufei and the others were puzzled, they could only obediently comply upon seeing his stern expression. But it was already too late. The people in the helicopter had already spotted them. Captain, there are a few survivors below. A man in riot gear in the helicopter reported to the fully armed captain beside him. The man referred to as the captain looked down through binoculars and said in a deep voice, don't get into trouble. Our task from above is to capture the third-tier mutated entity. Now that we've finally spotted one, we mustn't let it escape. Zhao Tianyu continued to observe the helicopter above until it gradually flew away after circling for several minutes, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. An entity capable of making a third-tier liquor flee could not help but make him wary. If they truly intended to deal with his group aside from himself, none of the others would likely escape. Upon returning to the foot massage shop, everyone's gaze turned toward him, filled with unspoken words. Xiaozihan was the first to break the silence, asking Tianyu what just happened. Those people in the helicopter must belong to some mysterious organization. It is rumored that they capture survivors for experimental research, so if you encounter them, do your best to avoid them. Zhao Tianyu couldn't find a suitable reason, so he shared some speculations from people in his past life. After hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, Xiaozihan and Gu Yufei chose not to pry any further, as they had already regarded him as an all-knowing expert in their hearts. I see. Nyowenja clapped his hands, coming to a sudden realization. That's why I felt like they were scouting something just now. Zhao Tianyu returned the binoculars to him and slowly said, it's not scouting. If I'm not mistaken, they must be searching for that liquor we saw earlier. It's a tier 3 liquor. Tier 3? Nyowenja exclaimed in shock. The others also wore expressions of disbelief. If tier 2 zombies were already this difficult to deal with, how could they survive a tier 3 zombie? Zhao Tianyu nodded. That's right, so everyone must be cautious and not let their guard down or act recklessly. Xiaozihan pouted, wishing he would just call her name directly. After instructing a few people, Zhao Tianyu stayed in the foot massage shop for nearly half an hour, confirming that those people wouldn't return before resuming the battle. The deeper they went, the more tier 2 mutated zombies appeared. Fortunately, Xiaozihan could now help share some of the pressure, otherwise he would be running around putting out fires. The other 4 were currently unable to face tier 2 mutated zombies, heated especially by Yun Yun and Wang Wanling. A moment of delayed rescue could lead to accidents. This also significantly reduced their efficiency in the afternoon, but although the number of zombies eliminated decreased, their gains were still substantial. By the end of the day, Zhao Tianyu counted a total of 8 tier 2 and over 70 tier 1 ability crystals, more than ever before. Except for Xiaozihan, Zhao Tianyu distributed a tier 2 ability crystal to each of the other 4 people on the spot. Today was Nyowenja and his companions' first day joining. He wanted to give them a taste of success.
Another reason was that although Bai Yun and Wang Wanling had reached Tier 2, their strength still fell short and he couldn't let them drag the team down. The remaining 10 or so crystals were enough for him to synthesize a Tier 3 crystal. After consuming one, he was already halfway towards evolving to Tier 4. Except for Gu Yufei, the three who received crystals were all beaming with joy. Especially Niu Wenjie. Now he no longer called him Zhao Gu but directly referred to Zhao Tianyu as boss. Zhao Tianyu put away the remaining ability crystals and told them, everyone keep working hard tomorrow. I promise it won't be long before everyone can evolve to Tier 3. However, I need to clarify something. We are currently using a centralized supply method. It's not that crystals will be distributed every day, but rather that some people will first enhance their strength, then the stronger ones will lead everyone to progress together. Boss, you can decide this, we will all follow you. I believe that following you, boss, will surely lead to a bright future. After all, having been the big brother for a few days, Niu Wenjie immediately understood that this was directed at him and his companion, and he quickly smiled and expressed his stance. After speaking, Zhao Tianyu got the vehicle and the 6 of them happily set off on their way back. That night, after digesting a Tier 3 ability crystal, Zhao Tianyu eagerly made his way to Gu Yufei's room. Click. The door was locked. Zhao Tianyu gently knocked a few times and called out, "Yufei, open the door. I'm already asleep, don't disturb me." Gu Yufei's angry voice came from inside. Women can be so petty. But as a big man, he had no need to argue with her. If she wouldn't open the door, he would just go in directly. Activating his ability, he swiftly entered her bedroom. Ah. How did you get in here? Gu Yufei, who was on her way to open the door, was startled by the shadow that suddenly appeared in front of her. Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Since you wouldn't open the door, I had to come in myself." "What were you going to do? Were you coming to open the door for me?" "As if. There's no way I'd open the door for a scumbag like you. I'm going to the bathroom, what do you want?" Gu Yufei huffed angrily. Wasn't this a blatant question? Zhao Tianyu was too lazy to argue with her and directly picked her up, carrying her to the bed. A netizen summarized an experience between lovers: "There's nothing that can't be solved with a dose if there is, just take another." Today he came to verify whether this was really effective. Mum. Gu Yufei wiggled and struggled symbolically for a few seconds before slowly cooperating. After more than an hour, the first dose was completed and Gu Yufei obediently lay in his arms, doodling circles. After a moment of intimacy, Zhao Tianyu sat up and took out 6 Tier 2 ability crystals. Gu Yufei, who had been in a great mood, immediately became angry upon seeing these crystals, turning her head away and ignoring him. Why did he give the first one to Xia Zihan? Zhao Tianyu gently rubbed her prominent nose and softly said, "Be good, take this." "Poof. Now you finally remember me." Gu Yufei pouted, sulking. It seemed that one dose wasn't enough after all. Zhao Tianyu raised his hand and gave her a playful flick on the forehead, saying, "What are you talking about? You have always held the most important place in my heart. Then why did you give it to her first and only now to me?" At this moment, Gu Yufei's little mouth was so puffed up it could hold a small oil container. Zhao Tianyu smiled apologetically. "It was just a coincidence. Next time I'll give it to you first, alright?" "That sounds better." Gu Yufei happily took the ability crystal, wrapped her arms around Zhao Tianyu's neck and gave him a sweet kiss. "Then you should go back. I need to evolve to Tier 3 immediately, so I won't be overshadowed by certain people flaunting their power in front of me tomorrow." "What's the rush? Just eat one to replenish some energy." Such a beautiful night with the fair lady by his side, how could Zhao Tianyu easily let it go to waste? "No need." Gu Yufei's simple reply instantly ignited a storm. It was another sunny day and the glaring sunlight made it hard for everyone who just stepped out the door to open their eyes. This marked the 15th day since the apocalypse began. The community was quiet, with fallen yellow leaves scattered everywhere, adding a sense of desolation and bleakness. 2 cars sped out of the community entrance, one in front and the other behind. Zizizi, the voice of Niu Wenjie, came through the intercom. "Boss, our car is low on fuel. We need to find a gas station to refuel." "Got it, just follow me," Zhao Tianyu replied over the intercom, then changed direction at the intersection. "Sister Gu, have you also evolved to the 3rd stage?" On the road, Xia Zihan suddenly turned her head to ask. "How did you know?" Gu Yufei instinctively retorted. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was her performance so obvious? "I guess because you two were quite noisy last night," Xia Zihan said with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Yufei's face instantly flushed bright red and she shot a resentful glare at Zhao Tianyu, who was driving ahead. "Can we really advance to the 3rd stage just by this?" Bai Yun beside her quickly grasped the main point, realizing she needed to come up with a plan as well, instinctively puffing out her impressive chest.
Zhao Tianyu paid no mind to their conversation, focusing intently on driving. The best way to handle the situation was to feign ignorance. The car quickly arrived at the gas station where he had previously filled up. Although he had taken a significant amount before, the remaining fuel would be more than enough for their 2 cars. After parking the car, Zhao Tianyu observed the surroundings. The hose he had left behind showed signs of being moved, indicating that other survivors had visited, hoping there was still fuel.
Tianyu, let's go into the convenience store to see if there's anything useful inside, Gu Yufei said, leading the other women over.
Zhao Tianyu was about to say not to waste time, but then thought that it would take some time to refuel anyway. Since there was no danger, he decided to let them go.
Boss, how do we do this?
Wenjia, who had just climbed up from the fuel tank, looked puzzled at the several valves.
Zhao Tianyu smiled. It's not difficult, just jump down and connect the hose as I instruct you.
While Zhao Tianyu was seriously instructing Wenjia on how to extract the fuel, suddenly there were several gunshots from behind.
Bang bang bang, Tianyu, come help us.
Following the gunshots, cries for help from Xiazihan and the others reached him. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened. What could scare 2 third-stage evolvers so much? There were both gunshots and cries for help. Turning around, he saw the 4 of them about 100 meters away at the gas station, huddled together. Gu Yufei and Xiazihan were in front, while Bai Yunyun and Wang Wanling held a riot shield, vigilantly guarding against their surroundings. Zhao Tianyu dashed over, and before him was a massive lick-eater. It was over 2 meters long with dark red muscles resembling a skin frog, and its exposed flesh had several wounds. Its head was completely hairless, with its brain nearly exposed, showing a mouth full of fangs. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the same third-stage lick-eater they had encountered on the street yesterday. He never expected it had escaped to here. Seeing Zhao Tianyu come to the front, Gu Yufei let out a sigh of relief and, still shaken, said, "We were just about to go inside when it burst out from the building. It was so fast that neither Xiazihan nor I could hit it with our guns."
Zhao Tianyu drew his battle axe, keeping a watchful eye on the lick-eater's movements, and said in a deep voice, "All of you step back, let me handle this. Bai Yunyun and Wang Wanling, you 2 hide in the car." He wasn't entirely confident he could take it down in one hit, so it was safer to keep them at a distance. This creature was fast, extremely responsive, and had powerful jumping ability. Even he would find it hard to hit, let alone the 2 of them who had only fired a handful of bullets, making them poor shots. However, its defensive capabilities were not high. Its most proficient attack method was to use its quick charge and claws to knock down its opponent and then reveal its fangs. At that moment, its 4 massive claws gripped the ground firmly, crawling like a giant frog with its center of gravity very low, and it flicked out its long tongue. To deal with such a mutated zombie, if there was no concentrated firepower, the best time to attack would be the moment it charged. "Boss, what happened?"
Wenjia, who had just climbed up from the fuel tank connector, shouted as he ran over, but was quickly held back by Gu Yufei and the others. Zhao Tianyu, focused entirely on the lick-eater in front of him, could not afford to be distracted by what was happening behind. He saw its hind legs suddenly exert force, and then it sprinted forward. About 3 meters away from him, it leapt up, opening its mouth wide, lunging at his head like a tiger pouncing on its prey.
Damn, it's too fast.
With such speed combined with its weight, if it pounced on him, even with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The others behind him held their breath. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly sidestepped, avoiding its frontal attack, then swung his battle axe down fiercely. Clang! The battle axe collided with its massive claw, making a crisp sound. Although he was prepared, just as the axe was about to strike its head, it dodged in midair. This strike did not hit a vital spot, it merely clipped 3 of its claws. The injured lick-eater became even more ferocious, baring its teeth and letting out a piercing hiss. After landing, it forcefully kicked off the ground, disregarding the pain, or perhaps it felt none, and charged at him again with all its might. Zhao Tianyu, unprepared, could only dodge toward a nearby fuel pump. Its attack missed again, and its sharp claws struck a fuel pump beside Zhao Tianyu, instantly tearing the pump's casing apart like paper. After failing twice, it did not give up, jumping fiercely once more. Zhao Tianyu quickly adjusted his stance, gripping his battle axe ready for battle. With the experience of the last 2 encounters, he accurately predicted the diving path of this lick-eater. He perfectly dodged its leap and anticipated its landing spot. The moment it touched down, his battle axe ruthlessly swung upwards. Poochie! The battle axe met with almost no resistance, easily splitting its head open. However, this third-stage lick-eater did not immediately fall. Instead, it began to jump around wildly like a rampaging bull. Finally, it crashed into a pillar several meters away, its body slowly slumping down. After waiting for several seconds to confirm it could no longer move, Zhao Tianyu put his battle axe away. "The rest is up to you," Zhao Tianyu said with a smile to the still recovering Xiazihan and the others. The drop rate of third-stage zombies was extremely high, so if luck was not too bad, acquiring a third-stage ability crystal core should not be a problem. 100 first-stage cores were needed to synthesize 1 third-stage ability crystal core. Although first-tier zombies possess meager strength, acquiring 100 first-tier ability crystals is no simple feat. Slaying 400 to 500 such creatures would be required. Slaying hundreds of zombies consecutively would exhaust even the hardiest individual, thus targeting third-tier zombies proves more efficient despite the heightened risk.
Tianyu, this is a green ability crystal I've never seen before. Gu Yufei exclaimed, rushing over with a pale green ability crystal cradled eagerly in her palms. This is a third-tier ability crystal, Zhao Tianyu remarked coolly after a single glance. A third-tier crystal. Hearing his words, the others immediately gathered around, their eyes burning with fervent intensity as they fixed upon the crystal in Gu Yufei's hand. During Zhao Tianyu's earlier battle, they had merely sensed the zombie's extraordinary ferocity, never imagining it was a third-tier mutated abomination. Just as the group clamored excitedly over the third-tier ability crystal, a black SUV suddenly appeared at the gas station entrance. Cough, someone's coming.
Put the ability crystal away, Zhao Tianyu called out sharply. At his warning, the others fell silent at once, all turning their gazes toward the road. No sooner had Zhao Tianyu stowed the ability crystal handed to him by Niu Wenju into his spatial storage than the black SUV rolled into the gas station and halted before them. Four burly men clad in black uniforms leapt from the vehicle, each brandishing a rifle or submachine gun. After alighting, they cast only a cursory glance at Zhao Tianyu and Niu Wenju, deeming them harmless unarmed men, and swiftly shifted their attention to Gu Yufei and the others. Their leering eyes roamed shamelessly over the women's most sensitive contours, their hunger and lust laid bare, like starved wolves fixated upon prey.
What do you want?
Bai Yunyun flinched as their stares locked onto her full chest, their scorching gaze feeling like a blade capable of slicing through fabric. The memory of encountering Sun Hu's gang inside a supermarket surged back, her face paled instantly, her entire body trembling uncontrollably.
Haha, what do you think we want?
The middle-aged leader smirked mockingly at her, then turned to the youth behind him. To radio the boss, tell him we've arrived.
Yes, sir.
The youth reluctantly tore his gaze away and pulled out a walkie-talkie, grinning Ertuir as he reported, Pao gu, we've struck gold. At the gas station we've found 4 stunning beauties, slim-waisted, voluptuous, radiant beyond compare. Hearing this, the others chimed in gleefully, trading crude appraisals. Haha, back in the day women of this caliber would cost tens of thousands at least.
Is it even about money?
Those 2 tall ones look like movie stars. Before the collapse, mere glimpses would have been rare, and these are unfiltered natural faces, not the artificial perfection of digital filters. Judging by their figures and bearing, I'd wager they're university students. Campus life suits them well, skin smooth and delicate, untouched by hardship. You youngsters know nothing, that curvaceous young mother is the true prize.
Moon.
The middle-aged man leered, unconsciously swallowing hard.
Hearing the black-clad thug's vulgar taunts, Gu Yufei and the others flushed crimson with outrage.
Zhao Tianyu watched, faintly amused. Where had this troop of buffoons emerged from? Did they truly believe he and the others were invisible? Did Tu Shanji, you two go collect their blades and shields? Little girls shouldn't play with such things. What if they get hurt?
It'd break my heart.
The middle-aged man nodded toward the weapons clutched by Xia Zihan and the others. At his command, the 2 youths grinned broadly. This was their chance to grope freely under the guise of disarming. Niu Wenju watched, panic surging as the 2 men advanced with ill intent, immediately lunging forward to intervene.
Don't move, let's observe first, Zhao Tianyu said, restraining him with an outstretched arm.
Having endured similar confrontations before, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan deserved to prove whether they'd grown stronger.
Exactly, stay still.
Or I'll stitch you both with a full magazine, sneered the last man, waving his Type 79 submachine gun with arrogant disdain. As the 2 men, rifles in hand, sinister grins on their faces, drew ever closer, Xia Zihan glanced briefly at Zhao Tianyu, then froze, her expression turning glacial.
Take one more step and you'll regret it.
Oh ho, little beauty, don't hold back.
Go ahead, pummel me with those tiny fists.
I'm a rugged fellow, thick-skinned and built to take it.
De Tu cackled. Ha ha ha.
The others roared with laughter, just as Xia Zihan's tang sword flashed from its sheath.
Shwa, shwa. 2 grasping hands severed cleanly, thudding onto the ground before their stunned owners. Ah, ah.
Their shrieks pierced the air, raw, guttural, like pigs being slaughtered.
Shwa, shwa.
Before they could even scream again, Xia Zihan's blade swept twice more, sending them straight to the netherworld.
Who says delicate beauties can't kill?
Such assumptions are lethally misguided. In the same instant, Zhao Tianyu, whose eyes had never left the group, snapped the throat of the man who'd just threatened him, and Niu Wenju, the middle-aged leader, sensing disaster, raised his rifle, only to be kicked flying by Gu Yufei.
Don't move.
Before he could rise, Zhao Tianyu pressed an axe blade against his throat.
How far are your reinforcements?
After wrenching the man's firearm from his grip and tossing it to Niu Wenju, Zhao Tianyu demanded fiercely.
Go ahead and kill me, Urk. His defiant retort choked off mid-sentence as Zhao Tianyu slit his throat. You. The man stared eyes wide and unblinking. How dared this youth defy all convention? Brother, why leave no one alive? This type's all bluster, give him to me and I'll loosen his tongue in minutes. Niu Wenjie asked, genuinely puzzled. Unnecessary.
Zhao Tianyu said to the crowd, hurry up and pack your things and leave this place. We cannot continue to stay here and wait for death. Instead of wasting time forcing him to reveal some dubious information, it is better to leave early and find a favorable terrain to observe secretly. If the situation allows, we will act. If there are too many opponents, we will simply make a run for it as if this matter never happened. After all, no police will come to investigate. People like them will become certain enemies as long as we possess something they desire regardless of the circumstances. Zhao Tianyu checked the off-road vehicle they had come in, and in addition to some bullets he unexpectedly found a small bag of ability crystals. At this time the others also searched the 3 corpses for guns and bullets.
Does anyone know how to use these guns?
Zhao Tianyu pointed at the 3 Type 95 rifles and a Type 71 submachine gun on the ground. As soon as he spoke, he realized he had asked a pointless question before the disaster. Everyone was just an ordinary person who had no access to such firearms. Seeing them all shake their heads, he collected all the weapons and ammunition into his space. He started the vehicle and directly left the gas station.
About 10 minutes later.
At the gas station, a thin black man carefully examined the 4 corpses on the ground and reported to a middle-aged man beside him who was smoking. Brother Pao, 3 were slashed throats and 1 had its windpipe crushed. It was definitely done by a powerful evolved being. After hearing the man's words, Brother Pao forcefully flicked his cigarette butt away and roared ferociously, these fools are still acting like they did before. They deserve to die. You all saw clearly. Don't think that just because you have guns you're invincible. A little carelessness will lead to the same fate as theirs. His anger stemmed not only from the sudden loss of 4 subordinates but also from having listened to that big head guy's grandiose claims, arriving full of hope only to find nothing. Here, apart from the 4 dead bodies, we haven't even seen a hint of the beautiful women.
How can I not be angry? Brother Pao, what should we do now?
The people have disappeared without a trace. What else can we do? Order everyone to fill the vehicles and oil drums, then check the nearby area. Brother Pao said coldly. The situation at the gas station was almost entirely observed by Zhao Tianyu and the others from the tall building in the distance. Boss, I've counted 5 vehicles, brought a total of 16 people, half of whom are armed.
What should we do next? Niu Wenjie put down his binoculars and turned to ask. Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment and said, you guys stay here, I will go eliminate them.
If they had come with 100 or 80 fully armed personnel, Zhao Tianyu might have had to think twice. With just over a dozen, he would not take them seriously.
Tianyu. Boss.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with surprise.
Tianyu, can I go with you? Xia Zihan said with a worried expression.
Zhao Tianyu smiled. What are you afraid I can't handle? Xia Zihan quickly shook her head. No, I just want to take this opportunity to train. While I can't always rely on you alone.
All right, you can join.
Zhao Tianyu agreed without much thought. She was already a 3rd-tier evolved being, ranking at the top in terms of strength, but her practical experience still needed improvement.
What about me? Gu Yufei looked at him eagerly. We are going to launch an attack. Having too many people would be counterproductive.
Moreover, you are not yet familiar with the power of the 3rd tier, so stay here to protect them.
Fine. Gu Yufei pouted reluctantly but nodded.
As Niu Wenjie was about to speak again, Zhao Tianyu raised his hand to stop him.
Old Niu, keep an eye on their movements here. If anything happens, contact me via the intercom.
After parting from the others, Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan made their way to the road.
Tianyu, what is our next move?
Zhao Tianyu glanced towards the gas station. There is a small forest behind the gas station. We will go around from there. There is only a wall separating the small forest from the gas station. We can sneak up on them from there. The two drove for a while, and when they were about 300 or 400 meters away from the gas station, they parked the vehicle and switched to walking, sneaking into the roadside protective forest. The trees were not very dense, which did not hinder their rapid advance, and they did not need to worry too much about mutated animals appearing. Bang bang bang! As they were less than 100 meters from the back of the gas station, several gunshots suddenly rang out ahead. Zhao Tianyu's heart jolted and he quickly stopped, opening the intercom.
Old Niu, what is going on with the gunshots?
Boss, it seems there are zombies in front of the gas station.
Niu Wenjie replied on the other end of the intercom.
Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. It should be the nearby zombies drawn by the smell of blood.
Truly, heaven is helping me.
This significantly reduced the difficulty. What a bunch of useless fools, they need to shoot at just a few zombies. Thin monkey, go tell them to use knives instead and not to shoot.
Brother Pao, who was comfortably enjoying the air conditioning in the car, cursed after glancing outside. At this moment Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan had already stealthily climbed over the wall and arrived behind the convenience store of the gas station. Sigh, what a hard life. Even in this world I still can't escape from doing dirty and tiring work. Hey. Just be content not turning into a zombie is a stroke of luck. Besides now wearing gold and silver dressed in brand names with good cigarettes and liquor and occasionally getting to play with 2 girls, did you have such treatment before the world went crazy? You're right. I heard that Big Head and the others encountered 4 beautiful women earlier, but unfortunately they were careless, losing their lives and making us come here for nothing. Brother Pao is right, we need to be more careful in the future. This world isn't just dangerous because of zombies and monsters, people's abilities have also become unpredictable. I wish I had an ability too. The 3 men in black who were fueling the vehicle and oil drums chatted back and forth, completely oblivious to the danger approaching them. Only once the zombies outside are dealt with. The man who had just filled a barrel of oil heard movement behind him and thought it was his fellow townsman coming. Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, after turning around, Zhao Tianyu had already snapped his neck. The other 2 who had stood up upon hearing the noise were left dumbfounded at the sight. They were stunned for a second or two before reacting, but just as they were about to move, Xia Zihan swiftly cut their throats with 2 strikes. Due to the underground oil valve being several dozen meters away from the gas station and several tall off-road vehicles obstructing the view, visibility was heavily limited. Moreover, Zhao Tianyu and his companion moved swiftly and silently, successfully eliminating 3 individuals without their notice. From this vantage point, only 2 people could be seen crouching on the ground smoking, while the others were likely busy dealing with zombies on the road. I'll handle these 2. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Zhao Tianyu assigned tasks to Xia Zihan as they quietly approached the gas station. Just as Zhao Tianyu and his companion peeked out, they were unexpectedly confronted by a thin, dark-skinned man returning from outside. The thin man shouted, "Who are you?" Since their cover was blown, Zhao Tianyu decided there was no need for stealth and accelerated towards the 2 men smoking at the gas station. The distance of 20 to 30 meters vanished in an instant. As the 2 men reacted and attempted to aim their guns, Zhao Tianyu struck one down with an axe and kicked the other, taking them both down. The man who was kicked by Zhao Tianyu felt his ribs snap and spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath on the ground. In that moment of falling, he accidentally pulled the trigger and a gunshot rang out, with the bullet hitting the roof of the gas station. Zhao Tianyu did not let him suffer for long and swiftly delivered another axe strike. It was an effortless victory against someone of a lower tier. Meanwhile, the thin man had just drawn his gun from his waist when Xia Zihan swiftly severed half of his arm with a blade, quickly ending the skirmish. Damn it, didn't we agree not to use firearms? At the convenience store, Brother Pao, who had spent the entire night playing cards and was now drowsy, suddenly awoke. Shaking his head and realizing something was wrong, he grabbed a long knife and jumped out of the vehicle, immediately spotting Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan about 10 meters away. After glancing at the corpses on the ground, Brother Pao furiously exclaimed, "What audacity! How dare you come to kill my men?" Ignoring him, Zhao Tianyu turned to Xia Zihan and instructed Zihan, "Keep an eye on the intersection and be wary of anyone returning from that direction." Seeing Zhao Tianyu disregard him, Brother Pao became enraged and drew his long knife with a fierce motion. The blade gleamed ominously. A Japanese katana. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen someone wield such a weapon in reality. Brother Pao sneered, "At least you have some knowledge. My 4 subordinates died at your hands half an hour ago, didn't they? You know, and yet you still ask?" Zhao Tianyu retorted coldly. "Damn, you're quite arrogant." "I hope your strength matches your bravado," Brother Pao replied coldly. He was confident he could easily dispose of this young man. Not only did he possess a formidable ability, but as a Tier 3 evolved, few could stand against him. He swung the katana in the air a couple of times, creating dazzling flashes of light, and then charged at Zhao Tianyu with the blade raised high like a military officer in a charge. With incredible speed, he reached Zhao Tianyu in the blink of an eye, bringing the long knife down upon him with a force akin to a mountain. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu dared not underestimate his opponent and quickly raised his axe to block. With a clang, the katana, over a meter long, was instantly split in 2. Brother Pao stumbled back, staring in disbelief at the broken katana in his hand, and asked, "What kind of axe is this?" At this moment, Zhao Tianyu had no time for idle chatter and seized the opportunity to attack with his battle axe. Seeing this, Brother Pao remained unfazed, mentally activating his powers. Instantly, the earth elements beneath the ground surged to life, causing the ground to rumble. In the next second, countless chunks of earth flew up from beneath Zhao Tianyu's feet, weaving into thorny vines that wrapped tightly around him. Zhao Tianyu's expression changed drastically as he struggled fiercely but only shook off some dust, unable to break free. Earth element ability.
This was truly a grave oversight in his past life. He had no experience battling these awakened beings with special abilities and he had inadvertently fallen into his trap. You have some knowledge, others would have been scared silly upon encountering my abilities. You are the first to recognize my powers. Brother Pao thought to himself and donned a thick armor made of earth before grinning maniacally as he charged at Zhao Tianyu. Seeing Zhao Tianyu ensnared by the sudden earth vines, Xia Zihan's face changed instantly. She wanted to rush to save him, but it was too late. As Brother Pao approached, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to summon his trump card, utilizing instant movement to appear behind him in the next moment. He leaped high and brought his battle axe down forcefully. Brother Pao was immediately slashed deeply, revealing white flesh as bright red blood gushed forth like a spring. Brother Pao twisted around painfully, his face reflecting disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of axe is this? My earth armor is impervious to knives and guns, and even the claws of zombies are ineffective. Zhao Tianyu, fearing the release of more abilities, quickly struck him again with the axe. Just lie down and rest. So many questions. You ask me, but who should I ask? The system didn't provide any names. After confirming he was truly dead, Zhao Tianyu breathed heavily, still shaken. Earlier he had sensed energy fluctuations when his opponent used their abilities. Had he changed his approach immediately, he could have evaded the earth vines. This time he regretted his lack of combat experience in this regard. If not for his instant movement skill, he likely would have been defeated here. Tianyu, are you all right? Xia Zihan approached with a concerned expression. Zhao Tianyu shook his head, saying, I'm fine. You saw what just happened, right? Always be cautious when facing awakened beings in battle. On the road several dozen meters away from the gas station entrance, someone exclaimed, why haven't Pao and the others come out yet? What is that skinny monkey doing? I can't hold on any longer, start shooting, don't wait any longer. Another man shouted anxiously. They had initially thought there were only a dozen zombies at the intersection, but the numbers kept increasing. Bang bang bang, gunfire erupted on the road. Zhao Tianyu and Xia Zihan exchanged glances, realizing they were in trouble. Old Nyo, what's the situation outside the gas station? Zhao Tianyu spoke into the walkie-talkie. Boss, it's bad. There are zombies everywhere in the distance. Nyo Wenjia replied anxiously. Are there zombies everywhere? Zhao Tianyu was taken aback by the news. Where did so many zombies come from? Could it be that the horde from the city was beginning to spread outward? A foreboding sense suddenly arose in Zhao Tianyu's heart. In his past life he had already left the city with his team by this time and had been surviving in the wilderness, so he was unaware of the specific timing of the zombie outbreak. Are you sure it's a large horde of zombies? Zhao Tianyu needed to confirm once again. Absolutely, it stretches as far as the eye can see, heading towards us, said Nyo Wenjia, fear and unease evident in his voice. Got it, don't panic. Well, head over and meet up with you right away. After Zhao Tianyu spoke, he signaled to Xia Zihan to pick up the weapons of the fallen on the ground, and they headed towards the off-road vehicle that the earth element ability user had used to come down. The keys were still in the car and the fuel tank was nearly full. As the two got into the vehicle, they saw 5 or 6 figures retreating while fighting at the entrance of the gas station. Zhao Tianyu ignored them, shifted gears and sped away from the gas station. Pao Guo and the others have run away. A young man in black turned around just in time to see a vehicle exiting the gas station and shouted loudly. At his shout, the remaining few immediately became anxious, losing the will to fight, and began to argue. Those bastards abandoned us. Stop talking nonsense. You all hold the line, I'll go get the car. Why should we cover for you? I don't trust anyone right now. If we're leaving together. If we're dying together. A few minutes later, Zhao Tianyu and his group had reunited with Gu Yufei and the others. Seeing their return, Nyo Wenzi's anxious heart stabilized considerably. Boss, what do we do now? We escape, the farther away from this big city the better. We should head towards other towns or small cities. The entire city had a population of over 20 million and fewer than 1 in 10 survivors managed to escape. Just considering how many zombies were inside, even if only half managed to escape, that would still be several 100,000. Zhao Tianyu said slowly, his face filled with concern. A mere 10,000 people is boundless. Furthermore, with several 100,000 now, once a zombie tide forms, it would be overwhelming, covering the mountains and plains, leaving nothing alive in its wake. The spread of the zombie tide outward is primarily driven by instinct in search of fresh flesh, and another key reason is the presence of highly intelligent zombies guiding them. Upon hearing this data, the others immediately turned pale. Gu Yufei timidly asked Tianyu, can't we hide back in the villa? That's not a good idea. We've nearly scavenged everything nearby.
If we stay here, the next step can only be to push into the city center. Even if some have managed to escape, it's still a terrifying zombie den inside. Moreover, mutated zombies have exceptionally keen senses, so hiding may not guarantee safety. Zhao Tianyu immediately dismissed her suggestion without much thought. Though hiding in the basement for a few days might help avoid the zombie tide, he still wouldn't risk his life on whether the horde would pass through that area. Even if they don't pass by directly, such a large horde will surely have a few mutated zombies with particularly sensitive senses. They can detect the scent of living humans from 10 kilometers away. This is no exaggeration. In nature there are many animals with keen senses, like bears that can smell food from 20 to 30 kilometers away, and even dogs have a sense of smell that is dozens of times better than that of humans. Currently they have 3 third-tier evolved beings which are still quite rare at this stage, thus naturally attracting high-tier zombies. If they bring the horde over while they are asleep, they would truly have nowhere to run. After hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Gu Yufei and the others all hung their heads, their faces sorrowful, clearly reluctant to leave the luxurious villa. It wasn't just them who were reluctant. Zhao Tianyu was equally attached to the comfort of the villa, but given the stakes of survival and future development, they couldn't stay hidden in their comfort zone any longer. Let's leave here first. The vanguard of the zombies is no more than a kilometer away from us. Zhao Tianyu called out, getting them all into the vehicle. Aside from a few changes of clothes, all other supplies were stored in his space, making it unnecessary to return to Lanshan. No. 1. After driving for about 10 kilometers and getting onto the highway, Zhao Tianyu pulled over and stopped the car. The zombies were moving slowly and wouldn't reach here anytime soon. Zihan Yufei, check if there's anything useful in this vehicle. After getting out of the car, Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette and said to the two. They had rushed out earlier and hadn't had time to check. Wow, so many guns. Not long after, a surprised voice came from the back of the vehicle. Zhao Tianyu walked over to take a look and found the trunk was messily filled with 7 or 8 rifles and submachine guns with plenty of bullets as well. A black plastic long box beside them caught his attention. He opened it to find an 88-style sniper rifle inside. Goodness, these people must have raided a police station. Tianyu, I've got good stuff here too. Xia Zihan emerged from the passenger seat, shaking a small cloth bag in her hand, excitedly saying, "Ability crystals." Zhao Tianyu immediately thought of this possibility because he had found a similar bag in the vehicle of the 4 people in front which contained ability crystals. Xia Zihan nodded. Exactly, all second-tier ability crystals. There are more than a dozen of them. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed upon hearing this. This group was truly his treasure. They had brought both guns and so many ability crystals. With these dozen second-tier ability crystals along with the third-tier ability crystal obtained from the Devourer, if he worked hard today he would have a chance to evolve to the 4th tier. However, the most important thing right now was to determine their next destination. After finishing one cigarette, he took out his phone and began to study it slowly. Niuwen just stood by and watched for a while before leaning over and saying, "Boss, why don't we head directly to Guantang Town? Even if we don't enter the survivor shelter base, it should be much safer in the vicinity." "I think this suggestion is good." Xia Zihan and the others nodded in agreement. Zhao Tianyu looked up at them and smiled. "Your suggestion is great, but don't suggest next time." "Ha!" Everyone looked at him in unison. Zhao Tianyu said directly, "As long as it's leaving the city, it's not a big deal where we go, but we absolutely cannot go there, and the farther we stay away the better." "Why?" Niuwen just scratched his head in confusion. Xia Zihan and the others wore similar expressions. Zhao Tianyu gazed ahead with a serious demeanor and said, "I have a premonition that the zombie tide will pass through there. Something will inevitably happen soon. Today marks the beginning of the zombie tide, and considering the time it takes for the zombie horde to march, it coincides almost perfectly with the destruction of the survivor base in Guantang Town from my past life." Premonition. Boss, could this be your awakened supernatural ability? Niuwen's imagination ran wild, looking expectantly at him. Zhao Tianyu. Supernatural ability. I suspect you're just looking for trouble. I suppose so. Zhao Tianyu thought for a moment but couldn't find a better explanation, so he went along with him. Adding an air of mystery isn't a bad thing for a decision-maker in a team. Sometimes it can even enhance leadership and cohesion. Upon hearing his words, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan looked at him in surprise. Having followed Zhao Tianyu for so long, they were unaware of his ability. After a few seconds, Gu Yufei with a worried expression said, "If that's the case, shouldn't we find a way to inform them in advance? Otherwise they'll surely suffer when so many zombies pass by." The idea of being a good Samaritan and rushing miles to warn them had never crossed Zhao Tianyu's mind, as it was entirely unnecessary. He shot a glare at the overly compassionate girl and coldly stated, "With the satellite system so advanced now, the military must have ways to monitor things in advance. There's no need for you to worry." As for why they didn't retreat early in my past life, only they knew. According to Zhao Tianyu's speculation, there were two possibilities: either they underestimated the destructive power of the zombie tide, or they were simply too encumbered to organize a retreat. Moving over 100,000 people is no joke. Transportation, food, and finding a new base to support such a large group are all daunting tasks. After being reprimanded, Gu Yufei pouted and fell silent, squatting by the roadside to pick at the grass. Soon Bai Yunyun, who had nothing to do, joined her. Two peaches, one big and one small, swayed in front of him, causing his thoughts to wander. Sometimes having too good eyesight isn't necessarily a blessing. You seem to like that, don't you? Xiaozihan, having noticed his gaze lingering there, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him after Niu Wenjie accompanied Wang Wanling to relieve himself. Zhao Tianyu's face flushed red awkwardly. He replied, "Like what?" Xiaozihan pouted and said nothing more. After studying the map on his phone for a while, Zhao Tianyu finally decided to head south, the reason being that he had been to that area in his past life and had also diverged from Guantong town. Restarting the vehicle, the group set out on a new journey. Nothing can stop your yearning for freedom, a life of boundless dreams, your heart unburdened. Having traversed through dark times, you once felt lost. Only when you lower your head do you realize the road beneath your feet. Two off-road vehicles drove at varying speeds on the highway with cheerful music playing from the sound system. With millions worth of luxury car sound systems, the audio quality was naturally superb. For them who lived on the edge of life and death daily, this was a rare enjoyment. The road conditions varied. They couldn't drive too fast, and some sections barely allowed a single vehicle to pass, clearly created by previous survivors using large trucks to carve out a route to safety. There weren't many zombies on the road, and they occasionally encountered a few other survivors passing by in vehicles. At first, when he saw overturned or broken down trucks on the road, Zhao Tianyu would stop to take a look, but most had already been scavenged, leaving behind little of value, so he grew lazy and stopped getting out of the car. As noon approached, Zhao Tianyu drove the car into a roadside service station, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to smile. "Everyone has been sitting for so long, it's time to stretch our legs." This was a service station that hadn't been cleared out. They had barely exited the vehicle for a minute when nearly 100 zombies came, drawn by the scent. Zhao Tianyu glanced around. Among the horde there were only 3 second-tier zombies, nothing too formidable, so he couldn't be bothered to intervene. "Ladies, put in some effort and clear away these pesky cockroaches, and we can have lunch right after." After Niu Wenjie dealt with a few first-tier zombies in front of him and saw that there weren't many left, he sheathed his knife and walked over with a grin. Zhao Tianyu withdrew his gaze from Gu Yufei and Xiaozihan, who were wreaking havoc, and glanced at him, saying, "Old Niu, what's going on? Why did you stop?" Niu Wenjie chuckled, "Boss, didn't you ask the ladies to give it their all? I'm a man, so I won't interfere. Besides, these zombies are hardly enough for the two sisters to warm up with." Zhao Tianyu shook his head in frustration. "Your combat capability isn't much better than these ladies. You need to work harder." Niu Wenjie wore a bitter expression. "Boss, I want to improve my strength too, but hard work alone isn't enough. You might as well reward me with a few second-tier crystal cores." Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "You really know how to ride the wave, don't you? Just wait a few more days." Niu Wenjie's eyes brightened excitedly, asking, "Really? Boss, you're not just teasing me, are you? I've never lied to you. Hurry up and go dig for crystal cores. If I catch you slacking off again, don't even think about getting any supernatural crystal cores." After Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, he kicked him on the backside. "All right." Niu Wenjie cheerfully agreed and scampered off. Zhao Tianyu had no need to deceive him. By the time he evolved to the 4th tier, Gu Yufei and Xiaozihan wouldn't be able to advance for a while, so he would definitely be the next to reach the 3rd tier. There were some things that weren't convenient to discuss with women. With only one man around who could relate to him, plus their past relationship from his previous life, he would naturally take care of him. Once they all reached the 3rd tier, he wouldn't need to intervene in the laborious tasks like now. This kid's character was fine, just a bit slippery. It seems he shouldn't be too polite with him in the future. He should be scolded when necessary. There's no need to rush on the road. Even if the zombie horde were to follow closely behind them, it would take them at least 3 to 5 days to catch up. After they finished digging for crystal cores, Zhao Tianyu pulled out pots, pans, a gas stove, and other items to prepare lunch for them. Then he led Niu Wenjie into the service area. It was somewhat dim and eerily quiet, but with his current eyesight it didn't affect him much. Clang! Suddenly Niu Wenjie behind him kicked something, producing a crisp sound in the empty hall. Zhao Tianyu jumped in surprise and looked down to see a fallen thermos cup. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Old Niu, what's going on?" "Be careful." "Boss, I'm sorry, you'll be more careful next time," Niu Wenjie quickly replied. More than half a month had passed and the food from other dining establishments in the service area had rotted and become infested with maggots. Only the supermarket convenience store might still hold some useful items. The small supermarket was very conspicuous and the two had no trouble locating it. Inside, chaos reigned with shelves half empty and many items scattered on the floor.
It seemed that the initial frenzy caused by the disaster was responsible for the situation. Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate to gather up all the edible items without leaving anything behind.
Boss, should we check out other areas?
Zhao Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, forget it, we might as well go outside and take a break, smoke a bit. This ordinary highway service station has little to offer besides the snacks and specialties from the supermarket that catch his eye. After speaking, he directly walked towards the entrance.
Boss, look quickly. It seems there's a big RV over there.
As Zhao Tianyu stepped outside and lit a cigarette, he heard Niu Wen's voice filled with uncontainable excitement from behind.
Zhao Tianyu followed the direction he pointed and puzzledly asked, where's the RV?
Aren't they all trucks?
The black one with the Mercedes-Benz logo. Niu Wen said this and quickly ran over.
Zhao Tianyu, still in disbelief, followed him and scrutinized it closely. Damn, it really is an RV.
You've got sharp eyes.
It was no wonder he was unfamiliar with such vehicles. This RV, both in length and height, was not much different from the 10-meter medium-sized trucks parked nearby, and even its front resembled that of a truck, making it hard to distinguish from afar.
Niu Wen chuckled. I like to pay attention to these things in my spare time and have seen related videos about it.
There were no zombies on the vehicle nor any people. Naturally, there were no keys, but that posed no challenge for the two of them.
Zhao Tianyu took out his tools and quickly pried open the door.
Whether it could be driven on the road was irrelevant. What mattered most to him was its living potential. Upon entering the cabin, Zhao Tianyu found himself increasingly fond of it. Inside there was a separate bedroom with a 2-meter bed, as well as a wet and dry separated washing area, bathing area, and a living room which even concealed a table bed and an electric hammock. It was fully equipped with household appliances like a refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, and kitchenware. It was essentially a mobile home. The second floor featured a spacious retractable observation deck that comfortably seated more than 10 people. Having a small barbecue and a drink up there was completely feasible. What satisfied him the most was the 8 solar panels mounted on the back of the vehicle, essentially resolving the electricity issue. With this RV, he wouldn't have to worry about accommodation even in the wild.
After Niu Wen, the RV enthusiast, had his fill of admiration, Zhao Tianyu stored it in his space, and only then did the two of them walk over to join the others, chatting and laughing.
Even from over 10 meters away, the enticing aroma of meat wafted over. To avoid any unpleasant surprises, he deliberately chose a spot farthest from the zombie carcasses.
You guys returned just in time. Everything's just come off the stove, Bai Yun said, smiling at them.
She was seen plating 2 steaks from the pot onto a tall stack on a plate alongside a large platter of hand-grabbed pancakes. The attentive Xia Zihan noticed the joyful expressions on Zhao Tianyu and his companions' faces and asked, did you two encounter some good fortune?
Zhao Tianyu nodded with a smile, saying, that's right, we just harvested a great treasure. After we finish eating, you'll show you all.
What kind of treasure?
Seeing him speak so mysteriously, the women's curiosity was piqued and they all rushed to ask. What's the hurry? Let's talk after we eat.
After saying that, Zhao Tianyu immediately grabbed a hand-grabbed pancake, wrapped it around a piece of steak, and began to eat heartily. The combination of hand-grabbed pancake with beef and scallions was a bit odd, but surprisingly delicious and filling, far more satisfying than gnawing on dry rations. Seeing this, Niu Wen also joined in, devouring it like a starving tiger while shouting, boss, I'll tell you, this is definitely not pure beef, it's synthetic steak with added ingredients. I had a friend who used to do this.
Zhao Tianyu took a big gulp of juice to wash it down and casually replied, who cares what kind of meat it is as long as it's not zombie meat. Gu Yufei, happily eating, suddenly recalled the foul-smelling zombies when she heard their conversation, nearly spitting out her food, and glared at them fiercely, saying, can you two avoid mentioning those disgusting things while eating? Are you trying to ruin my appetite?
Niu Wen hurriedly smiled apologetically, saying, sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I'll definitely be more careful next time. Upon hearing his address, even though her relationship with Zhao Tianyu was already well known, Gu Yufei's pretty face still flushed.
Don't call me that, who's your sister-in-law? Niu Wen grinned foolishly. You can't be wrong, the boss said you all. Cough cough, alright, stop talking. Let's eat, well, we need to get going afterwards.
Seeing the kid about to reveal himself, Zhao Tianyu quickly interrupted him. After they were full and satisfied under the expectant gazes of the women, Zhao Tianyu brought out the luxury RV.
Gu Yufei looked around and pouted, saying, isn't this just a big truck? What's so special about it?
It's not a truck, it should be an RV. Xia Zihan stared at the colossal object before her, recalling having seen a similar model at a luxury car exhibition.
Zhao Tianyu chuckled. Old Niu opened the door and let them see for themselves. Alright, boss, Niu Wen replied cheerfully.
Once inside the vehicle and seeing its various facilities, Gu Yufei and the others became excited, finding a sliver of comfort after leaving the villa.
Half an hour later, the group was back on the road.
After driving about 10 kilometers, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the roadside signs. There were 500 meters to the next toll station exit, so he slowly veered the vehicle to the right. Seeing the unobstructed road ahead, Xiaozihan asked in surprise, Tianyu, are we getting off the highway here?
Zhao Tianyu nodded.
Xiaozihan continued to ask in confusion, didn't you say we should stay as far away from the S-city area as possible?
It's fine, this distance is already safe.
Although they had been driving for several hours due to having taken a detour around the city and the poor road conditions, they were only about 70 to 80 kilometers away from the city, but that was already sufficient. As they moved forward, they encountered another city in this day and age, which major city isn't swarming with hordes of zombies. In the rural countryside, zombies are few, but it's not conducive to leveling up. This kind of small town is just right, with at least tens of thousands of zombies to clear enough for everyone to advance again. Having passed the toll booth, they officially entered Kunwo town under the jurisdiction of Sidious, a town famous for its tourism and leisure, with beautiful scenery and splendid mountains where numerous resorts abound, attracting city dwellers for relaxation. After driving a few more minutes, the traffic began to thicken and many shambling corpses wandered about, indicating that many survivors attempting to escape had fallen here. Grab your weapons and get out of the car, the road ahead is blocked.
Let's clear the nearby zombies first, Zhao Tianyu instructed as he stopped the vehicle.
At the service station, he had already counted the ability crystals in his space. Now he was just 5 third-tier ability crystals away from evolving to the 4th tier. The team's combat power had nearly formed, requiring no further arrangement from him.
Gu Yufei and Xiaozihan, still eager for blood after their time at the service station, charged headlong into the oncoming zombie horde. Even Niu Wenjie and his companions followed closely behind, filling the gaps in the road.
He pulled out a large iron rod from his space, yet found no target to strike, forced to stand back and support them.
Bang, bang, bang.
Just as they were in the heat of battle, a sudden tremor resonated from the ground ahead, causing the earth to shake.
Zhao Tianyu looked up and couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell?
Why is there such a grotesque creature here? Before them, a massive behemoth over 4 to 5 meters tall was striding towards them with a protruding belly. With each step it took, cars on the road trembled, blaring their alarms, while any obstacle in its path, be it cars or zombies, was flung aside. The giant's clothes had been completely torn apart, leaving its body exposed, but its hairstyle and the 2 enormous humps larger than basketballs made its gender easily identifiable. Due to the virus infection, its body was bloated and covered in large blisters resembling burn wounds. Through the blisters one could see yellow-green liquid inside, and its belly, inflated like a hot air balloon, surely contained the remains and acidic fluids of countless survivors.
Everyone fall back.
Zhao Tianyu shouted urgently to the 5 who were frozen in shock ahead of him.
What the hell is that thing? Xiaozihan, retreating behind him, gazed fearfully at the looming giant.
I don't know, but judging by its size, let's call it Little Fatty. Everyone be cautious of the acidic bile it spits out, avoid any contact as it's several times more terrifying than sulfuric acid. Zhao Tianyu turned his gaze back to them momentarily. He called it Little Fatty because in his past life during a zombie siege he had seen a similarly large creature over 10 meters tall that could shoot bile over 50 meters, covering a vast area, and could also shoot out thick intestines like spears from its rotting blisters, each strike deadly.
Boss, that's too damn terrifying. Niu Wenjie stammered in fear.
As Little Fatty advanced, it emitted sounds reminiscent of someone about to vomit. Seeing it draw near, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly retrieved his rifle from his space, firing while retreating, desperately shooting at its head.
The others also drew their handguns to join in.
While his shots occasionally hit its head due to their lack of precision, Niu Wenjie and the others mostly struck its body, which absorbed the bullets like mud, not reacting at all, only making it more agitated.
Ugh, ugh, ugh.
The frequency of Little Fatty's sounds increased, and Zhao Tianyu recognized it as a sign that it was about to vomit while urgently shouting, "Run!
Get behind that bus!"
Just as they reached the side of the large bus, a loud pft echoed and a stream of yellow-green liquid erupted from Little Fatty's gaping maw, shooting towards them. The acidic bile rained down like hail on the cars and ground, instantly sizzling with a hissing sound.
That was close.
Zhao Tianyu sensed a few drops of acid had landed on the bus roof from the sound above. Fortunately, it couldn't spray continuously, it needed to gather itself before each bile expulsion. Everyone get further back, the farther the better. After they all moved away, Zhao Tianyu crouched behind a car, holding his breath and calculating the distance. Since the gun's power wasn't sufficient, he would have to use his abilities. Seeing it enter a 20-meter range, Zhao Tianyu focused his mind and instantly appeared above it. In its unguarded state, he exerted all his strength and struck down at its head. Swoosh! The black battle axe didn't disappoint, it cleaved its head in two with one strike. He tumbled heavily onto a car's roof. Ignoring the pain, he quickly used his abilities to return to his previous position. The teleportation ability had a small modification, cancelling the cooldown. After landing, Zhao Tianyu didn't have time to examine its current state and hurried towards Gu Yufei and the others, knowing that little fatty would self-destruct upon death, a lesson learned through the sacrifices of countless survivors in his past life.
Everyone get down.
As soon as Zhao Tianyu's voice fell, a loud explosion erupted behind him. Boom! At the same time, little fatty's belly full of acidic liquid exploded, scattering its remains and chunks of flesh across a wide area. After a few seconds, they dared to stand up, all staring in shock at the wreckage of the explosion. The scene was a chaotic mess. The explosion caused by the chubby girl was not too powerful. Aside from her stomach being blown to bits, her head and limbs remained mostly intact. If an inexperienced team were to encounter such a monster, a single round of its spray would lead to total annihilation. Even if they managed to dodge its acidic bile and subdue it, the final explosion could very well take the lives of those survivors who thought they had achieved victory. However, they soon had no time to be astonished. The gunfire and explosion had already attracted all the zombies from the surrounding area.
Zhao Tianyu glanced around and instructed the others by Yunyun, go find the ability crystal core in its head.
Be careful not to touch the acidic liquid.
The rest of you follow me to kill the zombies.
First, secure the third-tier crystal core. If there are too many zombies or if more formidable characters show up, we can retreat at any time. Fortunately, this was just the edge of the town and the explosion lasted only an instant. The situation they were worried about did not occur. Although the number of zombies increased dramatically, it was not to the extent that they needed to flee. After more than 10 minutes, with the combined efforts of the five, all the surrounding zombies had been taken down, numbering at least 500 to 600.
The intense killing of so many zombies in a short time left the group panting for breath.
After resting for a few minutes before Zhao Tianyu could speak, Gu Yufei and the others eagerly took out their tools to begin their treasure hunting. At that moment, a dozen survivors suddenly appeared at an intersection over 100 meters ahead, mostly male with only 4 females, all wielding cold weapons. Zhao Tianyu frowned, crouched down out of their line of sight, drew a Type 95 rifle, fired a few shots at their feet and then shouted sternly, "Step back. Take one more step and face the consequences."
To intimidate the living, this is far more effective than my axe.
As soon as the gunfire erupted, the 5 who were digging for the crystal cores instantly stood up, and upon realizing the situation, they also drew their handguns. Seeing this, a 25 or 26-year-old young man in front hurriedly spoke up, "Brothers, don't act impulsively, we mean no harm." "I don't care whether you mean harm or not. Until we finish cleaning up this battlefield, anyone daring to take a step forward will be killed without mercy."
Zhao Tianyu responded bluntly.
Why did they have to appear just when they were about to collect the spoils? If not for ulterior motives, could it be that they were simply here to help? "All right, well, wait right here until you're done and then discuss something with you," the young man called Lin Kan continued shouting. Seeing that they were obedient and not advancing, Zhao Tianyu told Xia Zihan and the others, "You don't need to worry, keep digging for the crystal cores.
I'll keep an eye on them." "Bro, these people seem not to be simple, can we handle them?"
A stunning girl with a high ponytail beside the young man said.
The young man shifted his gaze from Zhao Tianyu's group and quietly said, "Let's see."
Being able to clear all the zombies in the vicinity in just a few minutes means there's definitely no other group in the entire Kunwa town with such strength. Moreover, given the situation, they must have just entered this town and are certainly unaware of the events that transpired that night. The young man speaking was Lin Kan, and the one who had just asked was his sister Lin Nan Nan. Their family was among the wealthy in S-City, with their business spanning real estate, the internet, logistics and more. When the zombie outbreak occurred, they happened to be here on holiday with their bodyguards. "Tianyu, we've dug everything out," Xia Zihan said, handing him a small bag of ability crystal cores 10 minutes later. Among them were 6 second-tier cores and over 100 first-tier ones, plus the third-tier core that Bai Yunyun had dug from the chubby girl. These cores were more than sufficient for him to evolve to the 4th tier. Zhao Tianyu nodded, stored the ability crystal cores in his space and then looked at Niu Wenjia, who was watching the other side. "Old Niu, tell them if they have anything to say they can send someone over. I really can't think of what we could collaborate on at this moment, but since we have time we might as well listen in."
"All right, boss."
Niu Wenjia replied cheerfully, then shouted loudly to the other side, "Listen up, our boss said if you have something to discuss, send 1 or 2 representatives who can talk. Remember, no weapons allowed." "Military brother, come with me," Lin Kan said, handing the knife in his hand and his handgun at his waist to his sister before addressing the bodyguard Captain Yao Jun on the left.
Yao Jun immediately replied, "Yes, young Master Lin."
"Bro, this." The girl showed a worried expression, hesitating to speak.
Lin Kan smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have no grudges, I believe they won't harm us.
Besides, we're not made of clay." After speaking, Lin Kan raised both hands and waved at Zhao Tianyu, signaling that he was unarmed. The two walked forward for 50 or 60 meters and immediately saw the giant head and limbs as thick as a barrel scattered on the ground.
Young Master Lin, they killed the troublesome female fatty zombie. Yao Jun looked at the severed limbs and fragments on the ground in disbelief. Lin Kan was equally shocked.
He knew very well how terrifying this large fat creature was. Bullets had no effect on it, and a single sneeze could take the lives of their 4 members. This group was far stronger than he had previously imagined. It seemed they had indeed found the right people.
Approaching closer, Lin Kan concealed his astonishment and replaced it with a smile, saying, "Hello.
I'm Lin Kan. May I ask how you address yourself?" Zhao Tianyu casually glanced at the two and replied indifferently. The young man speaking had a handsome face and cultured demeanor, while the middle-aged man beside him stood straight, muscular, resembling a seasoned fighter.
"Brother Zhao, if I'm correct, you just arrived in Kunwa town, right?" Zhao Tianyu nodded expressionlessly.
Lin Kan's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "Since you're here, I believe you must be looking for supplies."
Although this is just a small town, due to its thriving tourism industry, its conditions are not inferior to those of the county seat.
If you want to find the most supplies in the entire town, the largest shopping mall Dashangui is the place to go.
Are you interested in collaborating to take it down? We'll split all the spoils evenly.
Not interested, Zhao Tianyu replied coldly.
Seeing Zhao Tianyu's outright refusal, Lin Kan immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, "Brother, don't be hasty. We have so many people sharing supplies with you won't disadvantage you. Are you stupid, or do you think I'm an idiot?
There are plenty of places to get supplies. Why must we charge into a zombie den?
Say one more useless word and get lost immediately."
Lin Kan's expression changed slightly as he quickly smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, please don't get angry.
It's my fault for not being clear.
To be honest, our family was vacationing here when the disaster struck.
My father was trapped in the mall at that time and has yet to come out. If you can help me take over that mall, you can name any condition."
He did come here for vacation, but on the day of the disaster he turned into a zombie, and it was he who sent himself away. After such a long time, how can you be sure he is still alive? As soon as Lin Kan's words fell, Niu Wenjia immediately voiced his doubt.
Lin Kan's eyes rolled as he calmly explained, "I am certain he is alive. When there was still internet, we spoke on the phone.
The place he is trapped in has food and water, and he has a loyal and reliable bodyguard by his side." This sounds rather unbelievable, but Zhao Tianyu didn't feel the need to probe further. With a mocking look he said, "How about this? There are 6 of us here. Each of you give 1 3rd grade or 10 2nd grade ability crystals as payment. Once we receive the crystals, we'll help you take over the mall without requiring your assistance. However, all the ability crystals we acquire will belong to us, and the supplies can be shared with you. You're asking for too much. This is wishful thinking." Yao Jun, who was nearby, immediately glared at him and said loudly, clearly enraged by such harsh conditions. Lin Kan hurriedly raised his hand to stop Yao Jun, showing a troubled expression as he said, "Brother Zhao, your conditions lack sincerity. With so many 2nd or 3rd grade ability crystals, we could completely enhance our strength and take them all ourselves. Why would we still seek your help?" Zhao Tianyu coldly responded, "If you can't meet the conditions, then we can't help you. Just get lost." "Brother Zhao, is there really no room for negotiation?"
Lin Kan still did not give up, continuing to plead.
There was likely something fishy going on in that mall, and it might be worth checking out. Zhao Tianyu stroked his chin, pretending to think for a while, and then reluctantly said, "How about this?
I commend your filial piety.
If 2nd grade isn't enough, you can use 10 1st grade crystals as 1 2nd grade.
This is my final concession."
"All right, I agree to your terms, but we currently don't have that many ability crystals. Please give us 3 days to prepare."
Lin Kan agreed immediately without much thought.
All of them have already evolved to above the 2nd grade, and during this time they had accumulated several hundred 1st grade ability crystals.
With a little effort, gathering 600 wouldn't be a problem.
Compared to that mysterious airdrop box on the rooftop, this little investment was nothing. "No problem, I'm not in a hurry," Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Seeing that Lin Kan truly agreed to his conditions, Zhao Tianyu's interest was piqued. He wondered what could motivate him to offer such a hefty price.
Zhao Tianyu was not afraid of any tricks he might play.
Once he evolved to the 4th grade, any schemes would be futile in the face of absolute power. Once the conditions were set, there was nothing more to discuss. After agreeing on a time and place to meet, Lin Kan and the others left.
"Tianyu, do you really think he just wants to go in and rescue people?" Xia Zihan said, staring at the backs of the two.
Zhao Tianyu shook his head. "Who cares? As long as we get the ability crystals, it's fine. It's about time. Let's first find a place to stay for the night." On the other side, after hearing Lin Kan's account, Lin Nan was puzzled. "Brother, isn't the price too high for an unknown matter?" Lin Kan chuckled, "Not at all. You witnessed the situation that night. I feel like that technology is not something humans should possess, especially in a time of complete disorder. I believe no one would go to such lengths without a good reason. Moreover, first-grade ability crystals don't have much use. If you want them, you can always get them from zombies. Ever since he witnessed the unidentified flying object drop the airdrop box that night, he had organized several attempts to investigate. Unfortunately, none were successful, and they lost nearly half of their manpower because several third-grade mutated zombies were lurking in that building, making it impossible for them to step foot in. It's a pity I'm not a combat-type ability user, otherwise why would I need to ask them for help? Lin Nan Nan lamented, slapping a nearby tree, suddenly having a flash of inspiration and thinking of another question. Brother, what do you think they need so many first-grade ability crystals for? With all those zombie corpses on the ground, at least we could dig out hundreds. Has the outside world discovered other uses for them? Lin Kan shook his head and said, I'm confused as well, but it wasn't the right moment to bring it up. Well, see if we can glean some useful information from them next time we meet. After walking a few hundred meters, a sign of a budget hotel caught their attention. Zhao Tianyu looked around, satisfied with the wide view. Let's stay here for the night. Naturally, the others had no objections and followed him. As they approached, 5 or 6 zombies in the hotel lobby, sensing the presence of living people, began to slam against the thick glass doors. It was evident they were just ordinary first-grade zombies. If they were second-grade, they wouldn't be so easily trapped inside. These first-grade zombies posed no obstacle to them, and within a minute the group successfully entered the hotel lobby. Now that the elevator was out of service, they had to take the stairs. Under Zhao Tianyu's command, the remaining 5 began to clear the floors one by one. The first few floors went smoothly until they encountered an issue at the corner of the 7th floor stairs. Boss, the stairs are blocked, said Niu Wenjie, who was leading the charge. Zhao Tianyu looked up at the corridor tightly blocked by mattresses and furniture, then said, Yufei, use your ability to see what's happening upstairs. The 7th floor is the restaurant. If I'm not mistaken, there are likely survivors up there. Gu Yufei nodded, concentrated, and looked up for about 10 seconds. She then said to everyone, there are indeed living people up there, and quite a few of them all gathered in the restaurant. It seems they have already noticed us. Boss, this little obstacle is nothing. I can handle it alone in a minute. Upon hearing about other survivors, Niu Wenjie laughed heartily. After saying this, he threw his weapon to Wang Wanling and was about to take action. Zhao Tianyu raised his hand to stop him, saying lightly, they're just a bunch of cowards. There's no need to bother with them, let's just stay on the 5th floor. The stairs are blocked and there are so many zombies wandering below, indicating that they may have never come down. On the 7th floor of the hotel. It's quiet downstairs now, they probably won't come up, said a young man who had been listening behind the obstacles as he rushed into the dining room. In the dining room there were 18 people, young and old, sitting or standing. Aside from 2 hotel staff members, the rest were all guests from the day of the disaster. Since the outbreak of the zombies, they had been holed up on the top floor of the hotel, relying on the stored food in the dining room and the free bottled water provided for the guest rooms to survive until now. At this moment their feelings were very conflicted. They were both fearful and somewhat hopeful of the intruders downstairs because their food supplies were running low. Director Qian, could you say something? What should we do now? An elderly woman finally couldn't hold back and spoke loudly. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned their gazes toward a man in his 50s seated at the center. He was an office director from the S District Bureau, and it was thanks to his organizational skills that everyone had managed to evade disaster on the 7th floor during the zombie outbreak. Descending to the 5th floor, Zhao Tianyu and a few others found several clean rooms at the end of the corridor to settle down. They then cleared out one room to create a space for cooking. Zhao Tianyu took out all the cooking utensils and looked at them, saying, what do you all want to eat tonight? I'll get the food out. Let's have hot pot, it's been a long time since I've had it, suggested Xiaozihan as she noticed no one else was voicing an opinion. Sounds good. Let's eat hot pot, boss. Niu Wenjie said, his eyes lighting up at the mention of hot pot, drooling in excitement. Zhao Tianyu readily agreed, and with a thought he summoned various ingredients from his storage. After completing his task, he lit a cigarette and walked towards the adjacent room. Niu Wenjie followed him. Boss, what do you think those people upstairs are like? Niu Wenjie asked. Zhao Tianyu looked at him with amusement, saying, you want to see if there are any beauties, right? This guy's little thoughts were clear to him. Niu Wenjie chuckled, I'm just curious. It's so hard to see a living person now. Zhao Tianyu patted his shoulder and laughed, saying, after not bathing for so long, even if there are beauties they would smell bad. Even if they smell bad, they are still beauties. Niu Wenjie replied with a grin and a nonchalant expression. You have quite the taste. If you want to know, go ask Gu Yufei or climb up through the window. Zhao Tianyu extinguished his cigarette and pointed at the window.
The two chatted idly for a while until Wang Wanling came over to announce that dinner was ready. As boxes of lamb rolls, beef rolls and beef balls were tossed into the pot like dumplings, all 6 of them were sweating profusely while even Gu Yufei and the other women were devouring it without caring about their image. So spicy. So satisfying. Niu Wenjie said, wiping his sweat while continuously exclaiming how enjoyable it was.
Just as Zhao Tianyu was enjoying the meal, he suddenly stopped and looked toward the door, saying, "What a buzzkill. Old Niu, the people you wanted to see are here, go out and check what they want." Hearing his words, the others all paused with their chopsticks.
Niu Wenjie understood the cue, pulled out his pistol and walked towards the door.
Before long he returned leading a dozen people. "You all stay here, no one is allowed to enter without my permission," he glared fiercely at them before turning around with a smile. "Boss, they say they want to join our team." The group at the door saw the meat slices boiling in the red soup, and smelling the enticing aroma of hot pot they all gulped at once. Initially they were still indecisive, but upon catching the wafting aroma of the hot pot throughout the floor they could no longer hold back. The dishes in the dining room had already been finished, and for the past few days they hadn't even had pickles. They could only boil thin porridge with a bit of salt to stave off hunger, leaving their mouths feeling bland.
Zhao Tianyu looked up at them and said slowly, "Have you killed any zombies?"
This sudden question left everyone at the door stunned, but Director Qian was the first to come to his senses. He smiled and said, "We've always wanted to kill zombies, especially a few young people in our group who are very eager.
However, we just haven't encountered the right opportunity. If you give them a chance, I'm sure they can do it." Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, saying, "No problem, anyone willing to kill zombies can have a chance to try.
But what about the rest of you? What use do I have for those who are afraid to kill zombies?"
Director Qian showed a troubled expression and said, "Little brother, we're all old and frail, how can we go kill zombies? Isn't that making things difficult for us? Yeah, my back is prone to injury. You can assign me to do something else.
I used to manage logistics at work and can help manage supplies. I guarantee I won't make mistakes.
I'm great at washing and cooking.
I can do Tai Chi and the 5 lightning whips. I sing red songs well."
"Enough, stop."
Seeing them get more and more absurd, Zhao Tianyu impatiently raised his hand to interrupt them. Looking at the elderly in front of him, all pampered, sending them to dance square dance would be more appropriate. Unless they had a brain injury, it was impossible to support them.
Those willing to kill zombies can stay, the rest should go do their own thing. Old Niu, show them out.
Zhao Tianyu said coldly, expressionless. Upon hearing the boss's order, Niu Wenjie immediately straightened up, pulled out his pistol and threateningly said, "Did you hear that?
If you're afraid to kill zombies, hurry up and scram, don't block the door and affect others. You young people really have no sense of the bigger picture, you infuriate me. We're leaving." Director Qian pointed at Zhao Tianyu and the others, scolding angrily.
After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave, but after a few steps he found that the few young people behind him had not followed.
"Xiao Wang, Xiao Tian, what are you all still doing here? Director Qian, why don't you all go first?"
The young man named Wang said softly.
"Sure, then you all."
Director Qian was immediately so angry that his face turned green, unable to speak for a long time.
After the older ones left, the entrance instantly became silent. "Yufei, how did you end up here?"
Suddenly a young man who had originally been standing at the back squeezed past the 2 people in front of him, excitedly stepping forward and exclaiming. Zhao Tianyu looked at the young man in surprise and then teasingly turned to Gu Yufei, saying, "Gu Yufei, you sure have a lot of old acquaintances, you run into them wherever you go."
"Who let you in?" "Stand still,"
Niu Wenjie shouted, pressing his gun against the young man's forehead. He clearly had no sense of the situation, trying to compete with the boss for a woman.
"I see you're tired of living."
The young man, frightened, immediately raised his hands and said tremulously, "Brother, I won't move, just be careful not to accidentally pull the trigger."
Gu Yufei frowned, feeling that Niu Wenjie's behavior was a bit excessive, but to prove her innocence she restrained herself from intervening.
Ahem. Zhao Tianyu coughed twice and waved his hand downwards. Old Niu, put the gun down, stop shouting all day and don't scare the young man. Then he turned his gaze to the 6 young people, including Gu Yufei's high school classmates, and said slowly, "Since you chose to stay, it means you are ready to follow us in slaying zombies. Let me be clear, our team does not accommodate idle people or useless individuals, and we want to talk about relationships. Only those who pass the test can truly be considered one of us." After saying that, he took out a few pieces of bread and instant noodles from a nearby backpack and had Niu Wenjie distribute them to them. "Right now you only deserve to eat these. If you want to drink alcohol and eat meat, you must show your worth." As Niu Wenjie distributed the food, he continued to lecture them. Soon everyone received a packet of instant noodles and a piece of bread.
Although they couldn't eat meat, each of their faces couldn't hide their delight. They had suffered enough from the taste of thin porridge with salt, and at this moment the instant noodles and bread were undoubtedly a rare delicacy in their eyes. Do you know what these are? Zhao Tianyu took out 6 first-tier ability crystals from his space and placed them on the table. Ability crystals that can turn a person into an enhancer, one of the young men exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Exactly, this is a welcome gift for you to join. 1 for each of you. Once you eat it, you will become a true enhancer. Your strength will double. For these ordinary people with no combat experience, sending them directly to deal with the current zombies would undoubtedly be a death sentence. Now first-tier ability crystals were no longer of much value to Zhao Tianyu, and the others investing a few in them wouldn't hurt at all. Thank you, boss. After receiving the ability crystals, they each started to study them with great enthusiasm. All right, you can leave now. Come back here tomorrow at 9 in the morning to report. Remember, if anyone dares not to arrive on time tomorrow, the consequences will be severe. Zhao Tianyu shook his hand and spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the few who were still immersed in the joy of becoming enhancers instantly woke up. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. After the 6 left, Niu Wenjie, standing at the door, withdrew his gaze and turned, saying, "Boss, do you think these people can do it? I feel like none of them have the guts. Whether they can or not, we'll know when we take them out for practice tomorrow." Zhao Tianyu picked up the chopsticks on the table and continued to eat. No one is born to adapt to this terrifying world, including himself. Only by surviving through repeated battles do they earn the qualification to join. Now that their team's strength was growing stronger, bringing along a few burdens that could be discarded at any time wouldn't be an issue. After dinner, Zhao Tianyu checked the ability crystals in his space. He unexpectedly obtained a 3rd-tier ability crystal from the little fat girl in the afternoon, and the number of 2nd-tier ones exceeded his expectations by 12. He thought for a moment, counted out 7 of them and threw them on the table. "Old Niu, you've been doing well lately. These are a reward for you." "Really?" Niu Wenjie couldn't believe his ears, and after realizing it, he immediately excitedly rushed toward him. "Boss, I really love you." Zhao Tianyu mercilessly kicked him and shouted, "Get lost. Save that energy for your woman." Gu Yufei and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh at this. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards her, Wang Wanling shyly lowered her head, her pretty face turning hot and flushed. "By the way, later find something to block this floor passage so that no clueless fools disturb our rest at night." Zhao Tianyu suddenly remembered the elderly upstairs and reminded them. Anyway, they were only staying for 1 night and he didn't want to cause more trouble. Because he was focused on the matter of advancement, Zhao Tianyu had no mood to think about those messy things. After giving them a few instructions, he entered a room alone. He was about to evolve to the 4th tier, a height he had never reached before, and just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Zhao Tianyu calmed his mind and began to swallow the 3rd-tier ability crystals one by one. As the last crystal entered his stomach, Zhao Tianyu felt his entire being ignite with energy and all his muscles began to ache. After a long hour of torment, ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving to the Awakener level 4. Ding! The system has been upgraded to level 2 and the space capacity has expanded to 100,000 cubic meters. Ding! The ability copying function has been activated and the current level allows copying of 1 ability. Note: copying target awakeners with special abilities, mutated beasts, etc. Method: within 10 meters of the copying target you can choose to copy. Receiving a series of notifications from the system, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. The system, which had always been elusive regarding upgrade directions, finally upgraded to level 2 after he evolved to level 4. Wow, ability copying. Does that mean that in the future when he sees those perverse abilities he can directly copy them? After carefully reading the instructions, Zhao Tianyu became even more ecstatic. The system's space capacity had also expanded tenfold and the space which was about to be filled became spacious again. He opened his personal attributes interface. Before long, a melodious sound of heavenly music resonated from a guest room on the 5th floor. After the performance ended, Zhao Tianyu, observing the weary beauty, realized he had overestimated her abilities while underestimating the energy contained within himself. After tossing her a few 2nd-tier ability crystals, he shifted his gaze to the other 2 guest rooms. The next morning, the 6 young men from yesterday arrived on time, all spirited and refreshed. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu and the others were leisurely enjoying breakfast. Although he had hardly slept after running around 3 rooms last night, he woke up full of energy, vibrant and lively. He noticed that as his evolutionary level increased, the amount of sleep he needed decreased. The others present were also in excellent spirits, with several women glowing with health. Even Wang Wanling was the same. It seemed that after Niu Wenjie evolved to the 3rd tier last night, he had released quite a bit of energy. Zhao Tianyu glanced at the 6 individuals at the door. From the aura emanating from them, he sensed they had all completed their enhancements. After evolving to the 4th tier, in addition to greatly enhanced attributes, he had gained a new ability to sense others' auras and heartbeat frequencies with a perceptiveness far beyond that of an ordinary person, allowing him to gauge their strength. Additionally, his physical strength had significantly increased. Although he hadn't tested it yet, he felt that ordinary 1st-tier zombies and regular weapons would hardly harm him now. Zhao Tianyu instructed Niu Wenjie to distribute some food to each of them. After breakfast under Zhao Tianyu's lead, the group hurriedly left the hotel. The 6 novices tightly gripped their makeshift weapons, their hearts filled with both excitement and trepidation as they closely followed behind. Stepping out of the hotel, Zhao Tianyu paused and turned to say, "Old Niu, weren't you a captain before? These guys are now your responsibility. Explain the precautions to them." "No problem, boss," Niu Wenjie replied confidently, then clapped his hands to gather the 6 newcomers together, beginning their orientation. "Listen carefully when the zombies come. Stay sharp. If you're bitten or scratched, your life is over." After a few minutes of his speech, Niu Wenjie ran back brimming with enthusiasm. "Boss, how did I do just now?" "It was so-so. I noticed you seemed to be staring at the 2 girls the whole time." Zhao Tianyu teased. To be honest, the looks of those 2 girls could only be considered average. He was completely uninterested, but perhaps this guy had unique tastes. Niu Wenjie quickly shot a glance at Wang Wanling nearby and, lacking confidence, stammered, "Boss, don't wrongfully accuse me." "All right," Zhao Tianyu interrupted his defense with an impatient wave of his hand. "Just don't cause any trouble and I won't bother with the rest. Ask them if they smoke, let them take a puff to ease their nerves, and after that get to work." On the other side, Gu Yufei's high school classmate Sun Xian finally seized the opportunity to approach the goddess with delight. "Yufei, I didn't expect to run into you here." Gu Yufei replied disinterestedly, "Sun Xian, weren't you in the city? How did you end up here?" "My classmates and I came here for the weekend, but I never imagined such a change would occur, and now we can't go back," Sun Xiang said with a bitter expression. Gu Yufei nodded, feeling sympathetic. "You must be careful. Once the fighting starts, no one will have the leisure to look out for you." "No worries," Sun Xiang replied proudly. "While I have been hungry for a few days, I still feel strong. Now I am also an enhancer. Dealing with zombies will definitely be no problem. Just stick by my side, I'll protect you." "Put." A few meters away, Xia Zihan and the others instantly burst into laughter at his words. Sun Xiang looked around in confusion, not understanding why they were laughing. In his view, if Gu Yufei and her fragile friends could survive to this point, he as a man would have no problem at all. "Protect me." Gu Yufei was momentarily taken aback. Clearly this old classmate still hadn't grasped the situation. Confidence is good, but ignorance and arrogance are foolish. With his limited strength, it would be pretty good if he could ensure his own safety. Now that the number of 3rd-tier enhancers in the team was increasing, killing zombies was no longer like it was at the beginning. Instead of facing 3 or 5 zombies slowly, they now fought against hundreds or even thousands for efficiency. If Zhao Tianyu initially provided her and Xia Zihan with a beginner mode, then what they were about to face was a hell mode. After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Tianyu led them further towards the town center. After a few minutes, the number of zombies gradually increased. The newcomers, including Sun Xiang, began to feel tense, their steps losing steadiness and their palms sweating as they gripped their weapons. Eager to test his 4th-tier strength, Zhao Tianyu took the lead and launched an all-out assault. He kicked a car, sending it flying nearly 10 meters, instantly toppling a large group of zombies. Then, leaping high into the air, he landed right where the car had fallen, sweeping the large iron rod in his hand through the air, causing the front row of zombies' heads to burst like watermelons. This scene left everyone, including the veteran team members like Xia Zihan, wide-eyed, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost, filled with disbelief. When did this guy become so strong? No wonder he was so impressive last night, Gu Yufei remarked. Is he still human? Sun Xiang and the others gaped in shock, their newfound confidence as enhancers instantly evaporating. Boss, take it easy. Don't smash the ability crystals too. Niu Wenjie shouted excitedly. With the sounds of battle ringing out, hordes of zombies began to surge from all directions, and Niu Wenjie and the others started getting busy. Gradually, a few stray zombies pounced in front of Sun Xiang and the others. In an instant, everyone, regardless of gender, screamed in terror, calling for help, but no one paid them any mind. Sun Xiang, in a panic, looked at Gu Yufei, who was slaughtering zombies left and right, and at that moment he realized how ridiculous his earlier declaration of "I'll protect you" was. After finding no help, he could only grit his teeth and awkwardly fend off the approaching zombies with his weapon. It was not until nearly half an hour later that no new zombies emerged. At this point, the ground beneath them was already littered with corpses, resembling a hellish scene. Are you all uninjured? Niu Wenjie called out loudly to the shaken newcomers. No. Not. Not at all.
They all responded one after another. However, one hesitant boy was clearly a beat slower than the others. Because during the battle his abdomen had been accidentally scratched by a female zombie and now the wound was burning painfully. Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brows, keenly sensing something amiss, his piercing gaze fixed on the last person who had spoken. The man noticed Zhao Tianyu staring at him from the corner of his eye, becoming increasingly flustered, his heart racing as he subconsciously tugged at his clothes. His unusual behavior immediately made Zhao Tianyu understand what was happening, but he did not rush to expose him. Instead, he instructed Niu Wenjia, old Niu, guide them in excavating the ability crystals.
All right, boss. Niu Wenjia nodded.
Seeing that he had not been discovered by Zhao Tianyu, the man who had been scratched by the zombie sighed in relief. Despite being terrified of turning into a zombie, he felt no other abnormalities in his body besides the pain, which led him to harbor a sense of luck. Excavating the ability crystals was not difficult, even a fool could learn it after a demonstration or two. The only difference was the speed. Niu Wenjia explained to the 6 people for less than 2 minutes before they each spread out to dig. He did not remain idle either, but attentively guided a girl step by step. With hundreds of zombies lying on the ground, it might take these novices a couple of hours to finish. To avoid wasting time, Xia Zihan and her group picked up their tools to start digging after a few minutes of rest. At that moment, only Zhao Tianyu remained standing guard on the entire road. Soon he noticed that a male and a female newcomer kept glancing around nervously. Although his focus was primarily on several intersections, he could not miss any of the movements of everyone present. This scene resembled students trying to cheat in an exam, constantly watching the examiner.
Second-tier ability crystal.
Lu Lei, who was stirring around in the head of a tall zombie, noticed a half-exposed yellow ability crystal in the center of its forehead, and her heart began to race.
As long as she swallowed one, she could evolve to the second tier. After a mental struggle, greed ultimately triumphed over fear.
Lu Lei quickly glanced around to confirm no one was watching her before secretly slipping the orange crystal into her pocket. After more than 10 minutes, all the zombies had been excavated and the ability crystals were gathered together. Have everyone handed in the ability crystals? Zhao Tianyu's gaze swept over the 6 individuals as he spoke lightly. Just as his words fell, the eyes of a guilty-looking man and woman flashed with a barely noticeable panic.
Everyone has handed them in. The 6 replied in unison.
Good. Zhao Tianyu nodded and then called out the names of 3 individuals, saying, "You 3 come over here." Hearing this, everyone present threw puzzled looks at him.
The 3 named Lu Lei and her companions instantly turned pale, their legs trembling as they moved to the indicated side.
"Take out the crystals," Zhao Tianyu said expressionlessly, his voice cold. Lu Lei and the other 2's faces turned instantly ashen, leaving no trace of luck. At this point, they had no choice but to obediently take out the ability crystals they had hidden in their pockets. When they opened their hands, both had a second-tier ability crystal.
Dare to hide ability crystals.
Do you treat my words as nonsense?
I'll kill you.
Niu Wenjia roared in fury, ready to charge over and teach them a lesson, but was held back by Wang Wanling in time. Terrified, Lu Lei quickly begged with a trembling voice, "Boss Zhao, brother Niu, please let us go this time.
I promise I won't dare to do it again."
Zhao Tianyu ignored her and turned to Niu Wenjia, saying, "Old Niu, then I'll leave these 2 to you to handle."
Niu Wenjia was taken aback and asked how to handle them. "Didn't you say you wanted to kill them? What are you waiting for?" Zhao Tianyu replied coldly. In an instant, everyone was stunned, looking at him as if they didn't recognize him. In their minds, they thought the worst would be a severe beating or being kicked out of the team, but they never expected Zhao Tianyu, who was usually quite easygoing, to be so ruthless at this moment. Lu Lei and the other 2's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. "Boss Zhao, spare us. We won't dare again." "Boss, are you really going to kill them?" Niu Wenjia hesitated as he looked at the 2 pleading on the ground. Zhao Tianyu's face darkened as he said sternly, "I don't want to repeat myself. Is it worth keeping someone so short-sighted and with dirty hands when it wastes food? If you're afraid to act, I'll do it myself." Everyone has greed, but most people have the sense to know how to assess the situation. If such reckless behavior driven by greed was easily overlooked, how could he continue leading the team? "Understood," Niu Wenjia replied heavily. After saying that, he turned around and with a sharp twist cleanly broke the kneeling man's neck. "Ah!" Lu Lei beside him screamed in fright, and driven by her survival instinct, she rolled and crawled away. But in front of a 3rd-tier evolved being, all efforts were futile. Before she could run 10 meters, Niu Wenjia caught up and crushed her throat. Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. If he was afraid to kill, he didn't need to follow him anymore. "Boss Zhao, I really didn't steal the ability crystal. If you don't believe me, have someone search me."
The last man, seeing Zhao Tianyu walking towards him, hurriedly explained, I know you didn't steal, but you were injured by the zombie. Lift your shirt. If there are no marks, it's all good. Zhao Tianyu was certain he had been bitten or scratched by a zombie, but he still wanted to clarify the matter, not wanting to leave an impression of arbitrary killings due to speculation on the others. The man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his face ashen, ultimately unable to escape. Seeing him hesitating, Zhao Tianyu shouted, I'll count to 3, 1. The man, sensing his anger, dared not delay any further, steeling himself to lift his black t-shirt. Several bloody and terrifying scratch marks immediately revealed themselves to everyone, the wounds already darkening undoubtedly from a zombie's claws. Boss Zhao, it's just a minor scrape, I can still be saved. Put. Before he could finish, Zhao Tianyu swung his battle axe directly at him. Looking at the 3 cold corpses on the ground, the remaining trio, Sun Xiang and others, were filled with dread. Faced with the temptation of becoming stronger, who wouldn't be tempted? Fortunately, they had just resisted the allure. When Zhao Tianyu turned his gaze toward them, they all trembled. Zhao Tianyu put on a smile, saying, everyone need not be afraid. As long as you follow the instructions properly, nothing will happen. What is yours will definitely be given to you. But if anyone dares to reach out recklessly, they will meet the same fate as those two. Of course, if anyone cannot accept these rules, they can leave right now. The ability crystal and food we provided earlier will count as today's compensation. I stand by my word. Zhao Tianyu said seriously. If they can't even handle this, then forcing them to stay would only bring about useless burdens, and it would be better to let them leave and avoid further bloodshed. I want leave. Sun Xian quickly shook his head. We can accept it, we want leave. The remaining pair, Shang Hui and Fan Hongyi, echoed. Had they not witnessed the terror of the zombie horde, they might have considered leaving. But now to abandon such a solitary would be foolish. Even if they could find food, encountering just 2 or 3 zombies could cost them their lives. As for the deaths of Lu Lei and the others, it was their own doing, they had no ties to them. Very well, Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Niu Wenjie beside him and said, Old Niu, give each of them a first-tier crystal to replenish their energy. We will change locations in 10 minutes. For the next half-day they continued to clear zombies along the streets until they found a hotel to stay in just before sunset. Zhao Tianyu looked at the map. They were now less than a 20-minute walk from the shopping plaza Lin Kan mentioned.
Tianyu, how should we arrange dinner? Should we make more? After settling in, Xia Zihan came over to ask.
Zhao Tianyu thought for a moment and replied, let's make more. For those 3 the food needs to be filling, as for the vegetables they can share. Now that Sun Xiang and the others had essentially joined, it wouldn't be fair to let them only nibble on bread and instant noodles. However, since they couldn't contribute to the team yet, it was unwise to offer them too many privileges. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Lin Kan and his group, who had also been killing zombies all day, returned to their base. As soon as the intercom was turned on, a voice came through. Lin Xiao, they are staying at the Seasons Hotel. The speaker was currently in a house not far from the hotel where Zhao Tianyu was. After negotiating the terms yesterday, Lin Kan had a bodyguard, Li Chang, who was a former Special Forces soldier, follow them from a distance to observe their situation with binoculars.
Lin Kan nodded thoughtfully and asked, understood. Is there any other special situation?
How is their overall strength? Li Chang replied, their strength is very formidable, at least 4 of them are above 3rd-tier revolvers, especially the leader.
What?
Are you saying he can kick a several-ton car away?
Lin Kan asked in disbelief.
He was also a 3rd-tier revolver but felt he could not achieve that.
Li Chang said solemnly, yes, I absolutely wouldn't mistake it, and he has done it more than once. I'm not sure if he is using an ability. After a brief shock, Lin Kan quickly calmed down. I understand the situation.
You should be careful and avoid getting too close, make sure they don't discover you.
Bro, did I hear you say something about kicking a car? As soon as Lin Kan hung up, Lin Nannan and Yao Jun immediately spoke up. After dinner was prepared, Zhao Tianyu had Niu Wenjie call over Sun Xiang and the others. Hello, boss.
Sun Xiang and the others stood in a row, respectfully greeting Zhao Tianyu. The ruthless heart of the person before them, along with his inhuman, terrifying combat power and that miraculous spatial ability, all filled them with dread. Seeing their fearful expressions, Zhao Tianyu forced a smile that he thought was friendly and said, am I really that scary?
Relax a bit and tell me what you were doing before this.
Zhao Hui, seeing that the other 2 remained silent, spoke first. I'm a nurse working at the first hospital in the city.
Next, Fan Hongyi followed up. I'm an equipment engineer, I deal with maintenance. I am a university student.
Sun Xiang stammered nervously. After Niu Wenjie hinted at the relationship between Gu Yufei and Zhao Tianyu in the afternoon, he had been anxious, fearing that Zhao Tianyu would target him because of what he said to Gu Yufei earlier.
Zhao Tianyu nodded.
Aside from Sun Xiang, who had no skills, the other two had some usefulness. Although a nurse may not be as good as a doctor, their medical knowledge was still better than ordinary people, and the maintenance worker would be useful later on. Seeing that Wang Wanling had already divided their dinner, Zhao Tianyu didn't ask further. Each person gets one portion. If there's not enough rice, feel free to take more. Wang Wanling pointed to the separate servings on the table. Seeing 2 pieces of fragrant braised pork in their bowls, the 3 who hadn't had meat for over 20 days couldn't believe their eyes and were close to tears from excitement. What is it too little? If you want better food, then you need to work hard to kill zombies and earn the boss recognition sooner. Niu Wenjie, standing nearby, scolded them loudly as they stood there in a daze. Before the 6 of them joined, he was the lowest-ranking member of the team who dared not give orders. With so many new subordinates joining, he was happier than anyone else. Who would have thought that after just 1 day out, half of them were gone? If he didn't wake them up a bit, it would be hard to keep the remaining 3. No. It's not that we were just too excited to see meat. This is 100 times more lavish than what we had before, Sun Xiang hurriedly explained. Useless fellows, hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb our meal, Niu Wenjie joked as they finished eating. While everyone was gathered, Zhao Tianyu announced, tomorrow morning Yufei and I will head to the Dashangui shopping plaza to scout the situation. You all stay at the hotel to rest until we return. Although he considered his strength superior for safety's sake, he decided to scout the situation first. He wanted to see what tricks Lin Can's group was up to. Tianyu, I admit that you are very strong now, but I still feel this is a bit risky. That place is already central, there must be a lot of zombies, and it's highly likely that there are very terrifying things present. Otherwise they wouldn't have asked us for help. Xia Zihan showed a worried expression. Yes boss, we should go together. We can help with anything that happens. Niu Wenjie echoed. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand and said, it's fine, we are just scouting, not fighting zombies. Too many people would be a disadvantage. If not for Yufei's ability to see the situation inside better, I wouldn't need her to come along. Although he could directly copy Gu Yufei's ability, he currently only had one opportunity, and wasting it on the ability to see through seemed unwise. Today brought significant gains. Combined, the 1st and 2nd tier abilities were nearly enough to synthesize 2 3rd tier ability crystals. Considering the unpredictable dangers of tomorrow, Zhao Tianyu decided to use one on Gu Yufei first. He walked over and knocked on her door. You're here again. Didn't you have enough fun last night? Can't you let someone have a good night's rest? Gu Yufei replied with a hint of shyness and annoyance. Are you sure? Then I might just give it to Xia Zihan instead. Zhao Tianyu waved the light green ability crystal in his hand. I'm the one putting in the effort, so why should you be the one to enjoy it? No, I want it. Give it to me. Gu Yufei leaped over. Zhao Tianyu opened his arms and her movement instantly turned into an embrace. Soon the ground shook violently, until a beam of white light shot towards the snow-capped peak, finally coming to a halt. The next day, refreshingly, the two left the hotel together, heading towards the Dashangui shopping plaza. Although there were quite a few zombies along the way, with one at the 4th tier and the other at the 3rd, their speed was impressive. While focused on getting to their destination and avoiding entanglement with the zombies, ordinary ones couldn't keep up with their pace. In less than 20 minutes they successfully arrived near the shopping mall, observing from across 2 busy streets. There weren't as many zombies at the entrance as they had imagined, but there were still at least a few hundred. Yufei, is this distance enough? Let me try, she said, activating her abilities. After several seconds, Gu Yufei remarked, there seem to be even more zombies inside than outside, but the area is too large to carefully see all the regions in the time we have. It's fine, just observe the distribution of zombies inside and if there are any unusual areas. She nodded and activated her abilities again. After several rounds of observation, Gu Yufei's rosy complexion began to fade and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down her forehead. I can't do it anymore, I feel dizzy, she gasped. Then don't push yourself, eat it and replenish some energy. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly took out a 2nd tier ability crystal and handed it to her. After Gu Yufei swallowed the ability crystal, her complexion visibly improved as she said, the zombies are most concentrated on the 1st floor of the supermarket, with significantly fewer on the upper floors, and I haven't noticed anything unusual, nor have I seen any living people. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu rubbed his forehead, staring intently at the mall across the street, momentarily at a loss. What was Lin Can's group plotting? They could never imagine that Lin Can's true target was actually on the rooftop. Just then the situation across suddenly changed. 2 massive lickers leaped directly from the 2nd floor, charging towards them. With their destructive power and size, it was obvious they were undoubtedly 3rd tier lickers. Let's go, we need to leave here first, Zhao Tianyu said, not having time to think further as he patted Gu Yufei's shoulder. Though it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with them with his current strength, it would still require significant effort to clear out all the surrounding zombies before they could leave. With the reward still not in hand, there was no way to work ahead of time. The third-tier lickers were fast, but Zhao Tianyu and Gu Yufei were no slouches either, quickly running over a kilometer while playing a game of chase. Since Gu Yufei hadn't fully recovered from her earlier exertion, the distance between them was narrowing. Seeing that the horde of zombies at the shopping plaza wasn't following, Zhao Tianyu decided to stop and took out a long iron rod to confront them. Clang! 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 The iron rod struck against their claws as hard as steel, producing a crisp metallic sound. The two lickers that had charged aggressively were quickly rendered powerless. Every attack they made was precisely anticipated by Zhao Tianyu, welcoming them with the heavy iron rod. The two lickers were forcefully smashed to the ground one after the other, never to rise again. After blocking a few attacks with their massive claws, they had their heads crushed by Zhao Tianyu. Behind him, Gu Yufei was not idle, dealing with the zombies charging from the back. Seeing that she was handling things effortlessly on her own, Zhao Tianyu took out a fruit knife. This time it was a bit unfortunate. The two third-tier lickers only yielded a single third-tier crystal. Zhao Tianyu, not one to be easily discouraged, continued to smash them for a while until their heads were a mess, yet the light green crystals still did not appear. "Let's go!" Zhao Tianyu called out to Gu Yufei as he stood up. The return journey was still very smooth without any obstacles. "Lin Xiao, they've returned but brought back nothing except for the weapons they are holding," reportedly Chang, who was responsible for monitoring. "Understood. In such a short time they couldn't accomplish much. Just endure for a few more days," Lin Kan replied. Over the next day and more, Zhao Tianyu, still at a loss, continued to lead Niu Wenjie and the others halfway towards the shopping plaza. On the fourth morning they finally reached the time they had agreed upon with Lin Kan. Now Bai Yunyun and Wang Wanling have both evolved to the third tier, while the newly joined Sun Xiang and the other three have become second tier evolvers. With 1 fourth tier and 5 third tiers, their lineup is indeed luxurious. "Brother Zhao, you finally made it." Upon seeing them, Lin Kan immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. After getting closer, Zhao Tianyu sensed the general strength of this group. There should be 3 third-tier evolvers in their team: Lin Kan, Yao Jun, and a young woman whose beauty could rival that of Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei. The remaining dozen or so members are all at the second-tier level. Meanwhile, both sides began to assess each other's situation, especially the several beautiful women who became the focal point. Niu Wen's eyes lit up as he saw the beauties on the opposite side, having previously been too far away to see clearly. He never expected to encounter such stunning figures. When Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan laid eyes on Lin Nan, their vigilance instantly heightened, and they couldn't help but doubt whether Zhao Tianyu had accepted this task just because he saw beautiful women, as this was completely out of character for him. Lin Nan was equally surprised. Although she came from a distinguished background, she never held herself in high regard because of it. Only her own exceptional beauty was a source of pride, and she never expected to find 2 beauties here in this small place who could match her in figure and appearance. Zhao Tianyu retracted his sensing and said lightly, "Since I promised you, I will definitely arrive on time." "Brother Lin, are the ability crystals prepared?" He came to this town primarily to hunt zombies for ability crystals, and now that someone was willing to pay for this work, it was a win-win situation. Lin Kan turned around and said, "Nanan, take out the ability crystals." Lin Nan frowned and replied frankly, "Brother, we can't give them all at once. What if they can't take down them all?" Hearing that pleasant voice, Zhao Tianyu immediately focused his attention on the woman before him, who possessed stunning beauty, supple skin, and a perfect figure. He chuckled and teased, "So how should we proceed according to your opinion, beautiful lady?" Upon seeing this Zhao Tianyu guy staring at her with lustful eyes, Lin Nan shot him a glare without showing any weakness. Lin Kan waved his hand in feigned anger, saying, "All right, no need to say more. Since I approached Brother Zhao, I naturally trust their strength." The reason he was so straightforward was that these first-tier abilities were of little use to his group, so he felt no pain in spending them. By selling them off quickly, he might even be able to extract some information from them later that he didn't know. Lin Nan pouted and reluctantly took out a black plastic bag from her backpack. Lin Kan took the bag and directly handed it to Zhao Tianyu, saying, "Brother Zhao, all the ability crystals are inside. As you said, not a single one is missing, so please count them." Zhao Tianyu opened it and took a glance. As expected, it contained hundreds of first-tier ability crystals, not a single second-tier one. "No need to count, Brother Lin is so straightforward and am not one to fuss over details." Having handled thousands of ability crystals before, just a quick glance and weighing them in his hand was enough to estimate their quantity. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had no intention of counting, Lin Kan smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, I have a question. If it's convenient, I hope you can clarify it for me."
As far as I know, first-tier ability crystals only work for those who have not yet evolved in first-tier evolvers. What use do you have for so many? Zhao Tianyu smiled and casually replied, what's wrong with that? Although our base is powerful, we still have over 1,000 ordinary people waiting for us to bring back ability crystals for strengthening. Lin Ken was taken aback, not expecting such a response. However, it was reasonable and he couldn't pick any faults with it. It seemed they had overthought it. Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei exchanged knowing glances, realizing that a man's words are often deceitful. Indeed, this guy was quite the smooth talker. Unaware of the situation, Sun Xiang and Chao Hui became excited upon hearing that their team had such a large backing. Zhao Tianyu turned to the few people behind him and clapped his hands, saying, all right, enough small talk. Having received Boss Lin's crystals, we should get to work now. Lin Ken asked, Brother Zhao, are you sure you really don't need our help? Zhao Tianyu, not knowing what he was thinking, smiled and replied, since you were so eager to help, just guard the entrance near the shopping plaza and don't let them come over to bother us. After saying that, he ignored them and led his team towards the shopping plaza. Young Master Lin, what should we do now? Yao Jun asked anxiously. Just follow them for now. Let's wait and see how things go once they attract all those third-tier mutated monsters, Lin Ken replied with a complex expression. He had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether Zhao Tianyu succeeded or failed, he wanted to find a way to take a look. If they could successfully deal with those third-tier zombies, he could use the excuse of searching for people to rush upstairs. Their attention would surely be focused on the food in the supermarket on the first floor, and they wouldn't care about his group. If Zhao Tianyu and his team were overwhelmed and had to retreat, he and his fellow third-tier evolvers could take the opportunity to sneak in through the side door while the third-tier zombies were chasing them. Zhao Tianyu and his group quickly arrived near the shopping plaza. There were many zombies on the way, but they were all first and second tier, unable to withstand their assault. Within 10 minutes they reached the plaza in front of the mall, where the situation became even more chaotic. Like a horde of zombies on adrenaline, they frantically surged out from nearby and the mall itself, with many even recklessly jumping down from the upper floors and roaring as they charged toward the group. With a quick glance, Zhao Tianyu spotted 4 third-tier mutated zombies. Coupled with the 2 third-tier lickers he had taken down the other day, oh my god. This really is a nest of high-tier zombies. No wonder Lin Ken and his group were at a loss. You all try to form a circle and don't spread out too much. Take your time, safety first, Zhao Tianyu shouted. Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei were relatively fine, having already consumed third-tier ability crystals, but Bai Yunyun and the others who had just evolved to the third tier found it hard to withstand the continuous attacks from the third-tier mutated zombies. In the current situation, the only way to swiftly eliminate them is to use the teleportation ability. With his current level of mental strength, he can consecutively use his abilities up to 7 times. If all goes well, dealing with these 4 third-tier mutated zombies shouldn't be a problem. As long as he takes care of them, the remaining ones will pose no threat. Of these 4 third-tier zombies, 3 are hardened zombies and the last one is a licker. Fortunately, they all use physical attacks. At this moment, Xia Zihan and her companions are already engaged in a fierce battle with the front line of the zombie horde. Although there are many first and second-tier zombies, they cannot get close to these 3 third-tier evolvers. Sun Xiang and the others are also holding their ground back-to-back, appearing to have no significant problems for the time being. Zhao Tianyu's primary target now is the licker. This creature, despite its large size, moves by crawling on the ground, appearing and disappearing among the zombie crowd with remarkable jumping speed. While a direct attack can be easily countered, the hidden threats are harder to defend against. Compared to the towering hardened zombies, it poses a relatively greater threat. After locking onto the target's position, he charged forward, swinging the long iron rod in his hand. In an instant, any zombie in his path was either smashed flat or sent flying. With his current visual capture ability, these seemingly fast ordinary zombies moved at a speed akin to that of a sloth in his eyes. Seeing that the distance was sufficient, Zhao Tianyu immediately activated his ability. With a swish, he left no afterimage, instantly appearing above the crawling licker and brought the iron rod down with all his might. It was unclear whether it sensed the imminent danger and attempted to flee, or if it had just prepared to leap. The descending iron rod struck its glistening smooth head right as it jumped, killing it on the spot. Zombies above the third tier have developed a sense of territorial dominance. There were no other zombies within a radius of 1 or 2 meters around it, giving him ample space to land. Upon landing, Zhao Tianyu swept the large iron rod in a 360-degree arc, sending all the encroaching zombies flying while also knocking down their companions behind them. A large area immediately cleared around him. After dispatching the licker, Zhao Tianyu turned to see Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei each engaged with a hardened zombie. The third-tier hardened zombies are considerably larger than their second-tier counterparts, towering above the nearby zombies who fail to reach even its waist, a clear sign of a tyrant. Their speed has also increased significantly. Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei continuously jumped to try and strike its eyes, but either missed or were blocked by its iron-hard arms.
Seeing that the two of them were not in immediate danger, Zhao Tianyu decided to deal with the third one first.
The hardened zombie's body is as tough as iron, making the large iron rod ineffective.
He hoped the battle axe would be able to break through its tough exterior, otherwise confronting them would be quite troublesome. Taking out his battle axe, Zhao Tianyu activated his ability once more and in the next moment appeared in midair about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. As he descended, he aimed at the target below and swung the axe down forcefully. The battle axe struck accurately on the head of the large zombie that was marching forward, producing a muffled thud. Despite facing considerable resistance, it succeeded in cleaving a large gash. On the other side, the two hardened zombies confronting Gu Yufei and her companion, after being continuously provoked, began to rampage, grabbing nearby objects and flinging them into the air indiscriminately. At this point, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan were at a loss for defense. Their blades had already suffered several dents, leaving them only with the option to flee.
Seeing this situation, Zhao Tianyu could not afford to delay any further.
He consecutively used his ability 3 more times to eliminate the 2 third-tier zombies pursuing Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan. All of this was witnessed by Lin Kan and the others who were observing from a distance. Seeing him take down 4 zombies in just 2 to 3 minutes left them all dumbfounded. This was just like the legendary feat of taking the enemy general's head in the midst of 1,000 troops as easily as reaching into one's pocket.
The 4 third-tier zombies that terrified them were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter before him, utterly unable to fight back.
Equally shocking to them was the combat power of this team. Those 2 delicate beauties were actually able to contend with third-tier zombies. Lin Xiao, this Zhao Tianyu is truly terrifying. Previously Li Chang said he could kick a car and I didn't believe it. Now it seems he is even stronger than we previously anticipated.
Yao Jun said gravely, looking at Lin Kan. Lin Kan nodded slightly, saying nothing, his gaze still fixed on the battlefield ahead.
Internally he was equally astonished, particularly by Zhao Tianyu's elusive movements, which seemed impossible to track.
This was undoubtedly a very rare ability.
More than just surprise, he now felt more apprehension once Zhao Tianyu and his companions discovered the secret of the rooftop and a conflict arose. There was no way their group could compete against them. Meanwhile, Lin Nanan, biting her silver teeth, was intently watching Zhao Tianyu, who was brandishing the large iron rod and wreaking havoc. Just a few minutes ago she would never have believed that this seemingly frivolous guy possessed such terrifying power.
Boss, absolutely legendary. Absolutely legendary.
After the third-tier mutated zombie was slain, the pressure on the battlefield instantly eased. While Niu Wenjia slaughtered zombies with ruthless efficiency, he still found time to shout effusive praise.
Zhao Tianyu ignored him entirely.
Swallowing a second-tier ability crystal, he re-entered the fray. With the third-tier zombie no longer obstructing their movements, every fighter on the field could finally unleash their full strength. In moments under the overwhelming assault of Zhao Tianyu and his comrades, the zombie horde fell like wheat before the scythe, row after row collapsing until their complete annihilation became inevitable. At this point Lin Kan knew he could no longer stand idly by. Since they had come under the pretense of rescuing people, he now needed to project precisely the urgency such a mission demanded. "Brother Jun Nan, you follow me to help clear the area. Li Chang, take the rest of the team and split into 2 groups to block off zombies approaching from other entrances."
Lin Kan issued the order.
Only those 3 knew the true purpose of this mission, the rest remained completely unaware. Though the commotion above the town that night had been tremendous, its distance and the dense cluster of buildings obstructing the view left most residents ignorant of what had truly transpired. Only they, perched atop the tallest local building, the rooftop of their hotel just blocks away from the mall, had witnessed the entire event through binoculars.
"Yes, sir,"
Li Chang responded instantly. Though money had long lost its value, survival threats and combat dominance still held sway, and with control over ability crystals, Lin Kan retained absolute authority over the entire squad. With Lin Kan and his 2 companions joining the battle, the pace of the zombie purge accelerated dramatically. Within 10 minutes the plaza in front of the mall lay utterly cleansed of the undead. "Brother Zhao, your strength is truly extraordinary."
"Thank you." Lin Kan hurried over, beaming with delight and speaking with palpable excitement.
Zhao Tianyu wiped the sweat from his brow and replied coolly, "Brother Lin, we're paid to perform a service, no need for pleasant."
"Very well. My father remains upstairs, his fate uncertain. We'll ascend immediately to assess the situation."
Lin Kan glanced upward, feigning urgent concern.
"By all means."
Zhao Tianyu waved dismissively, his tone indifferent. Seeing his nonchalance, Lin Kan's heart surged with triumph. He flashed a subtle signal to Lin Nan and Yao Jun and strode straight into the mall.
"Boss." Niu Wenjia opened his mouth, then hesitated. Something felt subtly amiss, yet he couldn't quite articulate why. Zhao Tianyu shook his head. "It's fine, let them be.
Without granting them room to act, how could he discern their true intentions? No rush for the supplies inside or the zombies lingering upstairs.
They aren't going anywhere. Lao Niu, take your people and tidy up the aftermath.
Having spoken, Zhao Tianyu summoned Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan, then entered the mall with them. The vast hollow expanse of the first floor revealed no trace of Lin Kan and his companions, nor any sound of combat, only the guttural roars of the undead echoing through the emptiness.
Yufei, use your X-ray vision to locate them. Understood. Gu Yufei nodded. Seconds later. Strange.
I don't see them at all, she murmured.
Before Zhao Tianyu could respond, she activated her ability once more.
Found them, they're sprinting rapidly upward through the stairwell.
And they certainly don't look like they're searching for anyone.
This was a typical integrated complex, blending shopping, dining, entertainment and leisure, spanning only 5 floors. Once their bearing was confirmed, navigation would be straightforward. The rooftop of the 5th floor. With a sharp metallic clang, the lock on the access door yielded effortlessly to Lin Kan's team.
Up we go.
His voice rang out thick with barely contained exhilaration. The 3 emerged onto the open roof and immediately scanned the surroundings.
Over there. Lin Nan suddenly cried out, her voice trembling with excitement. Following her gaze, Lin Kan and Yao Jun instantly spotted a square metal case nestled in a corner, its surface shimmering with a faint ethereal blue light.
Guided by Gu Yufei's vision, the trio traversed half the mall before locating a secluded staircase.
They've reached the rooftop and are now standing before a large black luminous metal crate.
Gu Yufei spoke again, her expression bewildered.
A luminous black metal crate.
Zhao Tianyu frowned. What object at a time like this could possibly warrant such elaborate scheming and subterfuge?
Was it a formidable weapon? That was the only possibility Zhao Tianyu could conceive.
You climb slowly, I'll go ahead and scout.
He vanished instantly.
After successive uses of his teleportation ability, Zhao Tianyu materialized upon the rooftop without a whisper. Yao Jun was already prying at the airdrop crate with his blade, while Lin Kan and his sister Lin Nan stood nearby, tense, watchful breath held. All this effort to uncover what lay hidden within. The moment of revelation was imminent. Then, behind them, a cold, detached voice cut through the silence.
Brother Lin, weren't you searching for someone?
So why ascend to the rooftop? Has your father somehow taken refuge inside that crate? The 3, utterly absorbed in their task, recoiled in shock at the sudden intrusion and instinctively whirled around.
There stood Zhao Tianyu watching them with unmistakable amusement. Your father's the one stuffed inside. Lin Nan snapped back, glaring fiercely. How did you find us so quickly? Lin Kan wore an expression of utter disbelief. He was certain, absolutely certain, that no one had followed them.
Zhao Tianyu's voice turned icy.
Before I answer your question, Brother Lin, you owe me an explanation.
What exactly is inside that crate?
You ask me, who should I ask in return? I also want to know what on earth is inside.
If it were someone else daring to question him like this, Lin Kan would have slapped them already.
But facing the terrifying Zhao Tianyu, he didn't dare to act recklessly.
Lin Kan said with a bitter face, Brother Zhao, to be honest, we also don't know what is inside. Zhao Tianyu looked at him incredulously and coldly replied, do you think him a fool? I swear I'm not lying. A few nights ago we saw a huge unidentified flying object drop a shiny box and then fly away.
Out of curiosity, we wanted to find a way to open it. Seeing Zhao Tianyu getting angry, Lin Kan could only helplessly reveal everything.
The situation was more formidable than the individuals. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be Zhao Tianyu's match. It was unwise to provoke such a powerful opponent without knowing what was inside. A mysterious flying object.
An airdrop. Could it be?
Zhao Tianyu suddenly recalled a rumor from his past life. About half a year after the zombie outbreak, a suddenly rising force established a large gathering place near City S. It was said that the leader of this force was just an ordinary enhancer who became powerful because he found a mysterious airdrop box filled with formidable weapons and strength-enhancing drugs, leading to an immediate surge in their team's strength. At that time it stirred up a lot of buzz and many teams ventured out to look for mysterious airdrop boxes. Although no one had successfully found one, many believed that this was not a baseless rumor.
Brother Zhao, how about this? Let's share the spoils. Well, open the box first, and if there are good items, the 4 of us will divide them equally. I disagree.
We were the ones who found it first, why should we share it with him? Lin Nan said indignantly.
Lin Kan frowned, feeling a headache coming on.
His younger sister usually seemed quite clever, how could she not see the situation clearly?
I also disagree.
Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, then suddenly disappeared from sight with a whoosh.
By the time Lin Kan and the others reacted, Zhao Tianyu had already teleported behind them and the airdrop box that had been lying on the ground had vanished without a trace. "Where's the box?" Lin Nannan was stunned, shocked, and terrified. There were no other parties here. It was obvious Zhao Tianyu had pulled a fast one, though they were unsure how he did it. Lin Kan's expression darkened as he suppressed his anger and questioned, "Brother Zhao, your greedy actions are rather domineering, don't you think? I always do things this way. If you're unconvinced, feel free to challenge me." Zhao Tianyu replied without changing his expression. "Zhao Tianyu, you're too overbearing." Unable to contain his anger any longer, Lin Kan swung his long knife and charged at him. Seeing this, Yao Jun and Lin Nannan also attacked together. Bang bang bang. Zhao Tianyu evaded, throwing 3 rapid punches, sending Lin Kan and the others flying. There were no techniques involved, it was purely anticipating their moves. With his current strength, dealing with these 3 was a matter of overwhelming them. After a few seconds, Lin Kan struggled to sit up and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Nannan and Yao Jun were not faring much better, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The 3 of them looked at the person standing in front of them with terror. They thought that teaming up would allow them to fight Zhao Tianyu, but they hadn't expected that just one move would nearly cost them their lives. Seeing Zhao Tianyu advancing again, Lin Kan hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Zhao, we give up. We surrender." With that, he tossed his weapon aside. "Surrender. Give up." Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. It was the first time since the apocalypse that he had encountered such a situation. Was this a joke? "Yes, we have no deep grudges between us, so there's no need for a life and death struggle. You can take the airdrop box." Lin Kan pleaded breathlessly. "Yao Jun, Nannan, why aren't you two putting down your weapons?" Hearing Lin Kan's words, Yao Jun quickly threw down the iron rod in his hand. Although he had plenty of combat experience, it was completely useless in front of Zhao Tianyu. It was like a child with some martial skills facing an adult strongman whose strength and speed far exceeded his own. Before absolute power, all techniques were futile. Seeing that Lin Kan and Yao Jun had already surrendered, Lin Nannan realized that continuing to act tough was meaningless, and she could only reluctantly put down her weapon. As they took turns clanging their weapons to the ground, Zhao Tianyu was a bit puzzled. Why didn't they pick up their weapons and resist? With them behaving this way, how could he be justified in being ruthless? At this moment, Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan had finally climbed up to the rooftop, looking curiously at the 3 on the ground, but sensing the tense atmosphere, they remained silent. All 3 of Lin Kan's gazes were fixed on Zhao Tianyu's ever-changing face. Their lives and deaths were now in the hands of this very person. Indeed, as Lin Kan said, there weren't any major grievances between them. The transaction of the crystal cores to fight zombies could not be considered a scheme against them. The one in the wrong was Zhao Tianyu for wanting to seize the treasure. However, this was not a time for reasoning. The one with the hardest fist was right. Seeing Zhao Tianyu still hesitating, Lin Kan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Zhao, give us a chance. Let us join your team and we will follow your command from now on." "All right, I agree to let you join, but you must first hand over all the ability crystal cores you have." After considering for a moment, Zhao Tianyu ultimately nodded in agreement. Their group of over 10 had decent strength, and Lin Kan was clever and knew the situation. If used wisely, he could be a good helper. Though they had just attacked him, there was a reason for it. If he couldn't even resist when his own belongings were taken, he wouldn't even bother to look at such a coward. As for whether they would have other thoughts in the future, Zhao Tianyu had no worries. As long as he maintained enough deterrence and controlled the supply of ability crystal cores, he wouldn't fear them disobeying. Lin Kan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly telling Lin Nannan give them all the ability crystal cores. At this point, Lin Nannan could only reluctantly take out the ability crystal cores from her backpack and place them on the ground. "Wow, you guys are really extravagant." Zhao Tianyu took the bag that Gu Yufei had picked up from the ground and opened it, discovering that it contained more than 30 second-tier ability crystal cores. Lin Kan's expression darkened. The reason there were so many second-tier ability crystal cores left was entirely because he couldn't use them himself and didn't dare to distribute them all to the others. So far, he hadn't even acquired a single third-tier ability crystal core, and with his own strength unable to advance. If a third-tier evolved being appeared in the team, it would be very detrimental to his position. Thus he preferred to keep the crystal cores to himself rather than distribute them, a fact all the members were well aware of, though they dared not voice their anger. Zhao Tianyu unceremoniously stored the ability crystal cores into his space and slowly said, "Lin Kan, why don't you introduce the members of your original team?" "Sure." Lin Kan responded repeatedly, then pointed to the 2 people beside him, saying, "This is Yao Jun, who used to be the captain of our family's bodyguard team, and this is my sister Lin Nannan. We are the only 3 third-tier evolved beings in the entire team. The other 11 members are all second-tier. Among them 3 were also bodyguards from our family, and the rest joined later."
Zhao Tianyu patiently waited for him to finish speaking before looking meaningfully at the siblings and saying, "It seems your background is not simple.
Anyone who can afford so many bodyguards must be either wealthy or noble."
Lin Kan replied with a bitter expression, "Our family used to have some money, but that was all in the past and is better left unmentioned. Now that times have changed, no matter how wealthy they were before, he had to confront the harsh reality of uncertainty and survival. Regardless of who you were in the past, you still have to listen to him." Zhao Tianyu was merely asking casually. Seeing Lin Kan reluctant to elaborate, he switched the topic and coldly remarked, "Did you forget to mention this beautiful lattice ability?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Kan and the other two turned pale, feeling as if they were standing naked in front of others. Lin Nanan's ability was of no use in battle. Besides the three of them, even the original members were unaware of this, so how did he know? Lin Kan slapped his forehead and hurriedly explained, "Oh. You see, my memory, her ability can only be used to purify water, which is not very useful. I forgot about it for a moment. It wasn't a deliberate concealment." He naturally knew what abilities Lin Nanan possessed, but he wanted to give them a show of strength. Because when he first met them, he activated the system's ability replication feature, which provided prompts and detailed descriptions. Purifying water is not a useless ability. Surface water sources have been severely damaged, and relying on nature's self-repair takes a long time. Some underground well water can be drinkable, but it needs to be from a sufficiently deep well, which is not easy to find. While equipment can be used to process it, ordinary devices can only achieve basic filtration and purification, failing to meet drinking standards. Consuming too much can still lead to infection, rendering it suitable only for bathing or laundry. Thus, ability users who can directly purify drinkable water become particularly important, highly sought after in any gathering place. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu did not pursue the matter further, Lin Kan shyly said, "Brother Zhao, now that we have joined, could you also tell us about the situation of the team?
Is the base you mentioned real? What, don't you believe me?"
Zhao Tianyu's face darkened, his tone slightly displeased.
Lin Kan quickly waved his hand in denial, explaining, "No. It's not that, we're just curious.
Our small team has 1 4th tier and 5 other 3rd tier evolved beings.
As for the situation at the base, you will know in the future. It is far stronger than you imagine,"
Zhao Tianyu said seriously. The more they wanted to probe into the details, the less he could reveal the truth.
It wasn't easy to become a true insider.
Lin Kan could hardly believe his ears, staring in shock as he said, "Brother Zhao, are you really already 4th tier? He thought that Zhao Tianyu's strength came from some mysterious ability, but he didn't expect him to have already reached 4th tier, as the difficulty of reaching 4th tier was immense. 4th tier is not a difficult task. As long as you all work hard with me, you will reach it in no time." After answering their questions, Zhao Tianyu took out the airdrop box and leaned closer to Gu Yufei, saying, "Yufei, could you check what is inside?
Just to be safe, it's better to check first. What if it's something like a bomb?"
If it was nothing special, he would just open it in front of Lin Kan and the others so they wouldn't keep worrying about it. After a while, Gu Yufei lowered her voice and said, "Inside there is a box that seems to contain a liquid potion, a set of battle armor, and many long blades." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up. This was probably the legendary airdrop box, and he had indeed stumbled upon it without exerting much effort.
These 3 guys are truly lucky.
If it weren't for them, his group would certainly not have discovered the treasure on the rooftop.
Zhao Tianyu decided to open it directly, so he took out the battle axe.
The few people nearby were immediately drawn in by his intention to open the box. The box was not very large, measuring over 1 meter in length, width, and height, but it was tightly sealed, and after searching around he found no opening, which explained why Lin Kan and the others were unable to open it earlier. Could it be that he had to smash the box open? Zhao Tianyu, still unwilling to give up, carefully examined it again and finally discovered a thumb-sized groove at the corner of the box. Upon closer inspection, the groove resembled the shape of an ability crystal core. Could it be that the key to open the treasure chest was an ability crystal core?
What kind of person created this?
A wave of doubt surged in his heart. Overthinking was futile, he would know once he tried, so Zhao Tianyu took out several ability crystals. First he inserted a 1st tier crystal core and it fit perfectly, but there was no reaction. Since the 1st tier didn't work, he switched to the 2nd tier. This time there was finally a response. As soon as the 2nd tier crystal core was inserted, the blue light at the corners of the box immediately connected into a line. When the entire edge of the box lit up with blue light, there was a click as the box sprang open and a dazzling golden light burst forth from within. As the brief glow completely faded, what appeared before everyone's eyes were 3 slightly smaller boxes and some foam-like packing material. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath to calm his excited heart and began to unpack the delivery. As he was about to open the first small box, everyone except for Gu Yufei, who already knew the outcome, held their breath. With a click, the first small box was successfully opened, revealing 2 liquid potions, 1 blue and 1 green, along with an instruction manual printed in several languages. Gene activator. After use, it can effectively activate the potential within the human body, significantly enhancing physical attributes, making you stronger than ever. Antidote to be used when infected with the zombie virus. It can resist mild zombie virus outbreaks after consumption. The mysterious airdropped box and the strange effects of the potions left him feeling uneasy about potential side effects. Moreover, since he had already consumed the gene enhancer provided by the system, he would not use these potions lightly unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Tianyu quickly glanced over the instructions, and under the heated gazes of Lin Kan and the others, he stored the potions in his space and took out the second box. This box was much larger than the previous one, weighing about 40 to 50 pounds. If he guessed correctly, it should contain the combat armor mentioned by Gu Yufei. Upon opening it, he indeed found a set of high-tech nano armor inside, which also came with an instruction manual. High-tech nano armor, a powerful and highly flexible combat armor that enhances resistance, reduces damage, and boosts combat effectiveness when worn. Note: can automatically adjust size according to body shape. He had a stronger sense of anticipation for this high-tech nano armor compared to the previous potions and planned to try it on later. The third and final iron box was large and heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds, taking up half the space of the entire airdrop box. However, this weight posed no difficulty for Zhao Tianyu. He effortlessly lifted it from the bottom with just one finger. Upon opening it, he found 5 long swords with sheaths neatly arranged inside, stacked in 2 layers, totaling 10 swords, each sheath engraved with a number. This time there didn't seem to be an instruction manual. Zhao Tianyu casually picked up the 5th sword and drew it from its sheath. The hilt was black and the blade was slender, about a meter long, resembling the Tang Hung sword in Xia Zihan's hand. The blade gleamed coldly and appeared extremely sharp. These swords were clearly exceptional, though he couldn't tell what material they were made from. "Zihan, could you pass me your sword for a moment?" Upon hearing his request, Xia Zihan, confused, handed over her sword. Zhao Tianyu took it without saying a word and began to clash the 2 swords together. With a clang, Xia Zihan's Tang Hung sword, which had already been chipped, instantly broke, while the 5th long sword remained unscathed. "Wow!" The others nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhao Tianyu then picked up other numbered swords to inspect. Apart from some differing patterns, they appeared to be identical. He tossed the 2nd and 3rd swords to Gu Yufei and Xia Zihan. The 2 immediately took the swords and began to examine them with great interest. After considering it, Zhao Tianyu decided to give each of Lin Kan and the others a sword. After all, they had discovered the items first, and it wouldn't be fair for them to walk away empty-handed. "Thank you, brother Zhao." Lin Kan forced a smile. Although he received a sword, he felt discontented. What was originally an entire box of items ended up with only 1 sword. While he wasn't clear on the specific effects of the 2 liquid potions, he was certain they were the most valuable items here. After distributing the items, Zhao Tianyu did not linger and led them downstairs, where an entire mall of supplies awaited collection. Niu Wenjie immediately noticed that each of them was holding a brand new long sword and scratched his head, smiling at Zhao Tianyu. "Boss, where did these swords come from?" "Can't forget about you guys." Zhao Tianyu smiled, then took out 3 swords and handed them to him by Yunyun and Wang Wanling. By now 8 out of the 10 swords had been distributed. Seeing that everyone had a beautiful long sword, Sun Xiang and the others were filled with envy. "Brother Jun, go call over the remaining brothers to meet the new boss," Lin Kan said from the side. "Old Niu, how much is left to dig?" Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette and looked at the bloody square. The entire square was almost devoid of space to stand, with at least 1,000 corpses of zombies scattered about. Niu Wenjie stopped fiddling with his new knife and said awkwardly, "Boss, not even halfway done. I'll hurry over to help speed things up." Zhao Tianyu patted his shoulder and said, "No rush, take a smoke first. Help will arrive soon." Before long, Yao Jun led over a dozen young people. At Lin Kan's gesture, the group immediately respectfully called out in unison, "Boss Zhao, good." Although they were unclear about what had happened in the past half hour, Yao Jun had already informed them on the way that this man, who looked slightly younger than them, would be their leader from now on. "Hello everyone," Zhao Tianyu greeted with a smile. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's friendly demeanor, a dozen curious eyes scrutinized him. They had witnessed the fierce battle and naturally understood how powerful this new leader was. Regarding joining the new group, they felt little resistance, as they were always subordinates no matter where they were. Although Lin Kan had treated them decently, finding a stronger ally was more beneficial and they had no choice in the matter. Zhao Tianyu surveyed the crowd, glancing over each of their faces, and said, "Let's not waste time. Our next task is to eliminate all the zombies in the mall, collect ability crystals and supplies. Today marks your initiation and I hope you all perform well. Afterward, ability crystals will be distributed equally among everyone." Upon hearing about the reward of ability crystals right from the start, the crowd was instantly excited, especially those who were just a couple of second-tier crystals short of evolving to the 3rd tier but had been deliberately suppressed by Lin Kan.
Seeing this, Lin Can's expression turned grim. Once these people evolved to the third tier, his influence would undoubtedly vanish.
Old Niu, take them over to dig for crystals and brief them on our team rules. Zhao Tianyu waved at Niu Wenjia.
Coming. Niu Wenjia replied happily. Watching him lead a large group including Lin Can away, Zhao Tianyu suddenly thought of something.
As the team grew larger, he realized it was time to divide into groups, otherwise managing them would become a hassle. They also needed a catchy name. Soon Niu Wenjia's booming voice rang out in the square.
Everyone listen up.
The first rule of our team is that all rewards will be confiscated and distributed uniformly by the captain.
No one is allowed to hoard anything for themselves. If caught, there will be no mercy.
With so many people digging for ability crystals together, their speed immediately increased and the task was completed in just a few minutes.
Next, it was time to clear the zombies inside the building. The clever zombies that could find their way down had already fled during the earlier fight.
While there were still quite a few scattered throughout the mall, they were mostly first-tier zombies. Realizing this, the second-tier team members all charged forward eagerly as if they had been injected with adrenaline, fearing they would miss their chance to show off. With many hands making light work under the efforts of over 20 people, the vast mall was devoid of any standing zombies in less than half an hour. After cleaning up the battlefield, Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei approached with a few women. With the team growing, there were now 9 women in their group. Aside from Lin Nanan, the rest all surrounded Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei.
Tianyu, we want to pick some clothes and cosmetics.
While clearing zombies earlier, they had been eyeing the luxury stores they had never dared to enter before.
Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, no problem. Next is free time.
All supplies in the mall are up for grabs until I arrive, as long as you can carry them. In his eyes, aside from ability crystals, everything else was insignificant.
Great.
Upon hearing this, the group of women immediately cheered excitedly. Many male team members also wore delighted expressions who wouldn't like free luxury items. Before long, Zhao Tianyu was left with only Niu Wenjia, Lin Can and a few others.
Why aren't you going to take a look and pick out some things you like?
Zhao Tianyu tossed away his cigarette butt and looked at them.
Niu Wenjia grinned. I don't need anything, boss.
I'll stay by your side and see if I can help with any. Seeing Zhao Tianyu glance over, Lin Can couldn't help but speak up. Brother Zhao, with so many supplies in the mall, how should we handle them?
Earlier it sounded like he intended to loot the entire mall.
Zhao Tianyu smiled. You'll find out soon. After saying that, he stepped into the supermarket.
This task of collecting supplies couldn't be done by anyone else, he had to do it himself. Soon Lin Can and the others witnessed Zhao Tianyu's method. Wherever he went, all the supplies in the supermarket vanished, just like when he collected the airdrop boxes before. Lin Can and the others were left dumbfounded. Just how much space would be needed to hold such a large quantity of supplies? This ability was simply too powerful. This guy was like a moving warehouse. The supermarket was vast and the supplies inside had not been plundered. Unfortunately, more than a month had passed since the disaster and many food items were no longer edible. The potatoes and sweet potatoes on the shelves had begun to sprout, and it was unclear whether it was because the rats had mutated and started eating meat, but there were no signs in the supermarket that they had been disturbed. Zhao Tianyu swiftly darted through the supermarket, absorbing all the usable supplies into his space. With the increase in system level, his distance and speed for collecting resources had greatly improved. Before long, the entire supermarket had been swept clean by him alone, while Niu Wenjia, Lin Can and others followed behind, unable to help or interject. By the time they exited the supermarket, the group of about 10 who had gone to select clothing had also gradually returned. At this time, most of them had undergone a significant change in appearance, dressed in luxury brands like Gucci, Chanel and LV. Especially the group of women, who were even more exaggerated, each carrying large bags that undoubtedly contained high-end cosmetics, perfumes and jewelry. Upon seeing him, Xia Zihan immediately ran over excitedly and said, Tianyu, I picked out a few outfits and shoes for you, take a look and see if you like them. As she spoke, she signaled to Chao Wei behind her, who immediately brought over a large bag. Tianyu, I also selected a few items for you. Gu Yufei also rushed forward, not wanting to be outdone.
Before she could finish speaking, a newly joined girl directly pulled over a suitcase for her. Now the two of them had clearly become the leaders of the group of women. Every time they entered a store, it was them two who made the selections first, followed by Yun Wang Wanling, and finally those who recently joined. Not to mention Zhao Tianyu's close relationship with them, even just based on their strength they were prioritized. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianyu felt a bit overwhelmed, wondering when these two had learned this. I like it, no need to look further, I trust your judgment.
Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily without even glancing at the items. What a waste of such beauty. Seeing Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei not only lowering themselves to be sycophants but also shamelessly competing for his favor, Lin Nannan looked on with disdain. However, many others were envious, albeit for different reasons. The men envied Zhao Tianyu for being able to have two beautiful women on each arm, enjoying the blessings of having both. The women envied Xia Zihan and her companion for being doted on by the big boss with no worries ahead. "I'll put the things away first, we can admire them slowly tonight. If you have nothing else to do, just rest here with them while I continue to gather supplies." Seeing them wanting to pull out clothes, Zhao Tianyu quickly stopped them to avoid questions later about who chose what. In the afternoon, Zhao Tianyu and the others returned to the hotel where Lin Kan had previously stayed, which was the only 4-star hotel in the area. As a star-rated hotel and a tourist spot, it naturally boasted a magnificent and artistically styled palace-like lobby. Even without lighting, it still exuded splendor and luxuriousness. Upon seeing such a luxurious environment, Niuwenjia and the others immediately cheered with delight. Zhao Tianyu was also very satisfied and turned to Lin Kan behind him, jokingly saying, "Lin Kan, you're living quite well. It's alright, we happened to avoid a disaster while hiding in this hotel. There's food and drink here, at least we haven't gone hungry. Brother Zhao, I stayed in the best suite here before, let me tidy it up and free it for you." Zhao Tianyu waved his hand and said, "No need for that, you can keep it for yourself. Just find me a random suite, no need for it to be too high up, I don't like climbing stairs." He has no high requirements for accommodation. Having experienced various hardships in his past life, there was no need to indulge in such trivialities with the abundance of luxurious rooms available in the hotel. Lin Kan said, "Alright then, how about we let Yao Jun take 2 people up to find a cleaner floor?" "Sure." Zhao Tianyu nodded and added, "By the way, is there still plenty of food here? We can eat for months without issue. The hotel originally had plenty of reserves and we brought back quite a bit later on," Lin Kan said as he led a group to the storeroom next to the kitchen. Seeing the piles of grains and various canned goods stacked like small mountains, Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. With so many new members joining and so many resources gathered today, they naturally had to celebrate with a good meal. However, before that they needed to find a good chef. With such a large team now, it was unreasonable to let his women continue doing such menial work. "Who among you knows how to cook?" Zhao Tianyu turned to the people behind him. "I do." As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby man in his 30s immediately raised his hand and replied in a booming voice, "I used to be the head chef of this hotel before I joined Boss Lin." Zhao Tianyu examined him and asked, "What's your name?" Reporting to the captain, "My name is Li Honghai," the chubby man replied with a smile. Zhao Tianyu patted his sturdy shoulder and said, "Great. We're having a nice meal today, so make sure to show off your skills. Just let us know how many people and what ingredients you need. If everyone is satisfied with your cooking, there will be substantial rewards." Li Honghai was overjoyed at this and immediately listed out the ingredients he needed for his signature dishes. After he finished, Zhao Tianyu quickly flagged down a large assortment of chickens, ducks, fish meat, and fruits and vegetables. Seeing such a bounty of fresh food, the newly joined group all showed expressions of joy. Even Lin Kan and Lin Nannan, the 2 rich second-generation individuals, were no exception. Although they were not lacking in food, they had been eating canned bacon for the past month, which was unbearable for them who were used to a life of luxury. 2 hours later, dinner officially began. With the efforts of Li Honghai and his team, they managed to prepare over a dozen dishes rivaling an ordinary banquet. The 23 people were directly divided into 3 tables. With fresh ingredients and professional chefs in the kitchen equipped with all necessary supplies, the food they prepared was naturally much tastier than before and everyone was eating with delight. After a hearty meal, Zhao Tianyu stood up and looked around smiling as he said, "Has everyone eaten and drunk well? Now let's discuss the merits and distribute the ability crystal nuclei." Including the more than 30 second-tier ability crystal nuclei submitted by Lin Kan, today's total harvest was 4 third-tier, 82 second-tier, and over 400 first-tier ability crystal nuclei, which could be considered a bountiful gain. "Great!" A group of second-tier subordinates, upon hearing about the rewards, immediately became excited, cheering and clapping in unison. In contrast, the remaining third-tier revolvers appeared much calmer. Especially Lin Kan and his sister, who displayed a complete lack of interest as they understood that the third-tier ability crystal nuclei were so rare that they would likely not receive any. Even being given more second-tier crystal nuclei wouldn't be of much use to them. Seeing the scene becoming a bit chaotic, Niuwenjia stood up and shouted, "Quiet down everyone, listen carefully to what the boss has to say." Once everyone settled down, Zhao Tianyu slowly continued, "Aside from Li Honghai, each of the 10 recently joined second-tier members, including Li Chang, will receive 1 second-tier ability crystal nucleus. These individuals only helped clean up the few first-tier zombies in the mall, so getting 1 nucleus was already quite generous. Sun Xiang, Chao Hui, and Wang Hong, each of you will receive 2 second-tier nuclei, and Li Honghai will also get 2. I'm very satisfied with your cooking, so I'll reward you with an extra 1. From now on you will be our team's dedicated chef." Thank you. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely continue to work hard and ensure
Everyone's meals are well taken care of. Li Honghai stammered excitedly as he stood up. Not only did he gain an extra ability crystal nucleus this time, but he also managed to register under the leadership of Zhao Tianyu, elevating his status significantly above that of other second-tier members, no longer just a disposable pawn. Very good. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand to signal him to sit down, then continued. The remaining third-tier revolvers will each receive 5 second-tier crystal nuclei, which can be claimed directly or recorded for later. Once 10 are collected, they can be exchanged for 1 third-tier ability crystal nucleus. Upon hearing they would only receive 5 second-tier nuclei, Lin Nan pouted, feeling secretly displeased, thinking what a miser. After taking so many second-tier crystal nuclei from us, he only gives this little.
Unlike Lin Nan, and Lin Can focused on the latter part of Zhao Tianyu's statement and quickly began to formulate a plan. Brother Zhao, how about I give my 5 second-tier nuclei to my sister so she can claim a third-tier nucleus first? Lin Can inquired cautiously.
No problem, Zhao Tianyu agreed without hesitation.
Lin Can's small scheme could not escape his notice. He was unconcerned about it. If he didn't provide them with hope for revolution, how could he ensure their unwavering loyalty? Thank you, Brother Zhao. Lin Can exclaimed, joyfully surprised at Zhao Tianyu's swift agreement.
Seeing that no one else spoke up, Zhao Tianyu took out 1 third-tier and 18 second-tier ability crystal nuclei to distribute to Nyuwenja. Lin Nan stared at the light green third-tier ability crystal nucleus in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. This was a third-tier ability crystal nucleus, and previously none of them had managed to obtain even one after much effort. She was now struggling to understand Zhao Tianyu, as her brother would never easily distribute such a precious crystal nucleus to others. If anyone is just 1 crystal nucleus short of evolving to the second tier, they can apply to me for an advance on the ability crystal nucleus to complete their evolution, which will be deducted from future rewards. Zhao Tianyu continued. During the self-introductions at dinner, he had asked everyone to report their specific evolution progress. Among the second-tier group who previously followed Lin Can, 3 were already close to leveling up, and one, namely Chang, was just 1 nucleus short. Yay! The captain is mighty. Long live the captain! Zhao Tianyu's words instantly stirred up excitement among the second-tier members. This decision not only accelerated their evolution speed but also sent a crucial signal that this leader would not intentionally suppress their strength like Lin Can. I apply for an advance on 1 nucleus. If I get another, I can immediately evolve to the third tier. A dark-skinned young man eagerly raised his hand and said, I also apply. Another person raised his hand.
Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, no problem. Old Nyo keep a record including the amounts of unclaimed third-tier nuclei for these few.
Unlike Lin Can, he had no fear of the subordinates growing too quickly. After all, who could surpass him? With investment comes return. If these individuals all became third tier, it wouldn't take long before they could wipe out the entire town. However, for the sake of the team's stability and to avoid wasting crystal nuclei on those without combat strength, he could not distribute them all at once. Calculating it this way, after distributing this wave of rewards, he had only spent 1 third-tier and 20 second-tier ability crystal nuclei. He still had enough in his inventory to synthesize 16 third-tier ones, and even after accounting for those promised, he had plenty left to create a 4th-tier crystal nucleus. After dinner, Zhao Tianyu went to a luxurious suite on the 8th floor of the hotel that Yao Jun and his team had cleaned up in advance. Apart from the 9 people who moved in behind them on the 8th floor, Zhao Tianyu had sent those who previously resided there back to their original places. The luxurious facilities and spacious living room left no room for criticism even during peacetime. Closing the door, Zhao Tianyu eagerly took out the high-tech nano battle armor. The battle armor had a sleek design in pure black, not too thick, soft in texture, and made from an unknown material, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. He picked up the instruction manual and read it carefully again.
Nano Battle Armor 1.
0 multifunctional nano muscle fibers, built-in sustainable power system capable of providing assistance for human movement in normal mode. When under attack, it would automatically transfer energy to various forms of destructive damage such as gunfire and violent impacts.
Version 1. 0. Could there be other versions? Regardless, let's put it on and see how it performs.
The armor consists of an upper and lower part, making it very convenient to wear, enveloping his entire body once donned. After pressing the green button to activate the armor, it automatically adjusted its shape to fit Zhao Tianyu's physique. Wearing it felt exceptionally light, and Zhao Tianyu attempted a few high-difficulty maneuvers with remarkable flexibility and ease, even more so than usual. Now that he was a Tier 4 evolved being, the effect wasn't overly pronounced. If someone else were to wear it, they would surely experience a complete transformation.
Knock knock knock. Tianyu opened the door.
At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door belonging to Xiaozihan.
Zhao Tianyu smirked, remaining silent as he strode over to open the door. Ah! Xia Zihan outside the door was startled and took a large step back upon seeing his outfit. After a few moments of daze, she asked uncertainly, Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu chuckled, it's me, did I scare you? Xia Zihan lightly slapped him and pouted, you're such a tease, appearing like a superhero without a word, scaring me to death. Zhao Tianyu closed the door, retrieving a long knife he had acquired from an airdrop box, tossing it to her. Give me a slash and see what happens. Really? This isn't an ordinary knife. Xia Zihan took the knife, her face showing concern as she said. Slash. Zhao Tianyu replied firmly, with his current body strength, even if the armor provided no protection it wouldn't be so easy to injure him. Seeing this, Xia Zihan stopped hesitating and using 30% of her strength directly swung the knife at him. Puff. The knife struck as if an invisible force had repelled it, and Zhao Tianyu felt almost nothing, with the armor showing no signs of damage. Try harder. Noticing that the previous strike had caused no damage, Xia Zihan was no longer worried and raised the knife again, increasing her strength for another strike. Puff. This time Zhao Tianyu finally felt something hit him, but it still did not inflict any substantial harm. Impressive, truly worthy of being a high-tech product. If such a sharp knife can't cause any injury, then ordinary zombies are even less of a concern. He was very curious about who was behind this airdrop box with such advanced technology. If it had been promoted earlier, things wouldn't have come to this. From what he learned in his past life, such airdrop boxes were definitely scarce. After repeating the experiment several times, Zhao Tianyu finally took off the armor. Tianyu, quickly try on the clothes I picked for you to see if they match. Seeing Zhao Tianyu put away the armor, Xia Zihan looked at him expectantly. Zhao Tianyu lounged on the sofa lazily, replying him all sweaty, why try on clothes? Let's talk after I shower. Xia Zihan pouted and mumbled, oh, then I'll come back later. Zhao Tianyu reached out and pulled her waist in, grinning mischievously. Just as Xia Zihan had fled, there was a knock at the door again. Finally done. Try on the clothes. Gu Yufei pouted, looking annoyed. What's the point of me trying? I still prefer seeing you wear them. Zhao Tianyu chuckled. After speaking, he summoned a pile of professional outfits and threw them onto the sofa. Upon seeing these items, Gu Yufei's fair face instantly flushed and she shot him a shy yet reproachful glance. You should keep them for playing with others. After saying that, she tried to make her escape. With her coming right to his door, Zhao Tianyu certainly wouldn't let her go so easily, instantly teleporting to block her path. Zhao Tianyu, you are such a filthy rogue. As beautiful women appeared one after another around Zhao Tianyu, Gu Yufei felt a sense of urgency in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have been so proactive. After about 10 minutes, Gu Yufei emerged from the bathroom dressed in an OL uniform, walking out with a shy demeanor. The fitted white shirt, short skirt, black stockings and high heels showcased her perfect curves, igniting a flame of desire within Zhao Tianyu once more. At the hotel rooftop. Brother, you should use this third-level ability crystal core first. You can make better use of it than I can, Lin Nan said, placing the green crystal core on the table. Lin Kan glanced at her but remained silent, continuing to smoke, which was tantamount to agreement. Although Lin Nan possessed abilities, her combat power was still considerably inferior to his. He had trained under renowned masters since childhood, honing exceptional combat skills. His battle experience and physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary people, which was why he could still command so many subordinates even after the zombie outbreak. Of course, this was also thanks to Yao Jun's assistance, the only other person he could trust apart from Lin Nan. Brother, I paid special attention when I came up. Zhao Tianyu hasn't arranged anyone to keep an eye on us. Why don't we wait until it's late at night and sneak away with our people? Lin Nan continued, her expression animated. Lin Kan extinguished his cigarette and shook his head, saying it's not that easy. If nothing unexpected happens, at least 3 of the 11 people who were following us will advance to the 3rd level tonight. Do you think anyone will still want to follow us under these circumstances? Even if someone is willing to follow us, we are currently struggling to deal with 3rd level zombies. Without being able to kill them, we won't have any 3rd level crystal cores. Without the 3rd level crystal cores, our strength will never improve. Lin Nan frowned, feeling unwilling as she said, so we're just going to obediently follow his orders and do his bidding. Let's take it step by step. At least there's a chance to grab a 3rd level ability crystal core for now. Nanan, what do you think of Zhao Tianyu? Lin Kan asked, looking at her expression, testing the waters. Lin Nan was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation she looked at him warily and asked, Brother, what do you mean by that? Do you want me to be with him? Seeing that she understood immediately, Lin Kan nodded and said, he's about your age, looks decent, and most importantly he has enough strength. Before he could finish, Lin Nan directly interrupted, saying, don't even think about it. From the disgusting antics of Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei today, can't you see that he's just a fickle playboy? In that case, let's forget it. Consider what I just said as if it never happened. Lin Kan waved his hand helplessly. He wanted to get closer to Zhao Tianyu and climb this big tree, but he wouldn't force his sister to do something she was unwilling to do. For some time thereafter during the day, Zhao Tianyu led them out to hunt zombies in the town and collect ability crystal cores. Now with a strong team, unless they encountered formidable third-level mutated zombies, he didn't need to take action himself. At night he would engage in emotional exchanges with women, exploring the mysteries of life's origins. He was living quite a comfortable life, enjoying it as if on vacation. After more than half a month, the tens of thousands of zombies in the town center had been nearly wiped out by them. Based on previous experience, he should now only be a 4th level crystal core away from breaking through to the 5th level. Out of the more than 20 people in the team, apart from 4 who had fallen midway, the rest had all advanced to the 3rd level. Xia Zihan and Gu Yufei were also not far from the 4th level. After obtaining several 3rd level ability crystal cores, the Lin siblings had settled down and appeared quite obedient. Kunhua Town Expressway Service Station. Captain, a large group of zombies has suddenly appeared from somewhere and is rapidly approaching us, including 3rd level zombies. Requesting support. An anxious voice came through the intercom. The young man frowned and said in a deep voice, "Why report only now? Where did these zombies come from? They suddenly rushed in from less than a kilometer away on the highway. We just saw them ourselves," the person on the other end hurriedly explained. Seeing the urgency of the situation, the young man didn't ask further, putting down the intercom and speaking to the man named Lu beside him. "Deputy Captain Lu, an unknown number of zombies are coming outside. Organize the crowd to get on the vehicles and prepare for support and evacuation at any time." Deputy Captain Liu's eyes flickered with a strange light upon hearing this, and then he patted his chest confidently, saying, "All right, Captain Yang, you can rest assured I will arrange everything well." If Zhao Tianyu were present, he would surely recognize that the young man who just spoke was Yang Yanhua, whom he had met just over a month ago. A week ago, the survivor base in Guantang Town was ultimately breached by an endless tide of zombies, causing nearly 100,000 survivors to scatter like startled birds and beasts, turning into countless streams of people fleeing in all directions like headless flies. When the zombies besieged the city, the higher-ups realized they could no longer hold the line and ordered some soldiers to stay behind to buy time for the others to break through, while others led the civilian survivors out of the encirclement. At that time, Yang Yanhua led 30 soldiers, and after a desperate battle they finally broke through the encirclement, suffering devastating losses with only a few soldiers left alive. Along the escape route, several more had sacrificed themselves, leaving only 4 survivors, including him. To manage this fleeing group, he had to supplement their strength with civilian survivors, and the recent deputy leader Lu was the representative chosen by the civilians. When Yang Yanhua arrived with reinforcements, Du Liangping and the others were already engaged in combat with the horde of zombies. Seeing the endless sea of zombies on the highway, Yang Yanhua's heart sank. Things got worse when he discovered that the horde included not only third-tier zombies, but he also vaguely spotted a fast-moving intelligent zombie. This creature was small in stature, and unlike ordinary zombies, its facial skin had not rotted away. Aside from lacking hair, its appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of a normal person. It was called an intelligent zombie because it possessed a unique ability to command other zombies through sound, and it was exceptionally agile, capable of evading attacks, making it extremely difficult to kill. When the zombie tide broke out in Guantang Town, 2 of these intelligent zombies were discovered, and it ultimately took concentrated artillery fire to eliminate them. With the horde now so close, even if they managed to kill it, it would be of no use. Yang Yanhua hurriedly opened his walkie-talkie to inform Lu Guangwei to come over for support and then joined the battle. However, there were simply too many zombies, and they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, with the situation turning extremely dire. The 4 third-tier evolved beings could still hold out for a moment, but the remaining dozen or so second-tier civilian survivors were already overwhelmed, with several being knocked down by zombies within minutes. "Shao, to contact Lu Guangwei and tell him to come quickly for backup," Yang Yanhua shouted anxiously as he broke free from the entanglement with the third-tier zombie. They were not yet surrounded. As long as they could bring those 2 armored vehicles over and suppress the zombies behind with machine gun fire, escaping would not be too difficult. "Understood," Du Liangping replied loudly, then took a few steps back to fend off the zombies while pulling out the walkie-talkie to call for help. "Captain Lu Guangwei isn't coming to help, he's leading his people to flee instead." Hearing Du Liangping's words, Yang Yanhua turned to look back and indeed saw the convoy driving away from them. He hurriedly snatched the walkie-talkie from Du Liangping's hand and shouted angrily, "Lu Guangwei, what the hell do you mean? Why aren't you coming to support us?" On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Lu Guangwei's triumphant laughter quickly followed. "Ha, Captain Yang, we common folks have little fighting power. Let the soldiers like you handle the zombie killing, all right? We will take our leave first, please hold them off for a while longer." Seeing Yang Yanhua's face turn ashen, Du Liangping could not help but curse angrily, "Damn it, these ungrateful bastards. If it weren't for our brothers desperately protecting them, they would have been dead long ago."
Lu Guangwei in the armored vehicle finished speaking and switched the walkie-talkie to another channel. He had already wanted to take control of this group but had been wary of Yang Yanhua's strong military presence, so he did not dare to act rashly. Now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, how could he let it slip away? He was very dissatisfied with Yang Yanhua's resource distribution strategy. In his opinion, those without any practical value were not worth the resources spent on them. Moreover, he could not stand seeing so many beautiful women in the group without being able to act. It felt like a waste. Most of the men under him shared the same thoughts, resulting in a majority responding positively as soon as he brought up this decision. Once they reached a safe location, they would abandon those useless burdens, keeping only capable helpers and young beautiful women. Wouldn't life be too comfortable afterward?
Lugo, where are we going now? One of the lackeys in the front vehicle asked via walkie-talkie. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Guangwei replied, get off the highway. There are quite a few zombies. They will definitely spread along the highway. I've been to this town before and there are many resorts nearby. After we get off the highway, we can find a farm stay to take shelter for a while. A few minutes later. Boss, we've spotted a convoy coming towards us led by an armored vehicle. It looks like a large group. The one leading the charge, Niuwenjia, reported to Zhao Tianyu. Having cleared out Kanwo town, Zhao Tianyu's group was preparing to move to another location and unexpectedly ran into Lu Guangwei's group just as they exited the town.
Oh. Zhao Tianyu, who was smoking, instantly perked up. Armored vehicles were a great asset.
Stop them and see where they come from.
With Zhao Tianyu's command, several vehicles quickly positioned themselves side by side in the middle of the road and everyone inside got out, hiding behind the vehicles. Niuwenjia led a few people to stand boldly in the middle of the road and shouted, stop, stop, for inspection.
Lugo, there are people blocking the way ahead telling us to stop. What should we do?
Lu Guangwei took a look and saw there were only 5 vehicles on the other side, so he directly ordered, drive forward. 2 vehicles should move up as cover and the others get out and prepare for battle. They were still not far from Yang Yanhua's group. If they delayed, it would be troublesome if they were caught up.
With Lu Guangwei's command, the 2 armored vehicles immediately unleashed a hail of gunfire towards Zhao Tianyu and his group.
What the hell? They opened fire without warning. Niuwenjia and the others were frightened and quickly scattered, hiding behind their vehicles. Zhao Tianyu, who had been observing the enemy's movements, saw that the situation was not right and instantly used several abilities to arrive at the side of the armored vehicle. The people on the vehicle were completely unaware. As he raised his hands, the 2 armored vehicles spraying bullets immediately flipped over.
The machine guns on the armored vehicles fell silent in less than 5 seconds. The people in the back vehicles were left dumbfounded.
Once they realized what was happening, they hurriedly opened fire at Zhao Tianyu. However, at his current speed, they couldn't lock onto their target at all, and after a few dodges, he was already in front of them. Swish, swish, swish! Zhao Tianyu's long knife struck mercilessly at their vital points.
The scene instantly descended into chaos, with some even firing randomly at their own people.
Without the suppression from the machine guns, Niuwenjia and the others charged in angrily. A few who had just crawled out of the armored vehicle found themselves blocked.
Big brother, hold on.
We surrender. I am the leader of this group. Lu Guangwei, who had popped his head out, quickly raised his hands.